Chapter 215, Fang Yuan Sheds Tears. Bai Moxing was already 68 years old. He should have retired already at this age. However, Bai clan was in a rough situation these few years, and as an important clan elder and the uncle of the clan leader, he, who had always been working hard and doing his best, couldn't abandon the clan. Now, during this crucial moment of his clan's fate, he undertook the orders to leave the mountain, but during the journey, he accidentally sensed the aura of two GU masters. Were they demonic GU masters? This trip was very important to Bai clan and there could be no mistakes. Thus, he immediately led his group and approached the source of the aura. Two youngsters. He was shocked when he saw Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. His gaze paused on Bai Ningbing first. Bai Ningbing looked frosty and her blue eyes gave off cold light as she stared fearlessly at Bai Moxing, revealing her rank 3 aura. So young and already a rank 3, a genius. Not only Bai Moxing, the other 3 in his group also had such thoughts after seeing Bai Ningbing. At once, 4 pairs of eyes were fixated on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had transformed into a girl. Her beautiful features gave off a cool aura, causing her to appear like a snow fairy. Her pearl-like brilliance that couldn't be concealed by her tattered clothes, portrayed her firm personality, causing others to love yet pity her. Compared to her, Fang Yuan's presence was much dimmer. He had an ordinary look, with cultivation of merely rank 1, many gazes swept through him and went back to Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan like this, the less attention he receives, the better. Bai Moxing, however, was different. His gaze quickly turned towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing was protecting Fang Yuan and her stance showed that she would not give up without a fight. And Fang Yuan had a calm look, even though he was hiding behind her. To be closely protected by this young genius girl, this young man seems to be the leader of the two. Who is he? Bai Moxing was after all very experienced, his discerning skills were very accurate. He had thought they were 2 demonic GU masters, but now his heart wavered. Seeing Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's appearance, as well as their righteous GU masters' clothing, they seemed more like young masters in distress. If they are demonic GU masters, just kill them. But if they are young masters from other clans, we have to watch out. If we cause the forces behind them to take revenge on our Bai clan, Bai Moxing, will become the clan's sinner. But thankfully our side is stronger than them, thus the situation is under control. Bai Moxing was still thinking, when Fang Yuan suddenly took a step forward. He cupped his fists. I am Guu Fang Zheng, young master of Qingmao Mountain's Guu clan, my respects to senior. Qingmao Mountain, Guu clan young master. The people were bewildered. Bai Ningbing was also shocked, but she lowered her head so as to cover her gaze from giving them off. She knew that Fang Yuan was starting to cook up a story again. The enemy was stronger than them, thus they had to rely on wits to get out of their predicament. She clearly understood the situation. The rapport they had built up these few days caused her to move one small step back towards Fang Yuan's side. She continued staring at them angrily, like a close bodyguard who was not afraid of dying. Young lad, you are lying. Qingmao Mountain has long been destroyed, you think I don't know that? Bai Moxing shouted with a cold expression. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, waving his hands. Exactly because Qingmao Mountain is destroyed, I ended up here. Could I be so presumptuous as to ask for senior's name? Bai Moxing hesitated, but a young man beside him quickly spoke. Then listen closely, we are the elites of Bai clan and this is our Bai clan's #1 elder, also my uncle, Lord Bai Moxing. Bai Moxing really wanted to strangle this nephew to death. This secret operation by Bai clan this time, was on a large scale, but their true intentions were unknown to those who were not higher ups. Thus, these people were completely in the dark. On the surface they were out hunting to temper the young master's bravery. But their true motive was to find the spirit spring in Bai Guu Mountain, and start their wild beasts extermination operation. But there's no way they can guess it. Bai Moxing calmed down as he looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. As expected, it was Bai clan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He had already guessed the situation from these 4 GU masters' appearance. Bai clan's spirit spring was drying out. They needed to find a new one and relocate their clan. The act of relocating a clan was very important, and many preparatory work went into it, and secrecy was also one of them. Otherwise, once the enemy forces found out, they could disrupt their plans and cause the entire Bai clan to fall into danger of getting wiped out. What Fang Yuan had not expected was the Bai clan leader planning so far ahead, starting the preparations 10 years earlier, sending these clansmen to Baiju Mountain occasionally to carry out their scouting. There were indeed reasons beyond luck in Bai Clan's eventual prosperity. The appearance of Bai Clan GU masters was a surprise to Fang Yuan, and this would have a great impact on his following actions. On the surface, however, Fang Yuan smiled and cupped his fists. "Oh, so you are from Bai Clan, a fellow clan from Righteous Faction, nice to meet all of you." He then turned to Bai Ning Bing and said, "Ning Bing, stay down, we are safe. Bai Clan does not have demonic GU masters." Bai Ning Bing felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard Fang Yuan speak in such a gentle manner. She held in her disgust, and withdrew her battle intent, taking another step back while still remaining silent. This act caused the 4 opposing GU masters to sigh in relief. After all, she was a rank 3 GU master. "So her name is Ning Bing." Bai Mo Xing's nephew repeated the name in his heart, his expression slightly dazed. Bai Mo Xing narrowed his eyes and probed. "It sounds like Junior GUU has met some demonic GU masters along the way." "Yes, my heart still palpitates when I think about it." Fang Yuan patted his chest with fear in his eyes, but luckily, the clan leader and a few clan elders came in time, and killed that rank 3 GU master. Clan leader and elders. Bai Mo Xing's heart jumped as he quickly followed up, "Don't tell me your clan leader and elders are nearby." Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing, "We got lost from the main team." Bai Mo Xing's heart eased. But Fang Yuan's next sentence caused him to be alert again, "But I believe that before long, we will regroup again. Because our destination this time is Baiju Mountain." Bai Mo Xing was nervous. "Baiju Mountain? Why are you all coming to Baiju Mountain?" This, Fang Yuan hesitated and didn't speak up. Bai Mo Xing snorted while a bad feeling emerged in his heart. Now that Qingmao Mountain was destroyed, what would the remains of the GUU clan do? Obviously finding a new location and rebuild their home. Don't tell me they chose Baiju Mountain too. Damn it. In an instant, Bai Mo Xing's heart surged with killing intent. If his guess was correct, then Qingmao Mountain's main team was his Bai clan's enemy. But he soon contained his killing intent. He was old and was no longer as impulsive as back when he was young. When an elder handled matters, stability was their main priority. He calmed down and thought about it. Even if he killed these 2 immediately, it might not salvage the situation. Killing these 2 would not stop the remaining Qingmao Mountain inhabitants from coming, it would instead worsen the situation, creating foes even before they met. These enemies had no foundation here but were powerful. Didn't you hear what the GUU young master said? The main team had the clan leader and several elders. The most troublesome part was these people wouldn't hesitate to fight to death if the situation became desperate. Furthermore, even if he attacked now, that girl called Ning Bing was a true rank 3 GU master. His side would still have casualties, although they were stronger. Finally, such an important matter should not be decided by him. The clan leader was not far away, why not ask her for instructions? Bai Mo Xing decided to stabilize the situation with Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing first as he thought of this. He started smiling and said enthusiastically, "This is really a coincidence, Junior. Our Bai clan's main team is just nearby. We are holding an annual hunting event. As half the landlord, we invite you to come and be a guest. Please allow us to host you." This, Fang Yuan hesitated purposely. "Come, our Bai clan's grilled lamb leg is top tier." Bai Mo Xing's nephew also began to persuade, but his gaze was fixed on Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan touched his tummy, showing a conflicted expression, a bit of hesitation but also yearning. Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone and laughed loudly. "Junior, don't hesitate anymore, and you are not giving me face." Only then did Fang Yuan bow. "Then I shall impose upon your clan." A banquet was held inside a spacious tent. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing took a seat next to each other. A few clan elders sat opposite each other, and in the head seat was the Bai clan leader. The tent's roof was opened, allowing them to see the blue sky. And in the center was a lamb being grilled, its fragrance extending throughout the entire tent. "Come, lamb leg is the most tender. Guests from afar, please have a taste," Bai clan leader said with enthusiasm. She was a middle-aged woman, and under her indication, the servants grilling the lamb, cut the lamb leg and offered it to Fang Yuan. Soon after, they cut off the other leg and placed it in front of Bai Ning Bing in a silver plate. The lamb leg was still sizzling hot. Fang Yuan took a bite. He could taste the crispy fragrant skin and the tender juicy meat. If it had been marinated with some honey or some cumin powder, it would have been even tastier. Indeed a delicacy, no less than the grass skirt monkey's brains. Even Bai Ning Bing was full of praises. Our guest's happiness is our utmost pleasure. Ha ha ha. Bai Mo Xing laughed. Fang Yuan ate and ate, when suddenly, his tears started flowing out. Everyone was shocked. Bai clan leader asked, Junior Fang Zheng, why are you crying? The taste is truly divine, but thinking of the last few days where I and Ning Bing could barely survive, going through one danger after another, and thinking of our clansmen suffering in the wild without food to eat, I can't help but feel heartache. Please forgive me, Bai clan leader. Fang Yuan stood up and cupped his fist. The few clan elders glanced at each other and sighed. Bai clan leader asked, my clan feels deep sympathy towards Guu clan's disaster. Junior, can you tell me what in the world happened at Qingmao Mountain? Chapter 216, Green Copper Relic Gu. The once lively Qingmao Mountain had turned into a world of ice and snow. Such a change had long attracted the attention and investigations of nearby forces. In these few months, news of Qingmao Mountain being destroyed had gradually spread far. I don't dare to recall, every time I think of it, it feels so painful. Fang Yuan sat down, his face full of grief. Servants, bring the wine. Seeing Fang Yuan unwilling to speak, Bai clan leader did not pursue the matter, but ordered her servants to bring 2 vats of wine. Bai Ning Bing was indifferent, she never drank wine, only water. Fang Yuan opened the seal immediately, gulping and drinking a mouthful as his tears fell once again. Bai clan leader was stunned. Junior, why are you crying again? Your clan's wine is intoxicating, but it makes me recall our green bamboo wine and of those days when I drank on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan wiped his tears as he said. The clan elders' sighs became even louder, and many started consoling Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's encounter caused them to feel a sense of resonance. After all, Bai clan's spirit spring was starting to dry out, and if they couldn't find a new spirit spring, Guu clan's sorry state would be their Bai clan's future. Bai clan leader consoled him once more, only then did Fang Yuan stop crying. Who would not feel pain when their home is destroyed? I can understand Junior's feelings. But as long as people remain, there is hope. Junior, don't grieve. I believe that in a few days, you will be reunited with your clansmen. Bai Mo Xing probed. Fang Yuan acted as if he was unaware, wiping his tears and answering casually, yeah, it should be in a few days. Hearing this reply, Bai Mo Xing and Bai clan leader glanced at each other. After the banquet, Bai clan leader called Bai Mo Xing and entered a secret discussion. Clan leader, the situation is bad. Guu village was destroyed. Why did these remaining people come to Bai Guu Mountain? It is likely that they want to snatch this territory. Should we strike first instead? Bai Mo Xing was worried. He. Bai clan's female leader laughed lightly instead. Bai Mo Xing was bewildered. Why is clan leader laughing? The female clan leader squinted and explained. Don't be rash, Elder Mo Xing, this situation has boon and bane. As long as we operate this well, we can save much effort. Bai Mo Xing started to ponder the clan leader's words deeply. That's right, Bai clan's spirit spring was running dry after so many years of usage. They needed to find a new spirit spring as soon as possible, and this time they were searching for a suitable spring on Bai Guu Mountain under the cover of hunting. Bai clan's main group had just arrived and could not find anything yet. But if Guu clan's remnants were coming to Bai Guu Mountain, they had to know some intel. It could even be deduced that Guu clan definitely held information on that spirit spring. Bai clan leader saw Bai Mo Xing's expression change and continued, looks like you got it. Actually, any large mountain is a gathering of primeval essence, and thus a spirit spring will be there. But to find the spirit spring's specific location, it is not easy and requires a lot of manpower and resources. There are Fang, Liao and Fan clan around our Bai clan. They are all strong clans with equal power. If the matter about our Bai clan's spirit spring running dry gets out, they will take advantage of the situation and attack our weakness. Thus we decided earlier that we have to secretly find the spirit spring's location under the guise of a hunting competition. But by doing this, we are greatly restricted and have to expend even greater manpower and resources in searching for the spirit spring. Bai clan leader was full of worries, but could not express her helplessness. Bai Mo Xing continued. Thus, clan leader wants to obtain information about the spirit spring from Guu clan. That's right, Bai clan leader nodded, her eyes shining brightly. Guu clan's leader and elders won't be easy to deal with, but with those 2 youngsters in our control, This is a godsend opportunity. Bai Moxing frowned. But, I see that those two are not stupid. That lass is obviously one of those iron-willed stubborn type, while that young lad, although weak, was unfazed in dangerous situations, being calm at all encounters. The first time we met, even when he was surrounded by us, he did not show a hint of panic. It will not be easy if we want them to divulge information. Bai clan leader chuckled. If he did not have such composure, how would he be a clan's young master? These two young masters are very outstanding, but if they weren't, I would be doubting their identities. Bai Moxing continued. Thus, you have to think twice, clan leader. If we interrogate them forcefully, they might not submit to us. With the traces they left behind, Guu clan will be here soon. These are the type of desperate people with nothing to lose, except their lives. Bai clan leader waved her hand. That is not a worry, clan elder, I have a plan. Oh, this old one shall listen. Bai clan leader said it softly while Bai Mo Xing's old eyes kept on getting brighter. After Bai clan leader finished, Bai Moxing could not help but praise, this is a good plan. I saw that Guu Fangjung is very attached to his clan, he even cried twice for his clan in the banquet. He is after all a youngster, clan leader, this plan that you came up with is like placing honey in front of a young bear or placing a carrot before a young rabbit. There will be no issues getting him hooked. Fang Yuan opened a corner of the tent's cover. It was nighttime already, but Bai clan's temporary camp was well lit. The tents were placed perfectly in order, with iron racks and torches at every certain distance, and patrolling Guu master groups all night round. Young Master Fang Zheng, what is the matter? Fang Yuan had just opened the cover, and the two guards at the door immediately walked over. Fang Yuan burped out some wine. I drank a lot of wine at the banquet, is there anywhere I can relieve myself? Young Master, right this way. You are our esteemed guest, the clan leader has arranged a special spot for you, no further than 30 steps away. One of the guards immediately said, give me a direction, I do not like anyone near me when I pee. Fang Yuan rejected, I do not dare to disobey young master, the wooden lavatory is right there. The guard pointed towards it, bowed and left. Fang Yuan got to the wooden lavatory, and after peeing, he pretended to be drowsy and walked in an opposite direction. He was not even 20 steps out when a few patrolling Guu masters came over. Esteemed guest, that is the wrong direction, your tent is over there. Is that so? I remembered it was there. Fang Yuan burped. Esteemed guest, this way please. Bai clan Guu masters smiled hypocritically, with a forceful tone. Fang Yuan was brought back to the tent again. In the tent, the lights were turned on. There were 2 beds on eastern and western side in the tent. Bai Ningbing was sitting on her bed and cultivating, using primeval essence to nurture her aperture. Hearing Fang Yuan enter, she opened her eyes, inquiring with her gaze. Fang Yuan glanced at her, before falling down on the bed. Ningbing, sleep early. You were exhausted these few days. Don't worry, we will join up with our clansmen in few days. His words slurred at the end, and eventually he closed his eyes, snoring, evidently falling asleep. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. She knew Fang Yuan was acting, purposely saying that as a precaution against any surveillance-type Guu worms. He had gone out earlier to pee, but returned so early, which meant the area was tightly secured and it was impossible for them to escape quietly in dark. She couldn't help but be worried. Although she was at rank 3 peak stage, her Guu worms were not optimal, causing her battle strength to be insufficient. While in this camp, Bai clan leader was at rank 4, and there are 5 to 6 clan elders, and a lot of rank 2 Guu masters. To be meat on somebody's chopping board. That was the current situation. Although Bai clan was a righteous faction, people die for fortune and birds die for food, once the benefits exceeded the risk, they would definitely commit murder in secret. Bai Ningbing knew the Guu worms in Fang Yuan's possession were all extremely rare. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull Guu, once exposed, would definitely attract the greed of Bai clan Guu masters. The reason they did not act yet was because Fang Yuan used the threat of the non-existent Guu clansmen to temporarily lie to them. A few days later, when they do not see Guu clansmen arrive, they would be suspicious. By then, Fang Yuan and her would be at a tight spot. How do I get out of this predicament? Bai Ningbing frowned, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already turned around, his back facing her, and he seemed to have really slept from the sound of his relaxed breathing. You sure take it easy. Bai Ningbing snorted, feeling anxious and helpless in her heart. The next day, it was a bright sunny day. There were 3 loud drum beats which signified the Bai clan leader summoning the clansmen. Our Bai clan annual hunting competition starts from today and will continue for the next 7 days. It is time for you to display your strength. According to our rules, those who get a decent ranking will be heavily rewarded. Next, feel free to display all your bravery and strength. Bai clan leader waved her hand, and the village gates opened. The GU masters were eager to start the competition, rushing out impatiently. Not long later, they entered the forest from their respective positions, vanishing into the wilderness. The crowded camp had become more spacious and empty. Junior Fang Zheng, did you sleep well last night? Bai clan leader turned around, asking Fang Yuan with a smile. Fang Yuan cupped his fist. Thank you clan leader for the hospitality. Last night I fell asleep immediately after lying down, and it was morning already when I woke up. Ha ha ha, Bai clan leader smiled, patting Fang Yuan's shoulders, giving off a kind and affectionate feeling. Does Junior want to enter our clan's hunting competition? Let us see the valor of a GUU clansman. Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression, rejecting, I am ashamed. Junior was heavily injured not too long ago, and my cultivation fell from rank 3. Thankfully I was saved by the clan, but now I only have rank 1 middle stage cultivation. Even without Fang Yuan mentioning it, his rank 1 aura was clear to the eyes. No worries Junior, as our clan's esteemed guest, you will definitely be well treated. How about this, as long as Junior can hunt an adult black bear, this green copper relic GU will be your reward. Bai clan leader clapped her hand, and a GU master beside her opened his palm, as a finger-sized round ball-shaped GU emerged. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but showed an earnest expression. Then this Junior shall take up the invitation. Chapter 217, Giving Others a Hold on Oneself. In the forest, a plump black bear as large as 2 meters was standing on its 2 legs. It growled towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, but the two were indifferent, causing the black bear to become furious. It landed on all 4s and pounced towards the 2 youngsters. Do not be fooled by the bear's clumsy looks. Its running speed was, in fact, very fast, twice the speed of ordinary humans. Seeing the black bear nearing 50 steps from him, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile as if he had achieved his target. With a loud bang, soil was sent flying. The black bear cried out pitifully. Its advancement came to a stop as if it had suffered a blow to the head. Overcome by anger due to suffering such an absurd attack, it quickly changed to another direction and rushed towards Fang Yuan once again. But after only stepping out for 10 steps, the ground exploded again. The black bear's chest was blown to a bloody mess, its eyes turned red as its rage reached a tipping point, rushing forward once again. A wild beast after all, lacking in intelligence. Fang Yuan sighed as he retreated. The black bear chased relentlessly, but there would be an explosion every few steps it took. After rushing for another few dozen steps, the black bear's body was full of injuries with none of its fur intact. It was limping as its 4 limbs were crippled. There was no longer the fearsomeness of before. Its anger had subsided, and the instinct for survival kicked in. Even though Fang Yuan was standing no further than 20 steps away, it chose to retreat. But Fang Yuan had already anticipated its retreating path, and dug a deep hole on the path, burying at least 5 charred thunder potato GU in there. With a loud explosion, the battle ended. At the same time, in the tent, wisps of smoke hovered in the air. In the smoke, images flashed, as they portrayed the process of Fang Yuan's battle in real time. Elder Mo Xing, what do you think? Bai clan leader spoke after the battle ended. Only she and Bai Mo Xing were inside the tent. If I am not wrong, this GUU clan young master is using the charred thunder potato GU. This GU is an expendable type, absorbing energy from the ground to grow, and explodes after impacted with vibrations. Among rank 2 GU worms, it has strong attacking power, but this GU is severely weakened on Bai GU Mountain. Bai GU Mountain has no soil, and even the mountain rocks are made of bones. The charred thunder potato GU cannot be planted. Bai Mo Xing continued evaluating. Bai clan leader shook her head. You analyzed well, but that's not the point. Did you not notice? Fang Zheng did everything by himself, from burying the charred thunder potato GU to the end of the battle. He has a rank 3 bodyguard but chose to use the rank 2 charred thunder potato GU himself through a tedious process. Every time he buries a seed, he has to use primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, but he insists on doing it himself. What does that say? Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone. I understand, this Fang Zheng is an upright person, not one of those who like to scheme and skive. He agreed to enter the hunting competition, thus no matter how hard it is, he will not use outside forces to cheat. Scheming and skiving characters have weak will, while upright characters are indomitable. If we want to find out the location of the spirit spring from these two people, the best way is to do so is indirectly, by using our wits. Hehe, my confidence in last night's plans have increased again. Bai clan leader smiled. Luckily I was able to accomplish my goals. After half an incense was burnt through, Fang Yuan placed a torn bear skin in front of the Bai clan leader. Hehehe, in such a short time, Junior managed to kill an adult black bear, as expected of Guu clan's young master. Bai clan leader's face showed a trace of shock, which immediately turned into a smile. Junior might as well go back to rest, the green copper relic Gu will be sent over shortly. Thank you clan leader, this Junior will take his leave. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved out of the central tent and back to their tent. Soon after, a Gu master brought over the green copper relic Gu. Fang Yuan took it, and immediately used it on the spot, raising his cultivation from middle to upper stage. Gu master's small realms were easy to break through and was just a matter of efforts and time. Big realms, however, needed aptitude to break through. Relic Gu, Stone Aperture Gu along with many other Gu worms could reduce the time needed by Gu master to raise their cultivation. As for rank 1 upper stage, it is still rank 1. This small growth could not change or affect the situation at all. At night, Bai clan leader organized a banquet again, inviting Fang and Bai. Bai clan's tradition was to hold banquets every day during the hunting competition. Large bonfire banquets were held in the open areas. As for the small banquet in the central tent, only the first few ranked participants would be invited. But because Fang and Bai had different identities, they still remained on the guest seats. Come, let me introduce to Junior our clan's rising star. You youngsters should interact with each other. During the banquet, Bai Mo Xing started the conversation. There were 4 youngsters in the tent, 2 males and 2 females, all were rank 3 Gu masters. One of the guys was Bai Mo Xing's nephew, Bai Mo Ting. He had a slim body and was ranked 3rd in today's hunting. Among the 2 girls, one was called Bai Sao Shuai who looked very careless, but was ranked 4th. The other was called Bai Lian. She had white skin and thick eyebrows which gave her a fresh aura. She was the most beautiful girl in Bai clan. The 2 girls sat opposite each other, forming a stark contrast. Bai Zanlai greets the 2 esteemed guests. A young male Gu master took the initiative and stole the words out of Bai Mo Xing's mouth. He was muscular and his manners contained arrogance along with strong battle intent. Looking at Fang and Bai, he first paused at Fang Yuan before showing a smile of disdain. Next his gaze was locked onto Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was like a snow fairy with her silver hair and blue eyes, surpassing Bai Lian in terms of beauty. More importantly, she was at rank 3 peak stage, attracting Bai Zanlai's attention. He snorted. It seems that your Guu clan has strong women and weak men. Bai Ningbing was like an ice block, showing no reaction. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold and slightly ugly. Bai clan leader interrupted. This is the #1 youth expert in our clan, Junior, don't blame him for his inconsiderate words. Of course not. Fang Yuan moved his lips, facing Bai clan leader. Brother Zanlai is a dragon among men, I am deeply amazed. His tone was complex, and his expression was perfectly displayed, some tolerance due to being under others' roof, the helplessness of his own weak cultivation and some indignant pride of a youngster. Even Bai Ningbing was taken by surprise. Bai Zanlai snorted, while Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He knew the Bai clan situation, but Bai clan did not know his true trump cards. The situation might seem dire for him, but he had a strong grasp on the advantage he had, information. How to make good use of this advantage, that is the key to getting out of our predicament. Green copper relic Gu is a good sign, showing that Bai clan is worried about the non-existent Guu clan remnants. They do not want to do it by force, but instead trick and manipulate us. Is this Bai Zanlai the next chess piece? Now that I think about it, his tone earlier was too forceful. If he really is the Bai clan's next move, there will be some problems. I might as well give my handle to them, and expose my weakness. If he allowed the Bai clan to set up traps this casually, Fang Yuan would no doubt fall into a more passive situation. Instead, he might as well give others a hold on himself, and expose some fake weaknesses, to gain some initiative. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the tent, a ploy brewing in his scheming mind. He looked at Bai Lian, opposite him. After staring for a while, Bai Lian seemed to have noticed his gaze, but Fang Yuan turned his head over, seemingly observing something else. As the banquet continued, Fang Yuan took peeks at Bai Lian from time to time, but avoided eye contact with her. When the banquet was almost over, Fang Yuan peeked more often. This situation was easily noticed by the Bai clan leader, and some clan elders. The clan elders showed some amusement in their eyes. It was a common thing for youths to get infatuated. Bai Lian was the beauty of Bai clan, it was natural for her to attract the attention of Jiu clan young master. After the banquet was over, Bai Mo Xing excitedly went to see the clan leader. Clan leader, did you see what happened during the banquet? Bai clan leader smiled. Let me plan a bit more. The night passed by silently. During the second day of the hunting competition, Bai clan leader called Fang Yuan again, telling him to hunt a earth horn rhino. Fang Yuan reenacted the same method, using the charred thunder potato Gu and blasting the earth horn rhino, bringing back its horn. Bai clan leader praised him and rewarded him with a clearing heat Gu. Clearing heat Gu was like an armored worm fossil, with a half-transparent jade rock texture. He felt a cool air passing on to him when he held it in his hand. This Gu was a rank 2 healing Gu, used to cure poison. Fang Yuan had finally fixed his greatest weakness after getting this Gu. During the campfire banquet that night, this is my son and daughter. Bai Sheng, Bai Hua, stand up and toast this brother. Bai clan leader said. A pair of twins stood up, raising their cups like an adult, saying together, Bai Sheng, Bai Hua, toasts Gu young master. They bowed slightly with a solemn expression, showing their good upbringing. There was no hint of any childishness. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned and sized up this pair of siblings attentively. According to his previous life, these two kids would be the famous righteous twin stars, their fame would last a long period of time. Both cultivated to rank 5 and expanded the Bai clan village to an unprecedented height. At the same time, they were the inheritors of the Bai Jiu mountain inheritance, and Bai Sheng even became the Bai clan leader eventually. In a clan, the clan leader position was usually inherited by the clan leader's own children. But for Jiu village, where the clan leader does not have children, they would choose an outstanding youngster from their pure bloodline descendants. People have a growing process. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua might be grand heroes in the future, but now they were still too young, not even students yet. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and concentrated on Bai Lian again. The banquet continued. During the period, Fang Yuan continued to peek on Bai Lian, as Bai Zanlai continued to find problems, his tone haughtier than before. Bai Mo Xing's nephew Bai Mo Ting was instead peeking at Bai Ning Bing. Chapter 218. Performing a great show. On the third day, Bai clan leader called for Fang Yuan again and gifted him many primeval stones in the name of hunting. During the banquet, apart from stealing glances at Bai Lian, Fang Yuan took the initiative to toast to Bai clan leader with a sincere and grateful expression. Bai clan leader didn't speak but was inwardly very satisfied. This night, Bai Lian visited Fang Yuan on her own accord. Her friend had been poisoned and clearing heat Gu would be very effective on it. However, clearing heat Gu was rare, thus she came to Fang Yuan to borrow it. Can't endure it anymore, huh? Fang Yuan sneered inwardly while lending the clearing heat Gu without any objection. Bai Lian seemed to be very grateful for this. Fang Yuan then took the initiative to enthusiastically chat with her. The two started becoming closer and their relation rapidly improved. The fifth day, at the banquet, Bai clan leader suddenly asked, Junior, is your Jiu clan thinking of settling down in Bai Jiu mountain? Fang Yuan immediately stood up. He tried to appear composed, but couldn't conceal the panic in his eyes. Bai Jiu mountain lies close to Bai village, we could say it your esteemed clan's territory. How could we dare to encroach upon it? Bai clan leader smiled inwardly. She became more certain that the Jiu clan's objective was Bai Jiu mountain. However, she hypocritically said, Junior might not be fully aware of the complicated situation here. The pressure on our Bai clan is very big. It would be great if Jiu clan could stay here at Bai Jiu mountain as our clan's ally. Fang Yuan promptly denied. Bai Mo Xing also persuaded. Fang Yuan seemed to be moved but he did not yield. After the banquet, Bai Lian also came over to indirectly talk about it. Fang Yuan's expression became complicated, but he still didn't admit it. HMPH, this kid, his mouth is very tight. After the banquet, in the tent, Bai Moxing gritted his teeth and sighed. This is the demeanor of the young master of a clan, I am not surprised. We just have to raise the heat. Bai clan leader's gaze was pensive. The next day, dawn. Fang Yuan was still sleeping, when he was woken up by quarreling noises from outside the tent. He walked outside the tent to take a look, only to see Bai Zhanlai aggressively pulling Bai Lian's hands. Bai Zhanlai, I told you many times to stop bothering me. Love can't be forced. Bai Lian swung off Bai Zhanlai's hand and said with an icy expression, I still have things to do, take your leave. Today's hunting competition is about to begin, what things do you have to do? Or are you going to look for that gigolo from Guu village? Bai Zhanlai furiously roared. Say whatever you want, young master Fang Zheng is very kind and even lent the clearing heat Guu when I asked for it. If it was not for his help, could Bai Shangjing recover so quickly? Lian can you not be so simple-minded? Clearing heat Guu, haha, the way I see it he is just thinking to get intimate with you. Don't tell me you didn't sense his glances. Bai Zhanlai worriedly said. Bai Lian glared. Bai Zhanlai, enough is enough. Ah, young master Fang Zheng. As the two quarreled, they saw Fang Yuan who was standing outside the tent. Fang Yuan looked a little embarrassed and his gaze showed some worry as he said to Bai Lian, so it was Lady Bai Lian. Please come in if you have something to say. You lad. Bai Zhanlai turned furious and seemed about to find trouble for Fang Yuan, but was stopped by Bai Lian halfway through. Bai Zhanlai, what do you think you are doing? Are you crazy? This is our clan's esteemed guest. What esteemed guest? He is no more than a stray dog. Bai Zhanlai spat in contempt as he pointed at Fang Yuan. Kid, if you have guts then let's have a real contest. The loser will have to stop bothering Lian HMPH, I am only a rank 1 whereas you are a rank 3 and you have the nerve to say this. Could it be the Grand Bai clan has no fairness? Fang Yuan's expression turned ugly. In this world, there has never been fairness, there are only strong and weak. You are a coward if you don't dare to compete. So it turns out the Guu clan produces cowards, ha ha ha. Bai Zhanlai threw his head back and laughed, the sound attracting many people. What's going on? Bai Moxing hurried over at this moment. Bai Lian explained everything to him. Bai Moxing immediately criticized Bai Zhanlai. Stop fooling around, you actually dared to be rude to the esteemed guest. Bai Zhanlai raised his head. He didn't dare to take up my challenge, he is not a warrior. Since he is not a warrior, why should I be courteous to him? You. Bai Moxing stared in fury. Bai Lian said, anyone who accepts such challenge would be an idiot. Young master Fang Zheng's cultivation has fallen because of injuries. If he was at his peak state, you might not be his opponent. A young lady was saying such things towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Zheng was really here, his heart would have been completely filled with appreciation. Fang Yuan, however, sneered, such a good performance. I will compete with you in place of young master Fang Zheng. Bai Lian continued. Bai Zhanlai gasped with rage. Why are you sticking out for him? Besides, on what basis are you representing him? He is only a gigolo, a spineless coward, I alone can win 10 of him. I won't compete with you. Kid, if you have guts then stand up. Not even saying anything, are you still a man? If you want to compete, then let's compete, who is afraid of whom? Fang Yuan seemed to have been spurred on by the remarks, as he straightened his neck and said in an impulsive manner. Lord Elder, did you hear it? He agreed. Bai Zhanlai immediately shouted out with glee all over his face. Bai Moxing furrowed his brows. One should always be brave enough to receive challenges. Junior Fang Zheng, we all see your bravery, but you are our clan's esteemed guest, how will we explain to Guu clan if there are any mishaps? And your cultivations are not at the same level, so the challenge loses its fairness. Lord Elder is correct, Junior was thoughtless. Fang Yuan deliberately hesitated. Seeing Fang Yuan seemingly about to withdraw, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian quickly communicated with their gazes. Bai Zhanlai continued to speak, provoking Fang Yuan's anger and spurring him on. Bai Lian bit her lips, before walking in front of Fang Yuan. She opened her watery big eyes and spoke softly, Young Master Fang Zheng, if I may be so bold to ask a favor. Oh, what request? I really wish young master would accept this challenge and help me get rid of Bai Zhanlai's persistence. I really can't endure his harassment. Bai Lian said with eyes filled with tears. A young girl was imploring a boy like this, to drive away a nasty pursuer. Especially if this boy also had good feelings about this young girl. Tell me, which boy could refuse? Thereupon, Fang Yuan immediately patted his chest and agreed, not to worry Lady Bai Lian, your affairs are my affairs, I will give it my all. Fang Yuan paused before speaking with some hesitation, it is just that my cultivation is weaker than his at the moment. Just in case I lost. Please be at ease young master, I have a plan already. Bai Lian's smile was like the blooming of a daffodil. She turned around and said to Bai Moxing, Lord Elder, young master Fang Zheng might have agreed to the contest, but if we really were to continue with the duel, we might injure our harmony and it also wouldn't be fair. I have a proposal, the hunting competition is ongoing currently, how about we take this chance to divide them into 5-person group and compete with the hunting accomplishments? Yes, it is a good proposal. Bai Moxing felt his beard and slightly nodded, okay, you will choose your own teams. But to be fair, the cultivation level of your teams must be proportionate. Bai Zhanlai snorted in annoyance. Yes. Bai Lian promptly bowed in happiness. After an hour, the two sides set off. On Fang Yuan's side, there were rank 3 Bai Ningbing, Bai Lian and 2 other female GU masters with a similar age to Bai Lian, both all having rank 2 cultivation. Among them was Bai Shangjing, who was very grateful to Fang Yuan. She was the one who was poisoned and had been cured by Fang Yuan's clearing heat GU. The group was harmonious, and although Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation, he was the core of the group. Young master, you don't need to worry, we have already gotten detailed information on the locations of the more precious preys. You only need to follow us. Bai Shangjing was responsible for scouting, and she was quite lively. The group followed her, and sure enough, they were able to kill many unique prey. Fang Yuan didn't have to exert himself and the whole thing felt like he was going on an excursion rather than hunting. Young master Fang Zheng, I heard others saying your GUU clan is migrating to Bai Jiu Mountain, is that true? Bai Shangjing seemed to have asked casually when they were returning from their rewarding hunt. Those talks are all baseless. Fang Yuan smiled. Young master, you are gentle and refined, an upright gentleman, much better than that Bai Zhanlai. Sigh, if you could stay at Bai Jiu Mountain then we could meet each other more often in future. Bai Shangjing continued. Fang Yuan laughed and secretly glanced at Bai Lian who was walking alongside him. Bai Lian seemed to be worried. Settling down and establishing the village is not an easy thing. The most important condition is to find a spirit spring. However, the primeval energy around the spirit spring is very dense, so there will definitely be beasts pack or formidable wild GU worms living near it. To establish the village, the very first exploration group will have to go through intense battles, either killing beast packs or the wild GU worms. This process will definitely be accompanied by bloodbath and sacrifices. Upon saying so, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, there are many bone GU living in Bai Jiu Mountain. These bone GU have tough physique and are difficult to deal with. There are also no soil in Bai Jiu Mountain, the ground is all made of bones and stones. It is not impossible to establish a village and survive on this mountain, but the price to pay is very high. Oh, is it so? Fang Yuan's smile contained a trace of reluctance and his gaze seemed to reveal deep worry. Then, he pretended to act nonchalant, asking, I am quite interested in Bai Jiu Mountain. Bai Lian, your clan could be said to be half the owner, could you tell me what dangers are on this mountain? Bai Lian smiled. Then please listen, young master. She exaggeratedly spoke while secretly activating the anxiety accumulation GU inside her aperture. This GU worked as quietly as the spring breeze and would silently influence everyone within 10 steps of it. It aggravated people's thoughts and increased their worries. Fang Yuan's smiling expression gradually faded and the worries in his eyes became more visible. Young Master Fang Zheng doesn't need to worry, we will definitely win against Bai Zhanlai this time. Bai Shangjing intentionally eased Fang Yuan's worries. Fang Yuan nodded and after replying few sentences, he appeared absent-minded. Following, he kept on asking many questions. They were all about Bai Jiu Mountain, especially about certain areas in the back of the mountain. Bai Lian patiently answered all his questions. This scene was playing in real time in the camp. The fish has taken the bait. Bai clan leader showed a smug smile. Back of the mountain. She started looking at the map on the table. Chapter 219. Entering Bai Jiu Mountain. After a short period of time, Bai clan leader took her gaze off the map, giving up. Bai Jiu Mountain was huge. Even though the range was restricted to the back mountain, it was still a long way to pinpointing the exact location. That Jiu lad, he is on guard against our Bai clan and would not ask for the direction directly. It seems that to find out the location of the spirit spring, we will need to buck up. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, evaluating. Once they obtained the location of the spirit spring, Bai clan would hold a thorough investigation. But if the spirit springs surrounding beast groups isn't a lot, and the price for killing them isn't huge, I will strike directly. After all, we have the initiative to act first. But if the surrounding wild beasts and GU worms are too many, we will provide support and reinforce GU clan, making them bear the brunt of the attacks, while we wait for the opportunity to reap the rewards afterwards. If we do this well, we might even absorb the remnants of GU clan. He. Thinking of the great plan, Bai clan leader laughed out. She had no idea now that the so-called GU remnants were just a big fat lie. In fact, Fang Yuan obtained even more valuable information from Bai Lian. The righteous inheritance was at the back mountain of Bai Jiu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not fake the information. However, there were many bone beasts at the back mountain, and even more GU worms dominating the area. It would be tough and full of obstacles to claim the area as a clan territory. He knew from Bai Lian's words that there were some exaggeration. Relying on his 500 years of experience, he filtered the exaggerated parts, and obtained one truth: if he and Bai Ningbing worked together, to get to the inheritance ground, it would take at least half a year. The situation on Bai Jiu Mountain was not like the woods. There were large numbers of wild beast groups, and many ferocious beasts and dangerous GU worms lurked. Many areas needed to be avoided and some places even needed to be steered clear of. Once back at the village, it was like what Bai Shangjing said: their battle results were superior to Bai Zanlai. After a day of circulation, this competition was widely known. The five walked in the campgrounds, receiving much attention. Senior Bai Lian won today. That is just Lord Bai Zanlai being unlucky. You know, hunting relies on luck too. If you do not encounter rare prey, so what if you have strength? Those two, are they the ones from GU clan? Who is that girl? So beautiful, not any less than Bai Lian's beauty. I heard this GU clan young master is interested in Lord Bai Lian, truly a lame toad trying to eat swan meat. According to my observations, this person's nature is flawed. Having one beside him already, yet craving another, no wonder Lord Bai Zanlai was furious. Everyone can tell Lord Bai Zanlai is interested in Senior Bai Lian. After all, I heard they were childhood friends. Sigh, unfortunately the feeling isn't mutual. Many whispers and secret talks were undergoing, as people lowered their heads. Fang Yuan looked like he was gloomy. Even though he won, he did not show any joy on his face. Only until at night, at the central tent, as another campfire banquet was held. The twins, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, toasted to Fang Yuan before being brought away. In the tent, many new faces emerged. Bai Lian and Bai Zanlai's competition caused them to leave the ordinary hunting competition. Thus, the spots they used to hold were freed now, causing many youngsters in the Bai clan to step up. These two males were evidently closer to Bai Zanlai. One stared at Fang Yuan angrily during the banquet while the other was apathetic. Junior, it has been so many days, where are your clansmen? At the banquet, Bai clan leader asked. Fang Yuan showed some worry. According to my calculations, it should be these few days. Sigh, maybe they encountered some trouble, but with their strength, there should be no problems. Bai clan leader nodded. What she was concerned with was Fang Yuan. After spending so much effort, and establishing this stage, at this point where progress was being made, and success was around the corner, she did not want the GU remnants to appear and thwart the entire plot. What she did not know was, her worry was unnecessary. In this world, only two GU remained, Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. No worries Junior, I have sent people to scout around. I believe that not long later, you will hear news of your clansmen. After reacting, Bai clan leader consoled Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly thanked her, as Bai Ningbing frowned. The situation was getting more critical. The longer they dragged, the worse it was for them. Now was still fine, using excuses to answer them. After all, in the wild, encountering unexpected troubles is normal. But after they dragged it out, Bai clan would be suspicious, and may even find out the truth behind their lies. But these days, they continued to hunt in the wild, and Bai Ningbing did not dare to do anything. She knew that there were Bai clan GU masters invigilating the entire process, hiding at a corner. They lacked a strong movement GU, and with the complex forest terrain, it limited their speed. In Bai Ningbing's perspective, the situation was worsening by the day. They seemed to have fallen deep into the quicksand, sinking deeper as time passed. At this rate they would be thoroughly consumed. What exactly are you planning? Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan. She understood Fang Yuan. He was not the type of person to wait and die. But because of her little life experiences, she could not think of a way to break out of the situation. In this environment, she could not discuss openly with Fang Yuan either. The pressure in Bai Ningbing's heart was intensifying. Another day passed. Fang Yuan's group was narrowly beating Bai Zhanlai's group in terms of results. At the banquet, Bai clan leader called Bai Mo Xing for another secret discussion. Clan leader tapped on the table with her finger. This cannot go on. Although today during the hunting, Bai Lian continued to talk about the dangers of Bai Jiu Mountain, I could feel Fang Zheng wavering, but time waits for no one. Once the GUU group shows up, Fang Zheng would have found his pillar of support, and our efforts would have been in vain. Time is not on our side. Bai clan leader sighed, unable to hide her worry. What she did not know was, Bai Ningbing was more worried than her. Time was even more precious for Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Mo Xing pondered for a while. Clan leader, the way I see it, it is not realistic to expect Fang Zheng to trust us in the short run and give us the location of the spirit spring. I have an idea here, but we still need to continue manipulating and intensifying his pressure. Oh, speak. Bai Mo Xing whispered softly. Bai clan leader nodded slightly. You are right, that Fang Zheng is very anxious, probably worried that his clan would suffer too much losses from fighting for the spirit spring. Doesn't he want information on the area near the spirit spring? He definitely wants it, but is wary of us. Moreover, their cultivation is weak too. Your idea seems good. Subconsciously, the female clan leader felt that this method was inappropriate, but now that they had no better plans, they could only try this. Thus, on the third day of the duel, Bai Zhanlai accidentally caught a wild swimming dragon butterfly during hunting, and the entire camp was in a commotion. Bai Lian showed a grim expression. The situation is looking bad. Swimming dragon butterfly GU, rank 3 and very precious. Bai Zhanlai's score is way ahead of us. We can only take a risky move to have a chance to win. I am very clear of the forest's terrain. We can only go into Bai Jiu Mountain to hunt, and kill bone beasts or capture wild bone GU. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her heart jumped. Bai Jiu Mountain, isn't that the best way to break out of their predicament? Haha, to think that an opportunity would arrive like this. Although Bai Jiu Mountain was dangerous, it was the best way to escape Bai clan. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is too dangerous, Lady Bai Lian, we have limited strength, forget it. Bai Ningbing stared with wide-opened eyes, wanting to strangle Fang Yuan so badly. Bai Lian laughed instead. No worries, young master. I have a plan. I have a good relationship with Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. We can coax them into joining the hunt tomorrow. They have no cultivation, thus they are not considered reinforcements for us. But they have GU masters hiding around protecting them from danger. If we enter Bai Jiu Mountain, and encounter danger, how can they not help? We will not take the wild beasts they kill, but only hunt our own. The beast groups are bound to have the old, sickly and weak. The wild beasts on Bai Jiu Mountain are way more valuable. Fang Yuan was shocked. To think that Bai clan is doing this, all just to prevent my suspicion. As he thought so in his heart, he said instead, great idea. Lady Bai Lian is truly pure-hearted, I am very amazed. No, I am flattered. Bai Lian smiled shyly, but smugness flashed across her eyes. At dusk, in the central tent, Bai clan leader stared at the rainbow smoke in the air tightly. In the smoke, an image appeared. In the image, there were 7 people. Other than Fang Yuan, Bai Lian and the 3, there were also 2 children, the Bai clan young masters. It seems Bai Jiu Mountain is very peaceful. We've moved for so long, and not encountered any trouble. In the image, Bai Sheng Jing spoke. Bai clan leader snorted out of anger. To protect them, she sent out a large number of GU masters to pave the way, not leaving behind a single elder, all protecting them in secret. The reason Fang Yuan's group was having such an easy time, and encountering sporadic wild beasts, was because they were purposely left behind by the Bai clan GU masters. In this 6 hours, Bai clan had sacrificed tens of outstanding GU masters, and even 3 elders were injured. Among them, 2 were severely injured, falling unconscious and were on the way back to camp. But this was still Bai GU Mountain's foot. The more they ascended, the more danger lurked. Don't see how easily Fang Yuan and the others traveled. This was all due to the other GU master's sacrifice of life and blood. Especially Bai GU Mountain, no one lived there, and it was a wild beast territory. To pave the way and explore, the price to pay was huge. Fang Yuan continued to ascend, and with Bai Lian's guidance, they arrived at Bai GU Back Mountain. We have limited information, I do not know where to continue going. The sky is getting dark, maybe we should get back. Bai Lian purposely said, since we're here, we might as well explore. Fang Yuan said instead. He looked around, trying to discern, like he was trying to find something. He started to lead them. According to his memories, he knew the inheritance ground was close by. Hey, can you at least try to pretend? Beside him, Bai Ningbing saw this and was screaming in her heart. Fang Yuan's behavior was already out of character. Bai Ningbing looked around worriedly, but what was strange was, be it Bai Lian, Bai Shangjing or the others, it seemed they could not tell anything, letting Fang Yuan search in silence. Good, this is it. It seems this place is very close to the spirit spring. In the tent, the clan leader said agitatedly. Fang Zheng, you are still too young, They entered the cave. Is the spirit spring inside the cave? The image flashed, showing the insides of the cave. Right when Bai clan leader was getting confused, someone reported from the outside. Reporting to clan leader, an investigative GU master is back, bringing a Thai clan GU master. They have important news to report. Chapter 220. Turns out they were demonic scoundrels. Important information. Bai clan leader frowned. What could be more important than the spirit spring? Since it's not an emergency, let them wait first. She instructed before turning her gaze back to the smoke image. The image shone, showing the situation in the cave. Fang Yuan and the group moved deeper into the cave, till they reached the end. This cave wasn't big. Bai clan leader was disappointed as she did not see the spirit spring. There was no way it could be in a place like this. It seems that we still need some time to find the spirit spring. Bai clan leader muttered. She swung her sleeves and kept the smoke back in, before saying towards the outside of the tent, call them in. The tent flap was opened. A fierce and vigorous investigative GU master walked in and bowed. This subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. I have an important news to report. There was a trace of anxiety in his voice. You captured a Thai clan GU master. Bai clan leader frowned slightly. Thai clan was a huge powerhouse which not even 10 Bai clans could match. There would be huge trouble if the matter was not handled properly. Bai clan leader was blaming the subordinate in her heart. This Thai clan GU master was like a bomb. He should have killed him secretly in the woods. Bringing him back to the clan would leave behind evidence and cause complications. This subordinate had received a mission, and while investigating the directions of the GUU remnants, I accidentally found a heavily injured GU master. I was suspicious at first, thinking he was a GUU clansman. But after healing him, he claimed to be a Thai clan GU master. And he told me a shocking news. Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans were completely wiped out. A mysterious demonic GU master managed to escape from the disaster, and the Thai clan mobilized their GU masters to pursue these demonic GU masters. The investigative GU master reported. What did you say? Bai clan leader was surprised, her heart jumped, and she started frowning. At this instance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's images flashed in her mind. Are these 2 youngsters demonic GU masters? They didn't look like it. Especially when she thought about Fang Yuan's crying image at the banquet. How can such a person be a demonic GU master? How can you be sure this person is a Thai clan GU master? Bai clan leader asked again. This is the Thai clan token I got from his body. And his GU worms are also Thai clan's characteristic GU worms. The investigative GU master said while handing over a metal token. Bai clan leader received the token. She felt a cold sensation from the token. It was indeed the Thai clan token, but there's also a possibility that this person killed the Thai clan GU master and took the token as their loot. Maybe this person is trying to mislead us. He might just be the demonic GU master the Thai clan is pursuing. Bai clan leader thought of a possibility. In order to live, demonic GU masters obviously have to lie about their identity. The Bai clan leader had too deep of a preconceived perception. But no matter what, she would have to confirm it herself. She squinted and said, "Bring that captive here. Move." Soon, the tent was opened and a GU master was brought over. It was Tai Daoku. His hair was a mess and his face pale as he walked towards the Bai clan leader. "Kneel down." The GU master behind kicked, and this strong-willed man grunted, kneeling on the ground. But he strongly resisted and tried to remain standing. "Stay still." Two GU masters behind him held each of his arms, forced him down. Tai Daoku struggling was to no avail. He shouted, "I, Tai Daoku, will kneel to the heavens and earth, will kneel to my parents, will kneel to the clan leader, but do not humiliate me, or I'd rather die." "Oh, great acting." Bai clan leader's eyebrows raised, but she just sneered and interrogated. "Speak, you are a demonic GU master. How did you kill the Tai clan GU master and obtain this token?" Tai Daoku was stunned. Before spitting out some bloody phlegm, spit. "I am Tai Daoku of the Grand Tai clan. My name and surname will never change. Now that I've landed in your hands, do whatever you wish to me, but trying to frame me like this, isn't it too hypocritical?" The phlegm did not land on Bai clan leader, as it hit an invisible wall in midair and fell on the ground. Bai clan leader's expression turned ugly. Tai Daoku laughed coldly. "Our Tai clan is an expert in pursuing an investigation. Bai clan, you captured me and humiliated me like this, hee, you better decimate my corpse, and pray you are not found out. If not, hehe, you shall face the wrath and revenge of our entire Tai clan." Bai clan leader sneered, "You keep claiming to be a Tai clan GU master, but I've seen many Tai clan GU masters. Those who are below rank 5 would move in large numbers, and are extremely spirited, and iron-willed. Not only are you traveling alone, just look at your state. You should act better if you want to pass off as a Tai clan GU master." Tai Daoku's cold sneering froze. Bai clan leader's words triggered the most painful memory in his heart. Back when they left Qingmao Mountain, all 9 of them were high-spirited, but now only he was left and the 2 as a prisoner. Sadness, especially when he thought about how Taiao Tian died, the huge regret and pity intensified his pain. Taiao Tian was the Tai clan's 4th young master. With superior talent and a determined nature, there were many expectations placed on him since young. He was a strong competitor for the clan leader position, and was the future hope of the Tai clan. The intellect and talent he displayed made Tai Daoku see the future of the Tai clan in his hands. But, when that overwhelming explosion occurred, everything ended. It was too abrupt. Taiao Tian, who was in the middle of the explosion, didn't even have time to activate his defensive GU before he was blown to bits. A generation's genius, the star of the future, died in such an obscure way. Not only Taiao Tian, some others were affected as well and died in the explosion along with countless GU worms. There were only 2 people alive, both heavily injured. Tai Ku Dao was one of them. Back then he was at the back of the team, and because his skin had turned into bronze skin by his GU worm, he preserved his life. Another injured person had lost half his body, and in a short while, fell into a coma, eventually dying after resuscitation failed. Tai Daoku cried as he buried his clansmen. He had wanted to bury them separately, but most of the corpses were in pieces. Taiao Tian was the most pathetic, only a palm-sized piece of flesh was left of him. He carried his extreme pain and grief, and built a tomb, cutting a huge rock and moving it there as a marking. Next, he investigated the explosion site. With his experience, he concluded it was the charred thunder potato GU. Almost 100 charred thunder potatoes, buried together. Without a doubt, this was a huge, devious, ruthless and extremely evil trap. Who would do such a wicked thing? Who set this trap? Tai Daoku thought about it hard, and felt that Fang and Bai were the most suspicious. Of course, he did not know their names or the exact info, but he understood that this culprit was most likely the demonic GU master they had been chasing. Too despicable, too vicious. Tai Daoku flew into a rage, his hatred as deep as the sea. Revenge, he must get revenge, and bring this demonic GU master to justice. Tai Daoku could no longer return to Tai clan. He was responsible to get to the end of the 4th young master's death. Furthermore, if he returned empty-handed like this, it would be a huge disgrace to his character. He had to continue the chase. His life had suddenly turned from colorful to gray. He wanted to kill the demonic GU master of Qingmao Mountain to vent his anger. Even if he could not, he wanted to give his all. Revenge, revenge, he shouted. he would not stop until he killed Fang and Bai. However, reality was cruel. His injuries could not receive proper healing, and in a few days, he suffered from a high fever and terrible headache. He also encountered beast groups' attack, and barely managed to escape through the river. But without proper supplies, he still fainted in the end. When he was awake, he found that he was saved, but became Bai clan's captive. Thinking back, it was all a series of painful events. Tai Dao Ku kneeled in the tent with tears flowing out uncontrollably. Bai clan leader was amazed. Tai Dao Ku did not answer her questions and just kept on giving off a determined aura. This did not look like a fake identity, like a demonic GU master who wanted to live. Is this person really from Tai clan? Bai clan leader started to feel something amiss, the bad feeling in her heart starting to spread. She wanted to find out more details, but Tai Dao Ku did not reply and even closed his eyes. Bai clan leader's mind turned as she suddenly said, "Not long ago, our Bai clan entertained two GUU clan guests. They are two youngsters, one claiming to be GUU clan's young master." Before she finished, Tai Dao Ku opened his eyes abruptly. His once dead eyes started shining with radiance. Hatred, anger, joy, all sorts of complex emotions burst forth. He wanted to get up agitatedly, but was pushed down by the two GU masters behind him. He shouted, "It's them, it's definitely them. To think I met them here. Two people, and even youngsters, HMPH, they must be the demonic GU masters that escaped from Qingmao Mountain." Tai Dao Ku did not know the situation on Bai clan. The investigative GU master only interrogated. There was no way he would tell him such information. Bai clan leader quickly asked, "If you are a Tai clan GU master, where are your companions?" Tai Dao Ku's attitude changed completely at this point. For the sake of revenge, he answered seriously, "They're dead." "Where did they die? Where are the corpses?" Tai Dao Ku's expression changed. "I cannot tell you this. The dead shall rest in peace. Even if you suspect me, I will not allow you to dig their graves." Bai clan leader's heart sank after hearing this. These were not words a demonic GU master would say. "Don't tell me." An intense worry grew in Bai clan leader's heart. She could not help but wave her sleeves, as a colorful smoke flew out and coiled around in the air, forming an image. "Your clan's young master is in our hands, all of you. Get out now." In the image, Fang Yuan had already fallen through with Bai clan. He was gripping Bai Hua and Bai Sheng's throats as he threatened. Bai clan leader was instantly dumbstruck. After a few breaths' time, she flew into a rage, slamming the table in front of her into smithereens. She wanted to scream. Turns out they were demonic scoundrels. Chapter 221. Welcome to Bai GU Mountain. Bai clan leader's face looked extremely dark. She had understood everything. At first she was hesitant, but after seeing the image in the colorful smoke, only an idiot would not understand what had happened. Bai clan leader was no idiot. In fact, she was wiser than ordinary people. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she was the one who led Bai clan on the resettlement, and set the foundation for the next generation's prosperity. Damn it, how could this happen? Those two scoundrels were actually demonic GU masters. They are too good at acting. Clan leader, the two young masters are in their hands, what do we do? In the tent, the other GU masters were panicking when they looked at this scene. The situation was terrible. Fang Yuan was holding the two young masters hostage, and caused everyone to be cautious in their actions. Bai clan leader forced herself to calm down. She was the birth mother of Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. Her worry and anxiety far surpassed the others. However, as someone in power, she had to have her strengths. Other than her identity as a mother, she was also the clan leader. She first ordered her subordinates to release Tai Dao Ku. "We were wrong about you, Tai clan's warrior. I apologize to you here." She stood up and bowed with a sincere expression. Tai Dao Ku snorted. Although he was extremely displeased, he admired Bai clan leader's resolve. After all, he was only a prisoner now. His life and death could have been decided merely at her thought. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but because his body was extremely weak, even this action was taxing on him. "Come, bring the Tai clan guest to his seat," Bai clan leader instructed. Tai Dao Ku sat down, fixing his gaze at the colorful smoke. His gaze seemed to be on fire when he looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, causing others to look away. These two are the demonic GU masters who escaped Qingmao Mountain. That explosion trap was set by them. Young Master Taiao Tian's death, the ones I am pursuing, are these two youngsters. Tai Dao Ku etched Bai and Fang's appearances and their body shapes into his mind. No, it might not be them, this could all be a misunderstanding. Tai Dao Ku thought of another possibility. He was upright, and never killed an innocent. Regardless, I have to confirm it myself. If they aren't, I will pursue the true criminals. If they are, I shall cripple these two rascals' apertures and tear them to pieces. Thinking so, he spoke. Bai clan leader, the matter at hand is to arrest these two scoundrels, as well as saving your clans, two young masters. Tai clan warrior, what do you have to advise me? Bai clan leader wanted to get some useful information from Tai Dao Ku. But she was destined to be disappointed. Tai Dao Ku shook his head, smiling bitterly. In the cave, swords were brandished. All of you, get out. Do you want me to repeat myself again? Fang Yuan threatened in a cold snicker. Fang Zheng, what are you doing? What is going on? Why are you holding the two young masters hostage? Bai Lian, Bai Sheng and the others were tongue-tied. They thought he had found the spirit spring, but everything happened in a flash. Who would have thought that Fang Yuan would suddenly go crazy and kidnap the two young masters? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures suddenly appeared. Fang Zheng, you dare to hold our clan's young masters hostage? How dare you? Your crime is unforgivable. Release them, and we may spare you your life. Fang Zheng, release them now, and come back with us, we will let you leave safely. The 3 clan elders spoke, their expression extremely ugly. They were strong, and followed this group the entire time. But the moment they sensed this change, they rushed to the scene. You guys finally decided to show yourselves. Excellent. Fang Yuan snickered. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua struggled intensely in his hands. Evil scoundrel, release us. If you kill me, you will die too. The 2 children shouted with all their strength, their faces were turning red from suffocation. These 2 children were future rank 5 GU masters, lords of Bai clan, the righteous twin stars. But now, unfortunately, they were defenseless and were being strangled by Fang Yuan. After a while, their eyes started rolling back and their breathing slowed. Fang Zheng, don't make a mistake, release the 2 young masters. We've given you the chance, as long as you release the young masters, we will let you leave, we will definitely not pursue you. What do you want? Primeval stones, GU worms. The 3 clan elders were anxious, and their eyes revealed a ruthless expression as if they couldn't wait to attack. HMPH, weren't my earlier words clear enough? All of you get out, if not. Fang Yuan laughed deviously, using his gaze to signal to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing understood, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede. She injected primeval essence into it, and the razors started rotating furiously, moving towards Bai Hua's tender arm. Let go of my sister, let go. Bai Sheng stared furiously, his breathing started getting rough as he struggled with all his strength, but Fang Yuan used just a little more strength and his words were stuck in his throat. Don't be rash, stop, stop. At this point, more and more GU masters entered, and everyone were screaming in anxiety. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. On the count of 3, if you are not all out of this cave, your young master's limb will be gone. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes burning with fire, they wanted nothing more than to chop Fang Yuan into pieces. Still not leaving, Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose and he moved Bai Hua closer towards the chainsaw. Ah, everyone screamed. My god, a young female GU masters covered her eyes. Quickly, get out of the cave. The clan elders shouted, they did not dare to gamble with their young masters' lives. Everyone gradually retreated, staring at Fang and Bai on the way out. If gazes could kill a person, Fang Yuan would have been dead a million times. If rage was like water, they would have drowned under the tsunami already. When everyone was out of the cave, Fang Yuan passed Bai Hua and Bai Sheng to Bai Ningbing, before surveying the surrounding. Bai Jiu Mountain was made of bones with no rocks or soil. This cave was the same, white throughout. The cave walls even had sharp bone spikes, although these bone spikes looked the same as in other caves. In fact, if one observed properly, they would find that these bone spikes were spiral at the tip, different from others. This was the Spiral Bone Cave, also the entrance to the Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance. The entire Baiju Mountain had many caves, but this was the only cave with so many spiral bone spikes. Fang Yuan had never been here, but in his previous life he had heard many stories which were even testified by Bai Sheng and Bai Hua personally. We entered the Spiral Bone Cave first, then accidentally found a bone spike that could be twisted. It was the mechanism to open the entrance. Fang Yuan thought for a while, before starting to search for that special bone spike. There were uncountable bone spikes in this cave, but in Fang Yuan's previous life, Bai Hua had revealed that back then when she and her brother had been playing in the back mountain, she saw a large bone spike in the cave, with very closely carved spiral markings. She touched it casually, and accidentally twisted it, opening the entrance. Fang Zheng, you are surrounded. There is no way to escape, come out. To be honest, we were quite kind to you, to think you returned our kindness with ingratitude. Fang Zheng, I'll give you some advice, leave some leeway for yourself. If anything happens to our young masters, we will take revenge on you with all our might. The cave was not deep, the shouts of the GU masters could be heard echoing inside. Bai Hua started to sob. Bai Sheng said, Fang Zheng, stop it. Release us and I will let you two leave in peace. I assure you as the young master. He was young, but was calmer than an adult facing this predicament. The brilliance of a future star was already being displayed in him. Fang Yuan paid them no heed, suddenly his eyes shone. He took a step forward before stretching his hand towards a rather conspicuous large bone spike. Next, he twisted it lightly. Creak. There was a loud sound and the bone spikes began to contract. A secret door opened from the side, revealing a squarish cave opening. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone. Bai Hua stopped crying, staring at this change in shock. Ah, there's a cave. Bai Sheng shouted. HMPH, keep your mouth shut. Bai Ningbing chopped on his neck, knocking him unconscious. Bai Sheng had screamed on purpose to leave traces for the people outside. As expected, a commotion occurred outside. Cave, not good, they're trying to escape. Chase. Fang Yuan growled. If anyone dares to step inside, I will kill Bai Sheng first. This shout stopped the Bai clan GU masters. Fang Yuan quickly walked into the cave. Bai Ningbing also knocked Bai Hua unconscious, carrying them on each of her hands and followed. This secret path was well lit, shining with a pure white light. It was just that there were bone spikes everywhere, stabbed into the walls like sharp spears. These bone spears were densely packed, sealing the whole tunnel. There was only a little space between them, allowing Fang Yuan to see a hall beyond them. It seems this is the reason you came to Bai Jiu Mountain. I'll open a path for us. Bai Ningbing moved ahead, trying to use the chainsaw golden centipede, but Fang Yuan stopped her. These bone spears are extremely tough, don't be in a hurry. Fang Yuan searched around according to what Bai Hua had said in his previous life. He found the shortest spiral bone spike, and pulled it. Creak. Another sound of some mechanisms being activated. The cave behind the two sealed itself while the bone spears in the tunnel contracted back into the walls. Suddenly, the path ahead was smooth and unobstructed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, turning and saying to Bai Ningbing, "Welcome to Bai Jiu Mountain." Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, as she looked behind subconsciously. The cave entrance behind her had sealed itself. The Bai clan GU masters would need to spend quite a bit of time to pursue them at least to open this cave entrance. Bai Ningbing's lips curled, revealing an excited smile. Everything had become interesting, this was the life that she was after. Chapter 222, White Bone Inheritance 1. The secret tunnel was not long. After walking for a while, Fang and Bai arrived at a huge hall. The pure white hall was made out of bones. In the center was a huge vat. The vat was filled with milk-like white liquid that was giving off a fragrant smell. As Fang Yuan got close to it, his memories resurfaced. According to Bai Hua, this vat should be connected to a spring below it. This spring was a milk spring. The spring water tasted like milk, a clean sweet taste. Not only was it a top-tier beverage, it was also extremely nutritious. Children grew better drinking it, and the elderly could maintain a strong healthy body as well. Milk Spring was the specialty product of Bai Jiu Mountain. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Bai clan relocated here, they unearthed 5 milk springs, causing it to become their specialty production and even used it as a commercial product to attract many traders and merchants to come and make a deal. "There's a GU inside this vat," Fang Yuan said, indicating to Bai Ningbing using his gaze. Although according to his memories, there was no danger at this location, Fang Yuan was vigilant. After all, this was not something he had experienced personally and his information was all from a third party. Things that carried risks, he'd rather let others do it. Bai Ningbing snorted, activating her defense and putting her hand into the vat. There are so many GU inside. Her brows raised in shock. When she pulled her hand out, her hand was full of GU worms. These GU were as large as a human finger and were completely white. One end was round while the other was sharp, like a miniature spear. This was the Bone Spear GU. Although this GU is only rank 1, the whole vat is almost filled to the brim with it. Bai Ningbing was slightly excited. Bone Spear GU was similar to GUU clan's Moonlight GU in that it was the foundational GU of the White Bone inheritance. In his previous life, after Bai clan found this inheritance, many of the clan's GU masters equipped this GU, thus the Bone Spear GU also became a characteristic of Bai clan's GU masters. Look around again, there should be a rank 2 GU inside. Fang Yuan stood at the side with a plain expression. Bai Ningbing hauled for a few more times, before finally finding a rank 2 GU. This GU was similar to the Bone Spear GU, but on the surface of the Bone Spear, there were spiral markings, Spiral Bone Spear GU. This GU was the evolution of the Bone Spear GU, its attack power and penetrative force was higher than the Bone Spear GU. In the huge vat, the Bone Spear GU was in the majority, and only a small number were Spiral Bone Spear GU. This way, I finally have a standard method of attacking. Fang Yuan grabbed a Spiral Bone Spear GU and thought. Charred Thunder Potato GU was very unstable, it needed to be planted in the ground, and it would have been planted in vain if others do not step on it. Also, if a GU master with poor memory planted it and forgot the location of the potatoes, he might even injure himself by accident. Moreover, the Charred Thunder Potato GU's use had restrictions. It must be used in soil, and the more fertile the soil the better. As for a special location like by GU Mountain, the Charred Thunder Potato could not be used. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not mind setting 1 or 2 more traps here. A pity there isn't a rank 3 GU. Bai Ningbing was slightly disappointed. She chose a Spiral Bone Spear GU and placed it into her sleeves, planning to refine it later. She only felt curiosity towards these types of rank 2 GU worms. They could not display the true power of a rank 3 GU master in battles. Seeing no danger in the vat, Fang Yuan started to act. He hauled GU worms after GU worms out of the vat, and used the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to instantly refine them using his primeval essence. This. What? Bai Ningbing was tongue-tied at this scene. In the matter of a few minutes, Fang Yuan had already refined a few dozen GU worms, and he was still continuing. Because of the Spring Autumn Cicada, he could instantly refine them, and because of his aptitude in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed was much greater than the refining expenditure, thus he could continue the refinement non-stop. This was a crazy sight. Fang Yuan refined over 200 Bone Spear GU in his aperture, and over 20 Spiral Bone Spear GU. GU refinement was a tough barrier for GU masters, although Bai Ningbing had seen Fang Yuan instantly refine GU a few times before, it had never been so visually impactful. In Fang Yuan's hand, refining GU worms was as easy as eating and drinking. No, it was simply as easy as blinking. Simply way too easy. What secret does he have? Bai Ningbing was very shocked. Fang Yuan's image became even more mysterious in her heart. But on the surface, she just curled her lips and said calmly, "You got so many GU worms at once, can you afford to raise them?" Fang Yuan laughed. Of course not. Bone Spear GU, Spiral Bone Spear GU, they all fed on milk. Thus, they were kept in this vat of milk. Don't see how this milk spring is one full vat, the expenditure was huge, only because there is a spring eye at the bottom of the vat, can it sustain till now. If Fang Yuan wants to raise and feed so many GU worms, he would need to have a milk spring himself. Even though I can't feed them, I would rather bring more with me, than let the Bai clan people gain them. Fang Yuan laughed, pointing to the vat. Alright, destroy the rest of the GU. The vat had way too many GU worms, although Fang Yuan refined a lot of them, considering the limits of his rank 1 aperture, there was still a large number left behind. A moment later, Bai Ningbing looked at the floor of GU corpses with a complicated expression. She knew clearly what the value of these GU were. Destroying them was tantamount to destroying a small mountain of primeval stones, even Bai Ningbing felt heartache. But, rather than leaving them for enemies, and letting Bai clan take them and grow stronger, they might as well destroy all the GU. The two left the hall, and moved along another secret tunnel, getting to the second white hall. At the center of the hall, there were 3 white bone pillars. At the tip of the pillar, it was carved into a human hand, without skin or flesh, only left with bones. In the white bone hand, they each held 1 GU. 3 pillars, 3 slumbering GU worms. Fang and Bai got closer, and saw what was carved on the pillars, explaining characteristics of the 3 GU. Ribcage shield GU, flying bone shield GU, arm bone wings GU. Bai Ningbing stared at the pillar, muttering. Very quickly, her gaze was focused on a line, 3, choose one, satisfied at heart. Bai GU inheritance, left for future descendants. The meaning was obvious, they can only choose one GU, and leave the others to future inheritors. Ribcage shield GU, could cause a GU master to grow 2 rows of ribcages, shielding their chest, and had great defense. It was a rank 3 GU, advantages being, other than the initial growth period, which needs a lot of primeval essence, afterwards it can be sustained without primeval essence, something like the heavenly essence treasure lotus. After it is refined, it can be used without injecting primeval essence. Flying bone shield GU, after using, 3 flying bone shields would fly out, being small and floating around the GU master's surroundings. Arm bone wings GU, would grow a pair of bone wings at the forearm area. Waving the wings would increase movement speed slightly, most importantly it increased attack speed. Ribcage shield GU can be used together with the carapace GU, to form defenses front and back. But the carapace GU is bound to be replaced, and only the ribcage shield GU alone is not wide enough. I have the jumping grass, and do not fight close combat. The arm bone wings GU is also useless. Fang Yuan thought about it, and chose the flying bone shield GU. He smashed the bone arm, refining the flying bone shield GU and keeping it in his aperture. As for the other 2 GU, he did not touch them. This is a righteous faction inheritance. This area tested the self-control of the inheritor. If they cannot control their greed and desires, taking all 3 GU, then the future tunnels would change drastically. Although there would not be devious traps, their rewards would be much lower. Righteous inheritance is unlike demonic inheritance. Normally speaking, they are designed kindly. GU masters having luck to encounter their opportunities would gain them, the only difference is how much. Bai Ningbing, seeing Fang Yuan not moving, also did not dare to move the pillars, afraid of special traps. The 2 moved along the secret tunnel, entering a 3rd hall. There was no more tunnels now after the hall, only one human skeleton in the cave in a sitting position. Before the human skeleton, there was a huge book. This book was made with bones, as long as an arm, wide as half an arm, and as thick as 8 inches. Fang Yuan indicated to Bai Ningbing to pick it up, and seeing no danger, took the book from her. This book was named Grey Bone Huge Book by the Bai clan twins in his previous life. Inside, there were many refinement recipes as well as the creator of the inheritance, Grey Bone Scholar's life experiences and why he set up this inheritance. Fang Yuan flipped the book. It was truly so. This is a genuine righteous inheritance. At the end of the book it says, this corpse is the Grey Bone Scholar himself. If the future inheritor has the kindness, they might as well pay respects to it, and kowtow 3 times. Afterwards, they can split the skull apart, and obtain 1 GU. That is the Grey Bone Scholar's lifebound GU. If the inheritor obtains it, they should make the world a better place and uphold justice. Fang Yuan laughed upon seeing this, handing the Grey Bone Huge Book to Bai Ningbing and kneeling on the ground, kowtowing 3 times respectfully. This was a true kowtow. His forehead hit the rough floor, emitting 3 loud sounds. Bai Ningbing was surprised, not expecting this side of Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan finished, he stood up, and there was no commotion in the hall. He did not mind it, smiling lightly. In this hall, there are no more secret tunnels, but it is not the end. This place tests the inheritor's nature. If the person is kind-hearted and knows gratitude, they would kowtow. If they do 3 genuine knocks on the ground, a new tunnel would appear. But this is only one aspect. If they not only kowtow, but do not move the corpse, showing respect for the corpse of the senior, a second path would appear. In the previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua both kowtow, but Bai Hua was afraid of pain, not giving off a loud sound. But Bai Sheng triggered the first path. Bai Sheng wanted to retrieve the GU, but Bai Hua stood him, wanting to leave the senior in peace. Thus, Bai Hua triggered the second path. Fang Yuan thought about it, looking at Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. They were carried by Bai Ningbing, still unconscious. Bai Ningbing also looked at them, sighing, it seems that from now on, we have to rely on these 2 to protect our lives. But I am very curious, what the lifebound GU of this Grey Bone Scholar is. Let's split the skull. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is the most exquisite part of the inheritance. Curiosity would make a person want to see the GU inside the skull, and the better they imagine it, it would be even greater than seeing the real thing. Don't be rash. Once he finished, a part of the bone wall shrunk, moving away and revealing a new tunnel. I see. Bai Ningbing seemed to have understood something, about to strike but stopped by Fang Yuan. Although this cave is correct, it is not the most valuable one, wait a bit longer. Waiting makes time feel much slower, especially when Fang and Bai are still being pursued by Bai clan. After waiting for 5 minutes, Bai Ningbing started to get impatient, but suddenly a new door slid open, revealing another tunnel. Haha, this is it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, moving forward and raising his leg, smashing Grey Bone Scholar's corpse to bits. When this tunnel appeared, the corpse lost its meaning. Fang Yuan took out a GU from the skull, a rank 3 bone spike GU. Chapter 223, White Bone Inheritance 2. Rumble. There was an explosion, smoke and dust filled the air before clearing up to reveal a cave. There really was a cave. No wonder they disappeared completely, they must have entered this cave. It's odd, why is there such a mechanism here? Ah, clan leader is here. Bai clan leader had arrived just in time to see the group blasting open the wall and revealing the secret tunnel. This should be an inheritance ground. Accompanying the clan leader was Tai Dao Ku, who deduced it at a glance. So it was like that, those two thieves' true destination was here. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth as a chilling light flashed past her eyes. Truly great acting. She had been recalling the scenes of her interaction with these two in these few days, on her way here. The more she recalled, the angrier she got. She was actually duped by two youths. The majestic Bai clan leader along with a group of clansmen were all playing into two juniors' hands. If words of this were to spread, it would be an enormous strike towards Bai clan's reputation. Junior didn't handle it properly and couldn't protect the two young masters. Clan leader, I ask for punishment. Bai Lian, Bai Shangjing and others nervously knelt on the ground, asking for forgiveness. Stand up, you only did it according to my instructions. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame those two thieves for being too cunning. Bai clan leader's words relieved Bai Lian and the group from a great burden. You have been in contact with these two thieves all the time, did you really not find any flaws? Tai Dao Ku asked. The three girls stood up with complicated expressions. It was especially so for Bai Lian. She had been thinking she was playing Fang and Bai like toys in her palms, but to think that she was the one that was played. There were no flaws. Those two were too capable at pretending. Thinking back now, they were using our Bai clan. Truly cunning and devious. The three girls shook their heads as a reply to Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku had also learned about the general situation from Bai clan leader on the way. Of course, the matter regarding Bai clan spirit spring was naturally not revealed. Yes, as you say, those two thieves' real purpose should have been this place. Their strength is not enough to let them wander around Bai Jiu Mountain, so they borrowed your Bai clan's strength. Tai Dao Ku analyzed from a third-person view. Bai clan's Jiu masters' faces turned ugly upon hearing him. It was indeed so. In these days, they had sacrificed a lot and paid a huge price to pave a way through Bai Jiu Mountain. However, they ended up paving the way for Fang and Bai. Curse these two scoundrels. If those two thieves land in my hand, I will cut them into pieces. Clan leader, let my group take this task, I will kill those bastards and wipe away this disgrace. In an instant, the mountain cave was filled with angry uproars. Bai clan leader looked around her before slightly nodding her head. It was not that she didn't want cruelest deaths for Fang and Bai. As the mother of Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, she hated not being able to be with her children at this moment. Morale was at its peak as the entire clan was motivated by anger. Bai clan leader looked towards the elder who had asked her to let him take the task. Then I order your group to pave the way through this secret tunnel. Yes, the elder accepted the command. Hold up, the bone spikes in this passage are uneven and completely sealed off. How did those two thieves enter inside? There must be some mechanism. Let me check it first. Tai Dao Ku raised an objection. The elder who had just accepted the command glared. It is an emergency now, the two masters are in grave danger, it's going to take forever trying to slowly look for the mechanism. Bone Spike GU, Fang Yuan held this GU and observed its details. This GU was about a fist-sized and was like a ball cactus, with thorns like bone spikes all over on its surface. It was also somewhat heavy. It was a rank 3 GU, a typical GU which would damage both the enemy and the user. if the enemy received 1000 damage then the user would be inflicted with 800 damage. The reason was when a GU master used it, their skeleton would undergo changes before sharp and hard bone spikes protrude out. Before even using these bone spikes to confront the enemy, these bone spikes would first pierce through the GU master's own flesh and skin. The pain was still secondary. If there wasn't a corresponding healing GU to pair up with it, the situation would truly be messed up. The enemy might not die, but it sure would seriously injure the GU master that used it. What GU is this? Bai Ningbing curiously gazed at it. But when she heard Fang Yuan's introduction, she lost all her interest. It was not that she was afraid of pain, but rather she was already using ice muscle GU. All the flesh on her body was already permanently changed to ice muscle by the ability of ice muscle's GU. It not only gave her defense but also stopped perspiration and stopped bleeding. However, if she used this bone spike's GU, it would first remove her ice muscles, which to her was a loss instead of gain. Fang Yuan was also not too interested in this bone spike's GU. But it was after all a rank 3 GU, thus Fang Yuan refined it and stored it in his aperture for the moment. Let's go. Fang Yuan chose the hidden door which appeared in the last. Bai Ningbing was still the one to scout ahead. A downward flight of stairs was spread inside the door. This flight of stairs was long, at least about 1000 meters. The surrounding lights gradually dimmed when they reached the latter half of the stairs, and the stairs were also getting narrower. By the time Fang and Bai reached the end of the stairs, the light had almost completely disappeared. In front of them was a tightly closed door. There were 4 words carved on the door: Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. These bones are really goddamn hard. Bai Clan Elder cursed out as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. 15 minutes had already passed, but they had only opened this secret tunnel by half. These uneven densely packed bone spikes didn't look any different from the stones of Baiju Mountain. But only after attacking them would one realize how shocking hard these bones were. Bai clan leader's expression also didn't look good. The more time passed by, the more danger her children could be in. Right now, this mother felt a century had painfully passed by instead of just 15 minutes. However, as a clan leader, she had to be calm and cool even if it was only on the surface. She had to be a role model to give confidence to her clansmen. Suddenly, a light sound echoed. The mechanism had turned on, causing the remaining bone spikes to swiftly shrink back to the holes on the cave walls. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the source one after another. Tai Dao Ku touched his chin and analyzed to himself, this mechanism is somewhat ingenious. To open the entrance, one would need to twist the spiral bone spike. This leaves a deep impression on people, and when people come to this secret tunnel, they would often rely on this impression and try twisting the spiral bone spikes near them. Unfortunately, to shut down this mechanism would require one to pull up the spiral bone spike and not twist them. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. The elder who had accepted the command was now completely red and seemed to be very embarrassed. After the group passed through this secret tunnel, they arrived at the first hall. They were stunned. All around them were dismembered corpses. These corpses were the result of Bai Ningbing killing the GU worms that were in the vat. These should be bone spear GU, and there are also spiral bone spear GU. Some elders quickly recognized these GU. This really is an inheritance ground. In all my life, this is the first time I am experiencing it. Someone said excitedly, "Look, there is a big vat in the middle, what could be inside it?" Someone curiously pointed at the vat. However, the vat didn't have anything other than the milk spring. The Bai clan group were disappointed and then turned furious. These thieves really don't leave room for compromise. They didn't leave behind anything. Damn it, so heartless, they destroyed so many GU worms. Many cursed out in sorrow and indignation. Even the elders felt grief at this. Let's move quickly, the earlier we catch them, the less the damage we suffer. Tai Dao Ku said, causing everyone's gazes to brighten. With this stimulation, the morale of the group increased even higher, wishing they could immediately appear in front of Fang and Bai. The group then arrived at the second hall and saw the 3 stone pillars. There are GU worms left. The GU master in front shouted in happiness. Please take a look, clan leader. Soon, arm bone wings and rib shield GU both appeared in the clan leader's sight. Bai clan leader glanced at them and then made her people stow them. She didn't feel any happiness. Compared to GU worms, she was more concerned for her children's safety. Did you see? Those 2 GU were rank 3 GU worms. This inheritance really makes one anticipate what's coming. Luck and misfortune comes in turn, this saying is really true. Some were deeply moved and some were in awe. Don't you find it odd? Why did they leave behind these GU? On the contrary, Tai Dao Ku could clearly sense something fishy as a spectator. 3. Choose one, satisfied at heart. By GU inheritance, left for future descendants. Someone soon discovered the words carved in the stone pillar. This doesn't look like a demonic path inheritance, I am afraid it is left behind by righteous path GU master. Tisk, heart is satisfied, but none of us are satisfied. Let's move, quick, we need to save the two young masters first, it won't be late to visit it again later. The group urged each other and arrived to the third hall. They saw the skeleton sitting cross-legged and an enormous bone book. Gray Bone Scholar, so this inheritance belonged to this senior. An elder opened the book and realized that this was indeed a righteous path inheritance. Bai clan leader's furrowed brows relaxed a little. This was the first good news she had heard till now. Righteous path inheritance was usually mild and wasn't treacherous like demonic path inheritance. Tai Dao Ku, however, was starting to frown. He increasingly felt something was wrong. The words on the stone pillar had given to an indescribable worry in him. The group picked up the smashed skull and saw a bone spike GU inside it. Following that, a part of the stone wall slid open and showed a new secret tunnel. The group entered this passage. Flesh sack secret chamber, Bai Ningbing murmured before trying to push open the door. The door was not locked at all and easily opened. Behind the door was a hidden room which was not that big, but was very grotesque. The walls in the hidden room were all made of flesh. When Fang and Bai walked inside, they felt like they had walked into the stomach of some monster. The flesh walls were warm and slightly throbbed rhythmically as if there was a heart inside them. As if sensing someone's presence, the flesh walls suddenly opened up a small crack and revealed white teeth all over it. Bai Ningbing was astonished. There seemed to be countless opened large mouths in the flesh walls. The mouths opened up with jaws clenched, revealing a set of even teeth. The phrase, "baring one's fangs," seemed to match this scene perfectly. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha, hee hee hee. These mouths let out all kinds of laughing sounds. The laughs mixed together and echoed in this narrow secret chamber. Anyone that heard it would feel their hearts palpitate. Chapter 224, White Bone Inheritance End. This flesh sack secret chamber was strange. The surrounding flesh walls were filled with mouths and the mouths were open, revealing tightly clenched white teeth. Not only this, these mouths were even letting out strange laughters, making one shiver all over. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is the effect of flesh laughter GU, it is just like earth treasury flour, and is used to store GU worms. No need to worry too much. He had just finished saying this, when suddenly the teeth completely fell off from an open mouth and a scarlet tongue extended from the mouth. The tongue was very long, about over a meter, and the front part was curled up. When the tongue fully extended, the tip of the tongue started straightening and revealed a book on it. This was a bone book too, except it was many times smaller than the gray bone huge book, pocket-sized, about half of an adult's palm. Fang Yuan took it and then started looking through it. The main idea behind the contents of the book was, since the successor could reach this place, it is a proof of your pure nature and you can now inherit my true inheritance. I have two identities, Gray Bone Scholar, and Flesh Bone Master. This flesh sack secret chamber holds many GU. If the successor is fated, you can try knocking the teeth. If your luck is good and you open the teeth, you could take the GU worm hibernating inside. This is purely testing one's luck. Fang Yuan understood when he read this. Bai Hua hadn't told him about this barrier in detail, in his previous life. Fang Yuan could only test it randomly. The first to succeed, however, wasn't him, but Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing bent her forefinger and lightly knocked the teeth. These teeth were like musical instruments and would produce some kind of clear musical tone when they were hit. She had just randomly knocked, and this mouth suddenly stopped its laughter, its teeth completely fell off and scarlet long tongue extended out from it, revealing within it a GU. What GU is this? After looking at this GU, pleasant surprise emerged in Bai Ningbing's face before changing into an odd expression. This GU looked quite peculiar as it looked like a set of dentures, spotless white teeth with an exceptionally neat set of upper and lower teeth, and gave off a pearl-like luster. Fang Yuan looked at it and immediately, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Not bad, this is the famous rank 3 healing GU, Flesh Bone GU. Raising the dead, Flesh white bone, Bai Ning Bing mumbled. Rising Dead GU was accepted as the #1 healing GU among rank 4. Even if a GU master died, as long as the time of death didn't cross 14 hours and their whole bodies were intact, one could use this GU to resurrect them. However, this GU could only be obtained by chance and not by seeking it, as it was too valuable and rare. It was also a one-time use expendable GU, with high demand but no supply. Flesh bone was a rank 3 GU, but it wasn't an expendable GU and could be used again and again. It was often used together with Rising Dead GU. If a GU master's corpse wasn't intact, one could first use Flesh Bone GU to reconstruct their flesh, and then use Rising Dead GU to resurrect the GU master. Throughout the history, this pairing was quite common and had benefited a lot of big shots. Among them were even rank 9 Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables. This was an ideal healing GU to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had painfully searched for such a long time, and now his wish was finally being realized. Hehe, want it? You can exchange it with Yang GU. Bai Ning Bing held this GU in his hand and laughed in satisfaction. Fang Yuan sneered. You think I am stupid? Bai Ning Bing's smile faded and her gaze became cold. We can come to an agreement as long as you hand over the Yang GU. Fang Yuan, I have followed you for so long, but know that my patience has a limit. I am no longer afraid of death, at worst we will both die together. You aren't afraid of death, but do you think I am afraid? Fang Yuan sneered. He had already expected such a situation and thus wasn't surprised. Bai Ning Bing took back her gaze and then carefully checked the flesh bone GU on her hand. The corner of her lips curled up. Killing you might also be a good option. Look at yourself, you only have rank 1 cultivation, but you can actually instantly refine GU, and you also have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Besides these, if I kill you, I can at least possess this inheritance. Just thinking about it makes my heart beat in excitement. Bai Ning Bing's words were full of threat. Possess this inheritance? Haha, did you forget the Bai clan who is chasing us? They might even be walking down the flight of stairs outside right this moment. Without me, do you know where to go to next? This inheritance looks like a one-way path from the surface, but actually has many branches. I can indeed not fight you at the moment, but you are too naive to think you can seize the treasures by killing me. Do you think I will give you the opportunity to take the Yang GU? Just try it, if you don't believe me. Fang Yuan then turned around and started knocking at the teeth again. In fact, he also didn't know where to go from here, as this secret chamber didn't have any other passages. Bai Ning Bing looked at the completely defenseless back of Fang Yuan. It looked like she could kill him if she just made a slight move. But against all reason, Bai Ning Bing, however, didn't dare make a move recklessly. Fang Yuan's words all struck her mind. Without Fang Yuan, how should she move next? Returning the way she came would be a death road. Bai Ning Bing narrowed her eyes, and for a moment, she even felt, as even the Bai clan's attack under Fang Yuan's calculation, creating an external force to prevent her from killing him for the benefits. Till now, Bai Ning Bing was in a puzzled state. She couldn't understand. Why would Bai clan cooperate and accompany Fang Yuan all the way here? In fact, her heart concealed deep worry ever since she was controlled by Fang Yuan. Yang Jiyu was with Fang Yuan. She had always been worried Fang Yuan would use this to threaten her. Although Fang Yuan said he would hand over the Yang Jiyu to her once his cultivation reached rank 3, what kind of person was Fang Yuan? Bai Ning Bing couldn't be more clear about this. Going back on his words was a common thing to him, as natural as eating food and drinking water. She might as well go die rather than to believe in Fang Yuan. Let's take an example of something that happened just recently. That miserable Bai clan leader, wasn't she an able woman? An elite and a very wise person, but after believing in Fang Yuan, what was her current state? Fang Yuan was too good of an actor. Goosebumps covered Bai Ning Bing's body when she recalled the scene of Fang Yuan's tears in the banquet. This was a genuine sly fox. He even intentionally glanced at Bai Lian repeatedly, just to lay a trap in which Bai clan was very happy to step in. She could still remember the brilliant expression on Bai Lian when Fang Yuan revolted, shocked and lifeless. What Bai Ning Bing was most worried about now was Fang Yuan not handing over the Yang Jiyu even after reaching rank 3. The possibility was too big. Now I am a rank 3 and he is still rank 1, I can still hold some initiative. But in the future when his cultivation reaches rank 3 or higher, wouldn't I just be controlled by him and become his chess piece? Bai Ningbing was holding this kind of worry in her heart, and this worry deepened even more after Fang Yuan used green copper relic GU and instantly broke through to rank 1 upper stage. Bai Ningbing was worried, but right now, there were many who were more worried than her, their worries even reaching an extreme point. What's going on? A group of people stood outside the exit of the inheritance and looked at their surroundings, their faces turning horribly ugly. They had moved quickly through the path and charged through several bone halls. They were able to make some gains, but from the start to end, they didn't encounter Fang and Bai. In the end, they walked out of the secret tunnel, to the outside of the mountain. It really is like this. Tai Dao Ku suddenly exclaimed. His words immediately attracted the attention of many. Brother Tai, what do you mean? Bai clan leader immediately asked. If it was before, she would have already realized the answer with her astute senses. But now, her children were kidnapped, and as time continued to pass by, she became more disconcerted. This Bai Gu mountain inheritance seems to be a one-way path, but it actually has many branches. Like this branch in my hand. He casually broke off a thin branch from a bone tree near him. The path at the start should have been the same for both us and them, thus we could see their traces on our way. But afterwards, we should have walked through a branch path and they should have walked into another branch. Do you still remember the second hall? There were 3 pillars and I suspect that there was a contraption set up in the pillars. When we walked into the third hall, there was the gray bone scholar's skeleton, but there were no signs of the skeleton being moved. The crucial point should be the secret tunnel after the second hall. Tai Dao Ku hadn't finished speaking when Bai clan leader coldly shouted, "Let's go back." Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan really wished time could extend by 50-60 times right now. He knew Bai Gu Mountain's inheritance, it could at most hoodwink someone for a while. When Bai clan Gu masters realized the truth behind the structures, he and Bai Ningbing would be in danger. But as it so happens, he didn't know how to continue from here. The secret chamber didn't have any other passages. They definitely couldn't return back the way they came. Even if the majority of Bai clan group walked through another passage, they will definitely have some people guarding the exit. Could this secret chamber already be the final area? Did Bai Hua and Bai Sheng obtain all their Gu worms from these mouths? That can't be. The rumors in my previous life said Bai Hua and Bai Sheng arrived at a precipice after going through this inheritance site. This rumor has been publicly approved by Bai clan. Maybe the mechanism to open the passage is hidden in one of these mouths. Fang Yuan's mind moved lightning fast. They didn't have much time left. Bai Ningbing was confused. He didn't know the state they were in and only thought Fang Yuan had made some plans. However, Fang Yuan knew their situation was becoming more perilous. This door didn't have any defensive functions. Who knows whether a furious mob of Bai clan Gu masters might come crashing down the door the next moment. By then, we can only rely on Bai Hua and Bai Sheng as our protective amulets. But this is not a very reliable guarantee. This world has many magical Gu worms. There are many with control abilities like causing dizziness, hypnosis, paralysis and so on. Bai clan is a powerful clan and definitely has such methods. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help looking at Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. The twin siblings were lying on the ground, still unconscious. Got it. Fang Yuan suddenly got a great idea. He decided to wake up these 2 kids. First of all, time was pressing, he needed more manpower. Second, Bai Hua and Bai Sheng were the true fated owners of Bai Gu Mountain inheritance. What's more, they were both mortals, there was no need to worry they could cause any accidents. Executing his ideas immediately, Fang Yuan quickly walked over and kicked the twins. Chapter 225, Jade Bones, Steel Bones. Rumble. There was an explosive sound before the bone wall collapsed, a new path appeared in everyone's sights. Destroying was much easier than creating, especially when this inheritance didn't have anyone controlling it. We have news from ahead. The 5th path has been completely investigated but the target hasn't been found. Reporting to clan leader, I entered the 6th path and found a bone hall. There was a skeleton and a huge bone book in it. Reporting, 7th path also has a hall with similar structure, with a skeleton sitting cross-legged and also a bone book. Reporting, discovered the 8th path. Search again. Bai clan leader's face was gloomy. There were over 7 giant bone books piled up in front of her. This design really is in accordance to people's hearts. When a Gu master finds the skeleton in the bone book, they would subconsciously have a misunderstanding by thinking they already inherited the whole inheritance, but in truth Grey Bone Scholar has set up many similarly structured halls. The true inheritance should be hidden in one of the paths. Tai Daoku was deeply interested. Bai clan leader's brows furrowed even deeper. The situation had become complicated. She wasn't worried Fang and Bai would head back the way they came, since she had already arranged many people to guard the entrance. What she was worried about was Fang and Bai would escape from some paths in the inheritance. After all, she could only control the entrance and not the countless exits. Right at this moment, a GU master rushed over with an ecstatic expression. Found it. We found a bone hall in the 8th path. The skeleton in there has been smashed to pieces and the GU worm in the skull has also been taken. This is definitely the path they took. Tai Daoku's spirits was raised. Lead the way. Bai, clan leader immediately moved. After a short period, a group of people hurriedly arrived at a hall. How can there be 2 secret tunnels? An elder was surprised. Which path did those 2 demonic path thieves take? Regardless, we will just go in 2 groups. Once we reach them, we must protect the young masters no matter what. The flight of stairs that led to Flesh Sack secret chamber stood out and attracted the attention of Bai clan leader, Tai Daoku and most of the elders. Flesh Sack secret chamber. After a while, the group reached the end of the stairs. The door was smashed to smithereens, and the group flocked inside. However, there was not a soul in the secret chamber. The countless mouths on the wall produced all kinds of laughing sounds. What nonsense is this? Laughter meat GU, especially used to store treasures. These mouths are like drawers. This mouth is opened quite wide, they might have gone through here. Bai clan leader glanced around before finally, her chilly gaze stared at the only secret tunnel in this chamber. You will remain behind, rest of you will follow me. A while ago, in the same secret chamber, Bai Sheng had just regained his consciousness when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. If you don't want to die, stand up. Shortly, he heard a ruthless voice. Towards this voice, Bai Sheng had the deepest impression of it. It was precisely the owner of this voice who had cheated a whole clan and kidnapped him. Even the identity of GUU clan's young master might be a scam. Scammer, hoodlum, demon. Despite cursing in his heart, Bai Sheng still obediently crawled up. He only then found that he was in an extremely strange place. The flesh walls around him were filled with mouths and were producing cacophony of laughters which was reverberating in his ears. Flesh laughter GU, he blurted out as he recalled the records in the books. Little guy, you are young but are quite knowledgeable. Fang Yuan smiled. According to the rumors in his previous life, he heard this Bai clan brother and sister were innately intelligent, especially the big brother Bai Sheng who had high wisdom even at young age with a memory ability that was close to photographic memory. Right now, he was able to recognize the flesh laughter GU, it seemed the rumors were not baseless. You too. Bai Sheng gritted his teeth and stared at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing with deep hatred. Big brother. Bai Hua had also been kicked awake by Fang Yuan, she ran to Bai Sheng's side while sobbing. Bai Sheng promptly protected his sister behind him. What a great sibling relationship. Bai Ningbing chuckled. You malevolent woman, you grew up so beautiful, but your heart is as poisonous as a scorpion. Bai Sheng fearlessly scolded. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face immediately disappeared. Bai Sheng's words deeply stabbed her. Woman, beautiful, she didn't want to hear these words even a little bit. Slap, slap, slap. She walked forward and grabbed Bai Sheng before slapping him thrice. She possessed the strength of a crocodile, and although she restrained majority of her strength, after she finished with her slaps, Bai Sheng's 2 cheeks turned red and swollen. Venomous woman, evil woman, kill me if you have guts. However, Bai Sheng still continued to curse. Slap, slap, slap. Bai Ningbing gave him another 3 slaps. Sob sob, let my big brother go, please release my big brother. Bai Hua grasped Bai Ningbing's leg and implored, crying. Sister, don't beg her. Bai Sheng spoke with difficulty. Fang Yuan sighed, he then walked forward and grabbed Bai Hua's collar. The little girl cried out in panic when she was lifted by Fang Yuan. Bai Sheng could not longer act unyielding as he anxiously shouted. Evil thief, let go of my sister. Fang Yuan extended another hand and tightly pinched Bai Hua's cheek, before saying in an unhurried tone, so noisy, if you make any more noise, do you believe that I will cut off both of your tongues? Yes, how about I start by cutting off this little girl's tongue first? A slight smile raised the corners of his lips, cold light flashed in his eyes as he released his killing intent. Bai Hua was so scared she didn't dare to weep anymore, tears floated in her eyes. Bai Sheng wanted to open his mouth to talk back, but his heart immediately palpitated with a glance from Fang Yuan, and he shut his mouth. This is good. Obediently cooperate with me and maybe I will let you live. Fang Yuan was still smiling. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. However, Fang Yuan immediately added on, I am saying the truth. I don't dare to make an enemy of your mother, capturing you was also to ensure our safety. If you obey us, we will let you go. Of course, if you don't cooperate, haha, I don't mind cutting off your tongues or few of your fingers to play with. Then what do you want us to do? Bai Sheng took a deep breath. He wasn't afraid of the cold Bai Ningbing, but was afraid of the smiling Fang Yuan. Do you see these mouths in the walls? Fang Yuan's smile turned even bigger. He explained the details and let these brother and sister go about knocking the teeth. Barely a moment had passed when Bai Hua cried out in fear. In front of her, a mouth opened up, its scarlet tongue extended and revealed a quail egg-sized bone ball. The ball was covered with black and white stripes, making Fang Yuan associate with an animal from Earth, zebra. Fang Yuan quickly walked over and took this GU, his countenance changing in pleasant surprise. If he wasn't wrong, this was a movement-type GU, footless bird. This GU could only be used once, but its body was big and it could fly thousands of miles. This really was like receiving a pillow when one was sleepy. Fang Yuan had just been worried about how to escape, and to think Bai Hua would present him with a footless bird. However, this pleasant surprise was just the beginning. After a while, Bai Sheng also achieved success. He knocked and opened a mouth, a bone was revealed on its tongue. The two ends of this bone was smooth and round, the middle part was long and slender, and there was a greenish glow to the bone like a green jade stone. Jade bone GU. Fang Yuan held it, before immediately refining and putting it into his aperture. This time, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to be envious. Jade bone GU could remodel the GU master's skeleton into that of a jade-like quality, making the bones harder and more supple. This effect was permanent like black and white boar GU or the crocodile strength GU. Even more important thing was jade bone GU could be matched with ice muscle GU to produce excellent effect. Bai Ningbing already had ice muscle. If she also possessed jade bones, she would have ice muscles and jade bones. The two effects would mutually complement each other, producing a much better result. However, this jade bone GU was a one-time use expendable GU. It also had a shortcoming: the GU master would suffer from extremely intense pain when using it. A lot of GU masters with weak willpower have died from the pain of using the jade bone GU. Do you want it? You can exchange it with meat bone GU. Fang Yuan smiled. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted and turned around without replying, increasing her efforts in knocking the teeth. But this action was purely relying on one's luck. There were 10 pairs of teeth in a mouth, and one needed to at least knock 5 teeth in correct order for the teeth to fall off. Bai Ningbing hadn't succeeded apart from his first try. As for Fang Yuan, he was even more miserable. However, after some time, Bai Hua and Bai Sheng again gave pleasant surprises. Bai Hua knocked down another set of teeth, providing Fang Yuan with an iron bone GU. And the mouth Bai Sheng knocked, gradually opened wide, changing into a new secret tunnel. Such luck of the brother and sister made Bai Ningbing inwardly gasp in surprise. She didn't know this pair of brother and sister was the true fated owner of this inheritance. Fate was a type of otherworldly, magical, mystical strength. Especially in this world, there were some rare GU worms that contained the fragments of the law of fate, giving some lucky GU masters a grasp of some powers of the fate. Since the new secret tunnel had appeared, Fang Yuan didn't think of staying any longer. Bai clan GU masters could arrive at any time, and the remaining GU worms were in the mouths which were locked firmly and were very difficult to destroy. They could only be left behind for them. Fang Yuan again knocked Bai Sheng and Bai Hua unconscious, carrying them in each of his hands as he followed behind Bai Ningbing into the giant mouth. The two came upon a hall as they walked through this secret tunnel. This was the widest bone hall they had come across. Just from the area alone, it was over 2 square kilometers. In the center of the hall was a bone pyramid. The peak was flattened into a platform with 2 flights of stairs leading to it. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other. There were nothing else other than this bone pyramid. After checking their surroundings and noticing no dangers, the two walked to the platform on the peak of the pyramid. There was a sculpture of a skull of a giant ferocious beast on the platform. It was taller than half a man and looked like a lion or a tiger, with tightly closed fangs. Chapter 226, Bone Flesh Unity. Looks like the sculpture of either a lion or a tiger skull. isn't this the rumored mechanism which needs two people to cooperate? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. There are words carved in this sculpture's fangs. Bai Ningbing made a new discovery. She then began to read the carvings in a low voice. Gemini with one mind, three spirits unite. Fated or not, do not be forceful. What does this mean? This is the code to opening the mechanism in this place. Gemini means two people should work together to open the mechanism. Three souls indicate a person's mind, palm and eye. Fang Yuan recalled from his memories. Among the four limbs of a human, palm was most nimble. Among the five organs, the quickest was the eyes, and human's mind could think as fast as a lightning spark. Hence, they were called three spirits. Come, put your palm on the pupils of the sculpture. There was a translucent, pure red gem in the eyes of the skull sculpture. The red stone was as big as large porcelain bowls and it clearly reflected the figures of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. However, there was no change at all even after putting their palms on the red gem pupils for a long time. Haha, your words make sense but it turned out to be wrong. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any chance to snide at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned dark. Bai Hua had recounted and described about this mechanism according to his previous life's memories. Logically, this should be the correct procedure, but why was there no change? One-minded Gemini, three souls united, Fang Yuan muttered, three souls united has been achieved, but one mind, a bright light slowly appeared in his eyes as he continued his thoughts. Is it saying the two people to open this mechanism must be of one mind and one heart? If it is so, even if he and Bai Ningbing were working together, they were only forced by the situation and were actually divided in hearts, with each having their own plans. No wonder, they couldn't achieve the one mind. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help looking at Bai Sheng and Bai Hua again. As a result, this pair of brother and sister was again kicked awake by Fang Yuan. Evil thieves, what do you want? Bai Sheng angrily shouted after having woken. Bai Hua, however, didn't cry anymore. Her two big eyes were closely gazing at Fang and Bai with deep hatred. Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain to them. He directly grabbed the palms of the two and placed them separately on the pair of red gem pupils. They were truly the inheritors decided by the fate. The moment these two small hands touched the red gem, it let out a bright light. Crack, crack, the skull slowly opened its mouth and revealed a large pile of coal stones and dry woods. In the center of the black coal stones was a simple-looking pottery container and a scroll light on it. What is this? Fang Yuan casually threw the twins onto the ground, then picked up and read the scroll before coming to an understanding. It turns out the owner of this inheritance, Gray Bone Scholar, didn't have a high aptitude, thus he was distressed about his cultivation throughout his life. All his life, he put all his efforts into researching a type of GU that could help a GU master to quickly cultivate. There were already plenty of cultivation-assisting GU worms, the most typical being the liquor worm. However, these GU worms were mostly very rare and would be very difficult to popularize. Gray Bone Scholar's aspiration was big. He wanted to research and refine an excellent GU worm that could be widely used. However, even when his lifespan was at its end, even after countless failures, he wasn't able to achieve success. At the final juncture of his life, maybe heaven took pity on him. When he was setting up the White Bone Mountain inheritance, he suddenly had an extremely ingenious enlightenment. What was the main method to quickly raise a GU master's cultivation without the help of the specific GU worms? It was to let an elder impart his primeval essence. Previously at Qingmao Mountain, GU Yu Kai Cheng had received such help, receiving the refined primeval essence from his grandfather GU Yu Kai Lian. However, this move had a big disadvantage. It was the mixture of different primeval essence. Relying on an elder's higher-ranked primeval essence to wash and refine the aperture walls would leave behind his aura in the aperture, causing a GU master's future development to be greatly restricted. Unless one used cleansing water GU to cleanse the mixed aura. However, cleansing water GU was also a rare GU and ordinary GU masters would find it difficult to obtain it. Even elder-level characters would have to rely on luck or pay a tremendous price. Thus, imparting method also couldn't be widespread. Hence, Gray Bone Scholar thought of a wonderful concept. If there was a GU which could refine others' primeval essence into the GU master's primeval essence, wouldn't that mean there would be no mixed aura after imparting? He began making series of attempts and after removing most of the possibilities, he made a plan which had the highest probability of success. The name of this experiment was Bone Flesh Unity GU. This was what was written in the scroll: to refine this GU, two GU masters must work together. And these two GU masters must have blood relation, parents and children are twins. Relying on the connection of the blood lineage could one transform the primeval essence. However, Grey Bone Scholar didn't have enough time to put this concept into practice. After having made most of the preparations, he could only helplessly stop at the final juncture. Although he had two nicknames, he, however, was only one person. What he lacked were two GU masters who fulfilled the criterias. The final content on the scroll clearly revealed Grey Bone Scholar's endless regret. He did not have enough time to redo the preparations, and could only leave behind this blueprint. If someone fated was to arrive to this point and could open the mechanism and see this scroll, that would mean the GU masters who met the conditions had appeared. There is no harm in trying it, no matter what the result, please convey it to my gravestone. These words in the scroll contained a lifetime of obsession of Grey Bone Scholar. It turned out this pyramid Fang Yuan was stepping on was the tomb of Grey Bone Scholar. There was no need to try though. Fang Yuan already knew the idea of bone-flesh unity GU was a success. Because in his previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, relying on this dual cultivation, had become the twin stars of righteous path, pushing the might of Bai clan towards the peak with their rank 5 cultivation. However, it was quite troublesome for Fang Yuan now. He had originally thought bone-flesh unity GU was a finished product. But in fact, it had still not been refined into existence yet and couldn't even be considered half-finished. Moreover, he and Bai Ningbing didn't fulfill the conditions to refine this bone-flesh unity GU. Unless, GU Fang Zheng had been here. Even then, refining this bone-flesh unity GU might not end up good. According to the description on the scroll, bone-flesh unity GU was a series of GU and didn't refer to just one type of GU. And the deeper the feelings between the two GU masters refining this GU, the better the quality of the refined bone-flesh unity GU. Looking at the relation between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, the refined bone-flesh unity GU would absolutely not be perfect. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this bone-flesh unity GU had of course been refined by Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. However, the time was now many years in advance, although the two had deep feelings, but they were yet to become GU masters and thus couldn't fulfill the criteria. Bone-flesh unity GU was the most important target of Fang Yuan in this inheritance. The materials in the forge were already well prepared by Grey Bone Scholar. The only thing lacking was the final step, refinement. Give up. Fang Yuan, of course, wasn't willing to. Then again, to refine it, let's not speak of the refinement conditions not being met, there was still a group of powerful experts chasing them. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. He and Bai Ningbing only met half the criteria, but Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, however, met the other half. Maybe there was a hope for success if the four worked together. Come, help out. Fang Yuan began to ignite the dry woods in the skull sculpture. The fire instantly soared and burned furiously. You plan to forcibly refine it? Bai Ningbing was shocked. This can't be a sensible option. Although she said so, she still made her move and put her palm on the red gem pupil, pouring her primeval essence into it. The blazing fire suddenly changed color, from orange to eerie blue. The pottery container was roasted by the fire. The several hibernating GU worms woke up from the heat and began to crazily struggle. The pottery container shook constantly, but there was no damage to it. The refining steps wasn't complicated. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing alternatively poured their primeval essence. Soon, they reached the final critical juncture. This step needed fresh flesh from the two GU masters, which would be thrown into the fire to be purified. The scroll clearly stated that the more flesh was thrown into the fire, the better the effects would be. Fortunately, we have flesh bone GU, cutting off few pieces of flesh wouldn't be any problem. Bai Ningbing was just about to take action when she was stopped by Fang Yuan. Slow down, I have a better idea. Bai Ningbing followed Fang Yuan's line of sight to Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, the twins. You actually want to tamper with the modify at this juncture? A disturbed gaze flashed in Bai Ningbing's eyes as she realized Fang Yuan's intention. What do you want? Bai Sheng protected his sister behind him, as all of a sudden, he felt a calamity looming over them, causing him to feel anxious and panicky. Being meat or fish on another's chopping board, when Fang and Bai were refining the GU worms, they knew they couldn't run away, thus they had been obediently staying to the side, waiting for their clansmen to come to rescue. However now, Bai Sheng felt tremendous regret. You should feel honored that your sacrifices will bring into existence an entirely new type of GU worm. Even Senior Grey Bone would feel happy if he knew in the netherworld, right? Fang Yuan gave an evil grin as he pressed on towards the pair of brother and sister. Sister, run away, Bai Sheng shouted before charging towards Fang Yuan and grasping his leg. Big brother, tears spilled out from Bai Hua's eyes, and just when she was hesitating, Fang Yuan had already knocked Bai Sheng unconscious. Seeing Fang Yuan coming closer to her, an enormous fear was spreading at the little girl's heart. She turned around and ran, but how could she be faster than Fang Yuan? She was quickly caught by Fang Yuan, her heart sank down and she futilely struggled and wailed, "Mother, where are you?" Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he knocked her unconscious too. It was all done efficiently. He removed all the clothes from this pair of brother and sister, then carrying one on each hand, he threw them into the fire. The moment they were thrown into the fire, they immediately woke up due to the heat. Severe pain attacked them as they tried to madly flee. The two jumped out from the fire with their limbs crazily moving about as they desperately struggled. Fang Yuan coldly snorted, before kicking them back into the fire. The scroll stated that it required fresh flesh, thus Fang Yuan didn't want to kick them to death. As such, after he kicked them, they again ran out before he kicked them back in again. This continued over and over, until Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were finally burned to death. Their bodies resembled candles as they slowly melted. The fire turned from eerie blue to scarlet blood color. However, the fire transformation slowed down and didn't change to reddish purple. The scroll had stated, the color of the fire had to change into reddish purple for this step to be considered a success. What to do? Bai Ningbing's brows were furrowed. The GU masters would also receive backlash if the GU refinement failed. Fang Yuan's mind worked at turbo speed. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were the fated inheritors. Why did it fail? It seems because there was a discrepancy because they were not GU masters. If so, we need to try again. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate as he activated Tusita Flower to spit out a sharp blade. He stretched his forearm and slashed, blood started flowing rapidly and he threw his own flesh into the fire which was now blazing higher than a man's height. Your turn. After doing this, he threw the sharp blade to Bai Ningbing. You sure it will work? Bai Ningbing hesitated for a while before she similarly used the blade to slash at her forearm. However, because of her ice muscles, the blade seemed to be cutting into ice. With no other choice, Bai Ningbing called out Chainsaw Golden Centipede and sawed a piece of flesh. When her flesh landed into the fire immediately turned reddish purple. Good. Success or failure depends on this. We need to pour our primeval essence together. Fang Yuan was overjoyed at this scene. The two poured their primeval essence into the red gem pupils at the same time. The mechanism started slowly closing up, like a bone beast swallowing the blazing flames. 2 rows of fangs came together and the jaws closed securely. The flame continued burning from inside, roasting the skull into a shade of scarlet. Bang! The pottery container seemed to have exploded. The whole skull shook. Only after hearing this sound, Fang and Bai let go of their hands. Fang Yuan closely stared at the movement while extending his hand towards Bai Ningbing. He didn't say anything, but Bai Ningbing already knew what Fang Yuan wanted. She snorted, but thinking about the situation, she had no choice other than to give the flesh bone GU to Fang Yuan. She didn't have the ability to instantly refine GU worms, but Fang Yuan could. Flesh bone GU didn't resist even a bit under the aura of spring autumn cicada and was instantly refined. However, although Fang Yuan refined it, he couldn't use it due to his low cultivation. Thus, he again handed it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received it and immediately activated it. An orange glow covered the wound on her forearm and almost instantly, skin and flesh grew out and her injury was completely healed. However, Bai Ningbing's rank 3 peak stage primeval essence was also instantly down by 20%. The disadvantage of flesh bone GU was it required instant consumption of a great amount of primeval essence. If it were Fang Yuan's green copper primeval essence, he wouldn't be able to activate it even if his primeval sea completely dried up. Following, Bai Ningbing healed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was pale. He didn't have ice muscles to stop his bleeding in a short period, thus he had lost a lot of blood. The injuries on their forearms had healed, but the pain was still as intense as before and their hearts trembled from the pain, even feeling dizzy. But the two had iron willpower. Despite such pain, their expressions didn't change as they forcibly withstood the intense pain. In a flash, the skull slowly opened up, the fire had already disappeared. There were neither any traces of the pottery container nor the corpses of Bai Sheng and Bai Hua left. Two GU worms appeared in Fang Yuan's sight. One was green and another red, they were tied together like two jade bracelets, and quietly let out warm luster as they hovered in the air. This is the bone-flesh unity GU. Without taking the time to carefully investigate, Fang Yuan took it and instantly refined it, storing it into his aperture. Let's go. He flew down the platform and rushed into the new secret tunnel that had appeared at the end of the hall. Only a short moment after, Bai Clan GU masters arrived at this hall. Someone refined a GU here. The remaining aura in the air made the elders' expressions change. Look, there are clothes of the two young masters. Soon, they found children's clothing that had been torn by Fang Yuan on the high platform. Seeing this, an intensely bad feeling struck Bai Clan leader's heart, almost causing her to black out. She didn't dare to even make the connection. Chase them, they can't have gone far, my children are definitely with them. Bai Clan leader shouted, her two eyes had become bloodshot. Chapter 227, Footless Bird, Spread Your Wings and Fly. Sprinting. The secret tunnel seemed to continue on forever. But any long journey eventually came to an end. After the first glimmer of light, Fang and Bai's vision gradually expanded. The exit. Bai Ningbing shouted, according to the info from my previous life, this secret tunnel should lead to a cliff on Bai Jiu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not speak, his thoughts rumbled in his mind. He should thank the two dead siblings, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. Their information attracted Fang Yuan here, and because of their sacrifice, Fang Yuan managed to obtain the coveted flesh-bone unity GU. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from behind. We've finally caught up, we found those two bastards. Where are you going? Bai Clan GU masters rushed up imposingly, seething with killing intent. Bai Clan leader was ahead of them all, with the elders behind her. The narrow tunnel turned the Bai Clan group into a long queue. Blitz GU. Suddenly, a clan elder accelerated, his body moving like a cannon, catching up to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, swinging her hand behind her. Blood Moon GU. With a crisp sound, a blood blade flew out, hitting the elder and slowing his movement. But immediately, all kinds of lights exploded in the tunnel as large numbers of attacks came towards Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing, take this. Fang Yuan shouted, lending the canopy GU to her again. Bai Ningbing activated the canopy GU, Iron Spike Thorns GU, as well as the defense of the ice muscles, all three together to resist the attacks. Bai Clan, don't you want to know the location of your two young masters? Fang Yuan shouted loudly. As the Bai Clan GU masters remembered Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were in Fang and Bai's hands, they stopped their attacks. Speak, what did you do to our clan's young masters? If anything happens to them, you will pay dearly. Return my children. Bai Clan leader flew into a rage, she pointed forward with her finger and a cold light shot out. Frost Fish GU. This GU was only the size of a dart and looked like a fish. It drew an arc in the air as it shot forward, homing down towards Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan snorted, he didn't dodge and just let the Frost Fish GU hit him. Suddenly cold air enveloped his body, and his speed drastically fell. Stealth Scales GU. With a thought, there were ripples undulating around his body and making him invisible. Don't think so. A clan elder suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards Fang Yuan. With a soft sound, the Stealth Scales GU that was hiding in Fang Yuan's aperture suddenly broke into pieces and perished. Fang Yuan's heart sank, activating the jumping grass immediately. There was a numbing sensation on his feet as green grass that looked like springs grew out of his flesh and skin. Fang Yuan used the elasticity of the green grass, and jumped forward, his speed increasing drastically. I'll take my leave first, remember to jump. He left behind this weird sentence. What? Bai Ningbing was confused, but then heard the wind blowing behind her. Her heart jumped when she turned around to look. It was the Bai Clan leader, her eyes dyed red, looking like an agitated lioness. Her furious aura made even Bai Ningbing's heart shudder. After all, she was a rank 4 GU master. Bai Clan leader punched directly, the huge force shattered the canopy GU's white armor immediately. Bai Ningbing threw up a mouthful of blood, as she summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede turned into a golden light and coiled around the Bai Clan leader. Using this opportunity, Bai Ningbing sprinted and arrived at the exit. It was a cliff. At this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly understood what Fang Yuan meant. He wanted her to jump off a cliff. You cannot escape, Bai clan leader shouted from behind. As for the chainsaw golden centipede, it had been torn to pieces using brute strength. Bai Ningbing was struggling. At this height, it was a guaranteed death if she jumped down. But in this circumstance, she had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and jumped. She really jumped. She's dead meat, some Bai clan GU masters exclaimed, stopping before the cliff. Bai clan leader looked down and saw Bai Ningbing rapidly falling down. Her veins popped on her forehead as she growled, I want to see them if they are alive, and their corpses if they are dead. I will definitely catch them. Wind roared in Bai Ningbing's ears as she continued to fall. She had never thought there would be a day where she would be forced to jump off a cliff. I'm going to die like this. Although this is exhilarating, I am not satisfied. As death approached, Bai Ningbing's heart was in turmoil. I have not obtained the Yangji Yu, what a tragedy to die as a female. But once I reach the ground, I will definitely be a pile of smashed meat and no one will be able to tell my gender anyway. Bai Ningbing was not sure why she was having such a strange thought right before death. At this time, the turbulence around her increased, as she heard a voice, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing turned around. How could it be anyone else but Fang Yuan? At this time, Fang Yuan was descending as well, but he was stepping on a white bone bird below his feet. Footless bird. This bird had no flesh or blood, its body made of bones. It had an eagle's head, crane's body, swallow's tail and 2 pairs of wings, but no legs. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood and filth. It was evident that he had sustained many injuries back in the secret tunnel earlier. Grab my hand. He squatted on the bird's back, reaching out his hand. Clap. With a clap, 2 hands grasped each other tightly. Fang Yuan exerted more strength and pulled Bai Ningbing onto the back of the bird. However, at this time, there was a rock less than 300 meters below them, as the footless bird descended towards the rock like a shooting star. Careful, we're gonna crash. Bai Ningbing shouted, her heart almost jumping out of her body. The mountain rock increased in size rapidly in her vision. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting ferociously, how can my demonic path falter in this tiny little Baiju mountain? Rise for me. Rise, rise, rise. His shout echoed in the valley. Under his manipulation, the footless bird flapped its wings furiously, using all its strength to slow the descent. Cracks started appearing on its 4 bone wings. Fang Yuan's primeval essence in his aperture reduced rapidly, but with the heavenly essence treasure lotus sending out large amounts of primeval essence, Fang Yuan's primeval sea rose and lowered continuously. A group of bone beasts relaxing near the mountain rocks felt the commotion and raised their heads before immediately sprinting in a run. A gray-back ostrich was so scared it dug its sharp head into the white bone mountain rocks, raising its butt high in the sky. Ostriches were like this. When they were scared, they liked to feel false assurance. Moments away from crashing, Bai Ningbing forgot to breathe and Fang Yuan looked on with furious eyes. Under the intense wind pressure, the white bone trees on this mountain rock collapsed. But eventually, the footless bird flew past the ostrich's butt, soaring into the sky at a steep angle. The ostrich's butt wing was shaved till nothing was left, revealing its round empty butt. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing started laughing wildly on the bird's back. Having barely survived and relieving the pressure of death, she felt her heart gradually sinking back into place. Exciting, truly exciting, the excitement of life and death was always the most breathtaking. Wasn't such life what she desired? And pursued, footless bird, fly to the blue sky. She was almost on the verge on singing in excitement. Clan leader, they're alive. At the cliff, Bai clan's GU masters said with dark expressions. We can't catch up, that is the footless bird, able to fly 10,000 miles in a day. Tai Dao Ku sighed helplessly. Flying GU worms were rare, and those who could match the footless bird's speed were little to none. Under rank 5, the footless bird was the #1 flying steed. Alas, the heavens are blind. How can such evildoers be allowed to live? Some elderly shouted in anger, pounding on their chests. Bai clan leader's eyes were bloodshot. She gritted her teeth while clenching her fists so tightly that her bones seemed about to burst out. Hearing Bai Ningbing's laughter, she even had the urge to jump down the cliff to pursue them. It was not that Bai clan did not have a flying GU, some GU masters had already displayed their abilities, chasing after Fang and Bai. But looking at their speed, even an idiot would know that it would be impossible for them to catch up to these two. An intense bitterness filled the Bai clan GU masters' hearts. They could only watch helplessly even when the criminal was fleeing before their very eyes. No, we definitely cannot let them escape. We cannot, a GU master shouted in fury, his body suddenly started burning with intense flames. Bai Zhan, Bai clan leader's expression changed. Lord Clan Elder, everyone was stunned. Grandpa, Bai Zhan was full of tears. Clan leader, everyone, we cannot let these two scoundrels escape, or where will our Bai clan's dignity lie? The revenge for our two young masters is of utmost importance. After I am gone, please take care of my grandson. This lad's temperament is as tough as mine. He started losing his voice at the end. His entire flesh, skin and bones turned into fire, and his voice naturally disappeared along with them. Even his pupils transformed into a dark purple color. He had turned into a human-shaped fire. Fire burned and raised the surrounding temperature, and everyone started retreating back while a sad song seemed to sound in the mountain. Human Torch GU, a rank 4 GU, which once used, immolated the entire body, turning it into fire until his life force was depleted. This Bai Zhan elder chose to sacrifice his life to gain this immense power. Good, our clan shall stand here and witness elder's contribution. Bai clan leader was moved. But Bai Zhan could no longer hear them. As his life burnt, he felt an unprecedented power flowing in his body, completely free and unbound. The purple-black pupil gazed at the surrounding people and looked at his grandson one last time, before flying into the sky. The human torch rapidly approached the footless bird. Good, everyone shouted in excitement. Bai clan leader's steel-like cold expression showed some agitation too. A strong foe. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. She lacked experience in aerial combat, she might fall and be smashed to bits if she was careless. The human torch growled, intense killing intent flickering in his dark purple pupils. Sparks flashed as the human torch's speed increased again, pouncing towards Fang Yuan like lightning. Hold on tight, Fang Yuan was concentrating the entire time in maneuvering the footless bird. Footless bird raised its speed and pulled away, causing the human torch to pounce on empty air. Waves of sighing and pity could be heard from the cliff. But quickly, the human torch pounced up again. Footless bird swerved again and narrowly dodged. Bai Ningbing was almost thrown off and quickly grabbed into a bone that was jutting out. The human torch came attacking again. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. The footless bird suddenly contracted its wings, dropping to the ground. The human torch followed closely, its speed surpassed the footless bird and was getting closer. Footless bird suddenly spread its four wings, stopping its downfall and flying in the reverse direction. The human torch's flying was completely dependent on the propulsion of the flames. He had no wings to help him quickly change his direction, and came crashing down onto the mountain rocks. At once, over 6 kilometers square of land burst into flames, killing all bone beasts and large numbers of bone trees in its range. In the sea of fire, a lump of fire gathered into a human shape again, flying away, and chasing Fang and Bai relentlessly. However, the use of GU worms also depended on their users. In GU Master's cultivation aspects of nurture, use and refine, use, was one. Not anyone could simply take out a GU and display its full ability. The methods and techniques involved were very profound. Human Torch GU was a suicidal technique and naturally it would be Bai Zhan's first time using it. But Fang Yuan, although this was his first time riding the footless bird in this life, he had used an uncountable number of flying GU worms in his previous life. His experience was many times of Bai Zhan, almost to the point of being an instinct ingrained upon his soul. At the cliff, Bai clan members were observing the battle situation. Their expressions slowly changed from hopeful and anticipation, to anger. Anyone could tell now that the footless bird was playing around with Elder Bai Zhan. The human torch's growling, which originally sounded so awe-inspiring and full of authority, now sounded like he was helplessly venting in a sorrowful state. Damn it! Someone clenched his fist in frustration. How can this happen? Tai Dao Ku was also stunned by Fang Yuan's skill, sighing as he knew there was nothing he could do anymore. Fang Zheng, I want you to die. Bai Zhan shouted, the seed of hatred sowing deep in his heart. Elder Bai Zhan's sacrifice was becoming a joke, being toyed around by Fang Yuan. It was an ironic slap across Bai clan's face. Gradually, everyone's anger turned into disappointment and despair. We can't catch them anymore. Can we do nothing other than to look at this? Gu Fang Zheng, many people spoke this name, gritting their teeth. Footless Bird flew casually in the air, dodging the human torch yet again and again. Young man, your bird maneuvering techniques are superb, ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, letting her guard down. Fang Yuan's expression froze. Careful. An intense explosion occurred. Bai Zhanwen knew he could not catch up to Fang and Bai, thus he chose to self-detonate. The explosion and flames engulfed the footless bird. Thankfully, the footless bird was made of white bones, even its wings were like pieces of thin bone pieces. The fire didn't cause much damage, the true danger was the impact caused by the explosion. Footless bird's body was full of cracks, and it lost its balance, plummeting to the ground. After descending for a distance, under Fang Yuan's manipulation, it regained its balance, and flew far away. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing screamed. Earlier, Fang Yuan lent her the canopy GU, she had the GU worm to protect her, but Fang Yuan did not. When the explosion occurred, Fang Yuan had no time to activate a defensive GU. When the footless bird rushed out of the flame, Fang Yuan's body was burning in the fire. The intense winds caused the fire to burn even more greatly, even the earth-hearing ear grass in his right ear was burnt. But his expression was cold like steel, like he was not suffering any injuries at all. After footless bird regained its stability, Fang Yuan took out 2 seed of flour and poured the milk spring over his head. The fire was extinguished, but his skin was mostly burnt and his face disfigured, he looked extremely tragic. Bai Ningbing tried to speak, but could not say anything. Fang Yuan, however, smirked and laughed. I like the footless bird, do you know why? He smiled, but the sight was horrifying. Why? Because it has no legs, only wings, thus it has no choice but to fly. When it lands, that signifies its destruction. Betting it all in one chance, fly or die. Bai Ningbing's blue pupils dilated, shining with brilliance. The winds blew on her face, causing her silver hair to flutter. Bai Ningbing's lips also curled up. He, then let us fly up into the sky. Footless bird flew into the sky, becoming a dot in the horizon before eventually vanishing. On the cliff, Bai clan members watched until their eyes seemed to penetrate the sky, but none spoke. An eerie silence engulfed everyone. The world was so vast. The eerie blue sky, the snow-like white Baiju mountain, the sunlight shining down, footless bird, Fang and Bai's silhouettes, this scene was deeply engraved into everyone's hearts. Fury grew in their hearts, as hatred germinated in their hearts. Puff. Bai clan leader vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, and fell down on her back, fainting. Lord clan leader, quick, healing GU masters, save the clan leader. Panic ensued on the cliff. Author's note: what is demonic path? A kind of path that has its own ideology and beliefs. Towards what a demonic path is, everyone has their unique understanding towards it, but to me, the footless bird embodied a kind of demonic spirit. Demonic path is cruel, not only to others, but more towards oneself. Thus, it is not well liked by the masses. Chapter 228. Dark Leopard dies for love. The setting sun was dyed like blood as the clouds on the west resembled burning flames. Under the setting sun, the footless bird started slowly dropping down after having flown for the majority of the day. It had made a series of extreme diving and rising actions. While suffering from the explosion of the human torch, its body was filled with cracks and could no longer continue to fly. Under Fang Yuan's meticulous control, the footless bird finally fell into a forest. Smoke and dust flew everywhere and groups of beasts escaped in a panic. Where is this? Bai Ningbing jumped off from the bird and surveyed her surroundings. The trees were short and thick, but had a lot of lush leaves, unlike the sparse amount in the bone trees of Baiju Mountain. The trees in this forest were like a canopy blocking the sunlight, and the leaves were all purple, light purple, dark purple, reddish purple, violet. The evening wind blew over. If one looked into the distance, all they would see was a sea of purple. A purple forest. We have been moving north all along and according to our course, this should be near Ziyu Mountain. Fang Yuan guessed. His countenance was covered with worry. Ziyu Mountain is safe in daytime, but is extremely dangerous in night. It is getting dark, we need to quickly leave and find a safe place to stay. Okay. Bai Ningbing nodded. After over 2 hours, they found a cave luckily. The cave's original owner had been a pouched bear. This species of bear possessed a natural marsupial pouch on their stomach, just like kangaroo. Dry wood burnt with crackling sounds, the bonfire quietly blazed, the meat stew in the iron pot over the rack was already boiling, giving off a dense aroma. The fat, tender bear paws were already roasted, Besides these, there were also many delicacies, from Bai clan, stored in two-seat of flour. The two quickly began devouring the food, and their strained mood began to relax. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, her dark blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. Look, this is retribution. You burned that pair of brother and sister to death, and now, you yourself are burned to this state. The light of the fire shone upon Fang Yuan's face, the severe wounds on his face made him look horrifying and ugly. If a timid girl saw his appearance, they would probably scream in fear right then and there. Fang Yuan, however, laughed, not minding the comment. He was even inwardly happy. Fortunately, we have meat bone Gu, it won't be difficult to recover your original appearance. You just need to cut off the burned skin and flesh, then we can use the meat bone Gu to grow them anew. But, you are only a rank 1 and can't use the meat bone Gu. Come, beg me, maybe my kind and magnanimous heart will feel pity for you, and heal you. Bai Ningbing wouldn't let go of any chance to snide at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan made a motion of raising his eyebrows, despite his eyebrows already being burnt off. Why would I want to heal it? Isn't this situation quite good? He laughed. We killed off the 2 young masters of Bai clan and also played the Bai clan leader and the elder. Do you think they will let us go? This injury saves me the effort to change my appearance. Earth hearing ear grass was destroyed, Fang Yuan's right ear was shattered. The injuries to cartilage in his ear wasn't something the meat bone Gu could heal. But even if he could heal it, he would rather have 1 ear less to change his appearance. In past, there was a demonic figure, Bai Shanzi, who was captured and put into a prison. He feigned becoming mad, smearing his own stool onto his body, even cutting off his 5th limb and became a eunuch. His enemies finally believed he had gone crazy and thus loosened their vigilance, giving him a chance to flee. Later on, he returned to take revenge and massacred the whole family of his enemies, including the old and the young. There was a great figure of the righteous path, Empress Wu Ji. When she was young, her own elder sister had seized her rights to the throne. She could only hide this grievance inside her. Her elder sister was jealous of her beauty and thus, to avoid letting her make things difficult, Empress Wu Ji cut off the bridge of her nose, disfiguring herself, but gained the space to survive and grow. After over 10 years, she overthrew her elder sister's regime and re-established her authority. She then ordered her elder sister's 5 sensory organs to be cut off, making her live in a state where she couldn't choose to live or die. Throughout the history, all the great figures were good at biding their time and not being attached to fleshly appearance. No matter if it were the righteous path or the demonic, regardless of men or women, they were all like this. After Empress Wu Ji took the control, she didn't heal her nose even though she had the healing means, keeping this as a warning to herself. The Wu clan became the top clan of the southern border, suppressing Tai clan, Shang clan, Fei clan. Its dominance couldn't be challenged. Those who indulged in fleshly appearance were mostly superficial and it would be difficult for them to succeed. Regardless of whether it was this world or Earth, both attested to this point. King Yu of Zhou, just for a smile from his beloved concubine Bao Si, lighted the warning beacons to trick the vassal states. What was the outcome? People lost their trust in him and he was killed by the barbarians. Liu Biyu for Diochin, King Wu for Qixi, Shang Yu the Conqueror took consort Yu when he went on military campaigns. Ha ha ha, what was the outcome of these people? By contrast, Cao Cao was short, Sun Bin was handicapped, Sima Qian was castrated. Everyone loves beauty, however, achievements were not in the least relevant to fleshly beauty, only a temperament which could firmly let go was the foundation to a great success. Actually, it is you who is too dazzling, with your blue eyes and silver hair, you should change it. Fang Yuan said as he looked all over Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted and didn't reply. Fang Yuan continued. The footless bird was damaged, but we have only flown over few thousands of miles. Although we are quite far away from Bai clan, they will definitely come to capture us for the things we have done. We are in a dangerous situation. If they spread wanted posters, our days will become even more difficult. Bai Ningbing considered the idea with a frown, before agreeing. All right, I am also tired of this outfit. Changing into a new appearance might be a brilliant experience. Next, the two started to calculate their losses and gains. There were losses: Earth Hearing Ear Grass, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, Carapace Gu, Iron Thistles, Stealth Scales Gu, Footless Bird, were all destroyed in the pursuit. However, to Fang Yuan, being alive was the most important. Only by being alive could there be possibilities and hope. This was the foundation to everything. To continue living, even if he had to give up spring-autumn cicada, so what? In a word, being able to let go was the character of a great man. As for gains, there were large numbers of bone spear GU and spiral bone spear GU in Fang Yuan's aperture. They had also obtained rank 3 flying bone shield, jade bone GU, iron bone GU, the healing type meat bone GU and several bone books recording all kinds of recipes. Besides these, they had also gained clearing heat GU from the Bai clan. Of course, the most significant was still the bone flesh unity GU, which they had successfully refined at such a dangerous moment. Compared to the gains, their losses weren't that serious. This was a complete inheritance, after all. The flower wine monk might be a rank 5 expert, a cut above the rank 4 gray bone scholar, but Fang Yuan's gains from the flower wine inheritance loses out to this Bai GU inheritance. The reason was Bai GU inheritance had been carefully planned out for a long time by gray bone scholar, whereas flower wine inheritance was completed in haste and hurry. In fact, Fang Yuan only walked through the main path of the Bai GU inheritance. There were many other side branches, and moreover, there were many steel teeth locks that weren't knocked open in the flesh sack secret chamber. These things would all serve the Bai clan. They controlled this place, and so long as they spent some time and energy, they could definitely devour the whole inheritance. But it doesn't matter, I have taken all the GU worms in my list. As long as this bone flesh unity GU displays its effects, it will far surpass the others. It is just that the earth hearing ear grass has been destroyed, which is a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan's philosophy was only those things that are practical can be valuable. They had lost the chainsaw golden centipede, but the spiral bone spear GU could qualify to replace it. Iron thistles and carapace GU were gone, but they still had canopy GU and flying bone shield. However, with the loss of earth hearing ear grass, they now had a hole in the investigative aspect. They had lacked in the healing and movement aspects before, but now these two aspects were more or less filled, whereas a gap appeared in the investigative aspect. In life, things often do not go your way. The nighttime in the Ziyu mountain was much livelier than daytime. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns to keep watch, both didn't get proper sleep. Occasionally, roars and sounds of battles of the wild beasts came from outside the cave. Especially at the crack of dawn, an intense battle occurred near the cave, waking up the soundly sleeping Fang Yuan. This was a fight between 2,000 beasts kings. Two-winged black feather python had provoked a dark leopard. The two exchanged killing moves back and forth. Their movements were very noisy, and their momentum, astonishing. Dark leopard was a ferocious beast specific to the Ziyu mountain. They had purple spots on their skin, their bodies were powerful and they were extremely fast. They would often leave behind ethereal afterimages when they moved through the forest. Their movements were quiet and their prey usually ended up in their stomachs without even being able to react. Fang and Bai were on the edge, they could even say they were trapped in the cave, unable to escape. As time passed, the dark leopard gradually became outmatched, getting into a corner. This was a pregnant female leopard. Dark leopard always came in male and female pairs. The female leopard had been pregnant, and the male leopard had gone out to hunt. Who would have thought the black-feathered python would attack during this gap? In the end, the female leopard died by black-feathered python's constriction. However, before the black-feathered python could escape, the returning male leopard saw it. Then after another life-and-death battle, the male leopard killed the killer, but it was welcomed by the female leopard's cold corpse. Dawn came. The first rays of light shone upon the dark leopard's beautiful fur. However, the female leopard was no more. The male leopard paced back and forth around the female leopard's side and let out a mournful whimper. They were so near, yet so far, separated by life and death. Why is it not leaving? Bai Ningbing grumbled. Relax, the male and the female dark leopards are of one heart. If one dies, the other will not continue to live alone. Fang Yuan sighed, I will go back to sleep. He returned to the depths of the cave to sleep again while Bai Ningbing remained behind at the cave entrance to keep watch. The male leopard paced back and forth before lying down. It stuck out its tongue and started licking the female leopard's wounds. The wounds on the female leopard had turned pitch black due to the black feather python's poison. The male leopard lived all its life here, it could distinguish this poison with only a sniff. However, it no longer cared now. In the end, its resplendent eyes started dimming and slowly closed. By the time it was noon, it had passed away. It was quietly lying together with the female leopard, their beautiful fur made them look like delicate artworks. Having personally seen this whole course of events, Bai Ningbing couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. Not long after, Fang Yuan woke up and walked out full of vigor. He saw Bai Ningbing resting against the cave wall, staring blankly at the corpses of the two dark leopards. "How is the harvest?" Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing shrugged and spoke with a waning interest. "The GU worms that could fly have all flown away. I don't have any means to capture GU. Besides, didn't you also see last night's battle? Those GU worms died or are injured, the remaining aren't something we need." "Haha, if it were not for that, why would someone like you go back to sleep?" Fang Yuan laughed. "Although they are 2000 beasts kings, the GU worms on them aren't anything great. But that doesn't necessarily mean there are no harvests, hehe." Saying so, Fang Yuan walked towards the dark leopard's corpses. Chapter 229, Resting and Recovering at the Hamlet. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but become curious when she saw Fang Yuan walking towards the dark leopard's corpses. She saw him squatting down and feeling around the ears of the dark leopards. After a while, Fang Yuan took out two exquisite purple leaves from the male leopard's left ear and the female leopard's right ear. This was breath concealment GU. Rank 3 grass GU masters could use it to conceal their aura and cultivation level. To some degree, it was a camouflage ability. Almost all the dark leopards had a breath concealment GU in the ears. However, the dark leopards moved in pairs and were at least of 1000 beasts king level. They were experts in sneak attacks, and were extremely agile. Capturing them was a very troublesome and dangerous endeavor. Moreover, the dark leopards were specific to Ziyu Mountain. Thus, the knowledge of there being breath concealment GU in dark leopards' ears wasn't widely known yet. In Fang Yuan's 150th year in his previous life, there emerged a righteous path figure nicknamed Hunting King, Sun Gon. He was the first to wantonly hunt the dark leopards for their breath concealment GU, and made a fortune by selling them to the market. After him, countless GU masters rushed to Ziyu Mountain to make a fortune. Like this, in only few years, the dark leopards were all annihilated. Right now, however, the Ziyu Mountain was still a secluded area. In this place, daytime was safe whereas the night time was extremely dangerous. There were no clans here, but there was an embryonic form of a clan, a hamlet. Fang Yuan didn't have the earth-hearing ear grass to scout, but fortunately they obtained 2 breath concealment GU. Fang and Bai relied on this GU to avoid many dangers. They were not going to go up the Ziyu Mountain. Their current strength was enough to move across the ordinary forests, but not enough to go deep into the famous mountains and great rivers. Even Bai clan would have to pay a great price to explore these areas, let alone the current Fang and Bai. They went around the Ziyu Mountain and moved forward, and after 2 days, they discovered a mountain path. It was a man-made path, and was much safer than the forests. Of course, if one's luck was bad, they might come across dangerous situations. Fang and Bai moved along the mountain path, until one evening, they saw a thin curl of smoke. The two glanced at each other before hastening their steps. They saw a hamlet lying in a mountain basin. The hamlet was surrounded by short stone walls, with guards standing on several points. It was evening now and the farmers were returning in groups, walking to the hamlet with hoes and other farm tools on them. However, these were all mortals and were nothing to worry about. "Let's go." Fang Yuan walked towards the hamlet. Just like this, Bai Ningbing was somewhat surprised. Their appearance quickly attracted the curiosity and suspicious glances of the villagers. Most of the villages in this world weren't too welcoming to foreigners. The clan villagers were even more so. They would set up tight defense around the whole village, for fear that spies and robbers would infiltrate the village. "May I ask the 2 distinguished guests if you are respected Lord GU masters?" Before Fang and Bai even reached the entrance, 2 guards who looked alike approached them. Bai Ningbing didn't speak. According to their original agreement, Fang Yuan would take charge of all the communications. Fang Yuan shook his head. "Hello brothers, we are both mortals." The 2 guards seemed to heave a sigh of relief when they heard this, their faces clearly loosening up. The younger juvenile guard disdainfully sized up Fang Yuan's body, before speaking with some disgust. "I'll say, how could such a ugly person possibly be one of those Lord GU masters who possess divine powers?" Fang Yuan's whole body was burned and he had 1 ear less. Such an ugly appearance birthed revulsion in people. Bai Ningbing also changed her normal attire. She cut off her long silver hair short and also dyed it black. Her body that was white as snow due to ice muscles, was now blackened. Only the color of her eyes couldn't be covered, thus she wore a straw hat and covered half her face. As the two stood together, they remarkably looked like mortal villagers. "Little brother, watch what you say." The senior guard reprimanded the junior guard, then vigilantly looked at Fang and Bai. "Where are you from and what are you doing here?" "We are from a hamlet across the mountain. We were taking a handcart filled with herbs and salted meat, thinking to sell them, but we bumped into a tiger on our way. Whoa, that really scared me to death. We ran crazily all the way and only then could we save ourselves. We don't dare to go back for the moment, so we came to your hamlet and hope to spend the night here. We will immediately leave tomorrow." Fang Yuan spoke off the top of his head. The vigilance in the guard's gaze lessened. Fang Yuan said, "Brother, no need to scold your little brother. I got this injuries from a fire. That day, our house was on fire, and while trying to salvage the rice, I was burned to this state. Everyone is suffering nowadays." The senior guard heaved a sigh. "You can enter the hamlet, and if you don't find anyone willing to offer you shelter, you need to make do by spending the night in the corner of the walls." After finishing saying the instructions, the guards opened the way. After Fang and Bai entered the hamlet, the senior guard instructed his brother, "Go tell the village head that 2 outsiders are here. He is an elder, has rich experience, ask him to keep a lookout." "Brother, you are too cautious. How could these 2 be GU masters? Besides, why would GU masters try to deceive us mortals? To have fun. If I tell you to go, then just go. Making me run errands again," the young guard grumbled but still left in the end. The scene inside the hamlet was peaceful. The air was filled with the aroma of food. After a day of hard work, families gathered around the dinner table and talked happily. Bai Ningbing involuntarily felt relaxed in such an environment. The reason for her disguise was because they didn't want to leave behind any traces which could make it convenient for the Bai clan to track them. Another reason was because of Fang Yuan's cautious nature. By hiding themselves in an unfamiliar environment, they could react to any abnormalities. It was easy to find a house to take shelter in. Just give the villagers a primeval stone fragment and they would be more than happy to vacate a house. However, doing this would not be in accordance with their current identities. Fang Yuan had a better method. He walked around the hamlet, before stopping in front of a worn-out house. There was only an elderly woman in this household. She had a grandson but he was killed by a wolf when out playing. The old lady was drawing water from a well in front of her house. The action seemed to take a lot out of her. "Auntie, let me help you." Fang Yuan put on a silly grin and eagerly ran towards the old lady. The old lady was shocked when she saw Fang Yuan's appearance. However, Fang Yuan acted passionately with a silly grin on his face, and after quickly pulling up several buckets of water, the old lady's vigilance disappeared. "Young man, you are an outsider." The old lady smiled open her mouth which had a few missing teeth. "Yes, we were hoping to stay over for the night in your house." "Auntie, I can do your work, may we?" Fang Yuan foolishly said. "Okay." The old lady happily agreed. Although the villagers would help each other financially in normal times, she still needed labor force like this. Bai Ningbing watched this scene speechlessly. This Fang Yuan could really act. After fetching the water, it was chopping the firewoods. Fang Yuan also cooked the meal. The old lady repeatedly praised him for his swift and skilled movements. "Auntie, let me help you fetch some more water. We will talk after I fill the water vat." After the dinner, Fang Yuan again went to fetch water on his own accord. The old lady kept on saying no need, but Fang Yuan insisted on doing so. After the water vat was filled, the old lady talked with tears in her eyes. "Young man, you are really, such a bitter life like this old lady." Evidently, Fang Yuan had fabricated a miserable tale during the dinner, which left a deep impression on the simple old lady. Lanterns were a luxury to ordinary people, thus the house was dark in the night. The only light came through the window from the moon. The house had 2 simple and crude beds. Bai Ningbing was lying on the floor but was very satisfied. The exhaustion accumulated from days of walking was now slowly dissipating. Fang Yuan laid cross-legged on the bed. His mind was in his aperture, observing the bone-flesh unity GU. He had not used this pair of GU even once since he got it. After all, he had refined it after tempering the recipe. And with Fang Yuan's cautious nature, he naturally needed to properly study it before using it. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, a bright light flashed past them. "There isn't any problem, bone-flesh unity GU can be used." After saying so, he summoned the pair of jade bracelet-shaped GU. This two jade bracelets, one was green as grass whereas the other was red as blood. They were both tied together and couldn't be separated. Fang Yuan had already refined them before. However, to bring out their magical effects, he needed to give up one of them and let Bai Ningbing refine it. Bai Ningbing was sitting in a cross-legged position as she received the GU, but he wasn't in a hurry to refine it and instead looked at Fang Yuan. What do you plan on doing next? Fang Yuan chuckled. And here I was thinking you wouldn't ask. Despite it being dark, Bai Ningbing could sense Fang Yuan smiling at this moment. She just snorted and didn't speak. Fang Yuan didn't plan to conceal his plans from her. Our next destination is Shangliang Mountain. Shangliang Mountain, Shang Clan. Bai Ningbing's brows slightly furrowed. Shang Clan was one of the top forces of the southern border, not weaker to Tai Clan and Fei Clan. Only the Wu Clan was above it. Shang Clan was famed for their businesses in southern border, and even the people outside the southern border, as long as they had some experience, knew that the Shang Clan of the southern border was the center for businesses and trading. Shang Clan City was so flourishing that there were opportunities for primeval stones everywhere. When Bai Ningbing still had northern dark ice soul physique, she had looked forward to visiting the Shang Clan City. Now however, she was hesitating. With the crimes we have committed against the Bai clan, we might already be wanted by all the righteous path figures. Wouldn't we just be heading straight into a trap by going to Shang Clan City? Fang Yuan smiled. If there are only two places in the whole southern border that could accept us, that Shang Clan City would definitely be one of them. Shang Clan might be one of the leaders of the righteous paths, but the Shang Clan City is a place with complete freedom, and also a place where most of the demonic path figures dispose of their goods. If not for that, how could Shang Clan be the richest clan in the southern border? Even Wu Clan is far inferior to them in this aspect. Bai Ningbing pondered for a while when she heard this. The rumors said that you could buy anything in Shang Clan City, is this really true? Fang Yuan shook his head. The things in the rumors are all talking of the low-level goods. There are too many things in this world that has a lot of demand but no supply. For example, a certain Yang Jiyu. Ha ha ha. Chapter 230, Dual Cultivation. In the dark room, Bai Ningbing let out an annoyed snort. Fang Yuan changed the subject. At this stage, Shang Clan City is the most suitable place for us. There are many stores there from where we can buy the GU worms suitable for us. Although the GU worms we have now are excellent, they don't match with each other. Only with GU worms that can complement each other, can we exhibit stronger fighting prowess and even fight higher ranks. Bai Ningbing was in complete agreement. All excellent GU master would have a set of complementing GU worms. For instance, when Bai Ningbing possessed Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, the GU worms she had were Ice Blade GU, Icicle GU, Water Shield GU, Blue Bird Ice Coffin GU, Ice Muscles GU, Frost Demon GU. They all belong to Ice and Water series, and easily complemented each other when mutually paired and used. Now however, Fang and Bai only possessed an assortment of GU worms. If they were to complete a set of complementing GU worms, their fighting prowess would at least double. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had stored large numbers of Bone Spear GU and Spiral Bone Spear GU. All these could be sold in Shang Clan City. Even if there were none of these GU, Fang Yuan had Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and could use it to produce primeval stones. The first objective in going to Shang Clan City was to lay low. The second objective was to purchase and exchange GU worms. Fang Yuan's third objective, however, wasn't convenient to tell to Bai Ningbing. This involved rock gambling. At a dark corner of a certain rock gambling site, there was a rock hiding a legendary rainbow-colored GU. The GU worms in Fang Yuan's possession were as high as rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus which was involved with a rank 9 Immortal Venerable, Blood Skull GU which could change one's aptitude and also Bone Flesh Unity GU. Leaving aside the Bone Flesh Unity GU, Blood Skull GU had already lost its worth because there was almost no blood relative left of Fang Yuan now. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus might have excellent results, but it didn't have any advancement prospects since Fang Yuan didn't have its fusion recipe. The higher his cultivation becomes, the lesser the help it would provide. Let's not even talk about Spring Autumn Cicada. Right now it is still hibernating. If one said to use it, it would be full of danger, but if one does not use it, once it recovered, it would blow up the aperture. It was a ticking time bomb. Spring Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull GU and Bone Flesh Unity GU were the most valuable GU in Fang Yuan's possession. In addition, these four all had a common point: they were all involved in assisting with cultivation. How big of a help they were to Fang Yuan? Big, very big. However, their use in battles weren't that obvious. That GU in the Shang clan city was different in that it was a trump card for battle. With it and some other GU worms to complement it, Fang Yuan could only then be considered to have rebirth. He would have some confidence in being unrivaled among those at the same rank. Recovering some of the bearings of his previous life is one of the big shots of the demonic path. It's a long journey to Shang clan city. No need to think about this now. You should first refine the Bone Flesh Unity GU. Fang Yuan stopped this topic. Bai Ningbing felt slightly at ease after knowing Fang Yuan's plan. Having been in contact with Fang Yuan for so long, she was becoming more and more aware of how treacherous and crafty Fang Yuan was. Especially his performance today, such simplicity and honesty even nearly fooled her. Not long ago, she had witnessed how Fang Yuan had refined the Bone Flesh Unity GU, and after connecting all of his behavior, she was beginning to feel a chill in her heart. She reminded herself to be careful and learn from the mistake of that miserable Bai clan leader. If she doesn't have some vigilance against Fang Yuan, who knows, one day she might be sold by Fang Yuan while still counting the money for him. She shook her head to put her mood in check and began to refine the Bone Flesh Unity GU. This pair of GU had strange shapes with one green and another red. Bai Ningbing chose the red one and began pouring her primeval essence into it. This Bone Flesh Unity GU had already been refined by Fang Yuan at the very beginning. Now, Fang Yuan removed his imprint from the GU and cooperated with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing didn't take a lot of time to refine it. The moment she finished refining the GU, there was a change in Bone Flesh Unity GU. This pair of linked jade bracelets suddenly completely dissipated in the air. And almost instantly, there appeared circular marks on Fang Yuan's and Bai Ningbing's wrists. What was different was, the mark that appeared on Fang Yuan's left wrist was green, whereas it appeared on Bai Ningbing's right wrist and was red. A mysterious connection emerged from both Fang and Bai's hearts. This connection allowed Fang Yuan to sense Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing similarly could sense Fang Yuan, as if their blood and flesh were linked and couldn't be divided. This feeling wasn't good, and it made Bai Ningbing feel nauseous as if she had swallowed a housefly. Fang Yuan's brows also tightly furrowed. This hadn't been mentioned in the scroll left behind by Grey Bone Scholar. Fang Yuan thought about it before being relieved. The Grey Bone Scholar had researched this only in theory and never put it into practice. Not knowing this is very normal. This feeling was only a minor detail. The important thing was the next stage. The two endured the odd feeling and sat cross-legged facing each other on the bed, starting their dual cultivation. They both stretched out their hands, the four palms touching each other. To be on the safe side, the weaker cultivation Fang Yuan experimented it. He took out a portion of his green copper primeval essence and cautiously poured it into Bai Ningbing's aperture. The green and red circular marks suddenly let out bright radiance. The foreign primeval essence, when transferred to Bai Ningbing's aperture, immediately changed to Bai Ningbing's aura. It really worked. Bai Ningbing softly exclaimed in delight. I clearly transferred 10% of my green copper primeval essence, but you only received 3/5 of it, 2/5 of it was lost in conversion. Fang Yuan's observation was even more detailed. Bai Ningbing wasn't surprised though. What's hard to understand? Didn't the scroll say it? This Bone Flesh Unity GU can be divided into 5 types of quality depending on how deep the relation between the two refiners is. From low to high, it is divided into fratricidal, friendly relation, indissoluble relation, familial relation, blood-kin relation. She analyzed and continued. If that pair of brother and sister became GU masters, and refined the Blood-Flesh Unity GU by themselves, with how deep the relation was between them, I estimate they would obtain the highest quality, blood-kin relation. If we had refined it by ourselves, it would definitely be the worst quality, fratricidal, considering our relation. These two neutralized each other and we have thus obtained the mid-quality, indissoluble relation. The Bone Flesh Unity GU referred to a series GU. Just like how in the Boar GU, there were Black Boar GU, White Boar GU, Pink Boar GU and so on. According to what the scroll mentioned, Bone Flesh Unity GU contained 5 types of GU worms. The worst quality was the fratricidal GU, which converted 10% primeval essence into 1/5 of it, Above it was friendly relation Gu, which converted 10% of primeval essence into 2/5 of it. Indissoluble relation Gu could transfer 3/5. Familial relation Gu could transfer 4/5. And the top blood kin relation Gu could transfer 100% of the primeval essence without any loss in conversion. By relying on his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had tampered with the recipe at the last moment, obtaining the rank 3 indissoluble relation Gu, which could be considered a pretty good luck. Researching refinement recipe was not easy. It required continuous deductions and experiments along with many Gu worms. Fang Yuan was able to succeed with his tampering. One factor was due to the insight from his experience and another factor was luck. However, he had never liked to rely on luck. This didn't mean he was born a jinx or his luck was bad all the time. Fang Yuan's luck was the same as ordinary people, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Why he didn't like it was because it was a factor which he couldn't control. He was a person who strongly desired being in control. He liked to control the situation, control others and naturally control himself. That's it, your turn now, Fang Yuan said. On the whole, he was satisfied getting the indissoluble Gu. Bai Ningbing transferred 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence into Fang Yuan's aperture. What happened next was shocking. Just before, when Fang Yuan transferred his dark green primeval essence into Bai Ningbing's aperture, it formed into a green water which was swallowed by the snow-silver primeval sea in just a while, her primeval sea increasing by a bit. Now, when she transferred 10% primeval essence into Fang Yuan's aperture, before her primeval essence had yet to land into his primeval sea, his aperture started shaking. Fang Yuan immediately shouted to stop. This was not a problem in bone-flesh unity Gu, but rather was the problem of his cultivation. He was only at upper stage of rank 1 Gu master and had stored hundreds of bone spear Gu, and now that he was receiving the snow-silver primeval essence, the whole burden was too much to handle for his aperture. Bai Ningbing hesitated. If she continued to transfer the primeval essence now, she might be able to break Fang Yuan's aperture. But even if she broke his aperture, Yang Gu could still be destroyed with one thought from Fang Yuan. She thought for a moment before finally deciding to withdraw her primeval essence. Originally, 10% of silver snow primeval essence was transferred to Fang Yuan's aperture, which should have been converted into 3/5. Now after Bai Ningbing withdrew her primeval essence, only about a fifth of the converted primeval essence remained. What made Bai Ningbing inwardly sigh was the ability of this bone-flesh unity Gu. Fang Yuan transferred all the bone spear Gu to Bai Ningbing's aperture, and then accepted the snow-silver primeval essence. When this portion of snow primeval essence was in Bai Ningbing's body, it had her aura. Now that it had been transferred into Fang Yuan's aperture, it suddenly shrunk and changed to Fang Yuan's aura. The converted snow-silver primeval essence sank towards the bottom of Fang Yuan's aperture and his green-copper primeval essence could only helplessly float above it. The two existed peacefully, as if this portion of snow-silver primeval essence was birthed by Fang Yuan's aperture. If it was foreign primeval essence that came this close in contact, it would immediately explode and cause damage to the aperture. Hence, the normal primeval essence imparting was like walking on a steel rope, very dangerous and exhausting. Fang Yuan tried moving this portion of the white-silver primeval essence to rush at the aperture walls. Gu masters were divided into 9 ranks of great realms. Each great realms were further divided into 4 small realms: initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. Initial stage was light membrane aperture walls, the light was thin and flickering. Middle stage was water membrane aperture walls, the light flowed freely. Upper stage was stone membrane aperture walls, the light was condensed to solid state. Peak stage was crystal membrane aperture walls with ethereal and pure radiance. Fang Yuan was now a rank 1 upper stage. His aperture walls were of stone membrane. However, with one wave of impact from the snow-silver primeval essence, this stone membrane wall actually started shaking violently. Chapter 231, Addicted to Cultivating. Fang Yuan quickly stopped out of fear. Although he used the liquor worm before, it was used to refine the primeval essence and raise its quality by 1 small realm. When had he ever used the snow-silver primeval essence, which was of a much higher quality? With no choice, Fang Yuan could only reduce the amount used each time, and also slow the waves crashing into his aperture walls. To think there would also be problems when the primeval essence's quality is too high. Fang Yuan was slightly aggravated. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing heard this and rolled her eyes. What sort of godsend opportunity was this? If anyone else knew, they would probably slap him to death out of anger. This was really a blissful worry. After 4 hours, this 6% snow-silver primeval essence was finally expended. His rough stone aperture walls were already showing a glimmer just from this one round of cultivation. It was like a rough jade that had started to give off a luster worthy of its quality after processing. Quick, transfer another 10%. Fang Yuan urged. Like this, they cultivated the whole night. When the rooster crowed in the morning, light had started to shine through the window, and Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining with unconcealable excitement. He looked at his palm and clenched his fists. Rank 1 peak stage. Just a night of cultivation caused him to rise from rank 1 upper stage to rank 1 peak stage. What divine speed is this? Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree, even in his previous life. Such a feeling was almost addictive. For example, when he had C-grade aptitude, he cultivated like a snail. Using the liquor worm, he walked. With a grade aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus, he sprinted. But what the heck was this? With this bone-flesh unity GU, it was like he was soaring with 2 wings. Even Bai Ning Bing was stunned. She was smart and quickly realized that this GU had another greater use. This GU can also help in breaking through a large realm. Liquor worm can only raise the cultivation by a small realm, and the GU master had to rely on their own primeval essence when breaking through a big realm, thus aptitude was crucial. But with this bone-flesh unity GU, they could use another person's primeval essence when breaking through to another realm. This was an insane advantage. With this GU, GU Mountain was a complete success. Even if I sacrificed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it would be worth it. At this time, the morning light entered the farmhouse, and Bai Ning Bing sighed loudly. This world holds so many great geniuses. Grey Bone Scholar was only a rank 4 GU master, but he managed to invent the bone-flesh unity GU. He was a true genius. All GU masters with titles had their specialities. In comparison, Fang and Bai were living in obscurity. Under the blazing sun, in the fields. Auntie, take a rest, I'll help you. Fang Yuan grabbed the hoe from the old lady's hand. The old lady could not compete in strength against the young and strong Fang Yuan. She felt happy seeing her hoe snatched away, smiling till her teeth was exposed. Ah, where can I find such a wonderful lad? Since the first dual cultivation, 2 days had passed. The original plan was to stay a night and leave, but after using the bone-flesh unity GU, Fang Yuan was enjoying the rapid cultivation speed and decided to change his plans, to leaving only after he reached rank 2 at least. After all, there were still 2 to 3 years before that rock is discovered. He was in no rush. Bai Ning Bing had no objections. There was a huge difference between rank 1 and rank 2. Becoming a rank 2 GU master would be a great help to their journey. Thus, they stayed in the village and didn't leave. The old lady also did not chase them away. The truth was she wanted the 2 to stay there forever. They worked so diligently, and although one was slightly dumb while the other was ugly, they were honest kids. Fang and Bai worked in the day. One had the strength of 2 boars, while the other had the strength of a crocodile. Among mortals it was like having divine strength. Farm work was a breeze, as easy as pie. Furthermore, it was an old lady's house. What tough work could there be? Every day Fang and Bai only slept a little, but were still full of energy. Such a lifestyle, in comparison to moving in the wilds and living in harsh conditions, while worrying for their safety, was like heaven. Fang Yuan used all his free time to cultivate, like he was addicted. With the bone-flesh unity GU, his speed could only be described with a proverb, 1,000 miles a day. He reached rank 1 peak stage in the first night, and in the past few days, he was steadily building on his foundation, and his aperture walls had already turned crystal clear. At this rate, he would reach rank 2 in a few days. As the number of times they cultivated increased, the bone-flesh unity GU's status rose in Fang Yuan's heart, surpassing the blood skull GU and heavenly essence treasure lotus, only lower than the spring-autumn cicada. There was no need to even mention liquor worm, which could only raise 1 small realm. It was nothing compared to the bone-flesh unity GU. As for blood skull GU, it required too much investment and time. Although the heavenly essence treasure lotus was good, it could only provide help to GU masters who were alone. As for this bone-flesh unity GU, according to Bai Ning Bing's phrase, it was a GU that could change even the very structure of society. This was no exaggeration and was deeply acknowledged by Fang Yuan. Bone-Flesh Unity GU was a low-rank GU, even rank 1 or 2 GU masters could use it. Although it had many refinement requirements, the standards were really not high, and a clan with enough resources could easily refine this GU. This GU was useless to a loner, but to clans or sects, this was a divine weapon. Using this shortcut, clan elders could nurture the juniors, reducing the time and funds required to raise a GU master by many folds. With this Bone-Flesh Unity GU, it was no longer nurturing GU masters, but creating GU masters in batches. It was a difference between heaven and earth. Because of this GU, Fang Yuan even had a change of thought the night before, getting the urge to change his plans of fighting alone to establishing a force of his own. On that topic, an organized force was just a tool to be used. Fang Yuan had created the Bloodwing demonic sect in his previous life, and if he wanted to establish an organization in this life, it would be a lot easier because he had already experienced it. But to establish an organization, the most important thing was occupying territory filled with resources. And under layers of control, gather people and use their strength to cultivate together. GU master cultivation was like swimming upstream, it was a journey of accumulation and naturally required resources. Thus to rank 5 GU masters and below, having an organization's help would aid in their cultivation. However, once they reached rank 6 and experienced a qualitative change, turning from mortal to immortal, with the might of heaven and earth gathered in them, an organization became useless to them. Knowing this, it was easy to understand Fang Yuan's plans. In his previous life, Fang Yuan established the Bloodwing demonic sect to gather resources. In this life, with his knowledge of many inheritance and secrets, he could simply devour these resources and rise to rank 6 much more quickly. Why would he need to waste time and effort to create a force of his own? But now that he possessed the Bone-Flesh Unity GU, it would be much quicker than he previously assumed if he created an organization. There would be less investments, but greater rewards, creating GU masters in batches and quickly form a large strength. But after Fang Yuan thought about it until morning, he dispelled his notion of creating a force. If he really relied on the Bone-Flesh Unity GU to create an organization, it would be courting death. Such a divine weapon would definitely attract the greed of all the large forces, if revealed. Not to say that he was starting from scratch, even a clan leader with some foundation would not dare to use the Bone-Flesh Unity GU so openly. It truly attracted the jealousy of others. Even Wu clan, the #1 clan in the southern borders, would not dare to use it alone. Fang Yuan estimated there needed to be an alliance of at least Wu clan, Fei clan, Tai clan and Shang clan to guard against the greed of all the GU masters over the world, if they were to use Bone-Flesh Unity GU in large scale. If I want to create a force, even if it starts to look bright, I will get exterminated from all sides. By then, even if I escape, the foundation that I created would be lost. At the end, I would even become a complete loser, pursued by everyone. Fang Yuan had completely calmed down, knowing that this was a dead path, thus he affirmed his will of fighting alone in a large-scale battle. But to be honest, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were quite intelligent. In their previous life, although they used the Bone-Flesh Unity GU and became the righteous twin stars, they did not use this power to grow their clan's force. With their intentional misleading, although the Bone-Flesh Unity GU's reputation was established, people greatly underestimated its ability. Fang Yuan recalled, and sensed the wisdom in these two twin stars. Being able to come to Bai GU Mountain this time and killing the siblings prematurely, could be considered a great accomplishment. But Fang Yuan thought again, this Bone-Flesh Unity GU can only be used by 2 people. Bai Hua and Bai Sheng must have used the refinement method on the scroll. Without my unique alteration, the difficulty in defining the Bone-Flesh Unity GU is greatly increased. It is possible that they did not even think of this prospect. After thinking for so much, Fang Yuan's head was starting to hurt. He plowed the fields under the intense sun as he shook his head, collecting his dispersed thoughts. After all, these things were not important and it was useless to think about it. Unfortunately, I do not have GU worms that aid in thinking like creative thinking GU, intelligent heart GU, tactful GU and lightning thoughts GU. Even at the very least, the bookworm would suffice. It seems I can only purchase them when I get to Shang Clan City. The old lady's field was small. Fang Yuan quickly plowed half of it, when Bai Ningbing felt interest and started to help on her own accord. She had seen farmers plowing fields on Qingmao Mountain, but back then she was still muddle-headed, and now that she was in this state, she wanted to experience the wonders in it. Only when the night approached, did they start eating in front of the old lady's house. You must be hungry, there are still sweet potatoes in the pot, it will definitely fill you up. The old lady grinned as she scooped 2 bowls of rice. This rice was not the superior rice from the rice bag grass, but rough grains. However, the 2 were not picky eaters anyway. Eat slowly, I have good news to share with you too. On the table, the old lady smiled mysteriously. Chapter 232, Intense Pain of Changing Bone. Auntie, what good news do you have? Fang Yuan immediately asked with a foolish grin. As he was asking, an old man walked in from outside. Bai Ningbing secretly glanced at the old man. This old man was a GU master. However, he only possessed rank 1 initial stage cultivation and was very old, there was nothing to worry. Young man, this is our village head. The old lady introduced the man. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing hurriedly stood up. Fang Yuan scratched his head appearing to be uneasy. Honorable village head, I am. He hadn't even introduced himself when the village head waved his hand with a smile. I know, you 2 are outsiders. GU masters could sense the aura of other GU masters. However, Fang and Bai had the breath concealment GU in their ears, their GU master aura were concealed, and the village head couldn't detect it. The old village head had obtained the report on these 2 strangers few days ago. But he didn't take it to heart. These days, besides Fang and Bai, there were many new people who had come to the village and lodged. If you want to come, just come, why is there a need to bring in gifts? The old lady grumbled. The old village head hadn't come empty-handed, he was holding a string of tied fishes. I caught the fish this morning from the pool. Your teeth aren't in a good condition, drink some fish soup to recover your health. The old village head smiled. The old lady gave him a supercilious look before accepting the fish. I will go cook the fish soup. One could sense the happiness in her voice. Bai Ningbing couldn't sense anything from how the 2 elderly behaved and spoke to each other. Fang Yuan's gaze, however, flashed, realizing this old man and the old lady might probably have fallen in love at this old age. Auntie, let me do it. Fang Yuan immediately said, you guys just sit and chat. There is good news. The old lady quickly waved her hand, indicating Fang and Bai to sit. I have told your story to the villagers, the village head is a GU master, he can help you guys. GU master. Fang Yuan's eyes immediately opened as wide as saucers, he appeared stunned and stumped as he stood there. Bai Ningbing almost couldn't help rolling her eyes at Fang Yuan's expression. She also did her best to show a shocked expression, but her performance was clearly far behind Fang Yuan's, and she knew this clearly. The old village head laughed loudly at Fang Yuan's expression. He immediately felt this ugly and silly guy was somewhat adorable. Compared to Bai Ningbing, who only looked somewhat stunned, the old village head liked Fang Yuan more. Come and sit down, you 2 youngsters, don't be reserved. He waved and sat down first. Fang Yuan acted bashful before he sat down while puffing hard, he appeared nervous. Bai Ningbing also followed his expression from behind, but it looked somewhat unnatural. The old village head, however, didn't suspect anything. I heard you guys had gone to sell herbs and salted meat, but unfortunately came across a wild beast. Your auntie told everything to me, you have helped her a lot these days. I have some purple maple leaves here. In a few days, a caravan will be coming here. You can sell these purple maple leaves and recover your capital. When Bai Ningbing realized this was the good news the old lady was talking about, she immediately lost her interest. T. This, Fang Yuan stuttered with happiness. Tears flowed out from his eyes as he choked with emotion. Honored sir, you are really a good person, a great person. The old village head patted the shoulder of this devil and tried to sympathize. No need to say that. Any person has their ups and downs in life. But I can't just give these purple maple leaves to you, otherwise the villagers will say something about it. How about this? Go help plow the fields in the eastern end of the village, you just need to do it for 7 days until the caravan arrives. He was actually really grateful to Fang and Bai. He had been a mortal who was born and raised in this village, he and the old lady had been childhood sweethearts. But the affairs of the world was fickle, the old lady was married off to someone else. During one time when a caravan had come by, a GU master noticed his intelligence and gave him some help, turning him into a GU master. Because of this, he became the village head. Although he still had feelings for the old lady, both of them had families and children and it would leave a bad impression if he stayed overly in touch with her. Although he is the village head, he couldn't brazenly assist her. He had actually been secretly observing Fang and Bai, and felt their nature wasn't bad. They were hardworking and were honest kids, just that their luck was a bit bad. Hence, when the old lady told their story to him, he immediately agreed to help. You agreed to the village head during the dinner. Are you really thinking of plowing the fields for 7 days for a cart of that purple whatever leaves? In the house at night, Bai Ningbing puzzledly asked. Purple maple leaves is of course not my true objective. Didn't you hear during the meal? A caravan will be passing through this place. Fang Yuan replied. So what? Didn't you mention that caravans pass through Ziyu Mountain all year round? The caravans pass through once a year sometimes, and sometimes, once per half a year. What I had not expected was that a caravan would be coming in just a few days. I made some indirect inquiries and found that this caravan is traveling from east to west. Even if it doesn't go to Shangclan City, it will at least travel along our destination. Bai Ningbing suddenly understood. You want to join the caravan and borrow their strength to reach Shangclan City. She pondered over it for a while, increasingly feeling this was a great method. First of all, Earth Hearing Ear Grass was destroyed. They lacked investigative GU, which meant it would be quite troublesome if they were to travel by themselves. Secondly, they had committed crimes. The Bai clan was definitely chasing after them without rest. Joining the caravan was a great way to cover up their tracks. Finally, they had breath concealment GU and were able to disguise as mortals. The caravans would definitely take precautions against foreign GU masters, but definitely wouldn't have much vigilance against mortals. Even if they were to be discovered, there wouldn't be any problems. When that time comes, with a rank 3 and a rank 2 cultivations, they could still make an escape. The heads of the caravans normally possessed rank 3 cultivation. Those that were rank 4 like Jia Fu were quite rare. But even if we disguise as mortals, could we just casually enter the caravan? Bai Ningbing thought about it, but still had this worry. Fang Yuan chuckled. Of course, we won't be able to just casually join a caravan, we would need a guarantor even as mortals. But I reckon the old village head can resolve this problem for us. Only then did Bai Ningbing felt relieved and let go of her worry. I was worried for nothing. Indeed, with this guy's craftiness, how could he not have thought of this loophole? She thought, all right, I will be able to break through to rank 2 initial stage after 7 days. And I think it is time to use the Iron Bone GU and Jade Bone GU. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched before saying lightly, I already told you before to use them, but you didn't agree and just nurtured them vainly for so many days, wasting so much spring milk. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Youngster, you are ignorant and thus fearless of how much pain is involved in this. Tonight, we won't do dual cultivation. I need to properly rest my mind before I use the Iron Bone GU tomorrow night. Next day, Fang and Bai went to work the fields in the eastern end of the village like their agreement. Fang Yuan intentionally worked from morning till sunset. His body contained enormous strength. This bit of work wasn't even worthy to be mentioned, but he could already hear other farmers taking notice of him and even looking up to him. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed and concentrated on transferring primeval essence into the Iron Bone GU within his aperture. This GU was like a bone, with rounded and smooth ends, and slender mid-area. The whole bone was jet black as if it was made from iron. This GU was a rank 3 GU and it required instant consumption of great amounts of primeval essence to be activated. Fang Yuan was just a rank 1 GU master and shouldn't have been able to use it. But after Bai Ningbing transferred a lot of his snow-silver primeval essence, he was barely qualified to activate it. The transferred snow-silver primeval essence was almost completely used up in transferring to the Iron Bone GU. This GU first let out dark radiance before immediately melting down into iron liquid. It flew out from the aperture and merged with Fang Yuan's skeleton. Pain. An intense and inconceivable pain. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was branded by a scalding hot branding iron. Anywhere the iron liquid passed through in the bones felt like it was being roasted in burning coals. This kind of pain penetrated even the soul. Fang Yuan's face distorted under this pain. Immediately following, drops of sweat began to fall from Fang Yuan's forehead, and in the next moment, his whole body was drenched with sweat. After a long while, Fang Yuan couldn't endure the pain any longer and let out a groan. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Because of the darkness, she hadn't been able to clearly see Fang Yuan's earlier expression and situation, but from this oppressed groan, she judged this pain was no small matter. She knew what insane willpower Fang Yuan had. he hadn't let out a word even when his whole body was covered with flames. But after using the iron bone GU, he let out such a sound. From this, one could tell how intense the pain was. Among the GU master's cultivation, three big aspects of nurture, use and refine. In regards to use, some GU were extremely peculiar. Iron bone GU was one of those, giving extremely intense pain when used. Unfortunately, one needed to endure this pain, and if in case they lost consciousness in the middle, all their efforts would be wasted. Historically, many famous GU masters had died from pain of using GU like the iron bone GU. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. The unbearable pain continued to flood in. He involuntarily let out several groan-like snorts from his nose. In the end, his whole body was almost paralyzed from the pain. He couldn't even exert any more strength in his jaws. When all of his bones were dyed a layer of black by the molten iron, he finally relaxed, and almost instantly, a burst of dizziness attacked him. His eyes blacked out and he started losing consciousness. However, he forcibly persevered, and after taking few deep breaths, he slowly laid down. "Is it over?" Bai Ningbing's voice came from the darkness. Naturally, Fang Yuan sucked in cold air. His voice was hoarse but stable. "Go to sleep, we still need to work tomorrow." "Okay." Bai Ningbing felt greatly disappointed when she realized Fang Yuan was still able to be clear-headed. If he had fainted, she might have had a chance to get hold of the Yangjiu. "No, that isn't right. Yangjiu is inside Fang Yuan's aperture. How can I take it out without any special means?" Thinking of this, she let go her dark thoughts. The next day, Fang Yuan didn't go to work, instead staying in bed. The intense pain was still lingering around and tormenting him. If he made even a slight movement, the violent pain that emerged felt like a chainsaw was sawing at his nerves. The pain was temporarily dominating him and putting him into an extremely weak state. Let alone farm work, he was not able to even leave the bed and walk. At this instance, Bai Ningbing realized that Fang Yuan had forcibly kept up a facade last night. Resultantly, she went to the farm and did the work alone. By evening, Fang Yuan was able to make some movements. Bai Ningbing refused to believe him and used the jade bone GU. Obviously, she found out the absurd amount of pain Fang Yuan had suffered. As prideful as she was, she couldn't help groaning in pain and even grabbing the bed sheets. However, even though her whole body was trembling and shaking, she was able to persist till the end. An intense dizziness attacked her immediately after her success. She fell down on the bed and instantly lost her consciousness. Chapter 233, A Deep Misunderstanding. On the second day, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to lie on the bed, in so much pain that she could not move at all. Fang Yuan had recovered mostly, going off to plow the fields at the east of the hamlet. The old lady went into the room, asking in concern. Bai Ningbing kept saying she was fine, that she was tired after a day of physical work, and that she only needed to rest for a day. The old lady gave an understanding smile. "Indeed you were tired, your actions these past 2 days were slightly loud, I could hear it all." "What?" Bai Ningbing could not understand it. "Young lady, stop keeping it from me, I could tell a mile away." The old lady laughed. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. Did her identity get exposed? How can that be? At once, a deep killing intent arose in her, but she could not bear to do it. She could cold-heartedly watch the Bai clan siblings burn to death, but that is because the Bai clan was destined to be their enemies. Although she was proud, she was not merciless like Fang Yuan. Towards people who had helped her, she would not be able to act. The old lady in front of her was such a case, and so was the former Bai clan leader, from Bai Ningbing's clan. The old lady held no suspicions towards Bai Ningbing. She grabbed her hand and patted. "Young lady, I can tell these few days, how can guys have such a butt and waist like yours? No wonder you wear a straw hat, and do not like talking. Although I am old, I am still a woman. We women have a talent compared to guys, that is we are meticulous." Ah, Bai Ningbing did not know what to say. The old lady was enthusiastic, speaking in an understanding tone. "I understand you, as a woman, dressing up like this outside to protect yourself, otherwise accidents might occur." Bai Ningbing was speechless. She hated people using the word woman to trigger her nerves. But towards this enthusiastic and simple old lady, she was very helpless. The old lady smiled until her eyes were a straight line, suddenly suppressing her voice. "You two must be a couple, right? You have been too loud these days, I could even hear you from far away. I don't want to say this but, Those actions, you have to restrain yourselves. This was simply a nightmare. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, like she was zapped by lightning. Auntie, it is not what you think. A long while later, she barely squeezed out this sentence, her expression extremely stiff. Sigh, why are you so shy? It's nothing, you can tell me everything. I've lived for so many years, what have I not seen? The granny winked, laughing until her teeth were showing. And then her gaze shifted to the bed, subconsciously or not. Bai Ningbing followed her gaze, and just wanted to kill herself. But honestly, the bedsheets were torn by her. Next, the old lady said a few things to her, but Bai Ningbing's brain was in a mess, not listening to a single word. In the afternoon, when Fang Yuan came back to eat, the old lady blocked him at the door, kindly reminding, "Lad, your wife has told me already. I know youngsters are in heat, but you have to take care of your own bodies, and even more concern for your wife. Remember my words, okay?" Ha! Fang Yuan opened his mouth wide, not able to react to what he has just heard. The old lady clicked her tongue, using a dissatisfied and helpless tone. "Everything about you is good, except that you are too simple. Being so honest, you'll lose out eventually." If Gu clan, Tai Divine Investigator, or Bai Hua and Bai Sheng heard these words, they might jump out of their graves. Fang Yuan stood on the spot in daze. Suddenly light flashed across his eyes, and he finally got it. "Oh, that, he scratched his head sheepishly, nodding. "Auntie, you are right, I get it." At the dinner table, he saw Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at him coldly, her body almost emitting cold air. The corners of Fang Yuan's eyes had been twitching non-stop. This matter was a reminder to Fang Yuan as well. Fang Yuan can easily portray any role, that is because he has a rich experience and broad horizon. But Bai Ningbing was not, because even after disguise, she still has her flaws. Thankfully, this flaw is small, and in this world, whenever a woman traveled, she would definitely dress up as a male, to reduce the potential danger she might encounter. Even though this misunderstanding was very awkward, Fang Yuan had to admit that this can better conceal their true identities. Bai Ningbing's mood became worse. That night, she asked Fang Yuan again, when he can return the Yongji to her. Fang Yuan could only answer, that once he reached rank 3, he would return it to her. Bai Ningbing snorted, she understood Fang Yuan, she would rather die than trust Fang Yuan's words. But now she could not take the Yongji by force yet. "When I get to Shangclan City, I have to get at least a poison vow Gu, 3-hand Gu, or even seize Gu would work too." Thinking so, Bai Ningbing was even more anxious about getting to Shangclan City. Other than dual cultivation, Fang Yuan's cultivation has a new chapter added to it. That is, using the crocodile strength Gu to increase his strength. Speaking of which, being able to feed the crocodile strength Gu to this date, was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. The ones to thank were the Bai clan. It was due to getting large amount of crocodile meat from them that Fang Yuan was able to raise it to now. Otherwise, it would have starved to death long ago. Crocodile strength Gu was like black and white boar Gu, they permanently added strength to the Gu master's body. But before rank 6, a Gu master still has a mortal body. Like a bowl, it cannot contain a lake, a Gu master's body has its limits eventually. That is also why Fang Yuan could not use the crocodile strength Gu before. But now, he had obtained the iron bones Gu and jade bones Gu from Bai Gu mountain. These two Gu were expenditure type Gu. Each had their merits, and their values were about the same, able to permanently improve the Gu master's physique. Choosing which Gu decides the progression route of the Gu master. When Gu masters used Gu, there were much to consider. Some Gu could not be used together, while some complemented each other and produced greater effect when used together. Bai Ningbing once used the ice muscles Gu, thus her body was made of ice muscles. Ice muscles stopped perspiration, thus she cannot use a Gu like blood sweat Gu in the future. And if she uses the jade bones Gu, her original mortal bones would become jade bones. Ice muscles and jade bones, it was a superb combination. Each person has their own needs. Ice muscles jade bones might suit Bai Ningbing, but it does not suit Fang Yuan. Considering the legendary Gu at Shangclan City, Fang Yuan plans, he wanted to form the most effective, steel tendon, iron bones. Being able to get the iron bones Gu on Bai Gu mountain, it was a perfect scenario for him. After using the iron bones Gu, Fang Yuan's bones were tough as iron now. With his body foundation improved, he can now add the strength of 1 crocodile in addition to the strength of 2 boars. His strength continued to rise. 7 days passed in a flash. According to their initial agreement, Fang Yuan got a cart of purple maple leaves from the old village head. These goods were very cheap, the entire cart could not even sell for 2 primeval stones. But this was not Fang Yuan's objective, he only wanted to hide his identity and follow and get closer to the caravan. When the caravan arrived, it was 3 days later than the old village had expected. Only on the 9th day did they appear. The originally peaceful town boomed with life again. The caravan's size was huge. Bus-sized black-skinned fat beetles carried goods and people as they crawled slowly. Beside them, colored ostriches dragged the dray. Mountain large spiders wrapped boxes and containers on their bodies, winged snakes meandered, and toads carried large bundles on them. These stead-type GU formed the main body of the caravan. Other than that, there were large numbers of mortals pulling cows, horses, or carrying bamboo bags. This year's caravan is finally here. Every time I see these snakes, I get a little scared. Lord GU masters are really amazing, they can make these ruthless snakes so tame. I hope my cured meat can be sold this time. I don't expect a high price, I'll be satisfied with just a few primeval stone fragments. Yeah, our luck is not as good as the outsider. The village head is too biased, that is an entire cart of purple maple leaves, to think he gave them away like that. The villagers made many temporary stalls at the village entrance, as Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing dragged a cart of purple maple leaves, mixed among them. Among these people, some were all locals, others were from other villages, carrying goods with them. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Fang and Bai, even though they stay at the village and plowed fields for 7 days, their cart of purple maple leaves attracted many jealous gazes into them. Fang Yuan, of course, did not pay them any attention. He was secretly observing the members of the approaching caravan. This caravan is a mixed one, with many different clan forces among them gathered together. It was not like the Jia clan caravan, with Jia clan as the main force. This caravan, other than the selected leader, there were also a number of vice leaders, like an alliance army. This was good news to Fang Yuan. The more complex the structure of the caravan, the easier it is for him to mix in. Hey, how much are you selling this cart of purple maple leaves? Someone quickly came to ask for prices. 2.5 primeval stones. Fang Yuan said, 2.5, you might as well go rob. The person stared with wide-opened eyes. Buy it or leave, Bai Ningbing said at the side. HMPH. The person waved his sleeves and walked off. If they really sold this cart, what excuse would Fang and Bai use to join the caravan? Thus, they purposely denied 3 potential buyers and deterred them. Until evening, they still did not manage to sell the cart of purple maple leaves. Instead, others managed to sell most of their medicine grass, cured meat, milk, etc. After all, the caravan was huge, they needed to replenish these goods. Many people saw Fang and Bai as a joke, and some even start to mock them. Some kind people reminded them to reduce the price appropriately. But Fang and Bai paid them all no heed. Before night time, Fang Yuan pretended to be dejected, dragging this cart of purple maple leaves back to the old village head's house. The old village head asked, and sighed, "You too, I told you that 2 primeval stones were already a high price. We can sell it even for 1.5. Why didn't you listen to me? Adamantly selling at 2.5. Chapter 234, Arrest Warrant. You have to know, there are lots of purple maple leaves on Ziyu Mountain. Those people buy it because it is more convenient for them, and they can save time from picking them. Sigh, it's pointless to tell you now. Never mind, the old village head continuously sighed. Fang Yuan bobbed his head. We just wanted to sell it for more primeval stones, one is to recoup the cost, the other is to take care of our parents. Who would have thought that after so much effort, it could not be sold? He sounded anxious, a hint of crying in his speech. Hearing his words, the old village head's heart softened, the grudge in his heart dispersing by more than half. Fang Yuan said again, "No worries, Lord Village Head, I have decided to follow the caravan tomorrow. By lowering the price, I'm sure we can sell it eventually." Follow the caravan? Who allowed you to follow the caravan? The old village head stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan said, as a matter of fact, I saw many mortals in the caravan. If they can follow, why can we? The old village head rested his head on his arm. those are the family servants of the Lord Gu Masters. You think simply anyone can just follow them? What if people with ill intentions mix in among them? Ah, Fang Yuan's mouth opened wide, stunned on the spot. Then how? The caravan is leaving tomorrow. Sigh. The old man sighed deeply. Never mind, I'll help you to the end. Tomorrow I'll beg them to let you into the caravan, it'll all be up to your fate. The sun had just rose, and there were still a few stars visible in the light blue sky. Looking afar, Ziyu Mountain is enveloped in a dark purple color, peaceful and mysterious. After a night of rest, the caravan had started loading up their goods already. Inspect the goods once more. Tie the ropes tightly. If anything drops during the journey, we will punish you with 100 beatings. Quick, 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 feed our black skin beetles till full. Gu Masters ordered and sent their family servants into a busy state. Some had bad temper, holding a whip in their hands, whoever moved slowly would be whipped. Some loved their Gu worms, and fed them personally. Lord Chen, the old village head bowed, paying respects to one of the vice leaders in the caravan. Oh, old Zhang, I am busy here, just tell me what you have to say. This Chen Gu Master said, it is like this, I have 2 juniors, doing small business. Before the old village head finished, Chen Gu Master suddenly shouted, Chen Xin, why are you in a daze? Go and feed the winged snakes, you think those servants can feed them properly? That snake of yours had already swallowed 3 servants these few days. Yes, clan elder. Chen Xin was grabbed, raising his head and said. But Chen Gu Master did not let go of him, chiding again, how many times have I told you, call me clan elder in the village, in the caravan, you have to address me as vice leader. Yes, 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 Lord Vice Leader. Chen Xin answered, running away swiftly. This rascal, Chen Gu Master scolded under his breath in anger, before turning to the old village head, what did you say earlier? Oh, you want me to vouch for your 2 juniors to enter the caravan? Lord is truly wise, that is the case. Old village head quickly answered. That, Chen Gu Master purposely hummed. The old village head was turned into a Gu Master by him, because this route needed for the caravan to pass by, he needed someone who worked for him. For caravans traveling, those villages were crucial, but the mortal hamlets along the way cannot be ignored as well, they were equally important. The caravans had many people and much to do, much living resources would be quickly expended and need to be replenished along the way. There are also servants, when they encounter danger, some servants die and manpower becomes lacking. The caravan will have to select some mortals in those hamlets to recruit. Speaking of which, among Chen Gu Master's family servants, manpower was starting to feel lacking. After all mortals had cheap lives, they were just a type of expendable resources that can talk and move. Henceforth, when I cross by Ziyu Mountain, I will still need to make use of old Zhang. If I don't accede to his request, wouldn't that discourage him? Although I am lacking manpower now, I cannot agree so easily. I have to wait, and sell this favor at a good price. Chen Gu Master was still considering, when a messenger Gu Master from the caravan came running. There was a stack of paper in his hand, as he ran and shouted, all members take note, there is a new arrest warrant, there is a new arrest warrant. He shouted as he pasted a piece of paper on a black-skinned fat beetle's body. New arrest warrant, from which clan, how much bounty, retrieve it for me. Chen Gu Master was interested. Yes, Vice Leader. The messenger Gu Master quickly handed over a piece of paper. Chen Gu Master looked. Oh, an arrest warrant from Bai clan. As long as information is accurate, they will give 1,000 primeval stones. So much. Chen Gu Master's eyes shone, gaining interest in the matter. There were 2 prices on the warrant, one was information price, the other was killing price. Information priced at 1,000. Primeval stones, normally it is used for a wanted demonic cultivator that has made a name for himself. But this poster only showed 2 youngsters, with proper features, and one was even very beautiful. One male, one female, these were 2 newbies. One is a rank 1 Gu Master, the other is rank 3. With information price of 1,000 primeval stones, and killing price of 8,000 primeval stones. PFF'd, it seems that Bai clan hates these 2 demonic rascals to the core. Hee hee, Chen Gu Master laughed at their predicament, so long as it is not his Chen family. What he did not know was, these 2 demonic rascals were near him. The old village head took a look at the arrest warrant, and a chill came from within his heart. GU Master's world is really dangerous, such a beautiful youngster, is actually a criminal demonic cultivator. Let's just hope that they are not coming to our village. Alright, seeing how you've worked hard for all these years old Zhong, I will accede to your request. Chen GU Master said. Ah, thank you Lord. Lord, I will call them here now. The old village head was overjoyed. Chen GU Master waved his hand. No need, I'm very busy. Just get them to report to Chen Xin. Towards two mortals, he held no interest. At the same time, he did not connect them to the arrest warrant in his hand. After all, this is the Bai clan's request, and they were thousands of li away. Chen GU Master subconsciously felt that he had a very safe distance away. This was a very common thinking. Even on modern Earth, when murder cases happen in cities, no matter how ruthless and vile it is, other cities do not feel much danger, even if transportation is so advanced. Other than that, they also have a fluke mind mentality. In this vast world, where people lived everywhere, how would these two demonic scoundrels come to my caravan? Then I would be way too unlucky, it's impossible. People always tend to think that unlucky events would not occur on themselves. Moreover, many people in arrest warrants are extremely vicious and cruel characters, attracting people's attention. Two newbies like Fang and Bai, one rank 3 and one rank 1, what could they amount to? Chen Xin saw the two of them but did not think of the warrant at all. Fang and Bai's image had changed completely, not just the disfigured Fang Yuan, but after these days of practicing, she also started to become more natural. Chen Xin lost interest immediately, especially Fang Yuan's appearance made him disgusted. He was only rank 1, while Fang Yuan rose to rank 2 several days ago. Chen Xin observed them carelessly, and did not feel any GU Master aura, thus calling an old attendant and getting him to arrange Fang and Bai's jobs. What are your names? The old attendant asked. Only at this time did someone ask for their names. My name is He Tu, my wife is called Bai Yun. Fang Yuan casually said. Female. The old attendant frowned. He stared at Bai Ning Bing and looked, seeing her dark skin appearance and her dazed look, she's called Bai Yun 1. This He Tu is also really ugly. Women are trouble, you have to be more careful. If something happens, don't blame me for not reminding you guys. The old attendant said, I know, this cart beside me is filled with purple maple leaves. My wife is staying on the cart and taking care of the goods, I do not want much interaction with other people. Fang Yuan said, HMPH, good that you understand. The old attendant arranged a physical task for the two, to move goods, but for Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing, it is no issue at all, but Bai Ning Bing had to pretend and act like she was out of breath constantly, causing her mental fatigue. Not far away, some family servants were slacking, resting at a corner. Their gazes were directed towards Fang and Bai. Brother Chang, there's two newcomers. Some people saw them bringing in their private goods. That's an entire cart of purple maple leaves. A thin family servant said excitedly. Depriving newcomers, it was the ritual that the caravan old-timers often did. Brother Chang squatted on the ground, squinting, I see it. Skinny monkey, go test them out. His body was strong as an ox, although his muscles were developed, he was not a rash person. In this world where GU Masters ruled above all, the strength of a mortal is nothing spectacular. Being able to become the most important person in this small circle, he had some wits after all. Skinny monkey sighed, under everyone's supervision, he got near to Fang Yuan. Hey brother, where are you from? Others call me Brother Monkey, from now on we will be working together, I hope we can work together amicably. Skinny monkey forced out a smile. Fang Yuan gave him a glance, only saying a word, scram. Skinny monkey's eyes expanded as he showed a look of rage. Fang Yuan did not look at him, but continued moving his goods. He had worked in the caravan in his previous life, extremely clear of such rituals. In plain words, Skinny Monkey was testing water, using words to test out Fang Yuan's identity. If he did not have any backing, they would work together and bully him, depriving him of some benefits. But the truth is, not only are humans like this, GU Masters were the same, they just did it more elegantly. Moving alone and risking their lives, it included fighting with wild beasts. Moving together in groups, it was competing with their own kind. At places with benefits, there were conflicts. There is only so much space after all, everyone wants to live better, and have more room to themselves, what can they do? They can only invade other people's spaces. Skinny Monkey had not expected Fang Yuan to not give face, thus he was stunned at the spot, staring intently at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not give a thought about such a character. Mortals were cheap as grass, even if one or two were killed, so what? As long as the goods were still delivered, the GU masters in charge would not care. Even if they did, Fang Yuan had backup methods to resolve this issue. All in all, trying to provoke Fang Yuan, these family servants were courting death. What? Why are you not scramming? You want me to chase you away? Fang Yuan gave Skinny Monkey a cold look again. Skinny Monkey snorted, but did not explode in anger, instead taking his leave. Such a strong attitude, it caused Brother Chang to feel threatened. Did these two have some sort of background? Otherwise how could they be so arrogant? I had better check up on their backgrounds first. Chapter 235, Xianxia. The caravan traveled for the whole day, and chose a valley to camp for the night. The day went pretty good for the caravan as they only came across 3 small beast groups. They killed 2 groups and chased one away. Calculating the losses and the profits they made from killing the beast groups, they had made some profits instead. The setting sun dyed the clouds with colors: red, orange, grayish-red, purple. There were all kinds of colors. The clouds also formed into all kinds of shapes, appearing like a roaring lion one moment, or galloping Pegasus the next moment, or a blossoming sea of flowers. The multicolored sunlight shone upon the valley which resembled a jade-green gem. After the caravan finished all the arrangements for the night, there was a certain area in the caravan that was a cacophony of noises. Come, have a look, today's freshly slaughtered beast meat. Buttermilk, fragrant and sweet buttermilk. Only 10 pieces of clothing remaining, stock. Clearance sale. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing were also among the crowd. They dragged their handcart and occupied an area. At their left was a stall selling wild herbs and at their right was a stall selling milk. Bai Ning Bing was rather interested in all this as she looked all around her. To think there would be a small bazaar like this in the caravan. If there is consumption, there will be transactions, and the consumption will thus stimulate marketplaces. Fang Yuan answered. Bai Ning Bing's eyes flashed. These words were truly incisive. She looked at Fang Yuan. Are you planning on selling these purple maple leaves? Fang Yuan slightly nodded his head. We have already entered the caravan, so we can just conveniently dispose of them now. Keeping them with us will only attract the greed of some scoundrels. What's more, it wasn't easy to preserve purple maple leaves. They had it for just over a day, and already the purple maple leaves on Fang Yuan's cart were showing signs of withering. And as time continued to pass, their value will only get lesser and lesser. Of course, Fang Yuan didn't care about measly 2 primeval stones. However, just throwing them off wouldn't be in accord to their current identities, and would only serve to raise suspicions. The small bazaar in the caravan is divided into 2 types. The one we are dealing in is only the transactions between mortals and it will be held every day. Another type is the transactions between GU masters, which is held once a week. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ning Bing's blue eyes, covered by the straw hat, slightly brightened. It would be helpful to us if we could join the small bazaar held for GU masters. Shang Clan City is still a great distance away. If not anything else, we need an investigative GU to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I have already planned this out, but it's still too early. Fang Yuan confidently smiled as he thought of a certain thing in his two-seat flower. The two were discussing softly, when a male servant walked over while staggering. He was wearing shabby and torn clothes, his face filled with bloodstains, a clear resemblance to beggars. As he walked to the stall beside Fang Yuan's, and saw the pots filled with milk, he swallowed his saliva. Brother, could you give me some milk to drink? Go away, don't hinder my business. The milk seller impatiently waved his hands. This male servant, helplessly, walked away towards Fang and Bai's cart, 2 brothers. He hadn't even finished saying his sentence, when Fang Yuan walked to the front and kicked him, shouting with a vicious tone, "Screw off." The male servant fell down to the ground, his ragged clothes were stained by the black muddy soil. His previous wounds were stimulated by the kick, making him grimace in pain. He climbed up with great difficulty, and looked at Fang Yuan with hatred. Good, I will remember this, we are all mortals, everyone has a bad day. HMPH. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold as he raised his feet again. This servant fell to the ground again. Dare to say one more word. Fang Yuan stared down at this servant fiercely. The servant gave a vicious glare at Fang Yuan as he crawled up, but he didn't dare to squeak a word. However, just as he stood up, he was again met with Fang Yuan's kick. I don't like your expression. Fang Yuan indifferently spoke with his arms crossed at his chest. The servant lowered his head and crawled up silently, not daring to look at Fang Yuan again. He didn't continue begging anymore and walked far away. Looking at his departing figure, Bai Ningbing asked in bewilderment, "Strange, how can there be a beggar in the caravan? This is normal. This servant must have made a mistake or his master is in bad mood today." In short, he was beaten by a GU master and also had his meal cancelled. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, his gaze, however, coldly glanced towards a corner. In a corner, 3 to 4 sturdily built servants were catching new faces, bullying the newcomers. After noticing the situation at Fang Yuan's, they retrieved their gazes and looked at other targets. Mortals had cheap lives, their status were extremely low, and their survival was as difficult as walking on steel wire. Inside the caravan, the GU masters could easily beat them to death and take their lives like cutting grass. Anyway, mortals like them could be replenished easily in the hamlets along the way. Every time the caravans came across danger, there would be large numbers of dying mortals. Besides these, there were also secret and almost desperate struggles between the mortals themselves. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the caravan, but 2 groups already wanted to find troubles for him. He, naturally, wasn't afraid of these trouble, and could easily resolve them, but he would rather resolve them earlier. Of course, there were some mortals who lived beautiful lives. Most of them were those with backgrounds or were relatives and friends of GU masters, using this identity to do as they liked. After the beggar walked away, 2 groups of mortals approached Fang Yuan. The head of one group was an old man with sharp eyes. After asking Fang Yuan for the price, he immediately lowered the price to a quarter. Fang Yuan reckoned this old geezer's identity should be the chief supervisor in charge of arranging the tasks for the servants. The head of another group was a woman. She was actually wearing silk clothing and her eyes gave off seductive glances. Fang Yuan immediately understood she must be a sex tool of a certain or some male GU masters. The 2 heads were both accompanied by a large number of people, and although they were mortals, their status were extremely evident. They lowered the price to a very low amount, with the intention of buying low and selling high. They had some wealth and were not like most of the servants who could not even be sure if they could get a meal that day. While Fang Yuan had no need for this cart of purple maple leaves, in order to match with his current identity and not let the cat out of the bag, he refused the lowered prices of these 2 people. The old man left with pleasant countenance, but there was threat hidden in his tone. The woman just walked away while cursing and swearing. "I will sell this cart of rotten leaves to the next person that comes to bid." Just when Fang Yuan was pondering over his next action, the small bazaar suddenly went in an uproar. Some people excitedly cheered and shouted, "The kind-hearted lady of Zhang clan has arrived. Lady Zhang is compassionate and kind, she is a fairy incarnate. She is a really good person, I won't go hungry today." What's happening? Bai Ningbing surveyed the situation and saw a green image appearing through the entrance of the bazaar. Fang Yuan was also bewildered. What's up with this? Lady Zhang, Fairy Zhang. A group of servants flocked over to the woman, and instantly, the bazaar entrance was crowded. These people were mostly the ones who were punished by GU masters and didn't have anything to eat now. The man who Fang Yuan kicked earlier was also among them, extending his neck and arms. "Don't be in a hurry everyone, there is plenty of it, slow down," the green-clothed girl said. Her voice was gentle and soft, and was immediately submerged in the shouts of the crowd. "Keep your mouths shut, line up and come one by one. Anyone that dares to rush over or shout, will immediately be slashed by me." Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded within the little bazaar. An old but tough GU master appeared in everyone's sights, and as he gazed at everyone with his ferocious gaze, the noisy little bazaar immediately went silent. This was the authority of a GU master. There was no one who didn't believe he wouldn't do what he just said. As a GU master, so long as their mood was bad, what was killing off 2 or 3 mortals considered? The crowd pushed and shoved each other, and soon lined up in a neat long row. In front of the queue, the green-clothed girl held a basket of steamed buns and distributed them. The whole little bazaar was absolutely silent. Countless gazes looked at the green-clothed girl with respect, worship and even love. Bai Ningbing was curious and asked the stall owner to the side, "Who is she?" "What? You don't even know of Lady Zhang Xinxi? You should be newcomers, right?" "Zhang Xinxi?" Fang Yuan asked, his brows tightly locked. "Speak up everything you know." The stall owner recalled how ruthlessly Fang Yuan had kicked the servant earlier, he didn't dare to conceal anything. Lady Zhang is also one of the deputy leaders of our caravan. She doesn't have aptitude towards cultivation and is immortal like us. However, she has a strong background in her clan. The GU master beside her is her bodyguard. I have lived for so long, but truthfully, I have never seen such a kind-hearted person. Lady Zhang brings some food almost every evening for the starved servants. She comes even if the weather is bad. Sigh, heaven is unfair, they prevented such a person from cultivating. Bai Ningbing nodded her head and smiled, saying towards Fang Yuan, truly, all sorts of people exist in this world. Fang Yuan didn't respond. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan in confusion, and saw something wrong with Fang Yuan's expression. The latter was gazing fixedly at the green-clothed girl, his brows almost furrowed into a knot. The green-clothed girl had silky jet-black hair draping over her shoulders, accentuating her beauty. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke, her eyes as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow-white, and her lips were pink and tender. She had no makeup on her face, looking soft and gentle. The slight smile she gave from time to time when distributing the steamed buns was pure and innocent. She was wearing green clothing and had a fresh and plain aura. She was elegant like an orchid, graceful like a lotus and gentle like water. In terms of looks, she was on the same level as Bai Ningbing, but she could be said to be once in 1,000 years beauty. If a woman has fine appearance, they can only be considered to be good-looking, just like common beverages. Only with disposition can they be called beautiful, like well-aged liquor. No doubt, this green-clothed girl was an absolute beauty. However, no matter how beautiful you were, how moving your disposition was, they were all pointless in Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was not looking at her appearance. No matter how beautiful and what disposition one had, if you cut open their skin and flesh, they were all skeletons. However, he was baffled as he thought of a certain figure. Isn't this girl Xianxia? Xianxia was one of the young masters of the Shang clan. Within a clan, the clan leader's sons and daughters were all called young masters. Only the heirs who are able to obtain the elders' approval could be called young clan leader. With her identity as the young master of the Shang clan, Xianxia was a girl with good fortune. Everyone knew the Shang clan members were greedy and treacherous, but this Xianxia was the only exception. She was soft and weak, didn't like fighting, and was very lenient. She was the worst businessman of the Shang clan. When she did business, she not only made frequent losses, but was also frequently cheated by others. She easily trusted others, and the crucial point was she didn't learn after being cheated and would continue to be cheated by others. As the young master of the Shang clan, she was once taken as a disgrace of the Shang clan and was someone no one thought highly of. However, considering that she possessed the bloodline of the Shang clan leader, she was not expelled from the clan. She didn't discriminate mortals but instead felt strongly sympathetic towards them, giving care and assistance. Several times, she had even bought off all the slaves in auction, and was severely reprimanded by the Shang clan leader. However, fate was truly wonderful. In the end, she became the head of the Shang clan. Chapter 236, Kindness will be rewarded. But why is she here? And, why is she called Zhang Xinxi? In my memories, she was clearly a GU master. Why are they saying she doesn't have cultivation aptitude and is immortal? Fang Yuan was bewildered. Is she not Zhang Xinxi and is only similar in appearance? But this is too similar. No, wait a second. Fang Yuan's rummaged through his mind, and suddenly, he extracted a very old information from the depths of his memories. Zhang Xinxi had a rough life. She was an illegitimate child born of Shang clan leader when he had gone out to travel. She didn't have a father since young and had to endure being bullied. After her mother died, her life became more difficult. She was forced by her clansmen to follow the caravan and become a merchant. In the end, when she arrived at Shang clan city, the Shang clan leader sensed her bloodline. Shang clan leader felt both surprised and happy, admitting her as his daughter in front of the public. But he still felt he owed her a lot, thus he would bear with and cover up a lot of her mistakes. Upon thinking this, Fang Yuan's gaze brightened. So that's it, I understand now. Combining the situation before him with the broken clues in his memories, Fang Yuan arrived at the truth. Many years ago, when Shang clan leader was only a young master of the Shang clan, he left his seat in Zhang clan. It was Shang Xinxi. Shang clan and Zhang clan were at odds with each other since ancient times. When Shang Xinxi was born, her mother didn't dare to reveal about the Shang clan leader due to this. Thus, Xianxia was born as a disgraceful illegitimate child and took on her mother's surname. This was the reason why she was still being called as Zhang Xinxi. After her mother died, she was forced by the clansmen to be a merchant. And after she ended up arriving at Shang clan city, her bloodline was discovered. Her father had also become the Shang clan leader, and with such a high status, he acknowledged her in front of everybody, completely changing her fate. So to say, this caravan is her first journey as a merchant. Fang Yuan's heart began to thump loudly when he realized this. One should know, this Shang Xinxi was a stock that was absolutely guaranteed to increase. She was the future Shang clan leader. No one would believe it if it was said now. Of course, the future was prone to changes. Even in the original track in his memories, there were drastic changes in the world, and even the powerful Shang clan was already ruined by the time she became the clan leader. To Fang Yuan, waiting till she became Shang clan leader was a very long investment without any returns. Her value didn't lie in the time she became the clan leader, but rather when she was acknowledged by the Shang clan leader and became one of the Shang clan's young masters. As a young master, she would definitely be given responsibility over a part of the business. This was the tradition of the Shang clan to nurture the clan's successors. It was exactly this point which Fang Yuan desired. He needed a way to dispose of the goods, a stable, favorable and safe channel. In his important plans after his rebirth, this was absolutely necessary. In the future, he would definitely open up many secret inheritances. There would be many things which he does not need, and by selling them he would be revealing their enormous worth. For instance, those bone spear GU and spiral bone spear GU in Bai Ningbing's aperture currently. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing just needed one of them, at most another one for backup. If they didn't sell them, these GU would just die in their hands and they would even waste a lot of milk in feeding them. Previously, Fang Yuan had intended to temporarily use Jia Jin Sheng as a channel to dispose goods, then it would be best if he could connect to Jia Fu to nurture this channel. The result, Destiny liked to play with people. Because of being subjected to the secret of Flower Wine Monk's inheritance, he had no choice but to kill Jia Jin Sheng. This is a gift heaven has sent to me. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh as his gaze towards the distant Shang Xinxi turned bright as fire. Shang clan had deep foundations, at least before that violent storm which engulfed the southern border. It was one of the overlords of the southern border. When stolen goods were sold to them, the victims wouldn't dare to come find trouble. However, because their influence was too strong, Fang Yuan is also worried about possible backstabbing. They belonged to righteous path on the surface, but the core of the Shang clan members were all black. This was actually quite normal. However, Shang Xinxi was the exception. She had been tested by many changes and upheaval in the history of her 100 years. Her kindness, gentleness, benevolence and honesty were praised far and wide in Fang Yuan's previous life, her reputation resounding all over the southern border. The most important thing was that she didn't have any foundation. Different from other young masters, she would walk a solitary path after she arrived at Shang clan city. In future, she would make many mistakes, but it wasn't because she was not intelligent, but rather because of the other young masters' secret plotting to suppress their competitor. Fang Yuan needed her as a channel, and she also similarly needed the external help, Fang Yuan, if she wanted to live a better life in the future. Most importantly, she was easy to manipulate and influence. Her youth and kind nature were both weaknesses Fang Yuan could exploit. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed from the side. You took a fancy to her, right? What? Fang Yuan's thoughts paused. Don't pretend. We are both men. I can understand just from looking at your gaze. Anyway, this little girl is quite pleasing to the eyes, but it will be very difficult for you to obtain her. Unless I help you and find an opportunity to secretly kidnap her. As an exchange, give the Yang Ji Yu to me first. Bai Ningbing tried to entice Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan's next sentence made her seethe in anger. You are a man. Things were a bit troublesome now. First of all, Fang Yuan needed to approach Shang Xinxi, then obtain her trust. However, he didn't have a lot of time. He must settle everything before she reaches Shang clan city. Bai Ningbing's idea of capturing her was too dumb and risky. It would just cause the situation to be even more messed up. Fang Yuan was very clear the reason why Shang Xinxi could be repeatedly cheated. It was not that she was stupid, but rather she was too kind. In his previous life, there was a demonic path figure called Knight Gentleman. he was an expert thief and was as cunning as a fox. He had swindled Xianxia many times using the same excuse. One day, he couldn't endure it anymore and asked, "I always tell you this, aren't you worried I am swindling you?" At that time, Xianxia had replied, "You say you are unable to make ends meet, and if you aren't able to immediately borrow some primeval stones, your family will starve to death. I know that you are most likely deceiving me, but every time you say this, I can't bear to think that what if you were saying the truth this time? And if I didn't lend you the money, then several lives might be lost. Although, that is not likely to happen, I don't want to bet on it." When the Night Lord heard Xianxia's reply, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He was so moved by her that he fell on his knees on the spot. After this event, he changed from demonic to righteous, and followed Xianxia with unwavering loyalty, achieving many war exploits. The sun was slowly swallowed by the mountain ranges in the west and the night gradually descended. The long queue of people also decreased, till all the servants received food and dispersed. "Alright, that's it for today. I will come again to more." She hadn't even finished speaking when a figure suddenly jumped in front of her. What kind of face was this? Eyebrows all burnt off, only a bit of hair remained and one ear less. Who was it if not Fang Yuan? Xianxia was startled, the maids behind her even screamed in fright. "What the hell are you doing?" That tall and sturdy old Gu master immediately shouted. "Lady Zhang, please buy my goods." Fang Yuan didn't care about this old Gu master, and screamed towards Xianxia. Bai Ningbing silently stood far away, enjoying Fang Yuan's performance. "I have one steamed bun remaining, take it, okay." Xianxia revealed a gentle smile. She didn't feel any revulsion towards Fang Yuan, only sympathy. She tried to think of how much pain he must have experienced for such severe wounds. Sigh, such a pitiful person. Fang Yuan but threw the steamed bun on the ground. "I don't need this, I want to sell my goods. I sold my old house and bought this cart of purple maple leaves. But I haven't been able to sell it, the leaves will soon wither up, what meaning will my life have then? Sob sob, I don't want to live if I can't sell it. I should just smash my head and die." He started to weep while speaking. He stamped his feet and howled, his expression carried a hint of madness and was extremely moving. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. This acting skill, I really have no hope of catching up. If she didn't know about Fang Yuan, even she might have been deceived by Fang Yuan. She then observed the expressions and gazes of the crowd, stunned, disdainful, sympathy, indifference, but there were no suspicions. Who is this man, charging over so suddenly? Scared me to death. Such greed, he actually wants Lady Zhang to buy his goods. Serves him right. Does he think trading is so easy? Sigh, the buyers must have demanded a lower price. When I think of those times I encountered, there were all kinds of discussions going on in the crowd. "Tisk, you lunatic, you actually dared to frighten our young lady, screw off this instant." That old Gu master's tongue seemed to give off lightning sparks as he took a step forward and protected Xianxia behind him. "Lady Zhang, I don't want to live if you don't buy my goods. Lady Zhang, you are a good person, please buy this cart of purple maple leaves and save me." Fang Yuan wailed without ceasing. Xianxia's heart softened. "Sigh, don't cry. I will buy them, but life is the most valuable thing in our life, live properly from now and don't give up on life so easily. Uncle Zhang Zhu, give him 3 primeval stones." "Miss," the old Gu master's brows furrowed. "Huh, it worked. Maybe I should do this too." A commotion erupted among the stall owners. "Thank you lady, thank you. Lady Zhang, you are my, Heitu's, savior." Fang Yuan was greatly ecstatic and there were signs of tears on his face as he repeatedly bowed. The old Gu master's eyelids twitched, he looked at the cart behind Fang Yuan. "This cart of purple maple leaves is worth 2 primeval stones at most. 3 is too much, Uncle Zhang Zhu," Xianxia said with a soft voice. The old Gu master heaved a deep sigh. "Miss, it isn't that I am unwilling to part with 3 primeval stones. But this amount is too big for a mere servant like him. It is bound to attract those who will eye the money and scheme against him. Miss, for his own safety, we should just give him 2 primeval stones. Moreover, all the peddlers might come over tomorrow if you give it to him like this." "Uncle Zhang Zhu is correct, then please give him 2 primeval stones." Xianxia pondered for a while and readily agreed. Fang Yuan accepted the 2 primeval stones with trembling hands. He looked deeply at Xianxia. "Miss Zhang, You are a great person, you will definitely be rewarded. Chapter 237, Thrashing. Many stall owners looked at Fang Yuan in envy. Fang Yuan put the 2 primeval stones he received into his pocket, and abandoning the handcart, he directly left the small bazaar with Bai Ningbing. The way I see it, we should just directly capture her. Don't forget our current identities if you want to approach her. Bai Ningbing murmured quietly. Fang and Bai were currently laborers under Chen clan. They had relied on this identity to mix in with the caravan, but now this was undoubtedly the obstacle for Fang Yuan in approaching Xianxia. However, Fang Yuan had already planned for it. He looked at Bai Ningbing and smiled. You are right. So I will go thrash people now. Bai Ningbing was stumped. Thrash. The clear night sky was studded with the bright stars. In a wide tent, several servants were sitting in a circle around a coal stove which had a pot on it. The upper part of the tent was opened, allowing the smoke from the burning coals to fly out. There was meat in the pot and the servants were all staring fixedly at it. Faint aroma of cooked meat began to float in the air and one could hear the occasional gulps of saliva. Brother Chang, I have made some inquiries on the details of the 2 newcomers. Skinny Monkey said. Oh, speak. The muscular servant called Brother Chang raised his eyebrows. These 2 were introduced by the village head of the hamlet near the Ziyu mountain. Skinny Monkey answered. That solves it. I remember that village head was originally immortal. The vice leader wanted a strategic point and casually awakened him. So they had this background. The group seemed to have come upon a realization. Although they have a GU master behind them, so what? Brother Chang's sister is our Lord Chen Xin's concubine. Someone shouted. These 2 newcomers are too bold. If they aren't taught a lesson, wouldn't they just climb over our head in the future? Keep quiet, we will listen to Brother Chang. Someone else shouted. The tent quieted down as everyone looked towards Brother Chang. Brother Chang appeared to be hesitating. Fang and Bai had a GU master behind them. Even if this GU master was not a Chen clan member, even if this GU master was an old geezer with half a foot in the coffin, he was in the end still a GU master. Have you found out the relation these 2 has with that old village head? Skinny Monkey immediately revealed an awkward expression. This, Brother Chang, you also know that with our identities, being able to investigate even this is already not an easy thing. Brother Chang hesitated. Boss, these 2 newcomers are too unreasonable. Look at their attitudes towards the Skinny Monkey today. They are clearly looking down at us. They must be taught a lesson. Right, that old village head was originally immortal like us, and with some bullshit luck became a GU master. What can we even take him as? Wasn't he able to become a GU master only because our Vede leader wanted to use him? He is no more than a high-ranked servant. Moreover, the caravan merchants always face dangers. Even if these 2 died, that village head wouldn't dare to settle it with our Chen clan. The noisy discussions made Brother Chang's frowns even deeper. The Skinny Monkey observed the situation for a long while. He had wanted to find trouble for Fang and Bai, but was instead oppressed by Fang Yuan this morning, causing him to feel full of hatred towards the latter. However, he knew that he had no background and he could only rely on Brother Chang for revenge. When he felt the time was right, he spoke. For the life of me, I can't believe what I heard earlier. A cart of purple maple leaves was actually sold for 2 primeval stones in the little bazaar. Brother Chang's eyes immediately brightened. What, 2 primeval stones? How can it be possible? The prices weren't lowered. Such luck. Which fool bought it? Skinny Monkey sneered as he spoke with disdain and envy. Who else is there? It is that young lady from Zhang clan, immortal, but look at her luck, living a good life. Damn, I recall how I had smuggled in some goods and how cheap I had to sell them. Why didn't I have these 2 guys' luck? Brother Chang's eyes became bloodshot. He indignantly said, we will put them in order tomorrow. Newcomers must show respect to their seniors. If they don't understand the rules, then we will just have to properly teach them. Yes, Brother Chang, we will do whatever Brother Chang says. Brother Chang is wise. Skinny Monkey flattered, then took out the stew with a soup ladle. The meat stew is done. Brother Chang, please taste it. The aroma of the meat assailed the nostrils. The Adam apples of many servants moved as they swallowed their saliva. Brother Chang licked his lips and took the soup ladle. He blew at it before bringing it closer to his mouth. Suddenly, the entrance curtain of the tent was lifted open. Fang Yuan walked inside. It's you. The crowd of servants were stunned. The target of their long schemings had unexpectedly appeared directly in front of them. This made them feel at a loss and dismayed. Skinny Monkey jumped to his feet and said with a sinister smile, Newbie, now you know fear. It is already too late for Apollo. He hadn't finished saying his sentence when Fang Yuan indifferently raised his foot. Skinny Monkey was directly kicked flying, his back smashing against the coal stove. The cooked meat stew splashed all over his body and burned him, causing him to scream tragically. The meat stew, all spilled, the meat we bought with our money pooled together. It is so hard to even taste it once, this bastard. Bastard, courting death. Instantly, all the servants stood up with resentment and roared as they charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan threw the 2 primeval stones he was holding in his hand at them. Ouch! 2 persons were hit by the primeval stones, one covered his eyes and another covered his stomach, both screaming in pain. Despicable, actually using concealed weapons. Wait a second, this is primeval stones. The crowd that was charging over immediately slowed down when they heard this. 2 primeval stones lying on the ground drew the servants' gazes. Skinny Monkey's tragic scream also came to an abrupt stop as he stared fixedly at the primeval stones. Birds die for food, humans die for wealth. Has this guy gone mad? Actually throwing primeval stones at people? HMPH, he must have already been scared. These are primeval stones, I might not even earn one after 2 months of working. The group of servants' thoughts rumbled like the raging tide. Some started looking at Fang Yuan with a bit of hope, as if asking, do you have more primeval stones? Come smash them at me. You dare to smash my eye, you are looking to die. The servant covering the eyes shouted as he let go of his hand. His right eye was already swollen and purplish, he couldn't even open it. However, that didn't hinder him from grabbing the primeval stone. The rest of the servants quivered and they immediately looked at the other primeval stone on the ground. Every one of them pounced at that primeval stone, throwing everything about Fang Yuan to the back of their heads. Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth in pain as he grabbed towards the primeval stone, quicker than others. Mine, this is mine, he smashed it at me. The other servant who had been hit roared furiously. Screw off, monkey, weren't you injured? Why are you so fast? Someone shouted with his saliva flying all over. Shut your trap, who tripped me just now? Stand up. Brother Chang's face was covered with dirt, he was furious. Suddenly, a hand appeared and pulled him. Who had such guts? Surprised and angry, he turned his head to look, coming face to face with none other than Fang Yuan's ugly face. He shouted, how dare you grab me? Let go of your dog paw. Fang Yuan waved his fist and punched his face. Brother Chang's nose bone instantly broke and blood started flowing madly. He felt intense dizziness and all he saw were stars spinning around. Fang Yuan let go of his hand and Brother Chang fell softly to the ground. My God, he punched Brother Chang. Brother Chang is injured, let's attack this bastard together. The servants were stumped for a while before coming back to their senses, immediately brandishing their fists as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan indifferently swept his fist horizontally, sending the nearest servant flying to the side. The servant's teeth were smashed. Immediately following, another servant closed at him. Fang Yuan aimed at his crotch and lightly kicked. Oh! This servant covered his crotch, his 2 eyes rolled over and immediately fainted. All the servants were down on the ground with few punches and kicks from Fang Yuan, the only one remaining was Skinny Monkey who was hiding in the corner. As Fang Yuan gazed at him, Skinny Monkey shivered and immediately fell onto the ground. I surrender, I surrender. Great hero, please be magnanimous. He begged loudly, kowtowing continuously. His head smashed on the ground and continued to produce muffled sounds. However, there was no sound of Fang Yuan's movement. Skinny Monkey raised his head with fear, but Fang Yuan had already left. The servants inside the tent were collapsed on the ground, some had fainted and some were moaning in pain. Fang Yuan walked in between the tents. The noise from earlier would have attracted many people. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Bai Ningbing walked over from within a dark corner. It is just the first day and we have already beaten up working servants. This won't be good, she grinned, taking joy in this disaster. However, she was even more curious of why Fang Yuan did this. Fang Yuan didn't reply, walking towards the depths of this temporary camp. Soon, he arrived at his destination, a horse carriage. He had already inquired and knew this was where the old steward of the Chen clan slept. He didn't immediately go and knock on the carriage, but went into a dark area with no one in the vicinity. He took out the dagger he carried with him and began to slash himself. In the quiet surroundings, a soft sound of dagger cutting open a flesh could be heard. Bai Ningbing's brows raised when she heard it. She, once again, realized how ruthless and cruel Fang Yuan was. He didn't make even a sound when he cut himself with the dagger, and from the sound of it, he seemed to be quite skilled at it. It was as if he was not cutting himself, but some wood. Thud thud thud. The carriage door was knocked continuously. The narrow carriage was filled with goods, along with a small bed. Fortunately, the old steward was short, and when he curled up on the small bed, it didn't appear to be congested. Thud thud thud. The door was knocked again. The old steward, who had been sleeping soundly, frowned as he got up from the bed. Bang, bang, bang. The knocks were getting stronger. The old steward opened his bloodshot eyes. Who is it? It is me, old steward. A sound came in from outside the door. This voice was unfamiliar, but it also seemed to be a little familiar. The old steward's brows furrowed tighter, and after a long while, he recalled this voice belonged to the newcomer that joined just this morning. A newcomer actually doesn't understand the rules. What the hell are you doing disturbing someone's sleep in the middle of the night? Chapter 238. Lady, save me. The old steward's anger surged to the skies. He decided to give Fang Yuan an unforgettable lesson. Bang! He opened the door. However, the scene that appeared in front of him was Fang Yuan's injuries and blood stains. The old steward got quite a shock. Forgetting his rage, he asked, what happened? Has a beast pack raided us? No, old steward, it was those thieves that injured me, and snatched my primeval stones. Old steward, you need to seek justice for me. Fang Yuan wiped away his tears and shouted. Ellipsis 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 dot. OWW, it hurts. Has that lunatic gone away? Damn it, that lunatic is too strong. The scene inside the tent was of a complete mess. The aroma of the meat stew was still there, but it could no longer be salvaged, and the pot was completely smashed. The group of servants were slowly recovering their senses. They either had bloody noses and swollen faces, or they were drawing in gasps of cold air. Son of a mere newbie dares to beat us. This has gone too far. We have not even gone to find trouble with him, yet he dared to find trouble with us first. I cannot contain this anger. We cannot let this be. We must get back at him. How? Can you even beat him? Why would we beat him? We will just tell on him and let the old steward handle him. This newbie is too tyrannical. How can we still work together later? That's right. Pass those 2 primeval stones he threw to me. This will be the evidence. Brother Chang suddenly said. The tent immediately quietened down. Everyone knew this was just an excuse used by Brother Chang. The servants who hadn't been able to snatch the primeval stones looked at this with joy, looking at the skinny monkey and another servant. The 2 of them seemed to be mumbling, but didn't speak. Clearly, they didn't want to hand it over. Brother Chang was not stupid at all, as he said tactfully, we are all injured. These 2 primeval stones are not only evidence, they are also our medical fees. These words resounded with the servants who wanted to have a share, as they spoke one after another. Brother Chang is right, monkey, hand the primeval stone to Brother Chang. Or are you thinking of becoming the boss? Brother Chang has a deep background, only he can avenge us. Brother Chang, we believe you. Under everyone's pressure, skinny monkey, and the other servant could only purse their lips, and unwillingly hand over their primeval stone to Brother Chang. As Brother Chang received and felt the smooth, glossy primeval stones, he felt his nose didn't hurt so much anymore. However, right at this moment, the entrance curtain was suddenly lifted. Everyone was shocked, thinking Fang Yuan had come again. But the one that was staring at the scene was the old steward. Old steward, what are you doing here? Old steward, we were just going to look for you. The servants were both surprised and joyous. The old steward's expression, however, was not good, especially when he saw those 2 primeval stones on Brother Chang's hand. His looks turned even more gloomy. He reached in front of Brother Chang in few steps, then snatched the primeval stones and gave several tight slaps to Brother Chang. Brother Chang was stupefied. The rest of the servants were also stupefied. After several moments, the group finally reacted. Old steward, why are you so angry? Old steward, what are you doing? The old man simply walked away and lifted open the curtains. Chang, skinny monkey, you group of bastards, come out. Then he directly walked out of the tent. Brother Chang covered his face, but he didn't dare to oppose the old steward. He restrained his anger and walked out of the tent in bewilderment. The rest of the servants also followed him out of the tent. When they saw Fang Yuan standing to the side, his whole body was injured and his cloth was stained with blood. Old steward, they are the ones who stole my primeval stones. Fang Yuan pointed at them and shouted with righteous indignation. What the? The servants only then reacted. Brat, you dare slander us? Asshole, I will peel off your skin. The group of servants were furious and shouted one after another. A clear slap instantly suppressed the scene. The servant who was shouting the most was covering his face, and involuntarily took a step back from the slap. The old steward looked at him darkly. Why wouldn't he complain? Hee, you guys are getting more and more out of control, you even dare to snatch the primeval stones of your workmate. The old steward was well aware of the bullying on newcomers, but he was glad to see that happen. This was a necessary process. On one hand, it would suppress the arrogance of the newcomers, making his supervision work easier. On another hand, it could also promote the harmony between the old comers and the newcomers. However, the bullying this time went too far. They directly snatched the primeval stones. What difference was there between them and the bandits? Old steward, it isn't what you are thinking. Someone complained. Another clear slap. The old steward's tone turned cold. Did I tell you to speak? Old steward, we must speak up. Yes, we are being accused. Many servants shouted, feeling wronged. We are the victims here. The old steward seethed in anger as he shouted fiercely. You guys took his primeval stones and you actually dared to say you are being accused. These two primeval stones, are they his or not? Speak honestly. Yes, it is, but, slap, 2 slaps, the 2 servants shut their mouths. The old steward pointed at them and angrily rebuked. Okay, let's forget about snatching the primeval stones, you actually dared to use knives. You sure have guts. Speak up, who used the knife? When the servants were crippled and couldn't work anymore, their recuperation and treatment would be expenses. If such matters were delayed, the target of the GU master's blame would be the old steward. Using knife. We didn't. Old steward, we are all experienced, who doesn't know about this? A load of bullshit. Do you think I am blind? If you didn't use knives, then where did his injuries come from? Are you telling me he cut himself? The old steward continued to angrily shout. Bai Ningbing thought inwardly, while looking at this scene from a dark corner not far away. Old steward, you are quite smart, you actually guessed it. Slap. The old steward's anger had reached an extreme as he slapped the servants one after another. Every servant received few slaps, none dared to speak up in fear of the old steward's authority. They could only clench their fists in anger. The veins in their forehead out and cracking noises were emitted from their teeth grinding. They were all filled with stuffed feeling with nowhere to vent it on. Get back to the tent, I will settle the accounts with you tomorrow. The old steward's hands were already numb from the slapping. As he was old, he was having trouble breathing, but his anger had also mostly dissipated. The servants didn't dare to go against this order, but before leaving all of them angrily looked at Fang Yuan, engraving his image in the depths of their hearts. The old steward walked towards Fang Yuan and gave him the primeval stones, saying with an annoyed tone, you got your primeval stones back, don't lose them again. I won't give a damn if you lose them again. Fang Yuan was sniffing and weeping, he seemed to be both moved and afraid. Old steward, please safeguard these 2 primeval stones for me. I am afraid they will be snatched. Old steward was speechless for a while, before feeling a rush of excitement. Merchants will always be in danger, maybe one day Fang Yuan would be swallowed by the wild beasts, wouldn't these 2 primeval stones be his then? Alright, I will take it upon myself to safeguard them for you. The old steward said, thank you old steward, you truly are a good person. Fang Yuan repeatedly bowed and kept on expressing his thanks. Alright, I am tired, you should go rest too. The old steward waved his hand and impatiently walked away. As for where Fang Yuan slept, it wasn't his concern. This He too is truly stupid. The old steward sneered inwardly. After everyone left, Fang Yuan's expression turned back to normal. The wounds on your body are still bleeding, aren't you going to treat them? Bai Ningbing came over. I still have use for them, let's go. Fang Yuan smiled. Inside a tent, oil lamps were lit. Xianxia was holding a book, when suddenly her brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Dai, did you hear that? It seemed like someone is crying for help. The servant girl called Xiao Dai was dozing off with her head slowly moving up and down. It wouldn't be okay if she slept before the young lady. Right now, she was startled awake. She leaned her ears to listen and immediately said, Wah, someone is crying for help. Who is crying so late in the night? Why is it you again? Xianxia's bodyguard GU Master Zhang Zhu walked out and saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slumped on the ground, snot and tears falling down. Get lost. I will kill you if you don't get lost right this moment. Zhang Zhu shouted. He didn't have good impression of Fang Yuan. Uncle Zhang Zhu. At this time, Xianxia and the servant girl walked out. How come it is you again? Are you haunting us? The servant girl's eyes were wide open when she saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ignored them and only looked at Xianxia. Zhang clan lady, my life has been harmed by you and only you can save me. Tisk, you lunatic, what nonsense are you saying? Zhang Zhu angrily shouted. Our young lady is very kind-hearted, how could she harm you? Lady, let's go, don't pay attention to this lunatic. The servant girl chided Fang Yuan. Xianxia's nature was such that she could never see others suffering in helplessness. Fang Yuan's blood-soaked and wounded body had already won her sympathy. Now, with his words, if Xianxia didn't get involved, she would definitely not be able to have a good sleep. You say you were harmed by me. What do you mean? Uncle Zhang Zhu, I have to trouble you to heal him first. Xianxia said. Although Zhang Zhu was not willing, he could only do as she said. He pushed his hands, a white ball of light entered Fang Yuan's body, the bleeding immediately stopped and the wounds were gradually closing up. Fang Yuan said, it was those two primeval stones, the others were envious of it and snatched my primeval stones. I can't fight them and could only ask the old steward to uphold justice. They have returned the primeval stones, but threatened that they will teach me a lesson and make my life worse than death. So, it was like that. Xianxia sighed when she heard this. You reap what you sow. Lady, we shouldn't get involved with him. He clearly brought this upon himself, selling at such a high price. Did he think everything would be fine? Xiao Dai rolled her eyes, showing her displeasure at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued. I have discussed it with my companion, we can only rely on Lady Zhang. Otherwise, we will be killed by them, 2 lives will be lost. It won't go as far as killing, Xianxia comforted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan interrupted her. Lady, you don't know how dark it is here. They will plot against me during the beasts' attacks. Maybe one day, I will be eaten by the wild beasts, but actually it was manipulated by them behind the scenes. Lady, I beg you to take us in your shelter, please save us. Xianxia hesitated, but she finally couldn't bring herself to reject him. All right, I will temporarily take you guys in. Chapter 239, Feihu Mountain. Miss, you can't. Zhang Zhu immediately said, Miss, our Zhang clan's group here has the least power in the whole caravan. If we take him in, no doubt we will offend another force. It's not worth doing it for just 2 insignificant servants. Miss, even if not for yourself, think about our Zhang clan's group here, or just think of those with you. Zhang Zhu persuaded. This, Xianxia was placed in a dilemma and couldn't make a decision. What difficulty is there? Lady Zhang, I am only a hired hand of Chen family and am not their servant. Lady, if you are still feeling troubled, I have a way to solve it. You can tell the Chen clansmen that I and my companion offended you, and you want to punish us so you are imprisoning us. Chen clan definitely won't offend you for us 2 mortals. Fang Yuan said, that is a good idea. Xianxia's gaze brightened. Miss. Zhang Zhu gave a helpless sigh, knowing he couldn't persuade her anymore. Fang Yuan immediately crawled up with a stick and bowed at Xianxia. Miss Zhang, you are a good person. I will definitely repay you in the future. Xianxia shook her head. I don't need you to repay me. I will definitely help those who need my help to the best of my ability. Sleep in my camp tonight. Xiao Dai, arrange a tent for them. Yes, Missy. Xiao Dai answered, unwillingly. Follow me. Don't blame me if you get lost. Xiao Dai didn't show Fang Yuan any hospitality, but led the way anyway. Zhang Zhu's brows furrowed deeper as he looked at Fang and Bai's leaving figures. He didn't like these 2 from the depths of his heart, and at the same time he had to think of Xianxia's safety as her bodyguard. He decided to personally handle this matter. This was a small tent with not much space inside. However, Fang and Bai didn't care. They had treated even the beast-trapping trees as tents, much less this environment, which was much better. The 2 laid down in the dark tent. Fang Yuan clasped his hands with Bai Ningbing's. Everything will be okay, Bai Yun. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, she knew Fang Yuan's true intention. In the darkness, she transferred a portion of her snow-silver primeval essence to Fang Yuan through her palm. Sleep early, luckily we met such a good person like Lady Zhang. Fang Yuan closed his eyes the moment he finished saying this, and began cultivating secretly. He was already rank 2 now, his primeval sea filled with red steel primeval essence. Although he could already use 4 flavors liquor worm, Bai Ning Bing's snow silver primeval essence was no doubt much better. To Fang Yuan, 4 flavors liquor worm had already lost its use with Bai Ning Bing here. Snow silver primeval essence cleaned and refined the aperture, rapidly increasing Fang Yuan's accumulation. He didn't need to worry about his aura leaking out with the breath-concealing GU. His disguise wasn't likely to be broken unless he used the GU worms outside of his body. At present, breath-concealing GU had yet to truly walk onto the world stage. In his previous life, only after 150 years, it was made popular by the hunting king Sun Gon. Within 50 years after that, in that great war that affected the whole southern border, breath-concealing GU was widely used and took the limelight. In other words, according to Fang Yuan's previous life, mankind would be conscious of guarding against the breath-concealing GU only after 150 years. And after 200 years, they would have methods and experience to respond against the breath-concealing GU. Breath-concealing GU was a rank 3 GU, this caravan didn't have a rank 4 GU master, and although there were many GU masters, why would they especially pay attention to He Tu and Bai Yun, 2 ordinary people? Fang Yuan immediately activated crocodile strength GU after the portion of snow silver primeval essence was used up. Bits of new strength was permanently added to his body. His skeleton was no longer white, but was like firm black iron. It was like a firm cornerstone, stably supporting the continuous increase in strength. The night passed quietly. The next day, at the crack of dawn when the sun had just risen, the whole camp was awake. After a period of hustling and bustling, the caravan resumed its journey. Zhang Zhu didn't go directly to Chen clan, but rather made secret inquiries through his subordinates first. There was indeed a fight yesterday night, and many had witnessed it. As for Brother Chang and his group, they had covered up the fact that Fang Yuan had beat them up. If it were to be known that so many of them couldn't beat one Fang Yuan, they would lose all their face. How would they be able to go around then? In fact, they had gone through everything yesterday and strung up false statements which they all agreed to, saying they bullied the newcomer and Fang Yuan offered them primeval stones, but later he was indignant and looked for the old steward. After confirming the fight really happened, Zhang Zhu set out and found Chen clan's head in the caravan. This vice leader couldn't help but ponder when he heard his 2 mortal subordinates offended Zhang Xinxi and were detained. Although he wouldn't offend Zhang clan because of 2 mortals, if he just readily compromised, Chen clan's prestige could fall. Moreover, he had some close people among the servants. Thereupon, he inquired which 2 servants they were. Chen clan's vice leader was slightly surprised when he heard Zhang Zhu's answer. He had some impressions of these 2, he had let them enter because of the old village head's request. But to think, they had screwed up on their first day. According to him, Fang and Bai should be the old village head's relatives, but so what? The old village head was someone he enlightened and was someone under his control. Giving up these 2 would not mean anything to him. Moreover, they were the ones who had committed crimes, bringing troubles upon Chen clan. Even death would not be sufficient punishment. As he thought of this, the vice leader had already decided to give up these 2 to resolve the conflict with Zhang clan. However, he put on a difficult expression. Brother Zhang, I won't conceal from you, our Chen clan might not have enough manpower if you take those 2. We can't make our GU masters work and move the goods, right? How about this? I will call my steward over. He understands the situation. If there really is a scarcity in manpower, we might not be able to hand those 2 to you at the moment. We will temporarily keep them here and hand them to your Zhang clan to deal with after we get new workers in the next village. That works. Zhang Zhu nodded his head. Vice leader couldn't help but reveal a smile. Like this, there wouldn't be any gossips and rumors saying Chen clan was afraid of Zhang clan. The old steward was somewhat nervous when he was called over. Did I make some mistake? However, when he was clear of the situation, he suddenly felt alive. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. These 2 are really out of luck, falling into Zhang clan's hands. Die, both of you die, then those 2 primeval stones would be mine. Thinking of this, the old steward immediately slapped his chest and guaranteed that there were no issues with the manpower. Even if there were to be some issues, he was determined to stake out his weary aged body to personally move goods, for those 2 primeval stones. Now, the dust had already settled regarding this matter. Zhang Zhu bade his farewell. His heart, however, felt stuffed. In the coming dozen or so days, Fang and Bai worked during the day and cultivated during night. The caravan had already left Ziyu Mountain far behind and was now in Feihu Mountain region. Fang Yuan knew the farther they were from Ziyu Mountain, more concealed his identity would be and thus, more safety. Through these few days of cultivating, he had gained half a crocodile's strength. Unfortunately, a lot of Bone Spear Gu had starved to death. The amount of milk spring on him was less than sufficient. He could only give up some to feed the remaining Gu worms. Fang Yuan felt heartache due to this. Although he wouldn't use these Gu, they could have been sold. He planned to purchase a set of Gu worms in the Shang Clan city. This required a great amount of primeval stones. He could use the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus to produce dozens of primeval stones daily, but he couldn't use it in the caravan so as to prevent his identity from being revealed. Hence, he needed to get Xianxia in his grasp even more. She would become one of the young masters once they reached Shang Clan. This would make Fang Yuan's trip in Shang Clan city extremely convenient. Of course, the premise was that he not only needed to get close to Xianxia, but also gain her trust. The forest in the mountain was dark and mysterious with fog lingering around the air. The caravan slowly moved through the narrow mountain passage, and as they traveled further, the fog became denser. The range of their sights shrunk till they could only see within 10 steps. Feihu Mountain was covered with fog. Fang and Bai would need to go through great troubles if they had traveled by themselves. However, they were in a caravan now, and there naturally were investigative Gu masters. Suddenly, there was some sort of clamor in front of them. The caravan stopped. What's happening? There is trouble. Monkey groups are blocking our path. In moments, most of the people in the caravan began discussing, but none of them were surprised. Feihu Mountain was ruled by monkeys. There were too many monkeys to count. Caravans passing through this place would be blocked by the monkey groups and robbed. Anyone who had some experience and knowledge would not feel surprised at this. Monkeys of the Feihu Mountain. Hehe, I have read about them in the books. To think I could personally see them today. Bai Ningbing softly said with a hint of excitement. Initially, when the caravans had first passed through Feihu Mountain, they had a huge fight with the monkey groups. They killed waves after waves of monkeys, but the monkey groups appeared again and again. Finally, the caravans were either annihilated or had to retreat in defeat. Feihu Mountain was once known as a forbidden and unpassable land for merchants. If it were other mountain ranges, the different wild beasts kept each other in check, and there would be a gap to pass through. However, there were only bandit monkeys in Feihu Mountain. They lived together, and although there were fights between monkey groups, all the bandit monkeys would unite if they came across an external enemy. Such strength was not something a caravan could rival. Even a large-scale clan might not be able to purge all these monkey groups. This was until the Sky Crown Marquis appeared. This was a rank 5 Gu master of the righteous path. He traveled deep into Feihu Mountain until he reached the peak, and using a monkey language Gu, he came to an agreement with the monkey emperor. Everything changed thereafter. A trade route opened through Feihu Mountain for the first time. Now, this trade route was one of the 3 most important trade routes of southern border, connecting east and west. Its importance was self-evident. These damn monkeys appeared again. They are blocking up our path. You all know the rules. I will tell you bluntly, anyone who breaks the rules and implicates us, my Jia clan will not let them off. The caravan leader shouted, coldly. Of course, Brother Jia Long is right, everything should be done according to the rules. Anyone that wants to take advantage will be driven out of the caravan. Other vice leaders went along with Jia Long. Chapter 240, Arm Wrestling. Bandit monkeys were very strong and were as big as an elephant. Mature bandit monkey could reach 10 meters of height and had bulging muscles all over their body. Their arms were over 2 times thicker than their legs and their tails were like iron rods, capable of pulverizing rocks. The fur of bandit monkeys were golden with black tiger stripes covering their body. What was peculiar was the fur from their waist grew out naturally to cover the crotch and the butt area, just like a leather skirt. The monkey king of this bandit monkey group suddenly opened its large mouth and gave a loud howl. Its howl were as forceful as lions and tigers. Hou! The monkey king's howl was answered by the other monkeys. The howls created sound waves which engulfed the surroundings, scattering the winds and clouds along with the dense white fog. Within seconds, everyone's sights broadened and only then did they realize both sides of the passageway were filled with bandit monkeys, over 1,000 bandit monkeys had surrounded the caravan. They were enormous, the same size as the trees. Some young trees could only reach up to their waists. In front of the caravan was the Monkey King, who had an even larger physique, and was boldly sitting on a stone bench. A gray stone wine jar that was as big as a water tank was lying on its side, giving off a dense fragrance of alcohol. The Monkey King stopped, after howling once, but the other bandit monkeys were still howling without stop. This instead enhanced the Monkey King's majesty. Its eyes were sharp and bright, its gaze tranquil as it sat there without moving. In contrast, those ordinary bandit monkeys were getting restless as they stared at the caravan's goods, itching to have a go. Wild beasts like monkey, fox and wolves possessed intelligence. This bandit Monkey King's intelligence might only be equal to 3-year-old child and wasn't at the level of cunning lightning wolf, but it was enough for it communicate. The leader of the caravan, Jia Long, narrowed his eyes at the Monkey King and suddenly said, "Jia Yang, go." "Yes, chief." Jia Yang stood up. He was tall and fat, especially with his bulging stomach, but he was actually rather robust. He was defensive GU master and his lifebound GU was water armor GU. He was a rank 2 GU master and was specialized in fighting in water. Once, when he was swimming in a river, he luckily encountered a boat-sized tortoise and killed it, obtaining a tortoise strength GU from its body. After he used it, he was able to permanently gain the strength of a tortoise. The monkey groups howled even more fiercely when they saw Jia Yang coming closer, their voices shaking the whole forest. Jia Yang had a solemn expression as he lifted his sleeves and stood in front of the Monkey King. The Monkey King was enormous, and even while sitting, it was still taller than Jia Yang by a head. It looked at Jia Yang and howled. Several bandit monkeys immediately brought a stone table while panting hard. The stone table was as large as a bed and was extremely heavy, producing a muffled sound as it landed on the ground. Another 2 bandit monkeys came over and moved a stone stool, placing it in front of the Monkey King. The Monkey King slammed at the stone table. The sounds produced was as if he had beaten a large drum. Jia Yang gulped a mouthful of saliva and sat down. He placed his right elbow on the table and extended his forearm. The Monkey King similarly extended his left hand, 2 palms tightly grasped each other. Beside the table was an elderly female bandit monkey who suddenly shouted. Jia Yang and the Monkey King heard the signal and immediately put strength in their arms, starting this uncommon style of strength contest. Bandit monkeys respected strength, and arm wrestling was their main social activity. Young monkeys could arm wrestle immediately after being born. Arm wrestling was not only a game for bandit monkeys, it was also commonly used method to resolve disputes. In the past, the righteous GU master Sky Crown Marquis was only a rank 5 GU master. He naturally wasn't able to slaughter the mountain with this strength. It was this arm wrestling custom of the bandit monkeys he used to reach the peak of the bandit monkey mountain and win against the monkey emperor. He was then able to obtain the monkey group's approval and came to an agreement, opening the trade route. From then on, any caravans that were passing through Feihu Mountain would follow this agreement and arm wrestle with the bandit monkeys. If they won, they would obtain the bandit monkeys' approval and be able to pass without paying the toll. If they lost, they would have to let the monkey group take a portion of their goods. With this, the caravans could carry out their business, and the bandit monkeys were also happy to be able to get benefits. As the years went by and the caravans abided by the agreement, the trade route began to gradually flourish, and the agreement also gradually stabilized. Jia Yang, sitting opposite the Monkey King, was flushed red. His expression was twisted as he was already using all his strength. However, he still couldn't resist the Monkey King's strength, and his arm began to gradually incline to the side until finally the Monkey King's arm slammed Jia Yang's arm to the table. Victory! Monkey King stood up and excitedly beat his chest with his fists. The rest of the monkeys were howling and screeching. The noise was frightening. Jia Yang walked back to the caravan with his head lowered. The bandit monkeys teased and taunted him while he was walking back. Some lifted their leather skirt, showing their butts at Jia Yang, some made faces, and some shook their fingers at him. To think there would be a day where I am ridiculed by a bunch of beasts. Jia Yang gave a helpless sigh with a bitter smile on his face. Jia Long showed no expression, and just raised his hand. Jia Clan's troops began to move forward. The monkeys flocked towards them and began to wantonly take goods from the wagons. Jia Clan had already made careful considerations. They covered the high-quality coal stones with a layer of colorful and gorgeous silk and thin fabric. The monkeys were all attracted by these colorful cloth. and let go of the more valuable ash-gray high-quality coal stones. The monkeys were very happy with their choices, playing around with the cloths. Many wrapped the cloth around their arms, waists, and even draped the cloth over their shoulders. The whole scene was noisy and chaotic. "Where is Jia Ping?" Jia Long shouted with a heavy voice. Jia Ping slowly walked out. His body was starkly in contrast to Jia Yong. He was thin as stick and looked extremely fragile. "I will avenge you." He patted Jia Yong's shoulder as he walked past him. "This will naturally be easily over with brother Jia Ping making a move." Jia Yong cupped his hands and gave a forced smile. Jia clansmen let out a breath of relief upon seeing Jia Ping moving out, their expressions clearly easing up. The bandit monkeys let out odd yells when they saw Jia Ping's physique, their gazes filled with contempt and disdain. Monkey King was already sitting down. He indifferently lifted the wine jar and drank a mouthful of monkey wine. "They are indeed animals, judging people by appearances." Jia Long sneered. Jia Ping looked weak, but actually possessed strength of 2 bears. It was just that he used tendon coiling GU, which intertwined his whole muscles and tendons just like tree roots, and thus compressing his muscles. Jia Ping sat down and stretched his arm. His arm wasn't even a quarter of the Monkey King's arm. However, after they started, the deadlock only lasted a moment before the Monkey King was defeated. Instantly, the howls and screeches of the monkeys stopped. The Monkey King's eyes were opened as wide as saucers, revealing an incredulous expression. Jia Long chuckled and waved his hand, signaling the troop to continue moving. The monkeys that were blocking the path automatically made away and didn't make any moves. When a portion of Jia Clan's troops moved forward, the monkeys howled and again blocked the path. The Monkey King wasn't convinced in its loss as it slammed the stone table and challenged Jia Ping. Jia Ping had a smile on his face as he gained another victory. "Everyone, I am going to move first." Jia Long cupped his hands and after calling out to the others, the Jia Clan's troops and wagons passed through the checkpoint. "Alright, next it is my Lin Clan's turn." "Lin Dong," Lin Clan's vice leader shouted. The others didn't argue, they had already discussed the order of the caravan. Time continued to pass and parts of the caravan had also moved forward. To pass through the Feihu Mountain and decrease the losses to the minimum, all the great clans nurtured a lot of specific GU masters. Ox strength, tiger strength, elephant strength, python strength, horse strength. The GU masters possessing these went to compete, each showing their talents, some lost and some won. Most of the people had passed through the checkpoint. Finally, it was Zhang Clan's turn. Zhang Zhu didn't look good, he was a healing GU master and wasn't good at strength aspect. Moreover, when arm wrestling with the Monkey King, one could only use their strength and not the GU worms. If they were discovered to have cheated by using GU worms, they would be attacked and killed by the monkey groups. The troops Zhang Clan brought in this caravan didn't have any other GU masters except him, a rank 3 GU master. Thus, they were the weakest in strength in the whole caravan. Xianxia did not have an easy life in Zhang Clan, and was shunted aside for being an illegitimate child. The situation had become worse after her mother died of illness. In light of her mother's will, Xianxia sold the family assets and organized this caravan. Most of Zhang Clan's people looked forward to this disgrace of the clan dying outside. Thus, they didn't send any GU masters to reinforce her. Uncle Zhang Zhu doesn't need to worry too much, they are nothing more than goods, it is okay as long as people are safe. Xianxia had a delicate heart, she softly consoled Zhang Zhu when she noticed his expression. The only one remaining is Zhang Clan. Tisk, no need to watch, they are sure to lose. I am quite familiar with that Zhang Zhu. It is said that Zhang Clan's girl organized this merchant group by herself. Hence, there is only Zhang Zhu to put up a front. Many GU masters stood behind the checkpoint, waiting to see a good show. They had all, more or less, lost some goods, their mood were naturally not too good. Comparison produces happiness, the unlucky people often felt relieved by seeing a more unlucky person. Many were looking at Zhang Clan, trying to find comfort in their hearts. Goods can be lost, only lives are truly important. Uncle Zhang Zhu, you don't need to go, we will just let these monkey groups take the goods. Xianxia said, Sigh, miss, you don't know. We can't pass through without competing, these monkeys are very obstinate, we must arm wrestle. Miss, we can lose but we can't let others belittle us. I will go. Zhang Zhu cupped his hands and forced himself to walk out. Wait, right at this time, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd. Miss Zhang, You are my benefactor. Let me be the one to go. He cupped his hands and said to Xianxia, You, the servant girl Xiao Dai rolled her eyes, you are not a GU master, don't add trouble at this time of crisis. Xianxia smiled. Hey too, I have received your intention. This isn't a joke, the Monkey King has great strength, didn't you see some of those GU masters' arms fractured? Miss, even if my arms fracture, I will repay you. Fang Yuan persevered. You, how can you be like this, not knowing your limitations? If your arm gets fractured, wouldn't it be my missy who has to waste time healing you? Xiao Dai waved her hand in disgust. Don't stir trouble. Lady Zhang, you don't know, I have always had extraordinary strength since young, even adults didn't have as much strength as me when I was a kid. I must go this time. Fang Yuan then turned and walked towards the Monkey King. Hey too, Xianxia wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Zhang Zhu. Miss, he is not a moron, he definitely has some confidence. Sometimes, we need to believe in others. Zhang Zhu persuaded. In fact, he had no faith in Fang Yuan. He only thought this would teach a good lesson to these mortals who had brought him trouble. Look, Zhang clan actually sent out a servant. Haha, Zhang clan has no people left, they are sending out a servant to lose face. Fang Yuan's figure soon attracted the attention of the others. Chapter 241, Huang Jin Mountain. It is him, hee, heaven has opened its eyes. Brother Chang and his group's gazes turned bright with excitement upon Fang Yuan's figure. I can't wait to see his arm break. Lady Zhang is kind, he wasn't put to execution even after offending the Zhang clan. It turns out they were waiting to send him here. Fang Yuan walked slowly towards the stone table and directly sat down. The Monkey King gazed at him, then stretched its arm. The two sides clasped their palms together and began the contest under countless gazes. The Monkey King exerted its strength, but Fang Yuan's arm was like it was made from steel and didn't budge even a little. The Monkey King's pupils shrunk, revealing a hint of astonishment. This was the strongest human it had met in its life. Fang Yuan inwardly laughed. I could defeat this Monkey King even when I only possessed strength of 2 boars, let alone now when my strength has increased by half of a crocodile's strength. The Monkey King had already gone through many rounds before and it was already lacking in strength now. One could say, this situation was of an absolute victory to Fang Yuan. This Monkey King doesn't have enormous strength. Before, those GU masters who possessed strength of a bear or strength of a horse had ended up losing to it. It wasn't because their strength was inferior to the Monkey King's, but rather because they couldn't bring out all their strength in arm wrestling. In fact, all strength type GU like bear strength, horse strength, rabbit strength, fish strength, tortoise strength, crocodile strength, were different. This difference wasn't only in the amount of their strength, but was more on their fields of expertise. Bear strength for smacking, horse strength for galloping, rabbit strength for jumping, tortoise strength for endurance, crocodile strength for biting. They each had their own fields of expertise. In other words, in certain situations, some types of powers could be utilized to their maximum effects. As for arm wrestling, it focused on the strength of arms. The bandit monkeys were experts regarding this. One could tell just from looking at their physique, with their upper limbs being over 2 times thicker than their lower limbs. They could arm wrestle from their birth, possessing the foundation of strength training. If the arm wrestling was changed to another form of contest, many of the defeated GU masters might be able to win against the bandit Monkey King. From this, one could derive that every power possessed their own unique points, and they couldn't simply be differentiated by looking at the amount of their strength. Take humans for example, a punch would definitely be weaker than a kick. Under normal condition, a person cannot use all their strength. I have strength of 2 boars, half of a crocodile's strength and my own strength, but it is impossible for my arm wrestling strength to match theirs. Of course, concentrating all of one's strength in one movement is not impossible. One would need that legendary GU worm. Fang Yuan couldn't display his true strength in arm wrestling, but he was someone with very deep foundations, and could guarantee his victory. However, he couldn't make it blatantly obvious. Hence, he intentionally revealed a strained expression, his arms shaking as he maintained the deadlock with the Monkey King. Slowly, his arm pushed down on Monkey King's. When the contest ended, almost everyone was stumped. He actually won. This guy has innate divine strength. The human groups were in an uproar, their surprised gasps spreading to others. Inquire about this guy. We need to immediately recruit him if possible. The Heads of main clans felt a rush of excitement. Compared to the GU masters who they could only nurture after investing large amounts of funds, Fang Yuan's quality-to-price ratio was much higher. They could use him without any investment, and bring in profits for their caravan. Zhang clan's luck is good, picking up such a treasure. Instantly, many GU masters' gazes towards the Zhang clan contained some envy. No wonder we couldn't beat him. Brother Chang and his group were speechless. This is a monster. Now that I think of it, I am really lucky to not have been beaten to death by him. As this group of servants thought back, they were immediately filled with after fear. They had previously still been looking to take revenge against Fang Yuan, but now looking at this sight, all their hopes of revenge were gone. On the contrary, they became worried that Fang Yuan would look for trouble for them in future. Chen clan's old steward's expression looked ugly. To think this idiot actually had such brute strength. What bad luck. Now if only the vice leader doesn't blame me. He cautiously glanced at the clan's vice leader. Chen clan's vice leader was frowning. He was thinking of much more. He started to doubt Zhang clan's intention. Was demanding for those two a trap? Did they see this servant's worth and intentionally kept him, then came to demand for them? The more he thought, the more reasonable he felt his thoughts were. He couldn't help snorting coldly. Anyone who felt he was played with and cheated, wouldn't have a good mood. But the mistake was already done. He could only pinch his nose and endure this bad luck. Am I seeing things? The servant girl Xiao Dai covered her mouth. She was speechless at this result. Worry disappeared from Xianxia's face, and was replaced by a smile. Let's go. Zhang Zhu waved at the troops to move ahead with a complex look on his eyes. Fang Yuan won, allowing Zhang clan's caravan to pass through this checkpoint. Fang Yuan won 2 rounds straight. The Zhang clan's caravan were able to pass through most of the path. At the 3rd round, Fang Yuan intentionally lost to keep up his disguise, resulting in many goods being taken out of Zhang clan's wagons. Even so, Fang Yuan's performance was enough to make others see him in a whole new light. He received a warm welcome back at the caravan. Lady Zhang, I have finished my mission. He cupped his hands to Xianxia. Xianxia's beautiful eyes shone as she sized up Fang Yuan again, and said with a gentle voice, my mother said to never judge people by their appearances, and hey too, you have given me a live example. I am really thankful to you. This is 150 primeval stones as my thanks to you. 150 primeval stones. The servant girl Xiao Dai was startled. Miss, what are you doing giving him so much? Fang Yuan backed a step and righteously declined. Lady, I did it to repay your kindness and not for these primeval stones. Please take them back. I can't take this reward. Xiao Dai immediately agreed. Miss, look, he doesn't want it. It is better if you put it away. Xianxia, however, insisted. This isn't a reward, but a gift of thanks. My thanks to you. Fang Yuan showed a righteous expression and said with a solemn tone, let alone this 150 primeval stones, even if it was 1,000 primeval stones, I don't want them. Lady Zhang, I may only be immortal, but please don't humiliate me. This, Xianxia was helpless against such remark and could only put the primeval stones back. HMPH, you know how to be tactful. Xiao Dai quirked her mouth. Zhang Zhu remained silent, his gaze turning more complicated. The favor of repaying life is hard to repay. Please let me use my strength for you. Fang Yuan cupped his hands. There were numerous monkey groups in Bandit Monkey Mountain, and every so often along the trade route, there would be some monkey groups who would occupy the area and set a checkpoint. Fang Yuan repeatedly went to compete with them, and under his deliberate performance, he lost some and won some. Caravans moved and stopped continuously, spending over 20 days in Bandit Monkey Mountain before they got out of this tall mountain. The goods in the caravans had decreased by almost half by now. The mood couldn't help being low. Zhang clan was the only one that was happy. Because of Fang Yuan's strength, their losses were far less than their previous estimations. Fang Yuan became famous and many clans sent their servants to visit him. They all wanted to recruit Fang Yuan and gave attractive terms, but Fang Yuan refused all of them and stayed with Zhang clan. You have some conscience, kid. You didn't waste Missy's kindness. Xiao Dai's attitude towards Fang Yuan had changed. This servant girl said whatever she thought and wasn't shrewd, but whatever her attitude is, it was never in Fang Yuan's considerations. Fang Yuan only cared about Xianxia and her guard Zhang Zhu. Xianxia was gentle and kind, but also very smart. The GU master Zhang Zhu was very experienced and prudent. Fang Yuan even felt that Zhang Zhu was already beginning to suspect him. In private, Bai Ningbing also reminded Fang Yuan, refusing that 150 primeval stones was a mistake. With your current identity, how could your heart not be moved by such a huge sum? For cautiousness, we should stop cultivation for some time to guard against Zhang Zhu's secret investigation. However, Fang Yuan refused this suggestion and still cultivated non-stop every night. Bai Ningbing also cooperated. She held an indifferent attitude towards her identity being exposed. In fact, she was more willing to see Fang Yuan's defeat. Snow-silver primeval essence gave an enormous help to Fang Yuan. His cultivation speed was rising as if it had grown wings. On the night they had officially left Feihu Mountains region, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 2 initial stage to middle stage. By the time the travel-worn caravan arrived at the base of Huangjin Mountain, Fang Yuan was finished with the crocodile strength Jiyu, his strength permanently increasing by the strength of a crocodile. Huangjin Mountain possessed a lot of gold mines. Its soil contained abundant gold, and one could even obtain dozens of granules of gold if they scooped the water from the mountain streams and filtered the sediments. In day, when the sun shone upon the Huangjin Mountain, the mountain would often reflect a layer of hazy golden light. The scene of the mountain surrounded by the light was a glorious beauty. If this Huangjin Mountain was to be on Earth, there would definitely be bloody fights and wars for it. However, in this world, the currency used was the primeval stone, and gold was reduced to just a type of metal mineral. Its greatest use was as a material for refining Jiyu. There were 2 clans located in Huangjin Mountain. In the southern side of the mountain was Huang Village, and in the northern side was Jin Village. A mountain can't hold 2 tigers. One could infer from Qingmao Mountain that the relation between Huang and Jin clan was not harmonious. The caravan's arrival would naturally be welcomed by both the clans. However, the notice from the 2 clans arrived. The caravan could only choose one clan. If they chose Huang clan, they couldn't go to Jin clan, and the same went for opposite. There were many people in caravan with many things to do, thus there was always a large flow of traffic. There were notorious records of the 2 clans attacking each other with the help of caravans, thus they laid down strict orders. The heads of the caravans had different opinions about choosing which clans to go. They had their own needs and considerations, and so after discussing with each other, this co-agglomeration of caravans divided into 2, the 2 groups would go separately to the 2 clans. Of course, they couldn't enter the village, most of the troops could only station around the village. After this was settled, Zhang Zhu privately looked for Xianxia. I have secretly investigated for many days. He Tu and Bai Yun are very suspicious. I suggest we evict them from our group. Chapter 242, Common Understanding Between Smart People. Suspicious. Xianxia's gaze flickered under her thick eyelashes. Zhang Zhu nodded and said solemnly, "In fact, I had my doubts about them ever since we entered Feihu Mountain. Miss, you gave them 150 primeval stones, but they weren't moved at all by such a huge sum. This really makes one ponder." He paused for a moment and continued, "I have been secretly investigating them these days, and found even more suspicious points. First of all, they have little to no communication with the servants around them, as if they were wishing to be invisible. Second, they refused the recruitment offers of many clans, even though the terms were excellent. Miss, do you still remember his appearance when he came to ask help from us that night? Hey Tu, that guy has such powerful strength, how could he be wounded by others into such state? And finally, from my observation, his companion is wearing male clothing, but is actually a woman." The camp was filled with silence. After a long while, Xianxia smiled. "Powerful strength doesn't mean he can definitely win against others, right? 2 fists can't rival 4 palms. Hey Tu getting wounded was normal. Actually, I know about all these suspicious points you spoke of." Zhang Zhu wasn't surprised at all. He understood Xianxia and knew of her intelligence. "Miss." Xianxia blinked, her face containing a gentle and charming smile. "Uncle Zhang Zhu, you have felt stifled for so many days, right? Seeing that I didn't take actions to deal with this, you came to remind me today." Zhang Zhu smiled. "I can't conceal anything from you. But why are you still keeping them by your side?" "Because I felt no ill intent from them." Xianxia's eyes shone with a wise light. "We became suspicious of them at the Feihu Mountain, and if they hadn't stood up at that time, we wouldn't have been able to feel any suspicion. But why did they still take a risk? Wasn't it to help me? If they had harbored treacherous schemes, they would definitely stay hidden and watch the show from the side, right? Or maybe receive that 150 primeval stones. But they didn't. When He-Tu said he was repaying my kindness, his expression was sincere and I could tell that he was speaking the truth. He really wanted to repay this favor. Xianxia said. Zhang Zhu was tongue-tied for a long while, but they aren't simple, they definitely have secrets. A smile blossomed in Xianxia's face like a flower. Everyone has secrets, I also have them. Does having secrets make one a bad person? This world is bright. As someone who knows how to repay kindness, there has to be a limit to how bad he can be, right? That might be so, but I can't help but wonder what their motives are. Maybe they are plotting something. Wait, I know, they must be accomplices of some bandits. They joined the caravan and are planning to rob it by cooperating with demonic path figures. That doesn't make sense. Xianxia shook her head. If they were accomplices, they should have even more reason to stay hidden. Why would they expose themselves in Feihu Mountain? So many people tried to recruit them, they could just join other groups and it wouldn't be any less easier to hide themselves. Why did they decide to stick with us? I feel they have definitely been through some suffering. We helped them and they are repaying us. Now, they want to hide their identities. I think we should help them. Zhang Zhu sighed while shaking his head. Miss, why are you always thinking about others? One must know to guard against others. Uncle Zhang Zhu, Xianxia said, if we are really robbed, please don't go fight to protect the goods. If the goods are gone, then they are gone, it is not a big problem. My mother's final wish was for me to bring a token to someone in Shangclan City. However, she also said if that person didn't accept us, we should continue living through these goods. My mother passed away swiftly, she didn't manage to convey who is the person I am supposed to look for. But I think wealth are just worldly possessions. Mother has already left me, you and Xiao Dai are my only remaining relatives. I don't want to see you guys meeting any mishaps. Miss, never say that. Zhang Zhu's eyes were red with emotions. Come, take a look, honest and real Xianxia silk. All kinds of fine liquors, I welcome everyone to taste them. Golden Qi Gu, selling for just 50 primeval stones. The temporary market was a hubbub of conversations and hawkers selling out their wares as people moved to and fro. Whenever a caravan by, it would be like a festive moment for the clans. In the temporary market, not only the caravan was selling their wares, some Jin clansmen were also selling their goods. The goods they were selling were mainly golden statues or tools. There were pots, cups, ladles and basins. Their profound sculpting skills were shown in the lifelike statues of animals and people. And with red, green, yellow and blue gems or pearls as complements, the statues looked even more exquisite. Huangjin Mountain was a place blessed by heavens with gold found everywhere in it. The people living here, even the poor slaves, were wearing some accessories like golden rings and golden necklaces. Hairpins, earrings and bracelets worn by many girls were shining with golden luster, looking very beautiful. They were chatting with each other in groups in beautiful voices which was fresh and innocent. As for the Gu masters of the Jin clan, their uniforms were similar to Qingmao Mountains, short sleeves, long pants, belts, leg wrappings and green bamboo shoes. It was just that some were using golden rope as leg wrappings. Belts, cloth cuffs or pants, were all rimmed in gold. This was Huangjin Mountain's characteristic. The clans of the southern border had basically the same attires. The demonic Gu masters, however, wore all sorts of bizarre dresses. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were moving through the crowd. They had already bought some cow and goat milk from 3 to 4 Jin clansmen. Fang Yuan had tried his best to feed all the Bone Spear Gu. But even so, 2/3 of the Bone Spear Gu were already dead from starvation. Aren't you afraid your such big reckless purchasing will expose our identities? Bai Ningbing expressed his doubt. As long as one uses disguise, they will definitely be exposed one day. I don't have a thing to worry about, but you have too big of a flaw. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing and said. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. She knew what her flaw was, her gender. Even the old lady at the hamlet could see it. Women and men have physiological differences. This could be disguised, but that required a special Gu worm which Bai Ningbing didn't have. Thus, even if she was wearing loose clothes, covering her face with a straw hat, smearing her body with ash and binding her chest, her gender would no doubt be revealed as time passed by. Fang Yuan continued. So, rather than cover the truth, it would be better to reveal some things on our own initiative and let the others set their minds at rest, thinking they have seen through us and have the situation in their control. Exposing oneself was not always a bad thing. One could only receive trust when they revealed their identities. Fang Yuan couldn't reveal his cards by himself, doing so would be too unnatural and not be in harmony with their previous behavior. Only when the other side discovered and probed, could Fang Yuan take the opportunity to conveniently reveal some stuff. Bai Ningbing understood, so you are intentionally waiting for them to discover before responding. You have finally become smart. HMPH. However, 3 days passed by and the response and probing Fang Yuan expected had still not arrived. Bai Ningbing finally got the opportunity to take a dig at Fang Yuan, so you also have times when you are wrong. Fang Yuan snorted while pondering inwardly. I could see from Zhang Ju's expression and manners that he was already suspicious of us. He didn't go into it deeply and restrained himself, most likely because there could be danger at any time on the road. But now that the caravan has arrived at Jin Clan, the situation is very safe and he should have already begun his probing. Unless, Shang Xinxi's figure appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Truly smart and also bold. She's mostly likely the one that stopped Zhang Zhu. It's a little problematic, seems like being too smart can also be a problem. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. Shang Xinxi's gentleness and kindness had made a deep impact on him, making him slightly underestimate this girl's intelligence. Shang Xinxi wanted to reach an understanding between smart people with Fang Yuan, she was clearly trying to play dumb. However, Fang Yuan had a different motive and this layer of understanding had instead turned into an obstacle. Since it is so, I will just take the initiative. Fang Yuan sighed and went to find Shang Xinxi. You want to form a partnership with me? Inside a tent, Shang Xinxi and Zhang Zhu were wearing surprised expressions when Fang Yuan revealed his intentions. They hadn't gone to look for these two, but these two instead came knocking on their door. This was slightly beyond the young girl's expectations. Zhang Zhu's mind shook. You finally showed your true colors. Partnership, HMPH. Lady Zhang, I am a bit ashamed to say it, but we need primeval stones and I regard myself to be somewhat knowledgeable about merchants. I want to borrow a batch of goods, and we will divide the profits we earn in half, how about it? Fang Yuan slightly bowed his body, appearing neither servile nor overbearing. You don't have any primeval stones and are as poor as a mouse, yet you want to borrow the chicken that lays egg. You are overconfident. Zhang Zhu's gaze carried a cold light. Why do you think you will definitely earn profits? And on what basis do you think our Zhang clan will lend the goods to you? There will naturally be profits and losses in business. I also can't guarantee the profits. As to your second question, I think Lady Zhang is a good person and should lend the goods to me, right? You wanted to ask of my reason. I can only answer you that it is this feeling. If this feeling is wrong, then please consider this matter never happened. Fang Yuan answered with a smile. He was 1 year less and his whole body was covered with burns, making him appear terrifying when he smiled. However, Shang Xinxi looked at him and saw in him a kind of confidence, decisiveness and a radiance of careful planning. This radiance emitted a different type of charisma, penetrating through the ugly appearance. Interesting, it seems he also sensed our suspicions, so he wanted to reach a tacit understanding with me. Shang Xinxi's gaze continued to flash. After a short while, she laughed. This kind of frank communication style made her feel an indescribable safety and also a feeling of freshness. If you hadn't been there, there wouldn't even be a quarter of goods remaining, they would have already been snatched by those monkeys in Feihu Mountain. Since you have this notion, I will hand over these goods to you. She said, if the servant girl Xiao Dai were here, she might have started making a big fuss. Fang Yuan showed an expression of being in a daze for a while, before he bowed to show his thanks. Miss, this, when Fang Yuan left the tent, Zhang Zhu couldn't endure it anymore. Shang Xinxi blinked mischievously like a child. Isn't this interesting? Did you hear what he said just now? He hadn't even started on the business, but was already talking of sharing the profits in half. His tone was as if the profits were certain. HMPH, he is but a boor, how much talent could he have? Zhang Zhu disdainfully scoffed, if we talk about business talent, who could compare to Miss? I still remember how you have managed the properties all these years and expanded them. If it were not for the envy of those petty people in Zhang clan. Alright, what is the use of talking about the past? Since Uncle Zhang Zhu believes in my talent, then you should trust me. Even if He Tu squanders these goods, I could still rebuild the business from scratch, isn't that right? Shang Xinxi said. Of course, Zhang Zhu said without hesitation. Chapter 243, Benefits Sent Towards Oneself. There are so much goods, it won't be cheap. It'll require at least 50,000 primeval stones. Jin Clan's GU master looked at Fang Yuan in suspicion. After getting approval from Xianxia, Fang Yuan immediately found a few Jin Clan GU masters. This was already the sixth. I do not have primeval stones. Fang Yuan shook his head, but I can use my goods to exchange for yours. Exchange. The GU master's eyebrows rose. He was not surprised as it was common to barter, especially in the caravan. To him, there was no loss in bartering as long as the value was about the same. What will you use to exchange? Fang Yuan brought him to the goods immediately. Jin Clan's GU master frowned. Your goods are cheaper than mine. But you can get a good price for it on this Huang Jin mountain, am I wrong? Fang Yuan laughed. Jin Clan GU master frowned even deeper. If the price is set too high, we won't be able to sell it. Then sell it slowly, it'll be sold eventually. Goods are more expensive when they are rare, by then you will be sitting at home collecting your earnings. Fang Yuan smiled. The GU master laughed. The reason he talked so much was only to lower the price, his heart was moved long ago. You are not bad at all. As a mortal, you are neither haughty nor humble. I have 3 stores, are you interested in working for me? I can give you the position of shopkeeper. Your wages can also be further discussed. The GU master patted Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan rejected politely. The GU master felt a little pity. Hey Tu, what have you done? After the transaction was over, Xiao Dai ran over with a frosty expression. You exchanged all the goods. What are you trying to do? You are too bold. Xiao Dai stomped her foot in anger. Do you know these goods were all chosen by Missy after much consideration? After we transport them to Shang Clan City, we can sell them for twice the amount. Quick, exchange them back now. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Your Missy has already lent all the goods to me, which is to say, these belong to me. HMPH, I am dealing with my own goods, is there a problem? Fang Yuan's gaze swept through Xiao Dai, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Dai instantly felt a chill that made her heart palpitate. Fang Yuan had decided to expose a little more and thus putting on such a strong attitude against Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was witty and eloquent all along, but now, a cold feeling crept up her heart. I will tell Missy, watch out. She tried her best to hide her inner emotions, but still left frantically. Her report naturally caused no disturbance to Fang Yuan, but the servants that Xianxia brought along had much opinions about Fang Yuan's actions. Many discussed secretly, thinking this He Tu had gone crazy. Fang Yuan knew the value of these goods and could sense Xianxia's business talent. But this was her first time doing business, her experience was very lacking even though she had talent. Business was not just transporting goods to the destination, and earning profits from the price difference. A true expert merchant earned along the way as well, using their keen foresight to explore new opportunities, learning about the specialty of each mountains, and tailoring to the needs of each clan. They built networks as they profited from all those around them. Of course, these requirements were too high for the current Xianxia. She had just turned 16, although she had talent, she was still a fresh young girl. Fang Yuan spent about 100 years in his past life doing trade. He joined caravans and even became a leader. He also opened his own shops, including rock gambling and even auctions. When it came to experience and foresight, those leaders and vice leaders in the caravan could not hold a candle to Fang Yuan, let alone the inexperienced Xianxia. There is still a distance to Shangliang Mountain. If I manipulate this wholeheartedly, I can at least increase the value of these goods by 7 or 8 times. This profit margin was terrifying. Any higher and even Fang Yuan could do it. Due to actual circumstances, 7 to 8 times was the limit of this world. Of course, if I use unorthodox methods, not just 7 or 8, I can easily jack it up by 70 or 80 times. Thinking so, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a poem on earth. Obeying the law and living in constant worry, bandits live in pleasure every night, those who harm others to benefit themselves ride horses, while those who are righteous and fair starve in hunger. Those who build bridges and repair roads go blind, while those who murder and cause arson have many offsprings. When I died, I asked Buddha. Buddha said, there was nothing I could do. Haha, the so-called system and law was to deprive the masses and limit the weak. Whichever world it was, the law of the jungle prevailed. Thus, even during an era ruled by law, countless rich and influential people found loopholes and avoided the judgment of the law. Not to mention this GU world, where strength was everything one needed to exert influence. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he once did business with all his heart, having millions of assets and countless properties. But later, some experts casually usurped them, causing him to go bankrupt and living in the streets. For the next 400 years of his life, whenever he thought back to it, he was extremely glad he had such an experience. Only through pain can one learn about the truth. Precisely because of this experience, he woke up from his delusions and broke free of the restraints that bound him while living in the lawful society of Earth. Humans were often blinded not by the sight before them, but by the chains in their hearts. To Fang Yuan, if he abided by morals of business and be a proper businessman, he could only earn 7 to 8 times the profit. But if he used some illegal methods, becoming an unscrupulous merchant, he could make over tenfold worth of profits. If he abandoned his position, and lied and scammed, becoming a dishonest trader, he could make tens of times of profits. If he directly murdered and robbed, he would not even need a capital. Business without investing capital was always the most profitable. But Fang Yuan had other objectives doing business now. Thus, methods that broke the rules could not be used, and this caused him to have some feeling of restraint. However, the night before the caravan set off, a Jin clan GU master secretly approached him. "There is a secret deal we want to make, are you interested?" This GU master was one of those who traded with Fang Yuan earlier. Fang Yuan did not mind it, but after a few minutes, he changed his ideas. "You are saying, someone wants to sell ginseng grass?" He was extremely surprised, almost suspecting that he had heard wrongly. To Jin clan, ginseng grass could not be replaced with other materials, it was an important war resource. It was exactly because it could be used as a refinement material that Jin clan could produce large numbers of golden silkworm GU. But now someone wanted to sell it. In Fang Yuan's memories, it was because Jin clan had large numbers of the rank 3 golden silkworm GU that their battle strength rose rapidly, thus eliminating Huang clan and becoming the controller of the area. Wait a minute, Huang clan still exists now. This means Jin clan has not fully manufactured the recipe for the golden silkworm GU. That shouldn't be it, by this time they should have some ideas already, otherwise why would they mass plant ginseng grass? Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He probed, "I'm about done with trading goods. The ginseng grass is an unpopular material, although it is rare, little people need it." Seeing Fang Yuan reject, the GU master panicked. "The price can be further discussed, why don't we have a good talk about it?" Fang Yuan's gaze shone, seeing the other party was very anxious, he started to lower the price. After an intense bargaining, the ginseng grass price had been lowered to a horrifying degree. The GU master's face paled, his expression turned ugly and his tone became irritated. "You win, we'll go with this price, can we complete the deal now?" This price was very low, even lower than the cost of nurturing the ginseng grass. If they sold it, it truly was making a loss. The Jin clan GU master knew this, and so his heart bled. Fang Yuan also knew this was the limit, but he still shook his head. "This price is too low, to speak the truth your attitude makes me feel uncertain." The Jin clan GU master instantly exploded. "You were the one who lowered the price, now you're finding it too low." Fang Yuan shrugged. "You said it earlier, this is a private transaction, there is no hard evidence. What if you sell me fake goods, who would I find then? You see, the caravan is leaving tomorrow, by then even if I made a loss, I have no choice but to leave." "Your suspicions are valid." Jin clan GU master's anger subsided. "Don't worry about the goods, they are definitely real. To tell you the truth, this is secretly sold by our young master." Fang Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly, he had finally received some useful information. He pretended to be shocked. "Your young master stole it. These ginseng grass is a vegetation loved by the clan leader, purposely growing 3 acres of it. But we can't do anything about it since our clan leader has a unique interest, so do not worry, the ginseng grass is nothing important, the son taking his father's things to sell, even if it is discovered, he will only be scolded." The GU master said. Fang Yuan immediately understood everything. So it was like this. Jin clan had already been trying to fix the recipe for the golden silkworm GU. At this point, they had a rough idea already and were thus growing 3 acres of ginseng grass. But to prevent unwanted attention from Huang clan, this information was kept among the higher-ups of the clan, even the young master did not know, only thinking that this grass was planted out of interest. The ginseng grass growth period was very long, needing 4 years to mature. In his memory, Jin clan launched their attack a year later. They used the rank 3 golden silkworm GU, which had sharp offensive strength, to eliminate Huang clan and dominate Huang Jin Mountain. If this 3 acres of ginseng grass was gone, they won't be able to find that much on the market either. Then to eliminate Huang clan, Jin clan would need to waste a few more years. Evidently, this ginseng grass was a dangerous item. If he really bought it, it would be provoking this large Jin clan. An ordinary person would avoid it like the plague, but Fang Yuan saw a huge opportunity from it. This profit, although dangerous, since it was delivered to him with both hands, how could he reject it? To speak the truth, although Fang Yuan possessed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he still had a need for primeval stones, and it wasn't a small amount he needed. When they reached the Shang clan city, he needed to purchase GU worms, and that required a lot of primeval stones. Relying on the heavenly essence treasure lotus's daily production was troublesome and insufficient. That young master is definitely a wastrel. He is probably doted by the clan leader, but is in need of money recently, thus he set his eyes on the ginseng grass. He. Thinking so, Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. If he took this profit, not only would it help in purchasing GU worms, it would also leave a deep impression on Xianxia. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jin clan GU master saw Fang Yuan smile, and laughed. So, you agree? Of course. Fang Yuan looked at him. Once this deal went through, this guy would definitely be in trouble. But what does his trouble have to do with me? What Fang Yuan was considering now, was how to swallow this profit without choking himself. Chapter 244, Almost Blackmail. Dawn was breaking in the east, revealing the first rays of light. The cold air of the night had condensed into dewdrops on the grass and leaves. The temporary market in the Jin clan was currently being dismantled. The tents were packed up, the carpets on the street stalls were rolled up, and the goods were packed in bags. After having stayed in the Jin village for many days, the caravan was preparing to set off. As for the merchants, no matter how many goods they sold or bought, they would be making profits eventually. Thus, though they were exhausted, they were wearing cheerful smiles on their faces. Xiao Dai's expression, however, was horrible. Missy, I just checked, that He too has exchanged almost all the goods. And in the goods he exchanged for, I saw 3 carts filled with ginseng grass. Ginseng grass? Xianxia's long brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Dai was extremely angry, as she pulled Xianxia by her hand. Even a layman like me knows how worthless ginseng grass is, but he has exchanged for so many of them. Missy, this He too is simply making a trouble. Xiao Dai, calm down first. Xianxia patted Xiao Dai's hand. He should have exchanged for this ginseng grass yesterday night. I don't know why he did that, but he must have a reason for exchanging other goods. Just think, it is already pretty good that he could accomplish this as Immortal. Missy, why are you standing up for him? I am only thinking for you. These goods were originally ours, why would you let others squander it for nothing? Most importantly, he can't compensate us at all. Lord Zhongzhu, please persuade Missy, Xiao Dai pouted. Zhongzhu, who was looking on from the side, sighed. Miss, Xiao Dai is right. We lent the goods to him to test him, but now that we can already see the results, why are we still letting him squander them? We believe in your ability, miss, but if we can decrease our losses, why are we not doing so? It will also decrease our struggles when we reach Shang Clan City. This, Xianxia mumbled. She was young, her eyes started showing signs of hesitation. Previously, she had felt the goods exchanged by Fang Yuan was alright. However, this ginseng grass, it was a great loss to exchange for so much ginseng grass. Ginseng grass was easy to preserve, but it simply couldn't be sold as the demand for it was almost non-existent. Such a large stockpile would rot sooner or later, and finally, they would have no choice but to cut down the price and sell the stock. It was destined to make a loss. Excuse me, are you Lady Xianxia? Just then, a middle-aged GU master who was sweating profusely, anxiously ran towards Xianxia. The iron plate on his belt was carved with number 2, showing the rank of this GU master. Xianxia gave a slight smile. Yes, I am. May I inquire who you are? The middle-aged man cupped his fists. I am the personal guard of Lord Clan Leader, here on his command to ask for a favor. Oh, please speak. Lady Zhang should have bought a large batch of ginseng grass yesterday night. The whole story is like this. Our clan leader is very passionate for ginseng grass and so he personally raised some for pleasure. But the young master secretly dug them out and sold them behind the clan leader's back. Now, clan leader has placed the young master in confinement, and also wishes to buy back the ginseng grass. I sincerely request you to sell them back to us. This GU master was polite, but that politeness carried his firm attitude. Miss Zhang Ju's expression turned solemn as he reminded Xianxia. This personal guard represented the clan leader of the Jin clan. This matter could be both big or small, and it could turn serious if it was handled improperly. Xianxia glanced at Zhang Zhu and nodded her head to indicate she understood. Actually, I am also someone who loves flowers and I can understand honorable clan leader's passion. We will hand over the ginseng grass to your honorable clan with not even a stem missing. It makes one happy to see such a reasonable lady. The personal guard GU master's expression relaxed and revealed a slight smile. Xianxia continued, a subordinate of mine was in charge of this transaction. I will call him over. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the activity here. Hey Tu, you are in trouble. Missy has called you. Xiao Dai had come to summon him. Fang Yuan soon appeared in front of the personal guard, and cupped his fists. I am the one who was responsible for the transaction of ginseng grass. I heard the honorable clan leader wants to buy them back. The personal guard was surprised to see the newcomer was actually immortal. His face immediately revealed a slight disdain and arrogance. He snorted. That's right. Mortal, you can relax. Lord Clan Leader is benevolent and is willing to use 3,000 primeval stones to buy back the 3 carts of ginseng grass on you. So much. Xiao Dai was speechless and her gaze revealed her joy. Zhang Zhu frowned before gradually relaxing. 3,000 primeval stones should be the maximum market price for the ginseng grass, and this showed Jin Clan Leader's sincerity. However, Fang Yuan shook his head. Ginseng grass is very precious, only 3,000 primeval stones to buy them back. This doesn't seem to be sincere, right? The personal guard immediately frowned. What? The price I am giving is much higher than the maximum market price of the ginseng grass. Mortal, what price did you buy it for? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Let's not discuss about the purchase price, we are all businessmen, naturally we will buy low and sell high. 3,000 primeval stones are too less, I am not selling. You, the personal guard clenched his teeth, before eventually showing 5 fingers, alright, then I will rise it by 2,000, 5,000 primeval stones. Xiao Dai's eyes widened in shock, her face started to flush with excitement as she looked at the 5 stretched fingers of the personal guard. 5,000 primeval stones. This is what you said, you can't go back on it. She was almost jumping in excitement, she hadn't thought the situation would develop like this. Fang Yuan had profited huge. However, Fang Yuan still shook his head. The personal guard's expression turned cold as he threatened. Mortal, don't you think you are being greedy? These ginseng grass were originally our clan's goods. You privately exchanged for them which is already not permitted. You don't even have any evidence of transaction. I can even say you secretly stole them. Zhang Zhu was taken aback by the personal guard's anger. He looked at Fang Yuan, just sell it. Fang Yuan laughed. You sold them, I bought, this was mutual consent. What more, it was your young master who sold them to me. I can't do anything if you are determined to say I stole them. Jin clan is so rich and powerful that it can bully the weak and rob our goods. HMPH, the goods are just there, why don't you go take them? It is just that as far as I know, it is not just me who bought the ginseng grass. Many others have a share of it. Is Jin clan going to snatch all of theirs too? Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, thus he only bought a large majority yesterday night. The remaining ginseng grass were sold to others by that GU master. The personal guard was furious, but he could only clench his teeth at Fang Yuan's blatant extortion. He pointed at Fang Yuan. Your clan bought the most. You little brat, you want to make it hard for me. Of course not, I am only trying to make a transaction. Fang Yuan cupped his hands. HMPH, forget it. I will put 2,000 more, 7,000 primeval stones. Mortal, bring all the ginseng grass you bought. The personal guard shouted. Hey Tu, just sell it. We need to pay attention to amiability while doing business. Xianxia couldn't endure this pressure. Since Miss has spoken, Fang Yuan nodded his head before immediately changing the subject, then I will take back a step. 8,000 primeval stones and all the ginseng grass I have is yours. The moment these words came out, Xianxia and the rest all became dazed. The personal guard came back to his senses, unable to contain his anger. What? You bastard! Fang Yuan, however, had a smile on his face. Business is business, please don't get angry, Lord Gu Master. Actually, I was thinking of selling them for 10,000 primeval stones. If Lord Gu Master can't decide it, how about letting me discuss with your honorable clan's clan leader? No need. The personal guard swung his arm as he looked at Fang Yuan with extreme disgust. You, Immortal, what qualifications do you have to meet Lord Clan Leader? Bring the goods quickly. Taking advantage of others when they are down, I will remember you. HMPH. His words, no doubt, meant he acceded to Fang Yuan's raised price. The two finished the transaction in moments. Fang Yuan hadn't even used 500 primeval stones to buy them, but in just one night, the ginseng grass changed hands for 8,000 primeval stones. Miss, there are 2 trunks filled to the brim with primeval stones. Xiao Dai was beaming with joy. She had witnessed the whole transaction process in fear, but now that she looked at these primeval stones, she felt that it was all worth it. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Did you already know? That can't be it. This should just be the case of a blind cat coming across a dead mouse. She looked at Fang Yuan from top to bottom and remarked, offending the Jin clan for just 8,000 primeval stones is not worth it. Zhang Zhu had been frowning from the start. He looked at Fang Yuan with some discontent and warned, never take such a risk again. Fang Yuan only smiled and turned towards Xianxia. According to our previous contract, Miss will get half of this 8,000 primeval stones, and I request Miss to safeguard my half of the share too. Has it been settled? Jin clan leader stood on a hill, watching the leaving caravan. An elder was standing to his side and reported, yes, clan leader. We have bought back all the ginseng grass. It is just that Zhang clan is truly hateful for taking advantage of the situation to extort us. Jin clan's clan leader's brows furrowed. Oh, speak. The elder elaborated on the details. Jin clan's clan leader smiled. It is just 8,000 primeval stones, no need to care. That Zhang clan's lady, however, is intelligent. She pushed out a mortal servant to sound out the situation and earned herself this money. Lord clan leader, what if this Zhang clan already knows our clan's secret and thus took advantage to extort us? Ha ha ha, don't be overly suspicious. If they knew the importance of the ginseng grass to my clan, why would they only extort mere 8,000 primeval stones? They would buy them all or even not agree to sell them. But just in case, send some GU masters to watch them till they completely leave Huang Jin Mountains region. Make sure to watch if there are anyone who tries to secretly go to Huang clan. If there are, kill them on the spot. The clan leader's killing intent overflowed all around him as he said this. The elder's mind trembled. As you command, Lord clan leader. Fang Yuan glanced back at the Huang Jin mountain, his lips curled up in a smile. Not far away in a carriage, Xianxia lifted open the curtains and gazed at Fang Yuan's back. Her beautiful eyes flashed with light, having fallen into deep thought. Chapter 245, Rank 2 Upper Stage. The caravan crossed mountains and valleys as they traveled west. Half a month later, the caravan arrived at Hunmu Mountain, which had a lot of weird-looking trees. Fang Yuan sold half of his goods to buy a lot of these special wood. 20 days later, they arrived at Juyu Mountain. The mountain was full of bumps and craters. These bumps were all made by the falling raindrops. At this place, once it rained, raindrops as large as wine vats fell and formed huge craters in the ground. Thus, the Tong clan of Juyu Mountain was built in the empty caves inside the mountain. If it was an open construct, it would be easily devastated by the rain. In Tong clan village, the golden lamp oil that Fang Yuan bought on Huang Jin Mountain was very popular. During their stay, it rained 3 times. Fang Yuan thus acquired many blue oil raindrops. These raindrops were a type of material for many different purposes. These giant raindrops were the Tong clan village's misfortune that forced them to live inside the mountain caves. But, it was also their source of income. After leaving Juyu Mountain, the caravan arrived at Fangzhuan Mountain. The rocks on this mountain were peculiar. Each were cube-shaped, varying in size and thickness. Da Fang clan was a large-scale clan that had been living on Fangzhuan Mountain for over 1,000 years. Their residences were made of tiles, much better than the condition at Tong clan village. Tall large walls were constructed around the village, and within the walls were defense towers, while outside the walls were pillboxes. Fang Yuan remembered that at Da Fang clan, there was an eccentric elder that liked wood carvings. After contacting him, all the weird and creepy soul wood he collected on Hungmu Mountain were sold to this clan elder. Just like this, on this journey, with Fang Yuan's manipulation, his goods increased and decreased at times, but each time there was a change, he earned a ton of profit. Once he did this many times, it naturally attracted people's attention. Fang Yuan pushed everything to Xianxia, and rumors of her business talent started to circulate. Time flew by quickly. After another 4 villages, the caravan gradually got close to Xiaoyu Mountain. This night, the caravan made a temporary camp near a cliff. We have entered Xiaoyu Mountain's territory. The remaining journey is all uninhabited mountains and valleys. GU worms and beasts roam free, and not even a hamlet exists. From tonight onwards, everyone has to place their full attention on the surroundings. Jia clan's leader instructed. In the tent, many vice leaders nodded in agreement. Xianxia's eyes shone with bright light. This was the most dangerous segment of the caravan's route. Once they passed this, they would reach Shuilei Mountain, and after that, they would have to travel past a few more clan villages, before reaching Shangliang Mountain's Shang clan city. Alright, next we will establish our defensive measures. Jia clan's leader continued. An hour later, the discussion ended and everyone left the tent. Zhongzhu came up immediately. Miss, dinner has been prepared. Do we invite He Tu and Bai Yun to dine together again? Of course, Xianxia nodded. I have to ask him about his experiences in trading during the banquet. These few days, Fang Yuan's revenue greatly exceeded his losses, earning 5 to 6 times the profits after few trades. This caused Xianxia, Zhongzhu and Xiao Dai, who knew the truth, to look at him in a different light. According to the agreement, Fang Yuan gave half the earnings to Xianxia, but to her, these primeval stones could not compare to his business experience and understanding. She did not have any cultivation talent, and as a mortal, engaging in business was her proudest ability. But, in this aspect where she could be proud of herself, Fang Yuan displayed a strength which she could not help but admit was far superior to her. Many seemingly absurd decisions gave surprising results after the deal was completed. Xianxia was not someone who would give up on herself, and after knowing this difference in ability, she invited him to the dinner banquet daily. A few words of advice from Fang Yuan could benefit her greatly. Her talent in business was outstanding and she absorbed the knowledge like a sponge, growing rapidly. The more she interacted with Fang Yuan, the more she admired him. Sigh, miss, you have to be careful. These two obviously have their own stories, they are not ordinary people. Zhongzhu sighed with worry, he was afraid Xianxia was sinking deeper into this. Don't worry, Uncle Zhongzhu, I know what I am doing. Xianxia was indeed intelligent and smart. She never spoke to Fang Yuan about matters outside of business. She knew what could be said and what could not, never trying to probe further than she was supposed to. She felt that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing might be mysterious, but they were not dangerous. Fang Yuan used proper techniques in his business trading, and he didn't go back on his words, splitting half the profits with Xianxia. Unknowingly, such behavior gave Xianxia much feeling of assurance. However, Fang Yuan did not accept the invitation to banquet this time. I am feeling a little tired today, I will not be going. He waved his hand at Xiao Dai who came to invite him. Fang Yuan did not accept every single invitation from Xianxia, normally only accepting 1 out of 3 invitations. Xiao Dai pouted as she looked at Fang Yuan begrudgingly, muttering under her breath and leaving. Previously when Fang Yuan rejected the invitation, Xiao Dai made a scene several times, feeling indignant for her miss. But the more Fang Yuan earned, the more Xiao Dai's attitude changed, from indignant to accommodating and helplessness. No matter which world it was, at whatever level of society, strength was what gained respect. Fang Yuan shut the tent. Bai Ningbing had already sat on one of the beds. In the darkness, her blue eyes shone slightly. When Fang Yuan first rejected Xiao Dai, she was still a little surprised, but after a few times, Bai Ningbing found out the brilliance of this action. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions won. Fang Yuan rejecting this invitation and not accommodating to Xianxia gave the young girl the feeling that he had nothing to gain from her. Let's start. Fang Yuan sat down on the bed as well with his back facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing spread out both palms and placed them on Fang Yuan's back. 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence flowed through her palms into Fang Yuan's body. Bone Flesh Unity GU shone with green and red light respectively, converting the primeval essence. 6% of Snow Silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Splash splash splash. Fang Yuan's thoughts entered his aperture and used these primeval essence to nurture his aperture walls. When he was rank 1, his aperture could not take the impact of the Snow Silver primeval essence, but now that he was rank 2 middle stage, his aperture walls had a stronger foundation now and could endure it. Only that this could not last for a long time, and he needed to rest every once in a while. The light waves on the aperture walls flowed constantly. The white light grew stronger as some areas started to condense. Evidently, Fang Yuan was a step away from rank 2 upper stage. With his rich cultivating experience, Fang Yuan had something like a gauge in his mind. He planned to break through to rank 2 upper stage in one go. Time passed and it was already late at night. Howl. Suddenly, howling of the Grey Wolf King could be heard. The howl broke the silence of the camp, and soon after, numerous wolf howled in response to their king. Wolf assault, wolf assault. Damn it, get up, the wolf pack is attacking camp. So many grey wolves, I can't even count how many there are. Many people screamed in shock, waking up everyone else in the camp. Everyone was riled up. Hey, hearing this volume, it seems the wolf pack is quite large. Bai Ningbing listened and laughed. In the caravan's journey, they met many beast groups attack, and now she wasn't shocked anymore. This is Xiaoyu Mountain. Some people say the entire southern border wolves live here. During a full moon, the wolf packs will gaze at the round moon, and the wolf howls can cause the entire mountain to tremble and shake. This is only our first night, and we already encountered a grey wolf pack. Our luck is terrible. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly, but multitasked and did not stop the cultivating in his aperture. Damn it, there are too many wolves. Healing GU Master, where are the healing GU Masters? My father is injured, he is bleeding a lot. The southeast direction's defense has been broken through, go reinforce them quickly. The situation was more severe than Bai Ningbing had predicted. After discovering the wolf pack, in just a few minutes, the first line of defense in the camp was broken through, and the wolves broke into the camp. Ah, take up your weapons and fight these beasts. Servants screamed as sounds of battle and shouting continued. Do we go out? Bai Ningbing asked. For what? What can you do? Don't forget your identity. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. But the wolves are already charging here, the goods you just purchased might be damaged. Bai Ningbing laughed, showing glee in her tone. Then let them be damaged. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. After a while, Xiao Dai's voice came from outside the tent. Hey two. Are you two in there? What's the matter? Bai Ningbing asked. Oh my god, you are still here. Such a loud commotion and you didn't even wake up. Many grey wolves entered the camp. Although the situation is under control, there might be some wolves left out. Miss is asking you to go over. With Lord Zhongzhu to protect us, it will be safer. Xiao Dai shouted. No need, since the situation is under control, we shall not impose on your miss. I can handle a grey wolf or two with my physical strength. Fang Yuan replied. Xiao Dai urged some more, but was still rejected. Finally she stomped her feet outside the tent. Ungrateful bunch, don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. HMPH. Saying so, she hurriedly left. The grey wolves continued to attack for 15 minutes before retreating. This beast group assault brought the greatest loss the caravan had suffered since their establishment. 3 GU masters died in battle, over a dozen injured, countless servants died, and most of the goods were damaged. Especially Zhang clan's goods, they received the most damage. These goods were all borrowed by Fang Yuan, and at first estimation, Fang Yuan lost over 1,000 primeval stones in this one night. When it was daylight, and they calculated the losses, he showed a bitter smile but did not mind it at all. Because last night, he had advanced to rank 2 upper stage. Only spending just a few months, this cultivation speed was shocking even to Bai Ningbing who knew the method. Chapter 246, Exposed. The bloody night passed and the morning sun shone upon the ruined camp. The atmosphere was solemn as everyone cleaned up the battlefield and packed their goods, setting off with a heavy heart. However, the wolf pack attack this time was only the beginning. Few days later, they were attacked again by grey wolf packs. The scale of the attack this time was even larger than the previous time. But the caravan had taken sufficient precautions and were able to limit their losses to less than the previous time. They chased away this pack of grey wolves. However, they had yet to regain their breaths, when 3 days later they were attacked by lightning wolf packs. The pack contained 3 frenzy lightning wolves and 9 bold lightning wolves. 15 GU masters were killed while fighting them. The battle ended with wolf corpses all around the ground, and a wounded frenzy lightning wolf escaped with the remaining injured wolves. There were many GU masters who chased them for revenge, but couldn't catch up to them, and they didn't dare to enter deep into Xiaoyu Mountain. They could only stared fixedly at the retreating wolf packs. The attack this time made the caravan's leader and vice leaders realize the danger they were in. On that very evening, they decided to speed up and leave Xiaoyu Mountain as quickly as possible. Even so, for the next 15 days, they were met with frequent attacks by the wolf packs. Gray wolves, lightning wolves, snow wolves, two-headed wolves and even blood-fang wolves. Everyone in the caravan let out a breath of relief after they got out of Xiaoyu Mountain. The caravan's next few days passed peacefully and smoothly, until they entered Baihu Mountain and were attacked by beast groups again. This time, it was old turtle carapace apes. These white apes were enormous with a carapace armor on their back. The carapace armor was covered with turtle shell patterns. There weren't many casualties from the attacks of these ape groups, but the huge damage to the goods caused many to feel heartache. Fang Yuan's goods also met with hardship. The dozen carts of goods he had was decreased to less than half. The morale in caravan fell greatly. These people were merchants trying their best to earn money. However, these losses made this trip worthless to them. We have made a fruitless trip. I checked my accounts yesterday. My earnings amounted to less than 2,000 primeval stones. My situation is even worse. I have already lost 30% of the goods. Even if it is worse, can it be as worse as the Zhang clans? They have already lost most of their goods. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have just curled up in the clan. Why would I bother to take risk and only earn this much? The caravan moved in such an atmosphere. 5 days later, they were attacked by a group of white tigers. There were losses again. 7 days later, a group of flame tigers ambushed them, fire spread over the camp and a large amount of goods were burned down. The morale had reached an all-time low. Many of the merchants had lost all their investment. 10 days later, when they were about to cheer as they left the border of the Baihu Mountain region, a biao one appeared. 5 tigers and 1 biao. A biao was a tiger that had grown wings, and was at least 1,000 beast king. And because it had the ability to fly, it was even more troublesome. Some vice leaders of the caravan lost their lives while resisting this biao. The biao tailed the caravan for almost 100 miles, constantly harassing them. Finally the caravan higher-ups decided to make minor sacrifices, quickly deciding to give up close to 100 servants. Most of these servants were injured or crippled. They rained curses and cried for their lives, but could do nothing to change their fate. Finally, the biao had its fill and left, satisfied. The caravan was only able to rest properly after leaving the Baihu Mountain far behind. The leaders of each clans didn't stint on rewards, gradually raising the morale. The scale of the caravan was now already thinned by half of their original size. But after going through this cruel elimination and sharpening, the caravan now showed signs of an elite group. I have been a traveling merchant for so many years and this was the most challenging of them all. Who knows what possessed these wild beasts, attacking so frequently? After this trip ends, I will retire and enjoy my life. No matter what, the risk of this trade route needs to be reevaluated. The main reason is still because these great mountains don't have any human inhabitations. With no clans and garrisons to purge these beasts, they have grown without check. Some sighed, some were downhearted, whereas some still retained some hope. However, the caravan seemed to be jinxed. On the road ahead, they were not only attacked by all kinds of beast groups, but also by many swarms of insects and wild GU worms. The size of the caravan was decreasing continuously. The merchants no longer cared about profits and loss. They were starting to sense their lives were on the line. They even abandoned a lot of goods willingly to speed up their traveling speed. The setting sun dyed the clouds in blood red. The caravan was crossing a mountain woods in silence. Everyone was exhausted and numb, their morale very low. Many had bandages on their body, covering light and heavy injuries. They moved step by step in the bumpy mountain passageway. It had rained yesterday, causing the mountain passage to be muddy and slippery. A handcart filled with goods got stuck in the mud. The ostrich that was dragging the cart raised its neck and made shrill crackling noises before using all its strength to pull the cart, but to no avail. Right at this time, 2 hands came from behind the cart and lifted it. pulling the stuck wheel out of the mud pit. It was Fang Yuan. He casually clapped his hands. The thousands of kilos worth of goods didn't seem to be that heavy in his hands. However, although the cart broke away from the mud pit, its wheels were somehow jammed and didn't move. Bai Ningbing, who was at the side, bent down to take a look at the wheel. After being in caravan for so long, she had learned many things with her disguised identity, and had already completely blended in. What is this? She rubbed the axle of the wheel, her eyes filled with doubt. There was some kind of stuff hidden in the axle of the wheel, and it was continuously grinded down into fine gray powder as the wheels moved. The fine powder was unnoticeable when they fell down to the ground. Bai Ningbing picked some of this powder and rubbed them with her fingers. The powder turned into grease. Ah, I put these oil powder in the wheels to lubricate them and make the handcart move more smoothly. Fang Yuan walked over while taking out a cotton handkerchief from his pocket. He grabbed Bai Ningbing's hands and cleaned the grease off. After that, he crouched down and felt around the wheels regained their mobility. Let's go. He wiped off the oil powder from his hands and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. The two continued to walk. Bai Ningbing's pace continued to become slower as the doubts in her heart intensified and formed into a dense fog that couldn't be dispelled. She sensed something was amiss. When did Fang Yuan get this oil powder? How come I had no idea? Was it since the beginning, or at Huangjin Mountain or at Xiaoyu Mountain? Strange, he doesn't seem to give a damn about the caravan. He hasn't even frowned seeing such large losses to the caravan. But why would he care about oiling the handcart? Strange, strange. Wait a second. Suddenly, a quick light seemed to flash past Bai Ningbing's mind. At that instant, her whole body shivered and her pupils suddenly shrunk down to pin-sized. A possibility echoed out from deep within her mind. She stopped at the spot, her mind filled with shock. After a long while, the ostrich which had been walking beside her suddenly screeched and woke her up. Fang Yuan's figure was already far away now, gradually merging into the crowd in front. This guy. Bai Ningbing lowered her head, covering the cold light flashing past her blue eyes under the cover of the straw hat. Sun was slowly setting down in the west and the many stars began to appear in the sky. The caravan stopped near a beach. They had decided to camp here for the night. However, just when they were half finished with setting up the camp, a group of cold jade owl cats appeared in the vicinity. Beast group, it is the owl cat. Stop your work, make defensive formations. These damn animals, I just had my dinner. People cursed and ran, but with the previous bitter suffering and tempering, they soon formed 3 tight defensive lines. Cold jade owlcat's body was like that of a leopard's and was extremely quick. Its face, though, was similar to an owl. Its enormous eyes covered almost half of its face and shone with eerie green light in the dark. The owl cat king gave a loud cry. The owl cat groups charged towards the camp like a tide. Kill! The GU masters who were in the front lines shouted. Momentarily, all kinds of colors flashed, fire blazed, rocks and soils flew, lightning rumbled. Countless owl cats collapsed, but more waves of owl cats rushed forth. Heavens, this is a large-scale cold jade owl cat groups. Someone shouted. Ah, save! A part of the defensive lines couldn't resist the attacks anymore, and a GU master was pounced upon by 3 owl cats. His tragic scream stopped midway, flesh and blood splattered in the air. Quick, cover up that gap. 2 GU masters were sent as reinforcements. However, it was of no use. The gap continued to increase, slowly destroying the whole defensive line. Retreat, retreat. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to second defensive line. Link the handcarts and carriages, and pile up the goods into high walls. After the second defensive line, the third defensive line hurriedly set up a barricade. Many servants were busy moving the goods, their bodies soaked with sweat. No one could goof off at this time. Fang Yuan was moving a large trunk, when Bai Ningbing suddenly walked over and lifted a side of the trunk. On the surface, she seemed to be helping Fang Yuan, but actually she moved closer to Fang Yuan and whispered to his ears while gritting her teeth. You bastard, you attracted these cold jade owl cats, right? Fang Yuan looked surprised. Why do you say such a thing? Stop pretending. There was definitely something wrong with those powder. I don't believe a guy like you will kindly consider these minor details. Bai Ningbing whispered. Ha ha ha, you finally discovered it. Fang Yuan didn't deny. Bai Ningbing couldn't help gritting her teeth. All the frequent attacks the caravan suffered on the way was all due to Fang Yuan's contribution. The two lifted the wooden trunk and moved slowly, the people around them were all busy shouting and moving, their concentration all on the battlefield. Who could have the time to listen to Fang and Bai's whisperings? Why are you doing this? After a moment of silence, Bai Ningbing asked. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Guess. Immediately, Bai Ningbing felt a violent impulse to beat Fang Yuan up. Chapter 247, White Feather Flying Elephant. Bai Ningbing controlled her urge as her eyes squinted. She was after all an icy genius, easily able to understand things. What does Xianxia have that makes Fang Yuan put in so much effort? Firstly, she had assumed that Fang Yuan was after Xianxia's beauty, but now she had overruled that assumption. She understood Fang Yuan, only a huge amount of benefit could make him exert himself like this. But after so many days, Bai Ningbing had already understood Xianxia's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan, and was only a mortal with no cultivating talent. Xianxia was indeed beautiful as a flower, but this appearance was not a strength of hers, but a weakness. This appearance would invite the demonic claws of lust and crime. Most importantly, she did not have the power to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 GU master serving her, she would have been caught and turned into a plaything long ago. Such a person, what value does she hold? Her business talent, it was nothing compared to Fang Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not comprehend it at all. Fang Yuan did not speak, and did not reply. Bai Ningbing. Those two over there, move faster, stop wasting time. Not far away, a GU master pointed at Fang and Bai, shouting. Fang and Bai moved more quickly, as Bai Ningbing suppressed her voice. You're messing around like this, aren't you afraid of getting exposed? If anyone finds out, hehe, these people will fight you to the death. Then did they find out? Fang Yuan rebuked. Tisk. The two put down their wooden boxes and walked back. To eliminate his own suspicion, Fang Yuan sacrificed most of his goods during the first beast group attack. After a few assaults, Zhang clan's losses were the most severe. Many people felt pity for Xianxia, and even Xianxia herself approached Fang Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she realized, although Fang Yuan seemed to have lost a lot of goods, his truly valuable goods were still kept till today. These goods were more than half the value of his entire fortune, thus his real losses were not as much as it seems. His concealment methods were truly divine. If she did not discover it by accident, she would still be in the dark. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. This guy, he even hid the truth from me. The two carried another box. Fang Yuan seemed to know Bai Ningbing's inner thoughts, laughing lightly. To deceive the enemy, we have to deceive ourselves first. After all, I was not intentionally keeping it from you. You have your purpose to serve. Oh, what purpose? Bai Ningbing naturally asked. To alert myself. You are the person closest to me. If you find anything amiss, the others will do so soon. But, it was coincidence today that I. Fang Yuan shook his head. Chance is represented by a certain trend. Regardless, it is about time already. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone. What are you going to do? Cold Jade Owl Cat did not manage to break the third line of defense, as the second line of defense still held on, eliminating these attackers. After the battle, the survivors tallied the results, and cleaned up the battlefield. How many times have we been attacked already? I wanna go home. Damn it, our luck is too terrible this time. Should we continue forward? Maybe if we stay here and wait for the other caravan's help, it might be a good idea. Everyone's morale was low. Some people grumbled, while most felt that the future was uncertain, and did not want to proceed further. Fear towards death, frustration and dread of the unknown emanated throughout the camp. Ja caravan leader, why do you assign our Chen clan to guard the first line of defense every time? What motive do you have? Chen vice leader, I have been fair and impartial the entire time. Your Chen clan has the greatest strength. Now that we are in this together, we have to help each other. Those who are stronger put in more effort. Of course you have more responsibilities as well. As the argument was sudden, many people's attention was attracted. Jia Long and Chen vice leader Chen Shuangjin stared at each other in a tense atmosphere. My Chen clan is the strongest. Haha, Jia caravan leader, you are truly speaking bullshit. Everyone knows how much fighting force you have left. Chen Shuangjin laughed coldly. Ridiculous. From my clan, such a good person like Jia Ping had been sacrificed. What about your Chen clan? Jia Long chided. Both of you, now is not the time for arguments. Lin clan vice leader walked over and advised. Eventually, Jia and Chen left without coming to an agreement. Even Lord Jia Long and Lord Chen Shuangjin have argued. I thought Jia and Chen clan were very close. Sigh, at this crucial moment, it is everyone for themselves. Thinking of how to preserve their own strength, the relationship no longer matters. According to the newest information, Jia clan's two young masters have a huge disagreement, and Chen clan seem to have gone to rely on Jia Gui. So that's it. Lord Jia Long is Jia Fu's subordinate, no wonder Chen clan did not give them face. The few GU masters discussed softly, as Fang Yuan's heart stirred. Few days later, the caravan whose morale is rock bottom reached Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain reached into the clouds as large groups of elephants lived in it. The climate on the mountain was unique, from the mountain foot to mountain belt, it was moist and tropical, with lots of rainforests. From the mountain belt to mountain peak, it was snowy, dry and cold as cedar trees grew there. Everyone was cautious, but good news was that after entering Xianxia Mountain for a few days, they did not encounter any beast group attacks. Are we finally lucky for once? Naturally, after our luck hit rock bottom, it can only go up after that. What a pity, our goods were almost all destroyed. We will have lost a lot of profits this time. HMPH, be content you can keep your life, that's good enough already. After Xianxia Mountain, we have to get by Mu Bei Mountain, Shuangjiang Mountain, then we will reach Zhao Clan Village. At that place I must sleep at least 3 days straight. Everyone were in a conversation as they commented on the future, as morale rose slightly. Snowing. Someone looked up, seeing spots of white particles floating down from the air. Rubbish, this is the foot of Xianxia Mountain, how can there be snow? Someone did not believe it, but once he raised his head, his expression froze. It really is snowing, damn it, this isn't snow, it's feathers. Someone shouted. Many GU masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be, white feather flying elephant? At this moment, intense winds flew as white feathers floated everywhere, like the advent of a snowstorm. Ang! 1. Hundreds of elephants cried out at once, stepping in the air as they charged towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it, it really is the white feather flying elephants. How did we attract them? They should be living above the mountain belt. Get into formation, faster get into formation. But it was too late. Under the rampage of the elephant group, anywhere they went, people were flipped off their horses. These white feather flying elephants, their bodies were covered in white feathers. With 2-3 meter long curved tusks, thick and sharp. With the huge impact of their charging, they were near unstoppable. The moving caravan were caught off guard. Under just one attack, hundreds of lives were taken away. Many servants were stomped into meat paste, and the carriages were pierced by the tusks. 3 black-skinned fat beetles were killed, and winged snakes and ostriches ran about in panic, causing stomping incidents. At once, the scene was in utter chaos. GU Masters, all of the GU Masters, gather here. Jia Long shouted from among the people. But once he gathered over 10 men, the elephant groups rushed down again, scattering the GU Masters. The elephant group flew in the sky, preparing their third attack. Sigh. Jia Long sighed, knowing there was little hope of counter-attacking. He could only shout, "Everyone, quickly escape, run into the surrounding rainforests." Even without him mentioning it, many people had already rushed into the rainforests. But the white feather-flying elephants, charge were insanely powerful. After they got into the rainforests, trees were instantly fell as numerous people were stomped by the elephants. These flying elephants looked sacred and elegant, but their nature were bloodthirsty. Ang! A flying elephant aimed at Shang Xin and descended like a comet. Miss! Run! All divert their attention. At the crucial moment, Zhang Zhu stood out and shot a flash of red light at the flying elephant. The flying elephant was enraged, changing direction and aimed at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was a healing GU master. His attack and defense was not outstanding, thus escaping pitifully in the rainforest. The flying elephant came flying, bringing with it a ferocious roar of the wind. Zhang Zhu sprinted and managed to leap in front of him, as the flying elephant landed right behind him, breaking several trees and feathers dropped to the ground. So close. Zhang Zhu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just as he got up, his vision went dark. A thick tree branch was swung over by the white feather flying elephant, hitting Zhang Zhu's body directly. At the moment of life and death, Zhang Zhu activated his defensive GU, covering his body in a golden light. Splat! The golden light dispersed and he vomited out a mouthful of blood, as he was sent flying far away. His eyes were spinning with stars, as he felt extremely dizzy, lying on the ground unable to move. Somehow, he could hear the sound of elephant feet stomping, and it was getting louder. A cold chill went down his spine. His rich battle experience was telling him his life was in danger. He could not think further, quickly rolling on the ground. At almost the same time, the white feather-flying elephant slammed down right beside him. Another thunderous impact, as the white feather-flying elephant crashed on the mountain walls, its two tusks stabbing deep into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant cried loudly, trying to move its head and trying to move backwards with its four legs. Zhang Ju's vision finally started to clear up, and he stood up weakly. Seeing this scene, he could not help but sweat. If he was slightly slower earlier, he would have been torn to pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. His defensive GU was in a bad shape, close to dying. I have to get back to Miss. He was anxious in his heart. As a GU master, he already faced such dangers. Xianxia and Xiaodai were mortals, their lives were in much greater danger and peril. That white feather-flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, as Zhang Zhu ran away rapidly, running in the direction his memories told him. At the area where they split, Xianxia was already missing. Zhang Zhu was hesitant on where to go, when a GU master ran over with 3 white feather-flying elephants chasing him. "Save me," he shouted. "Damn it," Zhang Zhu cursed. He could tell this was Chen clan's young GU master, called Chen Xin. Zhang Zhu was worried about his lady's safety. How could he care about Chen Xin, thus rapidly escaping? Chen Xin saw Zhang Zhu, and like a drowning person seeing a floating log, he chased after him immediately. Chapter 248. A peace of mind as long as one does what he can. Zhang Zhu cursed but was eventually dragged into the mess. It was a dangerous game of cat and mouse. While barely surviving, the two managed to shrug off the flying elephant but eventually got into a dead end at the cliff, their paths blocked by 2 flying elephants. The earth rumbled as a flying elephant came crashing. "Lad, split up," Zhang Zhu shouted, sprinting towards the left. "God damn it," Chen Xin shouted. Before he could react, a flying elephant came crashing, and made a huge hole in the cliff behind him, as the tusks stabbed deeply into the mountain rocks. Both flying elephants were restricted in a way for now. The heavens blessed me, my life is not fated to end yet. Zhang Zhu breathed roughly, as he sprawled on the ground. The mountain wall was vibrating, as the 2 flying elephants growled loudly. They continued to shrug their heads, and caused shrapnels to fly all over the place as the holes that their tusks stabbed into enlarged. Zhang Zhu was shocked when he saw this. Knowing the 2 elephants would quickly get loose, he propped himself and tried desperately to get up. He had just stood up, when he heard the wind blow towards him, and he shuddered. A white bone spear, with a spiral design, stabbed him from his back, penetrating his chest and stabbing firmly on the ground. Blood flowed along the bone spear, dripping on the ground. Zhang Zhu's movements halted, opening his mouth slightly as blood oozed out of the corner of his lips. He gradually lowered his head, looking at this fatal spiral bone spear. Initially he had thought it was the white feather-flying elephant's tusks, but soon, he realized this was the attack of a GU master. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head, to see who had backstabbed him. But the next second, another bone spear was fired. This spear flew directly into his brain, and came out of his mouth, as the tip stabbed on the ground. Zhang Zhu was firmly kept in place, his eyes widening in futile, while his pupils shrunk. He was dead, dying with grievance. At a hidden corner, Fang Yuan observed from afar. These few days, he had obtained Zhang Zhu's information. This person was an obstacle that had to be removed. The 2 white bone spears gradually dissipated into white light, dispersing into the air. Zhang Zhu lost his support, and crashed onto the ground. A white feather-flying elephant pulled out its tusks, and charged towards Zhang Zhu's corpse, stomping on it, easily turning it into meat paste, and crushing all his bones. The white feathers scattered and the flying elephant took off, flying into mid-air again. Seeing this, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Zhang Zhu was confirmed to be dead. After the flying elephant stomped on the corpse, Fang Yuan did not even need to clear up the crime scene. He left stealthily. After he left, the other flying elephant took off as well. Its tusks penetrated the mountain walls, and left 2 bowl-sized holes. The wall caved in as it was surrounded by debris. Suddenly under the pile of rocks, a head emerged. "My God, I was scared to death. Thankfully I had the berry GU and avoided this crisis." Chen Xin dug his way out, breathing raggedly as cold sweat poured down his spine, experiencing after fear. This berry Gu allowed Gu masters to dig into the ground and hide. The weakness was, once used, the Gu master can only be buried at one spot, and cannot move. After activating, the Gu master also has to consume a lot of primeval essence to sustain it. Chen Xin was chased as he ran, only at the final moment did he have the opportunity to use it. The situation is getting more chaotic. There is actually a Gu master assassinating Zhongzhu. Seeing Zhongzhu corpse, turned into meat paste, completely unrecognizable, Chen Xin gulped and escaped frantically. The elephant group continued rampaging for 2 hours before leaving. Xianxia Si and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were full of mud and soil, looking battered and exhausted, and Xiao Dai's face was even blue-black. Evidently, when escaping, she had knocked into something and gotten a bruise. Missy, she was scared out of her wits, death was so close to her, even trembling as she walked. Xianxia Si patted her hand, trying to give her assurance. However, she herself was pale. Along the way, corpses lined the road. As blood flowed into the wilderness, broken carriage wheels, dead ostriches, and the corpses of black-skinned fat beetles and winged snakes laid on the pavements. As the survivors gathered together, anguished cries, sniffing and painful growls mixed into one. As the leader of the caravan, Jia Long's face was as black as charcoal. The fatalities were too severe this time. The entire caravan lost majority of its members, less than a tenth remained, most were crippled. After gathering the people, only 100 were left. Majority were Gu masters, and few were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Chen clan were deep in losses, not to mention the others. Lin clan had only 3 Gu masters left, and some unfortunate clans, groups were completely wiped out. The rainforest also had its danger. Many people did not die from the white feather-flying elephants, rampage, but were attacked by the wild beasts and poisonous worms in the rainforest. Bai Yun, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thanks for drawing a white feather-flying elephant away from us. Among the people, Xianxia Si found Bai Ningbing and thanked her. Fang Yuan did not trust Bai Ningbing, afraid she would collude with Zhongzhu, thus he went to kill Zhongzhu personally. As a result, Bai Ningbing followed Xianxia Si in secret to protect her life. This is nothing, I always return kindness. Zhang clan lady, what saved you is not me, but your kind actions in the past. Bai Ningbing said. She was always quiet and solemn, almost never speaking. Even if she spoke, she suppressed and changed her voice intentionally. But now she no longer concealed it, using her normal voice to speak. Her tone was cold and indifferent, but clear and evidently female, causing Xianxia Si and Xiao Dai's face to turn slightly shocked. That's right, Bai Yun, did you see Uncle Zhongzhu? Xianxia Si asked anxiously. I've looked around but did not manage to find him. Bai Ningbing sighed. Since Fang Yuan returned, she knew Zhongzhu was definitely dead. No worries lady, Zhongzhu is a Gu master, having the ability to protect himself. He might be on the way back. She consoled. Hopefully so. Xianxia Si's eyebrows were tightly knit, as the uneasiness in her heart intensified. At the other side, leader Jia Long stood at a high ground, shouting, everyone, listen up. The smell here will soon attract other beast groups. We have to leave quickly. Everyone move quickly, bring along all the goods that you can salvage. Those that are too heavy, we will have to discard them. In 30 minutes, we must leave this area. The danger was not over yet, everyone could only force themselves to work under the intense grief. Save me, someone please save me. I am still bleeding, bring me along, I am only crippled in one leg, I can still walk. I'm begging you, I'll pay with primeval stones. 2, 3, even 4 will do. Those family servants who were severely injured and could not move all begged earnestly. Very few people received help. Those who were injured or crippled could not help out in manual labor and were a burden. Many were heartlessly left behind. Seeing everyone leave, many went into a frenzy and started to curse. Many crawled on the ground and tried to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Zhang, you are the kindest person. Lady Zhang, please show mercy. Xianxia Si's footsteps halted. Her lips trembling, her face was pale without any blood circulation as her eyes darted around frantically. The mountain winds blew on her green blouse, and her messy hair made her appear like a small grass in the middle of a storm. Lady Zhang, quickly leave. Now is not the time to be kind. Fang Yuan got to her side, and held her arm, forcing her to move. Ahead, Xiao Dai, who could not stop talking normally, kept her mouth shut, moving along silently, her legs trembling. Trust me, everything will get better, Fang Yuan said in a gentle tone. Xianxia grabbed her chest, breathing in deeply. It was as if oxygen was thin and she could not breathe properly. At the start, she used her nose to breathe, but soon she opened her mouth and swallowed mouthfuls of air. Her footsteps became more unsteady, as her limbs grew weak. If not for Fang Yuan supporting her, she might have collapsed on the ground already. The smell of blood assaulted her nose as her entire body was drenched from sweat. When the mountain winds blew, she shuddered from the cold. But after this shiver, her breathing gradually calmed down. After a few more steps, she no longer needed to breathe heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth and her nasal breathing slowed. After 50 steps, her footsteps gradually gained strength, and she no longer needed Fang Yuan's support. The mountain path extended up the cliff. She walked to the top of a slope and the mountain winds blew her hair all over the place. She stretched out her arm, and began to comb them. When she had finally finished arranging her hair, the confusion, fear, and worry in her expression vanished, only a sturdy, determined gaze remained. Thank you, she said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, letting go of her arm. On the slope, she gradually stopped her steps, looking back. Do you know, this is the most difficult road I've walked on since my birth. She sighed in agony, her face still pale but her voice was extremely gentle and soft. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. So this is Xianxia. As expected of the person that impacted the southern borders. Even Bai Ningbing looked twice, seeing Xianxia in a different light. To a mortal young girl, after encountering such a disaster, being able to reorganize herself so quickly was an amazing feat. On this road, voices of crying and pleas were constantly heard. This was nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Xianxia, it was a great torture and interrogation. Especially after Zhangju's disappearance, after losing her greatest reliance, Xianxia could still bravely face this situation head-on. It was truly outstanding. On this road, although it was an ordinary mountain path, it was a difficult trial of the heart. Xianxia gritted her teeth, and did not collapse, walking past with determination. At this instant, she matured. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed lightly, staring at Xianxia deeply. Lady Zhang, since you are so kind, why did you not save those who were abandoned? This attracted Xiao Dai's furious stare. Xianxia laughed bitterly. If I could save them, I would definitely do it, but unfortunately, no matter what I try, I cannot save these people. He. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. This is the part where I admire you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you have my respect. Lady Zhang, in life, there are many obstacles. Sometimes the road might be very dirty and difficult, but as long as you do all that you can, you will have a peace of mind. Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan, light shining in her beautiful eyes. She had guessed long ago that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. From his tone earlier, she finally confirmed this. In her perspective, she had unknowingly given Fang and Bai some help. These were small acts of kindness, but it won their recognition and admiration. Afterwards, Fang and Bai helped her many times, first during Feihu Mountain, and later earning money for her. And a moment ago, they saved her life. She was a weak girl, chased from her clan, and even lost half of her goods. What did she have that they could exploit? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action, she could tell that although they were mysterious, their nature were pure and righteous, as true beauty and kindness hid in their hearts. Meeting them was her fortune. Thinking so, Xianxia's heart was palpitating with gratitude, as she stared at Fang Yuan deeply, saying sincerely, "Thank you." Just 2 words expressed the immense gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Xianxia found out that the entire misfortune was caused by Fang Yuan single-handedly, who knows how she would react to that? Chapter 249. A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. The report on casualties have come out. Right now, we are left with 137 people, among which 78 are GU masters and 59 are mortals. A vice leader reported to everyone. At this time, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were all gathered together, discussing their options. The mood was heavy and oppressive. The caravan leader Jia Long was frowning and his brows almost tightened into a knot when he heard the report. Their caravan had originally been a large-sized caravan with over 1,000 people, but now it was down to this pathetic number. One might think 78 GU masters were quite a high number, but only 12 were rank 3 GU masters, 28 were rank 2 and remaining 38 were all rank 1 GU masters. This number included all the injured and disabled GU masters. In truth, the amount of GU masters who still retained their strength did not amount to even half. Mortal lives were cheap, they could abandon these servants, but GU masters were different. Every GU master was a precious resource to their clans, they couldn't be abandoned. Jia Long knew these disabled GU masters were a huge burden to the caravan, and were just adding more problems to the already crumbling logistics department of the caravan to preserve their lives and treat their injuries. However, Jia Long didn't dare to abandon them. If he abandoned the GU masters, the morale would completely break down and all the remaining GU masters would feel insecure, the whole caravan would collapse. Their end result would be food for the beast groups. At this time, the vice leader who had reported the statistics changed the subject. The only fortunate thing is there are still a lot of goods remaining in the caravan. If we distribute these ownerless goods, then the primeval stones we distribute will be enough to make up for most of our losses. In the calamity just before, there were many deaths but the loss to goods was instead few. If the goods were equally distributed, the survivors could instead profit from this. Almost everyone present in the tent had shining eyes now. Merchants chased after profits, even if they were in danger. This innate nature did not change. The group of people began looking at each other before Vice Leader Chen Shuangjin coughed. I feel that equal distribution isn't quite proper. In the battle just before, my Chen clan has sacrificed the most and has also killed the most white feather flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods. 30%? Impossible. How much did your Chen clan sacrifice? What about my Wei Kai clan that had to sacrifice a young rank 2 peak stage genius? No matter what, RG clan demands 20%. The commotion in the tent began to turn into disputes. Everyone felt greed in front of benefits. Only Xianxia was sitting silently in the group. The stronger groups demanded more, the weaker groups demanded equal distribution. The dispute was turning fiercer and even attracted many inquiring gazes from outside the tent. Xianxia suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly quietened down. Everyone, Xianxia's beautiful eyes swept over everyone. The urgent matter is not the distribution of these goods but how we should continue forward. Maybe there will be more beast groups at the next moment. We are in the same boat and are tied together by fate. However, our individual strength is limited, so we need to collaborate together to have a chance at survival. She paused for a moment and continued, I suggest that we will all contribute our goods and take out the things which can be helpful to us. As I proposed it, my Zhang clan shall act as the example. I am willing to contribute all of the goods in my possession without seeking compensation. Free contribution. Momentarily, many became tongue-tied. Chen Shuangjin, Jia Long and others all showed different expressions. I am tired. I hope everyone can agree on an effective method soon. I will take my leave. Saying this, Xianxia nodded her head and opened the tent flap. She hadn't even walked 5 steps out of the tent, when a huge commotion broke out in the tent. Now that Zhang clan's goods were also added on the list, the benefits had become even higher, making everyone frantic. Xianxia's steps slowed, but she just clenched her fists and heaved a deep sigh. She was also a merchant and naturally wanted to chase after profits. Her so-called voluntary contribution just before was of course not heartfelt. It was just that the current situation had forced her. She was like a child who was carrying a large sum of money and had no choice but to protect herself as she walked among the adults. When she walked back to her tent, she saw Xiao Dai curling up and weeping at the corner, her eyes bloodshot. She had grown up and lived together with Xianxia almost all her life. The horror from white feather flying elephants was bursting out right now. Xiao Dai, Xianxia sighed and sat beside her, consoling. Missy, I am scared. Weep weep. Lord Zhongzhu hasn't returned yet. It can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai buried her head in Xianxia's chest as she wept bitter tears. Xianxia patted her back and spoke words of comfort, but Xiao Dai still continued to cry. Xiao Dai, Uncle Zhongzhu might not return ever again, Xianxia said in a heavy tone. The moment these words were said, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body shiver. Missy, that's not true, that can't be. Xiao Dai raised her head, her eyes were bloodshot and she was repeatedly shaking her head. Accept the truth, Xiao Dai. Xianxia suddenly said in a strict voice, "From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Don't cry, don't cry, crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves, but we are both mortals, if not for Lord Zhongzhu, we couldn't have even embarked on this expedition." Xiao Dai said with eyes filled with tears, her morale low. "You are right, if it was not for Uncle Zhongzhu's identity, how could these people let me become one of the vice leaders?" Xiao Dai, you are right, we are mortals, but mortals also have their strengths. Xianxia's gaze flashed with a resolute light. She looked at Xiao Dai with her bright gaze and shook Xiao Dai's arm. "Xiao Dai, do you believe in me?" As Xiao Dai looked at the current Xianxia, she felt an unknown strength filling her. This strength came from Xianxia and then pervaded her body, influencing her heart and making her feel like she was being illuminated by light. "Missy," Xiao Dai's gaze flashed, she had never seen this form of her lady. At this instant, she felt that her lady looked more beautiful than ever before. "I believe you," she answered softly but resolutely. "Good, listen properly, we are in a dangerous situation now, sometimes people can be more dreadful than wild beasts. Bring all our savings and let's go find Heitu and Bai Yun." "Okay, I will do as you say, Missy." After about 5 minutes, in the tent, Fang Yuan and Xianxia was sitting cross-legged opposite each other. Fang Yuan stared ruminatingly at the beautiful girl in front of him. "You are telling me, you've already contributed all of our goods for free to those insatiable hyenas?" "Yes, that is so," Xianxia calmly admitted. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, his gaze towards Xianxia was filled with admiration. She was truly smart, having the resolution to let go. Zhongzhu was dead, Xianxia was only a mortal, and even if she represented Zhong clan, her position was not equal to the other vice leaders. It would be easy for these GU masters to swallow Xianxia's properties. They would kill Xianxia and put the blame on the beast groups. No one could say anything at that time. Zhong clan also wouldn't investigate thoroughly for a mere Xianxia. To Xianxia, these goods on her hands had become incomparably hot and could court disaster towards her. Hence, she wisely chose to give up these cause of disaster to others, and guarantee her safety. However, she was very aware that this type of safety wasn't reliable at all and thus came here. "I came here to apologize to you, I am really sorry." Xianxia bowed towards Fang Yuan. "You borrowed these goods, so these goods should have been yours, but I rudely took the matters into my own hands. As an apology, I ask you to please accept these." Xianxia brought forward the 2 wooden trunks. Without even opening them, Fang Yuan knew these trunks were filled with primeval stones. Most of it was what he earned himself and the 50-50 percentage shares of Xianxia as well. Fang Yuan couldn't help but observe Xianxia. Their gazes met each other in the air, gradually coming to a tacit understanding. They were both smart and understood many things without them having been said. In Xianxia's perception, Fang Yuan was deliberately hiding his identity and could very possibly be a GU master. From all his behaviors till now, Xianxia felt he was a reliable person. If there was someone who could still help her, Fang Yuan was no doubt the best choice because she felt at ease towards him. However, she also had some misgivings. First, she didn't know what strength Fang Yuan truly possessed. There was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2 or rank 3. Secondly, there was definitely some painful backstory for Fang Yuan to hide his identity, so he might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Xianxia had offered up all the goods without getting Fang Yuan's consent, and after getting the most basic guarantee for safety, she brought out all her savings to find Fang Yuan. She was saying it was her apology, but this action was actually inviting Fang Yuan to her side, hoping to obtain his help. She knew Fang Yuan and her were the same type of people, and could come to a tacit understanding of smart people. The two gazed at each other for a long while before Fang Yuan smiled and broke the silence. "These primeval stones, it is better for Lady Zhong to take them back." Xianxia's expression slightly paled as her heart sank. From her understanding, Fang Yuan refusing these primeval stones meant he was refusing to help her. However, what could she do about this? Even if she talked of it, Fang Yuan had already repaid her many times over. There were very few people in the world who would do this. Xianxia couldn't demand anything. However, if Heitu didn't help her, who else was there? Bai Yun, that wasn't like to work. They seemed to have very intimate relationship, advancing or retreating together. Xianxia couldn't think of any other person. A bitter smile appeared in her beautiful appearance. "I understand. But these primeval stones are my gift to you. Ordinary people holding treasures will court calamity. If you don't accept them, I might have to contribute them too. Fang Yuan laughed. Lady Zhang, you misunderstood me. When I and Bai Yun had just entered the caravan, we were severely wounded and were barely hanging by a thread. Our strength had fallen to an all-time low and our goods were even coveted by some strong servants. Truly, when you are low and down, even scums come to bully you. It was you who sheltered us and gave us enough time to recuperate. It won't be wrong to see this favor as saving our lives. And I am someone who repays kindness and takes revenge for enmity. Although you are immortal, I acknowledge you and even admire you. It is fate we met each other among such a vast population. A droplet of water received in need will be repaid with a whole spring, let alone the favor of saving life. Take back the primeval stones, I will definitely protect you with all my strength. Ah, Xianxia couldn't help giving a soft cry. Her eyelashes shook and her eyes reddened, turning tearful. Because of her tears, Fang Yuan appeared blurry in her vision. However, in her heart, Fang Yuan's image became incomparably clear. Chapter 250, Truly Demonic GU Masters. As the saying goes, adding icing on the cake cannot compare to offering help in times of need. Troubled times and turbulence revealed people's true colors. Fang Yuan, however, wasn't concerned with Xianxia's expression. Next was the truly important thing. He continued, there is something I must tell you. Please speak. Xianxia wiped the corners of her eyes with her jade-like fingers, and adjusted her mood. Bai Yun and I are demonic path GU masters. Fang Yuan said. Xianxia wasn't surprised and instead nodded her head. She had already anticipated this. Previously, Zhang Zhu had also guessed this and had reminded her to be on guard against Fang and Bai. She was thus mentally prepared and could calmly accept this shocking statement. She didn't have the aptitude to cultivate and was, moreover, an illegitimate child. Her different life experience made her mature fast and have a deep understanding of the world's nature. What's more, right now, she didn't have any other better options. Fang Yuan's voice turned cold. Those from the demonic path are vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception, we have taken lives. Xianxia subconsciously puckered her lips. You have to trust me, for me to be able to help you. But rest assured, after I feel that I have repaid your favor in full, I will quietly leave. Others will not associate you with demonic GU masters. But before that, Bai Yun and I will show up as Zhang Clan's GU masters. I hope that you can clarify our identities. Fang Yuan indifferently said. Xianxia revealed a resolute gaze. Lord He too, just address me as Xinxi. You are of demonic path, but you are frank and someone of principles. Xinxi is not pedantic. Those righteous GU masters are mostly just hypocrites. Being able to receive your protection is my fortune. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and looked deeply at Xianxia. As long as you don't regret it later. Xianxia was just about to speak when there came a sound from outside the tent. Zhang Xinxi is in this tent. It was an arrogant and youthful male voice. Lord GU Master, please stay where you are. Missy is having an important discussion inside. Xiao Dai blocked the man. Important discussion, haha. All of your Zhang clan's goods have been donated. What important matters could there be to discuss? The man sneered. Lord GU Master, ah. Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, and then there was the sound of her falling to the ground. Get lost, you lowly slave, dare to block my, Fei's, path. Xianxia's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with panic and worry. She was about to stand up, but was blocked by Fang Yuan. The tent flap was suddenly lifted and a devious-looking young GU master appeared in front of the two. Zhang Xinxi, the young GU master's gaze immediately landed on Xianxia's body, without bothering to conceal the lustful desire within. Haha, you were here, I have been looking all over for you. He curled up his lips and raised his head, looking at Xianxia as if everything was under his control. Xianxia was wearing green clothing, and looked like a delicate lotus. There seemed to be nothing more beautiful than her. This beautiful figure was already ingrained into many hearts in the caravan. Fei was one of them. He had always yearned for her and wooed after her several times, but was always rejected by Xianxia. He had thought of using force, but had to control himself because of Zhang Zhu's presence. Now, the only GU master from Zhang clan in the caravan, Zhang Zhu, was dead. Xianxia was just a mere mortal but was so beautiful. Fei had been coveting her in his heart and now he had this chance. Fei's lustful and invading gaze made Xianxia's heart twinge, her mood turning dismal. She had given up the goods of her own accord, but was still not able to obtain safety. Her appearance had become a curse. These righteous Gu masters who normally appeared dignified had now torn their masks. Xianxia was clear that this Fei was only the most impatient one and there were still many other wolves like him. I am not sure for what matters has Lord Fei come for. Xianxia stood up and asked in greeting. Ha ha ha, Fei threw his head back and laughed, I came to help you, Xin. Darling, the Gu master protecting you has still not returned, he is definitely dead. You are only a weak woman, and as long as you rely on me, you can live safely. Pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me, this is how kind I am, just follow me. Saying so, he walked forward to grab Xianxia. Xianxia's face was pale, she was a young girl after all and couldn't help taking a step back. This delicate and pitiful look, instead ignited the lust in Fei. Missy, you can't go with him. Xiao Dai ran into the tent and opened her arms to block in front of Fei. Fei became furious, and immediately slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai tumbled onto the ground, her cheek was already swollen up. She felt dizzy and her ears were ringing from the slap. Xiao Dai, Xianxia quickly crouched down and supported her. Missy, leave quickly, even if I die, I won't let you take Missy. Xiao Dai slowly stood up and stared fiercely at Fei, her gaze carried fear, anger and also decisiveness. You lowly servant, you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Fei was going crazy with anger, he raised his hand and slapped down. However, the next moment, a sturdy hand stretched out from seemingly nothingness, and fiercely grabbed his arm. Who is it? Fei was startled, but when he looked at the person that was grabbing his arm, he only saw an ugly servant. Such audacity! Fei's expression twisted into one full of anger. He tried taking back his arm, but Fang Yuan's arm was like iron pincers and didn't even move a bit. Dog slave, you are still not releasing your hand. Fei's anger had reached the peak, turning into huge killing intent. He was going to activate his primeval essence when Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. His whole face was full of burn injuries and he was also one ear short. Right now as he smiled, he appeared extremely terrifying. Fei's heart immediately palpitated. Fang Yuan had already released his hand. Then, he raised his leg and gave a strong kick at Fei's stomach. Fei only felt an enormous strength, that he had no way to resist, attack him. With the intense pain that followed, his whole body flew out of the tent like tattered rags, stopping only after 20 to 30 feet. For a person to shoot out from a tent was a rather big commotion. The surrounding people stopped to watch the show. The tent flap was torn when Fei flew out. From the torn hole, Xianxia and Xiao Dai saw Fei lying motionless on the ground. The two were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid particular attention to amiability with others, even putting on smiles when they were wronged. Xianxia came from a poor background, she had already learned to endure and was used to lowering her head. Although she had rank 3 Zhongzhu before, he was after all a healing Gu master and couldn't do much by himself. Most of the conflicting views had to be resolved warmly. Peacefully like the flow of water or the thawing of snow. However, Fang Yuan's sudden kick was like a crash of thunder, a steep cliff, with no hints of moderation and restraint, it carried a dominating tyranny. This intense violence far surpassed the two girls' imagination. Fei laid on the ground, stupefied for several seconds. Then the intense pain in his stomach aroused strong hatred and anger in him. Someone had kicked him and that someone was even a servant. Bastard, you actually dared to kick me. How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are asking for death. I will cut your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Fei growled in fury and stood up from the ground. The anger made his whole face red, he was gritting his teeth and his eyes clearly showed his anger. He looked just like a wild beast that was about to devour a human. Go and die, he crazily charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a steady step forward, and blocked in front of the two girls with his head high and chest out. Fei suddenly jumped when he reached close, he reached the heights of 20 feet before diving down at Fang Yuan. I will swat you into meat paste. He shouted and stretched out his two palms. Under the influence of his Gu, his palms increased in size by over 3 times, and as it ruthlessly came down on Fang Yuan, even the wind seemed to scream indicating at its violent strength. If Fang Yuan was truly immortal, he would definitely be swatted into meat paste by Fei's palms, dying a terrible death. However, he was no mortal. Not only that, he was a rank 2 upper stage GU master. And not only was he a rank 2 upper stage GU master, he even had a portion of rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence in his aperture. Since his advancement to rank 2, Fang Yuan's aperture had been able to contain some snow silver primeval essence. Especially during the frequent attacks by the beast groups, Fang Yuan had stored a portion of snow silver primeval essence to avoid any mishaps. Hence, Fang Yuan might be at rank 2 upper stage, but his fighting prowess wasn't limited to that. And this Fei was no more than a rank 2 initial stage trash. The strong wind brought forth by Fei's attack was blowing at the two girls' bund hair. Xiao Dai's face was deathly pale upon seeing Fei descending like a deity, his two hands swatting down with an extreme power. Xianxia Audiobook's heart was also palpitating, and couldn't help but shout, "Careful." Fang Yuan only scoffed, before lightly flicking his forefinger. Spiral bone spear GU. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out towards the sky. What? Fei was shocked, his mind was in chaos as he tried to immediately dodge. The bone spear pierced through his defense and skewered his shoulder, before stopping at the scapula. Fresh blood spewed out of the wound. The pain immediately stopped the momentum of Fei's dive and he fell down on the ground in a sorry state. "You are actually a GU master," he cried out in panic and surprise. Fang Yuan didn't reply, he just rushed forward and smashed his right fist at Fei. Fei was dazed as he looked at the fist rapidly expanding towards him. "Damn it," he cursed and promptly activated his GU worm as well as subconsciously raising his fan-sized palm to block the attack. The strength of two boars and a crocodile burst forth. The enormous strength tore through Fei's palms, breaking his defense and then struck his face. His nose bone fractured and his whole face caved in by the attack. The attack sent him flying, blood spurting out wildly all along the way. And as he fell on the ground like tattered rags, he was already as dead as a corpse could be. Oh my god, he killed him. A GU master was killed. The spectators were horrified, some cried in fear and some screamed. Fang Yuan's body was covered by a layer of white light. This was the effect of the canopy GU. He couldn't have used his strength as much as he liked without this layer of defense. GU, he is a GU master. Xiao Dai's eyes widened into the size of saucers. Xianxia Audiobook was also dumbfounded with shock. She suddenly recalled Fang Yuan's words as she looked at his back. "Those from the demonic path are vicious and merciless. Bai Yun and I are no exception, we have taken lives." They were truly demonic GU masters. Chapter 251, The son's wrongdoings is the father's failure to teach. Dead, he is truly dead. What the heck is happening here? Fei's corpse was on the ground like a dead dog. How could it not attract attention? In just a short period of time, the commotion here had become so big that it spread throughout the whole camp. More and more people started gathering. Most of them cried out in surprise when they saw Fei's corpse, as they would start inquiring about the events. In moments, the scene was surrounded by layers of human walls, whisperings and discussions could be heard everywhere. Two people suddenly fought and one died immediately after. "It's terrible, he is the killer," someone cautiously pointed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was holding his arms crossed at his chest and his head held high. He was standing indifferently at the same spot, and ignored the discussions in the surroundings as if they didn't exist. "Hey, he is only a servant, how could he kill a GU master?" There were naturally people who were doubtful. "He is not a servant, I personally saw him shooting out a white spear and also killing Fei in one punch, it frightened the soul out of me." A GU master who had seen the whole event, said. A white spear. Chen Xin's heart suddenly jumped when he heard this. He had accidentally witnessed the death of Zhang Zhu and the image of Fang Yuan's spiral bone spear was deeply ingrained in his mind. Thus, when he heard this sensitive term, white spear, he immediately linked both scenes. What is happening? What the hell happened here? Jia Long's displeased voice traveled over. Ah, it is the caravan leader and the vice leaders too. The crowd quickly made away. Someone is dead, alright, someone was killed, isn't this vice leader Wu's son? The vice leader who looked at this scene commented in a low voice. Just after he finished speaking, a mournful scream resounded in everyone's ears. Ah, my son, what happened to you, what happened to you? A figure rapidly ran to Fei's corpse, then his movement slowed down all of a sudden. This person was Clan's Yonggong, he was short and thin, with an aquiline nose. Fei's face was completely smashed, his brains and blood mixed together to form a small puddle on the ground. It was clear his life force was already completely extinguished. Ouyang fixed his eyes at his son's corpse, tears rolling down his face. My son, you died such a terrible death. Who was it? Who was the one that killed my son so viciously? I am going to rip him into pieces. He was ballistic with anger and his scream was like the ravings of a madman. Seemingly as a reply to his question, every gaze is gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and calmly said, "Of course it is me. Are you blind? I have been standing here for so long and you couldn't see me." Such an arrogant reply caused the crowd to immediately fall into a clamor. Jia Long and other vice leaders also couldn't help frowning. Fang Yuan's fearless appearance was causing them to hesitate. In particular, Fang Yuan's servant clothings made them unable to see the ins and outs of this situation, thus they cautiously chose to stay on the sidelines. "You are the killer." Ouyang stared intently at Fang Yuan with gaze as sharp as a knife, but despite being almost crazed with hatred, he didn't make a move. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. His own son was lying dead in front of him, but this Ouyang was actually restraining his killing intent and didn't rush at him. Actually, who among those who traveled outside to trade weren't observant? Ouyang had lived for so long and was habituated to life or death in his travels. He was an elder and being able to stand in such a high position in O clan was a proof of his ability. However, him not making a move didn't mean Fang Yuan wouldn't. In all honesty, O Fei's appearance had made Fang Yuan extremely happy. He would make an example out of him as a warning to others, and his strong presence could then awe the crowd. But just an O Fei wasn't enough for it. But what if he added in this Ouyang? Ha ha ha, that would be perfect. Fang Yuan's lips curled up into an evil smile as he thought of this. "Old man, you appeared just in time. Your son dared to be disrespectful to my clan's lady, the anger in my heart has yet to dissipate. Your son committed a crime because you didn't discipline him properly. You are the main cause of this, now pay with your life." After saying this, he ran forward and, in a blink of an eye, he was almost about to collide against Ouyang. Ouyang's beard flew with rage. What was this nonsense? What twisted reasoning was this? This guy was clearly the killer but was framing him as the main culprit. He was no longer able to restrain his anger and fiercely struck back at Fang Yuan. Bang! The two collided against each other. There was a muffled sound and wind surged around them. Fang Yuan continuously took 5 to 6 steps back before he was able to mitigate the impact. The light armor on him flashed weakly several times and then stabilized. In his aperture, Canopy Gu had already become listless. In contrast, Ouyang was sent flying like a puppet with its strings cut. He puffed out blood in midair, and could barely stand up when he fell on the ground, his face already pale as paper. Anyone could see who was stronger. How could this be? That ugly guy is clearly showing an aura of a rank 2 GU master. Ouyang is disadvantaged, he is old and has become weak. In contrast, that guy is using his advantage to the fullest. The vice leaders quickly analyzed the situation. You are courting death. Oh, Yang managed to recover after their initial confrontation. His anger flourished even more, wishing he could immediately rip Fang Yuan into pieces. Just before, he hadn't expected Fang Yuan to make the first move, and not having any information on Fang Yuan, under the urgency of the situation, he couldn't think properly and chose to meet Fang Yuan head-on. "Rascal, I will let you know the difference between rank 2 and rank 3. Ouyang roared in rage and charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was fearless as he maintained the Canopy Gu, with a spiral bone spear in one hand, Blood Moon Gu in another and jumping grass on his feet. He also rushed towards Ouyang. The crowd quickly retreated, opening up a huge empty space. Ouyang was at rank 3 initial stage, and Fang Yuan was at rank 2 upper stage. The difference between their cultivation bases was extremely far, with the separation of a small realm and a big realm on top of that. However, Fang Yuan's situation was very unusual. He possessed snow-silver primeval essence borrowed from Bai Ningbing and mostly used rank 3 GU worms. His total fighting strength was even higher than Ouyang. The two fought for 5 rounds, but Fang Yuan was still at the dominating end. The crowd were aghast at this situation. What the hell is going on? A rank 3 GU master is actually being pressured by a rank 2 GU master. This is ridiculous. The crowd couldn't believe this scene and many had even dazed expressions. After several more rounds, Fang Yuan completely maintained the upper hand and was firmly suppressing Ouyang. A small portion of the crowd realized something. This ugly guy is showing rank 2 aura, but his true cultivation is definitely above this. Right, he must be using a GU worm to conceal his aura. We didn't discover it when he was pretending to be a servant before. This guy is really vicious, he has been targeting Ouyang Gong's vital parts. It doesn't seem to bode well for Ouyang Gong. Right now, Ouyang Gong was having incessant grievances in his heart. He had thought he could easily beat Fang Yuan, but to think this guy was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. It was no wonder he took the initiative to attack and looked fearless, it was because his cultivation base was not inferior to him. This guy really was too despicable and shameless. After several more rounds, the result was clear for all to see. Most of the crowd could see how terrible Ouyang Gong's situation would be. Ouyang Gong is sure to lose, he will be killed if this continues on. Ouyang Gong is weaker than the other guy and has been slowly losing since the start of the battle. He won't be able to avenge his son's death. This ugly guy is really powerful with such great strength and vicious methods. Where in the world did this guy pop out from? I know this guy, he is that servant who won against numerous bandit monkey kings in Feihu Mountain. The crowd commented one after another. They were worried, curious, afraid and shocked. Both of you, please stop. There has to be some misunderstandings here. Seeing Ouyang Gong about to be killed by Fang Yuan, Jia Long, as the caravan leader, couldn't just sit back anymore. He quickly moved to the battlefield and interrupted the battle. Right now, Ouyang Gong was already soaked with sweat, his heart throbbed rapidly in fear of death and his face was deadly pale. Hearing Jia Long's words, he immediately felt joyous and saw a light of hope. He immediately got away from Fang Yuan and moved closer to Jia Long. Fang Yuan quickly swept his eyes and realized he would not be able to reach Ouyang Fei in time. He gave a loud laugh and his momentum stopped. Brother Jia Long came. In time, let's use the bone spear to kill him together. The moment these words came out, the whole crowd was stumped. This ugly guy knew leader Jia Long. This was the first thought the crowd had. Greeting in such an affectionate way, their relation looked pretty good. This was the second thought the crowd had. No, he might be intentionally saying this to mislead them. This was the third thought the crowd had. As the proverb goes, people involved in the situation are baffled while the spectators observe clearly. The spectators weren't battling, naturally they could think more clearly. At this moment, Jia Long was feeling bewildered, because he had never even exchanged a word with Fang Yuan before. Ouyang Gong was even more bewildered, he couldn't come to a judgment as to what relation Jia Long and Fang Yuan had. He knew Fang Yuan could just be bluffing, but what if it was true? If it were to be true, then he would be pincer attacked by Fang Yuan and Jia Long. It was a matter concerning his own life. Ouyang Gong naturally wouldn't dare to take the risk, thus he changed the direction and escaped towards southeast direction, away from Fang Yuan and Jia Long. Calm down. Jia Long immediately stopped to avoid arousing any suspicions. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and chased. Ouyang Gong immediately realized he had fallen in Fang Yuan's trap. He was just about to speak up when suddenly someone charged out from the crowd. Bai Ningbing attacked ruthlessly. In that instant, 3 spiral bone spears shot out in a row. There was actually another person. Ouyang Gong was horrified and subconsciously activated his defensive GU without even turning around. However, this GU was like a spent arrow, it blocked 2 spiral bone spears, but the third bone spear directly pierced through Ouyang Fei's head from the back and penetrated his front skull. Ouyang Gong died. His death caused everyone to turn pale in fright. A huge uproar occurred among all those present. This was a vice leader of the caravan, a rank 3 GU master. Ouyang Gong's death caused the caravan leader and vice leaders to turn pale, feeling a dense threat. Brazen lunatics. They really dared to kill a vice leader. Let's combine our strength and capture them. Who dares to capture me? Bai Ningbing threw away her straw hat. Her silver hair floated in the air and her cold eyes swept through everyone as she fully released her snow silver primeval essence. Ah, it is snow silver primeval essence. She is actually a rank 3 peak stage GU master. In the caravan, only Jia Long was in rank 3 upper stage, rest of the leaders were either in initial stage or middle stage. The group that were just about to make their moves, suddenly halted. Come if you want to die, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan stood side by side with Bai Ningbing, and willed a thread of snow silver primeval essence from his aperture, playing with it in his hand. Oh god, another rank 3 peak stage. The crowd trembled in fear, their momentum completely stopped. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing gazed at everyone with cold, indifferent eyes. The camp was silent, completely silent. Chapter 252, the only thing that matters is strength. Whoosh! Mountain winds blew through the camp, enhancing the quietness of the camp even more. The 100 over people formed a circle. Inside the circle were 2 dead bodies and 2 standing people. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's gaze slowly swept through everyone. Many did not even dare to match their cold gaze. At the end, Fang and Bai's gaze landed on Jia Long and other caravan leaders. These people had charged out aggressively, but were immediately taken aback by the cultivation levels Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing revealed. Right now, they were in a situation where they could neither retreat nor advance. With the loss of Ouyang and Fei, the caravan now had 11 rank 3, 27 rank 2 and 38 rank 1 GU masters. Their combined strength was naturally greater than Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing by a lot. However, the caravan was only a temporary mix match of different groups. These GU masters were from their respective clans and were normally engaged in scheming and guarding against each other. They would only cooperate if it was under a favorable situation. They had their own interests and were not a united bloc, and had their own ways of doing things. They were of different minds and would not be easy to lead. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing displayed rank 3 peak stage cultivation. No doubt they were 2 tough figures. No single clan could take them down alone, and even if they combined their strength, there would definitely be severe damage to the caravan. Momentarily, Jia Long, Chen Shuangjin and other leaders looked at Fang and Bai, before quietly sizing up each other. None of them wanted to be cannon fodder and benefit others instead. Moreover, the current situation was one where the beast groups frequently attacked. Everyone in the caravan were having trouble protecting themselves, let alone care about others. External pressure and the worries in their heart made them hesitate. The corner of Fang Yuan's lips curled up into an indistinct smile. Their reactions were all within his expectations. Now, it is all up to her. Although things had escalated quickly and he hadn't communicated with Xianxia, Fang Yuan believed she should be able to sense this opportunity with her intelligence. Sure enough, the next moment, Xianxia and Xiao Dai walked out of the tent. Caravan leaders, these 2 are my Zhang clan's hidden elders, Lord Heitu and Lord Baiyun. Xianxia took this chance to introduce them. Her voice wasn't loud, but she was the only one speaking among everyone present, thus everyone could clearly hear her. The caravan leaders all had different expressions, whereas the crowd began to think over the 2 names, Heitu and Baiyun. Xianxia faintly smiled. The 2 lords were on a secret clan mission and coincidentally entered this caravan on the way. The caravan leaders looked at each other, all falling into silence. Since they were hidden elders, even Zhang clan's clan leader might not necessarily know of their existences. Moreover, the secret clan mission meant it was inappropriate to inquire about their motives. Xianxia's 2 sentences blocked any questions they wanted to ask. Of course, although these words were reasonable, it was only a one-sided statement by Xianxia. The caravan leaders were all astute, each of them had made their own contemplations in their minds. Nobody was thoroughly convinced and suspicious ones were still suspicious. But whether suspicious or believing, Fang and Bai's strength were already displayed before them, so there could only be one way to end this. Thereupon, ha ha ha, so it was like that. Everything was a misunderstanding. Jia Long suddenly laughed, his face revealing a warm smile. He cupped his hands towards Fang and Bai, and sincerely praised them. I had never expected such great heroes to be hidden in our midst. This father and son from O clan were indeed too unreasonable and their way of doing things were also questionable. I have already persuaded them many times before, but a pity they didn't take it to heart. Their execution today can be said to be their just deserts. These words had immediately concluded this matter. The other vice leaders also responded at this moment, cupping their hands at Fang and Bai while cursing Jia Long. Inwardly for being shameless, Zhang clan is well known and is worthy of being one of the top clans of our southern border. I am Lei Gongcheng of Lei clan. It is my good fortune to be able to meet both of you. It is our great fortune that both of you have exterminated evil for us. The vice leaders were all full of smiles as they said nonsense, twisting logic as they pleased. The killers became the righteous representative while the O clan's father and son became evildoers. As for O clan's other GU masters, there were only 3 of them remaining, who cared about their unsightly expressions. In any case, Ouyang was dead, without a rank 3 GU master, who would dare to be bold? Who could stand up for them? You scoundrels, still not greeting the 2 lords. One of the vice leaders shouted while pretending to be displeased. We pay respects to Lord Heitu and Lord Baiyun. Over 20 people immediately bowed and greeted Fang and Bai. The whole camp was again sent into a clamor. The caravan has suffered heavy losses and is on the brink of crisis. It is our fortune to have met both of you. Please, I invite you into the tent to further discuss our situation. Jia Long walked closer and invited them sincerely. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, before Fang Yuan walked towards Xianxia and consulted, "Xinxi, what is your opinion?" Seeing this scene, Jia Long immediately raised the status of Xianxia in his mind. Xianxia slightly shook her head and spoke with a delicate tone, "I am tired, it is better for the caravan leaders to discuss together." Fang Yuan inwardly praised her intelligence. This was just the time to take a step back to make an opportunity for greater advances later. He nodded and said in agreement, "Our Zhang clan's goods have all been donated, we have no interest towards these and will not interfere." This, Jia Long hesitated and was about to persuade, but Xianxia had already turned around. Fang and Bai also left in an impressive way without giving any opportunity to Jia Long, leaving behind this crime scene for others to deal with. "Alright, everyone get back to your work now. The camp still needs to be strengthened. It is a good thing 2 rank 3 peak stage GU masters appeared. And the O clan's people, clean up these 2 corpses." The only 3 remaining GU masters of the O clan ran over. 1 rank 2 middle stage and 2 rank 1 GU masters, tears flowed down their faces as they held in their hatred, lowered their heads and carried the father and son's corpses. The crowd slowly dispersed. The high-spirited caravan leaders couldn't maintain their composure any longer when they were back at the tent, their expressions fluctuating, as the hypocritical smiles disappeared from their faces, into solemnness, bewilderment, indifference and worry. Jia Long slowly sat down on the main seat and spoke with a gloomy voice, "The sudden appearance of 2 GU masters, what do you make of it?" "HMPH, these are 2 lawless lunatics, publicly killing people. That pitiful O Yonggong, we were just here sitting with him a moment ago. I feel like these 2's origins are highly suspicious. What hidden elders, that is only that Zhang clan girl's one-sided statement. From these 2's behaviors, they are very likely to be demonic GU masters." "That's right, occasions like demonic paths GU masters entering the caravan are common. I bet that Zhang clan girl was threatened by them." Jia Long nodded. "My thoughts are also about the same as yours. Zhang clan's proud personality and their strengths are all known to us, how could there be any hidden elders? But, these 2 are vicious and also rank 3 peak stage. Yes, this is troublesome. These 2 don't look to be old, but have already reached rank 3 peak stage. Such talent, ha ha ha, everything has merits and demerits. The way I see it, this is also good. Their strengths will greatly increase our power." A vice leader spoke, "The crucial thing is how can we use them for our benefits. Just now, I took the initiative to invite them to discuss these matters and make them work for us, but it ended up in failure." Jia Long heaved a sigh. "HMPH, not lending their strength. When the beast groups attack, who can do nothing? By then, it's not up to them." A vice leader spoke in a displeased tone. "This matter needs to be considered properly. Demonic GU masters are arrogant and unyielding, trying to force them with only external pressure won't work, they need to be pressured from both inside and outside." I am not sure what Brother Gongsun is suggesting. My suggestion is simple, but I am afraid you might not like it. It is to give a portion of the goods to those 2. They will naturally step forward to protect their goods when the time comes." The camp fell into silence immediately. Jia Long looked around before speaking. "This suggestion is good. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Without any clan's backing, demonic GU masters have an intense thirst towards cultivation resources. Moreover, you don't need to be worried about incurring losses. Did you forget O clan?" The pondering gazes of the group immediately started brightening. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's sudden appearance had made Zhang clan into an influential force in the caravan, while O clan was thrown by them into the weakest position. O clan's father and son were dead, the remaining 2 to 3 small fry in the O clan group were nothing to worry about. The goods held by O clan seemed quite substantial. "Uncle, I have an important matter to inform you." Chen Xin had constantly been paying attention to the tent, and once the discussion inside was over, he approached the Chen clan's caravan leader Chen Shuangjin. Chen Shuangjin grabbed his hand. "I know what you want to say. This is not the right place, let's go." The 2 returned to their own tent, and after confirming no one was eavesdropping, Chen Xin spoke, "Uncle, do you remember I reported to you about how Zhang Zhu was murdered?" Chen Shuangjin's face was grave as he nodded his head. Zhongzhu was killed by someone with bone spears. And today, that He Tu and Bai Yun also used bone spears. That is it, uncle, those two are harboring some unfathomable motives, are very ruthless. We need to make their crime known and combine our strength to kill off this danger early. Chen Xin was agitated. Chen Shuangjin slowly shook his head and sighed. Chen Xin was puzzled. Uncle, you don't approve. It is not that I don't approve, but that it is not feasible. I saw with my own eyes, we have evidence. As long as we announce the matter about them killing Zhongzhu, no one will tolerate these backstabbing traitors. HMPH, evidence. There is witness testimony, but what about material evidence? Chen Shuangjin scoffed. Even if we have material evidence, what good it would do? My nephew, only evidence is of no use. The main thing is whether you have the strength. Just before they killed the O clan's father and son, you also saw that and others also saw it. We are all witnesses, but is it any use? We are all from different clans, but with us having different motives, how could we deal against these two foes? Uncle, are we going to just ignore them? They are too dangerous, I can't even sleep properly. What if they find out that I know? The more Chen Xin spoke, the more fearful he became. HMPH, you think too greatly of yourself. You think they don't know about you. Maybe they already know, or maybe they already saw you but didn't make a move. Why is that? Because you are nothing to worry about. Chen Xin, stop being naive. In this cold world, the only thing that matters is strength. Chen Shuangjin heaved a deep sigh. Chen Xin remained dazed at the spot. He clenched his fists. His uncle's words struck his young heart and he couldn't say anything for a long while. Chapter 253, Only the Dead Are Clean. Dark clouds filled the sky, bringing forth a heavy atmosphere and signs of heavy rain. The caravan moved along the mountain path with a solemn atmosphere. All the large black-skinned fat beetles in the caravan were dead. 2 winged snakes remained but in a crippled state. Instead it was the baggage toads that survived mostly, all because they were small in size and moved pretty fast, easily hiding from the wild beasts' attacks. As for the ostriches, they were similar in size to the backpack toads, but they had a habit of burying their heads in the ground once they sensed any threats, so this caused their casualty to be the highest. Xianxia was mixed in the crowd, her gaze somewhat complex as she looked at the dozen of baggage toads beside her. The goods these baggage toads were carrying were all Zhong clans. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing didn't participate in the discussion, but the caravan leaders still sent large quantities of goods to her. All of this because of strength, Xianxia sighed. Previously, when Zhongzhu was here, these caravan leaders showed an indifferent attitude, but now, they were polite to the extent that they even seemed to currying favor with her. Moreover, when these GU masters and the servants looked at her now, their gazes carried reverence and fear. All these changes are due to them. Xianxia gave a complex gaze towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, who were not that far away. On one hand, she received a feeling of security from Fang and Bai, while on the other hand, the kind-hearted her felt fear from how they were able to easily kill people. Ha ha ha, it seems we have really frightened that girl. Bai Ningbing was walking side by side with Fang Yuan and feeling Xianxia's gaze, she laughed softly. 7 to 8 days had passed since they killed O clan's father and son. This had affected the whole caravan, including Xianxia and Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai did not even dare to breath loudly in front of Fang and Bai, while Xianxia also didn't dare to match Fang Yuan's gaze anymore. Such reactions were all within Fang Yuan's expectations. This master and servant pair grew up in Zhong clan since young, the righteous path ideology was ingrained into them. It was inevitable for them to be aware of the differences when Fang and Bai displayed their demonic nature. They would have to change their thought process to accept these two demonic path figures. Fang Yuan wasn't worried. They would have no choice but to accept and compromise when they face external pressure. After all, humans wanted to keep on living. After few beast group attacks, the estrangement in their hearts would gradually disappear. The problem now is him. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Xin. This young GU master was the guy that fled together with Zhongzhu. Fang Yuan had thought he was already smashed into meat paste by white feather flying elephant, but to think he was actually alive. GU masters that possessed unusual GU worms, even if their cultivations were not high, could not be looked down upon. Fang Yuan had lost the earth-hearing ear grass and had no other scouting methods, causing him to overlook Chen Xin. He also did not know how much the latter had found out. But regardless, he had countermeasures for everything. He was cautious in nature and always considered failures first. At that time, he already had measures prepared if someone found out. Thus, after he killed Zhang Zhu, he intentionally displayed formidable strength. If someone had really found out, they would thus be scared by Fang and Bai's vicious strength, and would keep themselves hidden. O Clan's father and son ran themselves into the line of fire. Had it not been for O Fei coming to find trouble, Fang Yuan would have looked for trouble himself or display his formidable methods during beast group attacks. Naturally, Fang Yuan had many methods to strike back even if he was exposed. The caravan leader Jia Long was one such chess piece. He was Jia Fu's subordinate and Fang Yuan had received a token from Jia Fu back at Jiuyu village. As long as he showed the command token, he could obtain Jia Long's trust for several actions. However, for every single plan, no matter how perfect it appeared, accidents could always occur when they were implemented. Also known as, man proposes but God disposes one. Even if Fang Yuan had plentiful experience, was astute and had deep foresight, he also had the possibility to fail. But it was because of this, that life could be so brilliant and full of uncertainty. Fang Yuan's first consideration was the worst outcome. If his luck was extremely bad and someone saw him or he left behind ironclad evidence when he killed Zhang Zhu, and it led to Xianxia realizing the truth, she would feel deep hatred towards him, someone who bit the hands that fed him. What to do then? Simple. Kill Xianxia. She was only immortal now and killing her was very simple. Shang Clan's clan leader also didn't know she was his own daughter. There would be no repercussions from Shang Clan if he killed her secretly. Looking at the outcome now, Zhang Zhu was dead but Fang Yuan's luck wasn't the best as he left behind a trail. But it was also not the worst, at least Xianxia was still in the dark. Fang Yuan was sure of this because Xianxia was still young and her emotions were completely exposed in his eyes. There is a crocodile elephant 2 group ahead. A crocodile elephant group is charging towards us. Be on guard, be on guard. An investigative GU master hurried towards the caravan from ahead, bringing bad news. A disturbance occurred in the caravan before quickly turning calm. It is just crocodile elephants, no need to panic. We don't have enough manpower to defend ourselves here. Correct. Everyone disperse, enter the rainforests. GU masters gave forth the most sensible command. People were already in a very strained state and were able to quickly disperse in all directions. If they had encountered such situation before Feihu Mountain, they might be worried about their goods and keep on hesitating. Now however, they firmly gave up the goods without taking another glance at them, concentrating on fleeing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing directly charged straight into the rainforest while protecting Xianxia and Xiao Dai. He was not surprised at the crocodile elephant group's arrival because it was his plan. The crocodile elephant group stomped its way through. Soon there were blood-curdling screams and sound of trees falling down. Fang Yuan carefully led Xianxia and others through the rainforest, but there were too many crocodile elephants, they still ran into one. Crocodile elephants were small in size, about the same size as yaks, which allowed them to be more agile. Their whole body were covered in scales like that of a crocodile with defense that far surpassed white feather-flying elephants. Their tails that was similar to that of crocodiles, trailing along the ground. Ah! Xiao Dai let out a scream upon the sight of this hill-like crocodile elephant. Charging at them, Xianxia was also pale. No need to worry, Fang Yuan indifferently said, before charging towards the crocodile elephant. One human and one elephant collided midway, their collision producing a loud sound. Fang Yuan took 2 steps back, and the white light armor on his body flickered thrice. But that crocodile elephant, its skull directly shattered and blood spurted out as it fell on the ground, pushed back by a dozen steps before colliding against the trunk of a large tree and stopped. Amazing! Xiao Dai's eyes were wide open with shock. This was an ordinary crocodile elephant and not a 100-beast king, while Fang Yuan possessed snow-silver primeval essence along with the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, handling it was naturally very easy. However, Xianxia and Xiao Dai had never seen such fierce scene. Zhang Zhu did not have great physical strength and was also a healing GU master, so he relied mainly on dodging and assisting during a battle. Fang Yuan, however, met the attack head-on, fighting without restraint. This naturally left a deep impression on the master and servant pair. About 2 hours later, the crocodile elephant group gradually left and the caravan group started walking out of the rainforest. After the casualties were counted, they had only lost a GU master and a dozen servants. It was not a big loss. The caravan set on their journey again after reorganizing all the goods. Several days later, they were out of Xianxia mountain region, and began their journey to Mu Bei mountain. Within the next half a month, the caravan was attacked by black rock bears, iron-crowned deers and other beast groups. And because Fang and Bai acted as inseparable bodyguards, Xianxia and Xiao Dai suffered no harm. This close contact all the time started to change the master and servant's attitude. Xianxia started to get much closer to Fang Yuan, cheerfully talking with him and no longer evading his gaze. Xiao Dai had completely changed into a worshipper of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Worshipping the strong was the character of all living beings, because strength meant higher probability of survival. Moreover, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were people with principles even though they were of demonic path. In the two girls' perspective, those two did not ask for anything nor took advantage of them, only returning a favor. This conduct was full of heroic aura, and even among righteous path, how many people had such character? No matter how ugly Fang Yuan looked, in the master and servant's heart, he was much more likable than the many hypocritical and crafty righteous path people. Several days later, the caravan entered Mu Bei mountain region. Zombies started appearing. Mu Bei mountain hadn't always had the same name. Over 100 years ago, there was a large clan on this mountain. A demonic GU master changed everything. He used to be a servant of this clan. At the day of his wedding, his beautiful wife had been seized by a GU master of the clan and humiliated to death. He buried this hatred deep into his heart and as luck would have it, he obtained the inheritance of Zombie King, a demonic head. After enduring hardships for nearly 100 years, with rank 5 cultivation, he commanded an army of zombies and attacked the clan, slaughtering everyone. He did not spare their corpses, turning them into zombies. After finishing all this, he erected a huge tombstone in the ruins of the clan. On the tombstone, he carved his wife's name. This event shook the whole southern border. This mountain has been called Mu Bei mountain ever since then. Zombies roamed free on the mountain, killing wild beasts or passerbys, absorbing blood as their food. And the domain on them would infect the corpses, producing new zombies. Like this, there were endless amount of zombies on Mu Bei mountain. To protect the safety of the trade route, clans organized zombie hunting squadrons every year to clean up these zombies. But no matter how much they cleaned up, they could not kill all the zombies due to their endless numbers. After all, the zombie hunting squadrons were limited in size, with so many mountains in southern border and dangers in the way, they had to make considerable expenditures for this long expedition. It was a situation where they had to invest a lot but gained less, and even then it was impossible to overturn Mu Bei mountain. As long as a zombie escaped, a zombie army would appear again after a short while. After failing several times even after large-scale expeditions, the enthusiasm of the people started to disappear. The caravan decided to camp at the base of Mu Bei mountain for the night. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the dark Mu Bei mountain, a thoughtful look flashing through his eyes. It is time, these people are no longer valuable. It is time to settle all these troubles. Chen Xin must die, but just disposing of him alone could make the situation even more troublesome. How much did he know, who had he revealed to, and were there anyone else who had seen the murder? Fang Yuan didn't know any of this. However, Fang Yuan had no intention to find out. Because in his plan, Chen Xin would die and others would also die. Only the dead are clean. Chapter 254, Assault of the Zombie Army. Ding Hao looked down at the caravan from the base of the mountain as he hid behind some bushes, licking his lips excitedly. According to the information in the cave, as long as I kill 1,000 people and amass a zombie army, I can leave this place and go to Jiaozi mountain to become a formal disciple of Master. Ding Hao was originally a villager but was recruited to be a laborer by a passing caravan. However, the caravan was attacked by a large number of zombies when they were passing through Mu Bei mountain. He was abandoned along with dozens of other servants, as cannon fodder. While all the other servants died one after another, he ran deep into the mountain in panic. Just when he was driven into a corner, he discovered a cave. None of the zombies dared to approach this cave. He entered this cave and discovered a demonic inheritance. As it turns out, this was the hidden inheritance of that demonic GU master who killed the whole clan and erected the tombstone in the ruins. This inheritance was deeply hidden and only mortals were allowed to inherit it. Ding Hao awakened his aperture in this cave and began to cultivate, passing each test one by one. He only had C-grade aptitude originally, but with the use of a rare GU in the cave, his aptitude upgraded to B grade. He concentrated fully on cultivating, and after spending over 8 years, he reached rank 3 realm, which was the criteria to enter the final secret chamber. The final secret chamber contained a stone slab which had an inscription left by that demonic GU master: "I profess myself as the second zombie king. If a fated individual truly arrives here, if you so wish, you can go to Jiaozi Mountain to be my official disciple and follow me to roam the southern border." As the final test, the second zombie king required the inheritor to kill 1,000 people and also raise a large zombie army. There were detailed standards to the test, such as how many white hair zombies, black hair zombies and green hair zombies should be in the zombie army. However, if there was a blue hair zombie, just one would suffice to meet the condition. Ding Hao was an honest man, and honest people usually had a strong point. They were steadfast. He cultivated on Mu Bei Mountain alone for over 8 years. He had to endure the silence and loneliness, having only the zombies as his companions as he cultivated bit by bit to rank 3. He had been a servant who could only be a spectator to the world of GU masters, thus he did not understand many things. During the time of his bewilderment, this inscription on the stone slab no doubt gave him a whole new direction and a goal to strive. The fact that the second zombie king had also been a servant and their backgrounds were similar, resonated even more with Ding Hao's heart. After reading the inscription, Ding Hao started killing people and amassing his zombie army. Ding Hao soon realized these two missions actually complemented each other. He could use the corpses of the people he killed to obtain new zombies, and the new zombies could thereby increase his strength to kill more people. Mu Bei Mountain was located by one of the 3 most important trade routes of southern border, with caravans passing through it every month. Ding Hao spent another 3 years of time to reach this point where he was close to accomplishing the mission. The caravan at the base of this mountain would be his final stepping stone to success. And it was a perfect prey. There were caravans of all sizes, some big and some small. Ding Hao could do nothing more than hide far away every time a large-scale caravan passed by. He did not dare to attack the mid-scale caravan as well. Only against these small-scale caravans could Ding Hao make his move and secretly command the zombies to attack. When his luck was good, these caravans would abandon some livestock or servants to flee. When his luck was bad and ran into some tough nuts, the zombies would be slaughtered and inflict great losses to him. At those times, he could only slowly amass more zombies again. However, this caravan was smaller than even small-scale caravans and seemed to have already suffered huge damage. It was like an old man struggling at death's door who could fall over with a light push. Ding Hao had confidence he could deal with this caravan. He even felt this was a gift sent by the heavens. It was night time. Dark clouds flitted past in the sky, hiding the moon. The light was dim around the camp. Kill. Ding Hao's eyes suddenly brightened as he willed. The zombie army, which was already arranged properly, moved stealthily towards the camp from all directions. What sound is this? A very vigilant investigative GU master positioned outside the camp seemed to have heard something. What is it? The few GU masters beside him were tensed. The 5 GU masters motionlessly stared at the darkness ahead of them. Although the moon was covered by the dark clouds, there was a huge bonfire burning in the camp. The bonfire produced crackling sounds as the wind brushed past. In the midst of the flickering flames, a zombie covered with white hair hopped into the investigative GU master's vision. The few GU masters looked at each other before laughing out loud. Haha, a white hair zombie. Tisk, getting worried over nothing, scared the hell out of me. Xiao San, go take care of this unlucky zombie, the leader of this group of GU masters said indifferently. White hair zombies were very weak, weaker than even the common wild beasts. Yes, boss. A young GU master laughed and walked towards the zombie. Be careful of its corpse poison, it will be troublesome if you are infected, as I do not have an antidote type GU. The healing master in the group reminded. Understood, understood. Do you take me as a 3-year-old child? The young GU master impatiently waved his hand. If he was really infected with corpse poison, he could ask other GU masters to heal him, but it would cost half a primeval stone at minimum. However, white hair zombies attacked in a set pattern and was easy to dodge. The young GU master had already killed many of them since entering Mu Bei Mountain. There is no need to worry about this thing as long as I pay attention to dodging. The young GU master was mumbling to himself when he suddenly stopped on the spot, his voice stuck at his throat. His pupils shrunk rapidly and his mouth opened wide, his face revealing an extremely frightened expression. What is it? The 4 GU masters at the rear felt something amiss and immediately asked. The young GU master came to his senses, his whole body shook as if it was electrocuted before he immediately turned around and began running. Quick, sound the alarm. There are zombies, he screamed, his face filled with extreme fear. It is only a white hair zombie, why are you freaking out, wah, what the foo? The 4 GU masters all screamed. There were a few hundred white hair zombies hopping towards the camp. There were also the stronger black hair zombies mixed within the horde. Under the illumination of the bonfire, one could make out the overlapping figures in the darkness, but no one knew how many zombies were pressing forward. Clang clang clang. In the quiet camp, the sound of the bells suddenly rang. There is a zombie group moving towards the camp. They have surrounded the whole camp. Quick, quick, everyone prepare to defend. Jia Long and some vice leaders climbed up a wooden wall and observed the situation, their expressions extremely grave. Damn it, which deity did this caravan offend? Such incredibly bad luck. I have been to Mubei Mountain dozen of times but have never seen such a large-scale zombie group. There is no use in complaining. Since we can't change this situation, we have to fight with our lives on the line if we want to live. We should combine our strength and defeat this zombie group. Everyone in the camp felt their morale increasing as they growled in anger. In contrast, the zombie army was completely silent, other than the constant sound of the jumping and landing. The troop arrangement in the two sides formed a strange and clear contrast. The battle unfolded completely. GU masters relied on the defense of wooden walls and launched all kinds of long-range attacks. All kinds of color flashed around the camp, icicles, fireballs, vines, rolling boulders and so on collided right into the vanguard of the zombies. Large numbers of white hair zombies fell, cut into pieces, burnt to ashes, froze into ice cubes or stone rolled into meat paste. Kill, slaughter them all. Ha ha ha. Ding Hao was observing all this from up the mountain with a cold smile on his face. He was no longer the inexperienced guy he once was. These white hair zombies were cannon fodder meant to waste the GU master's primeval essence. Sure enough, after some time, the GU master's attacks became less frequent and weak. I am out of steam, I don't have much primeval essence left. I also need to recover my primeval essence. Can anyone take my place? Damn it, why are these white hair zombies not decreasing? There were too few GU masters in the caravan while the white hair zombies seemed to be endless. Finally, they were able to resist the pressure and reach the wooden wall. Under the attack of the zombie group, these temporarily constructed crude wooden walls immediately let out dangerous creaking sounds. Damn it, block them, call in the reserve forces. Both sides entered a deadlock around the wooden wall. One side charged forward while the other side guarded this barrier. The huge losses to the white hair zombies caused Ding Hao's heart to ache. It is your turn, my babies. With a thought in his mind, a batch of black hair zombies charged forward from the rear and entered the battlefield. White-haired zombies were slow and could be harmed by sunlight, so they couldn't move around in daytime. If they fed on blood for years, they could evolve into black hair zombies. Black hair zombies were covered with black hair, their strength and defensive ability were stronger than the white hair zombies, and their hopping speed was much faster. Although they still received damage from sunlight, they didn't fear it like the white hair zombies. Black hair zombies had the strength of 100 Beast King. Ding Hao sent over 50 black hair zombies in this batch, all of them charging forward in a group. They looked for a gap in the camp's defensive wall and immediately destroyed a part of it like dried twigs. Despite the camp sending more manpower to reinforce this gap, several black hair zombies were still able to charge into the inner camp. A black hair zombie swept around its arms and sent a rank 1 GU master flying. The GU master fell on the ground and was unable to stand up immediately. The black hair zombie pounced at him. I am finished. The GU master closed his eyes in despair, but suddenly he heard a loud sound. He opened his eyes, a strong figure was blocking in front of him, while that black hair zombie collapsed far away. It is Lord He Tu of Zhang clan. The GU master's heart shook. Grr. That black hair zombie's chest had caved in from Fang Yuan's punch, but it wasn't dead, instead it hopped up and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was covered with a layer of white light armor. He slightly frowned and waited for it to come near him, then he grabbed its two arms and pulled them fiercely. The black hair zombie was immediately torn apart into two halves. Foul blood that carried corpse poison splattered but was completely repelled by the white light armor. Fang Yuan casually threw the two halves of the corpse. Even a myriad Beast King level blue hair zombie would die from such injuries. Thank you Lord He-Tu for saving my life. The rescued GU master was completely absorbed in Fang Yuan's momentum and said with a voice filled with joy and reverence. Fang Yuan ignored him but directed his gaze towards the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 255, Ding Hao, get out here. By now, the wooden walls were already mostly collapsed, as hordes of zombies charged into the camp and fought with the GU masters. Upon seeing this, Fang Yuan was already certain this zombie army was manipulated by Ding Hao. If it was an ordinary zombie group, they would all swarm in like bees, or the black hair zombies would attack after the white hair zombies died. Where would there be battle tactics like shown here? Someone was clearly controlling them from behind. And no doubt, the one controlling these zombies was Ding Hao. Fang Yuan remembered the second zombie king left behind an inheritance after exterminating the clan on Mubei Mountain. The inheritor of this inheritance was Ding Hao. He later went on to become second zombie king's eldest disciple, and although he was of demonic path, he was very loyal. Later in the battle between righteous and demonic on Yitian Mountain, he took the place of second zombie king of his own choice and died in the battle. I had thought of looking for you, but to think you would deliver yourself to me, that saves me a lot of time. Fang Yuan's plan had been to use this Ding Hao to eradicate the caravan and kill everyone. Although he had methods to attract the beast groups, it wasn't easy to control the size of it. The caravan's strength had already decreased to a very low level, and if large amounts of beast groups were attracted, it would instead cause his own life to be in danger. It would be even more troublesome to protect Xianxia on top of that. Under such circumstances, Ding Hao was the perfect chess piece. But where is this guy hiding? Fire blazed all around. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and observed his surroundings. He needs to be at a high ground if he wants to observe the battlefield and command the zombie army. Of course, he might have other GU worms which could give him a bird's eye view of the camp. Regardless, the place he is hiding in should be convenient to escape. Fang Yuan lost the earth-hearing ear grass and possessed no other investigative methods, thus he had to rely on speculations. The battles were becoming more desperate. While hundreds of zombies were scattered all over the ground, there were also catastrophic losses to the GU masters. Under the endless flood of the zombies, the GU masters retreated bit by bit and soon reached the central area of the camp. There, a bunker was made by piling up goods, and some rank 1 GU masters were using many methods to reinforce it. There are too many zombies, the defense here will fall sooner or later. We need to break the siege. Break the siege, how will we break through? There are dozens of black hair zombies. It would be better to reinforce our defense and wait for dawn. The zombies would receive a huge decrease in strength under the sunlight. We won't even need to make a move and they will retreat by themselves. Arguments arose, and people were divided into two sides. One wanted to break through while the other wanted to defend their positions. The two sides kept on arguing while the zombie horde was already pressing closer. This temporarily formed caravan showed its biggest weakness right now, being unable to truly unite and lacking a strong figure to take control of the situation. Fang Yuan had been observing the situation as a spectator. Now, he suddenly stood up, stopped shouting. The noisy scene quieted down almost instantly. In everyone's eyes, he was a rank 3 peak stage GU master, one of the strongest experts in the caravan. Especially now at this critical life and death juncture, Fang Yuan had even more authority. Fang Yuan swept his cold and sharp gaze at everyone. His ugly face, under the illumination of the fire, was menacing and ruthless. All those that wants to stay and defend are idiots. Why should we stay here if we can break through? He fiercely scolded, giving off a strong impression. The GU masters who were shouting about staying and defending showed indignant expressions, but they didn't dare to retort, while the GU masters who insisted on breaking the siege were joyous. Lord He-Tu is wise. Lord He-Tu, we will follow you. Right now, only Lord He-Tu can save us from this desperate crisis. They continued to praise Fang Yuan to the high heavens, wanting to make him take charge of the dangerous assault. However, Fang Yuan sneered and cursed. Shut up. You bunch thinking of breaking through are even greater fools. The GU masters that were praising Fang Yuan stiffened, their expressions fluctuating rapidly, while those who insisted on defending their positions showed ridicule and mocking expressions. Then, Sir He-Tu, what do you suggest? Jia Long's expression was dark as he spoke in a heavy voice with an unkind gaze. HMPH, be it defending the position or breaking through the siege, the situation needs to be investigated properly first. Do you know the scale of this zombie horde? What if there is a large group of them hiding in the darkness? Wouldn't breaking through then be walking right into a trap? And if this is just all of them and you guys insist on defending your positions while you could clearly escape, the bloody odor would attract more zombies and you would just be sending yourselves to death. Fang Yuan spoke with such vigor that his saliva went flying out. Nobody would show a good expression after being scolded harshly. Chen Shuangjin asked in a gloomy voice, "Then what good suggestion do you have?" Fang Yuan opened his eyes wide in anger and pointed at Chen Shuangjin. "You fools, your brain is filled with shit. I have spoken for so long and no one understands. Of course we are going to break through, but first we are going to check our surroundings. Investigative GU Masters, you need to work hard." Being pointed out by Fang Yuan and reprimanded, Chen Shuangjin's expression turned ugly and a fire burned in his heart. However, he still vividly remembered that time when Fang Yuan killed O clan father and son, so he could only suppress his anger. Many became dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's aggressiveness, but at the same time, in this situation, such aggressiveness instead gave them a sense of indescribable security. Soon, a group was organized to break through the siege under Fang Yuan's manipulation. "Break through that direction," Fang Yuan said solemnly as he pointed towards southeast direction. "Yes, Lord He too. Remember, scouting is the priority, protect yourselves and retreat if you can't continue." Fang Yuan smiled and patted the group leader's shoulder. The group leader's heart immediately relaxed and Fang Yuan's image in his mind was no longer as repulsive as before. The zombie horde reached the final defensive line and battles issued everywhere. Breaking the siege group charged forward 300 steps before they were forced to retreat. "Too terrifying, I discovered at least hundreds of zombies in the darkness at that side." The investigative GU master's heart was still fearful as he made the report. Everyone turned slightly pale at these words. "No problem, take a rest. Second group, break through that direction," Fang Yuan commanded. This group charged through 400 to 500 steps before they had to retreat. "There are too many zombies," the investigative GU master was pale. Fang Yuan let them rest, and said to the newly formed third group, "Go in that direction." "But that side is a valley." The group leader was somewhat puzzled. Slap. Fang Yuan slapped the man. "If I say go, then go. Don't give me nonsense." The group leader was stunned by the slap, but he didn't dare to meet Fang Yuan's angry gaze, so he turned around and led his group to the direction Fang Yuan pointed. Fang Yuan had organized 3 breaking the siege groups, sending them out to probe the situation and finally rule out the possible areas. The only place remaining is that high slope now. If I am not wrong, Ding Hao is definitely hiding there. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly and continued to arrange breaking the siege groups. These people are really not giving up. Ding Hao's brows furrowed but soon relaxed. "Haha, you guys might have been able to break through if it was an ordinary zombie horde, but too bad for you, this zombie horde is being controlled by me." He mobilized the zombies in the darkness to constantly replenish any gaps. At the same time, he deployed massive forces towards several areas. Several rounds later, the casualties in breaking the siege groups increased to a disastrous amount. "This is enough, breaking through can't succeed, we can't make any more sacrifices in vain. Sigh, looks like we can only defend our positions. Everyone persevere, endure till the sun rises, these zombies would be weak as paper then. Stop your nonsense, success is in sight. I will personally lead this time. Bai Yun, you stand guard here." Fang Yuan cursed and aggressively insisted on breaking through. Because of his aggressiveness, GU masters could only form another group. 8 GU masters charged out with Fang Yuan in the lead. With enormous strength combined with snow silver primeval essence and canopy GU, he was able to easily force his way through the encirclement. Damn, that side is somewhat thin. Ding Hao also couldn't prevent Fang Yuan from breaking through. He hadn't thought Fang Yuan would choose this side to break through. This side was a dead end and he had continuously mobilized the zombies to other sides to fill up the gaps caused by the previous breakthrough attempts, causing the zombies in this side to be the least in numbers. They really succeeded. They broke through. The people in the camp were looking at this scene with wide eyes. Although in the process, 5 GU masters died, Fang Yuan and the 2 other GU masters successfully broke through. "We are saved, quick, let's break through that side." Everyone was joyous in the camp. "Don't even think about succeeding." Ding Hao gritted his teeth and immediately mobilized zombies to fill the gap. The camp was still in the process of organizing while white hair zombies were already covering the area Fang Yuan broke through. There were also 5 black hair zombies pouncing upon Fang Yuan's group. The 2 GU masters were shell-shocked. "Follow me," Fang Yuan shouted and charged towards the direction where Ding Hao was hiding. The 2 GU masters couldn't think properly because of their fear and subconsciously followed Fang Yuan. HMPH, choosing to run towards me, ha ha ha, it seems even heaven wants you dead. Ding Hao's lips curled up as he looked proudly towards 2 zombies beside him. These 2 zombies were huge, with green hair covering their body. They were green hair zombies, which was stronger than black hair zombies and could show a power equivalent to that of 1,000 Beast King during night. Ding Hao was only able to raise these 2 during his many years in the mountain. "Go," he willed, and these 2 green hair zombies immediately charged out. 80 steps later, they met Fang Yuan's group. Fang Yuan met one head-on. Even though he had strength of 2 boars and a crocodile, they were evenly matched and both were sent back several steps from the collision. The 2 remaining GU masters battled the other green hair zombie, but they were being pressured and the situation already looked dangerous. "Let me help." Fang Yuan activated jumping grass and leapt towards the battle. The 2 GU masters were exulted and were about to express their thanks, but without warning, 2 spiral bone spears shot towards them. PSH. 2 piercing sounds determined the 2 GU masters' deaths. Ding Hao had been observing the battle and seeing this unexpected change raised a huge doubt in his mind. This distraction caused the 2 green hair zombies to slow down. The next words Fang Yuan spoke caused even more shock to Ding Hao. Only to hear him shout, "Ding Hao, get out here." Chapter 256, "So you are eldest senior brother." Ding Hao started to get dizzy as if a flashbang went off in his head. "Who is this guy? He discovered me and even knows my name. Impossible, I have been so careful all these years, never giving myself away. How could he discover me?" Waves rose in Ding Hao's heart and his thoughts became a whirlpool. The 2 green hair zombies along with the black hair zombies and white hair zombies around the camp became still. Everyone in the camp were stunned by this unexpected scene. However, Ding Hao immediately came to his senses and reacted. The battle in the camp resumed. Fang Yuan knew he had already half succeeded upon seeing these 2 green hair zombies remaining still. He shouted, "Ding Hao, you will regret if you don't come out." Ding Hao was hiding within some bushes. He gritted his teeth and asked while controlling the green hair zombies to surround Fang Yuan, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Fang Yuan snorted. "Of course it was my master second zombie king who told me." "Ah!" Ding Hao could not stop but let out a cry of surprise. "Master, and second zombie king," these words were like a boulder descending and creating a huge wave in his heart. He stood up and walked out of the bushes, his 2 eyes staring tightly at Fang Yuan with shock and doubt. "Who on earth are you?" Ding Hao anxiously asked. Fang Yuan snorted and said in an overbearing tone, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? I am the second zombie king's eldest disciple, Hey Tu. Ding Hao, I will count to 3, if you don't call back these 2 green hair zombies by then, hee. You are eldest senior brother. Wait a second, how did Lord Benefactor know my name?" Ding Hao held suspicions towards this entire issue, but regardless, he still called back the 2 green hair zombies to his side. Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff as he scolded, "Who is your eldest senior brother? Master has yet to take you in as his disciple, how dare you pose off as one?" Ding Hao had no way to retort back. Fang Yuan's tone softened. "Don't you talk to the stone slab all day, how could master not know your name?" "Ah!" Ding Hao uttered a cry of surprise. All these years, he had lived alone with only the zombies as his companions. When he felt depressed and painful, he would go to the final cave and pour out his heart to the stone slab. He had never expected Fang Yuan to expose his secrets with one remark. I thought, that was an ordinary stone slab," Ding Hao stammered. HMPH, what level are you at? Of course you cannot understand the profoundness of the stone slab. Master has vast powers, how would you be able to see through it? Fang Yuan disdainfully sneered. In actual fact, even if a rank 9 GU master were to see the stone slab, they wouldn't be able to see the profoundness of it. That was just a common stone slab. However, in Fang Yuan's previous life, Ding Hao himself had personally narrated it in his recollection of his struggles in life after he made a name for himself. Ding Hao licked his dry lips. He was almost fully convinced, but he still had some doubts. He gave a deep bow towards Fang Yuan and cupped his hands. "Lord He Tu, since you are master's disciple, then please show me our unique characteristic, the zombie heart GU. Zombie heart GU was a GU specific to the Zombie King's lineage. It resembled a heart, had 7 holes and was stiff as stone. It was a rank 3 GU, was cold to the touch and seemed to be made of bronze. Zombie heart GU could produce rank 2 running corpse GU. It was similar to charred thunder potato mother GU, which could produce charred thunder potato GU. Rank 2 running corpse GU was also a consumable GU and was used on corpses to form zombies. However, it had an advantage over charred thunder potato GU. The zombies it created could grow up and advance a stage. For instance, white hair zombies could become black hair zombies, black hair zombies could become green hair zombies, and so on. Fang Yuan possessed charred thunder potato mother GU, but he had no zombie heart GU. However, he was not in the least nervous towards Ding Hao's request. He opened his mouth and boldly scolded, "Cut your crap, I am on a secret mission assigned by Master. I had to disguise my identity to join the caravan. How could I carry zombie heart GU with me? Zombie heart GU feeds upon zombies. How could I get zombies in full view of everyone?" This, Ding Hao was stumped. "What this, do you think I can't kill you?" Fang Yuan timely revealed his snow silver primeval essence. Rank 3 peak, stage cultivation was clearly revealed. Ding Hao's pupils shrunk, he was only at rank 3 middle stage. Fang Yuan immediately followed. "Although our lineage can control zombies and form an army of them, controlling zombies requires our concentration. If our soul is not strong, our mind will be weak, then our control over the zombies' quantity and quality will only be ordinary. Although you have 2 green hair zombies, there will definitely be gaps when you defend yourself while controlling them. It will be very easy for me to kill you." Ding Hao licked his dry lips and retreated a step back with some fear. However, Fang Yuan immediately changed the topic. "Before I left, Master told me about you and wanted me to check if you had the qualifications to enter his tutelage. To think you actually approached me with killing intent when I have not even started looking for you, HMPH. This, eldest senior brother, it wasn't intentional." Ding Hao started panicking when he heard Fang Yuan was someone sent by second Zombie King to inspect him. "Who is your eldest senior brother? You have yet to receive Master's approval. HMPH, you are still doubtful now." Fang Yuan raised his brows. Ding Hao quickly cupped his hands and said in a self-mocking tone, "Eldest senior brother, since you are clear on zombie heart GU's food and our weakness, no matter how stupid I am, I recognize eldest senior brother's identity." Fang Yuan kept a poker face and did not speak, only looking at the 2 green hair zombies. Ding Hao was stunned for a while before immediately realizing. With a shift of his mind, he sent the 2 green hair zombies away. Then he walked before Fang Yuan, bowed and said submissively, "Please forgive me, eldest senior brother, I wanted to kill these people to collect enough zombies. I really hadn't expected eldest senior brother to be here. If I had known, I would have come down the mountain and welcomed you. I really yearn and am determined to follow Master, heaven can testify my loyalty." Fang Yuan relaxed his tone. "HMPH, Master knows of your loyalty. Before I departed, Master spoke of it and praised your loyalty when he asked me to inspect you on my journey. Even if you had not reached the standard, as long as there isn't a huge gap, it's no problem." So it was like that. Ding Hao was overjoyed. However, Fang Yuan's expression turned heavy and his tone cold. "You had the cheek to attack the caravan, wrecking my secret mission. Do you know how much effort I and your second senior sister had to waste to infiltrate this caravan?" "Eldest senior brother, it really was not intentional." Ding Hao was indignant, his excitement just before sank through the floor due to Fang Yuan's words. "Second senior sister is also in the caravan. I will call back the zombie horde." "What?" Fang Yuan was furious as he knocked his fingers on Ding Hao's head. "Is your brain made of glue? Can't you think? You moron, wouldn't they start doubting me if the zombies retreated for no rhyme or reason?" "Idiot." Ding Hao rubbed his aching head before quickly nodding and apologizing. Yes, eldest senior brother is right." "Then eldest senior brother, I will do whatever you say." Fang Yuan pointed at Ding Hao. "You have already made a serious mistake, but considering it was not intentional, it can't be helped. Next, do as I say to make up for your mistakes." Ding Hao was like a grandson being admonished as he kept on nodding at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan didn't mention his demand immediately and instead asked, "Tell me the truth, how many white hair, black hair and green hair zombies do you have? Also any blue hair zombies?" Ding Hao showed an ashamed expression. I am stupid, I have been living at Mu Bay Mountain for close to 10 years but have yet to raise a single blue hair zombie. As for green hair zombies, I only have 3 of them. I left one inside the cave to stand guard and have brought the other 2 with me. I have over 120 black hair zombies and close to 4,000 white hair zombies. Fang Yuan had expected him to not have any blue hair zombies and was able to be at ease after confirming it. He intentionally made a sound of surprise and spoke nonsense. You are not that far from the target. Having 3 green hair zombies is pretty good, and as for blue hair zombies, even I have only 2 of them. He was clear of Second Zombie King's requirement to take in disciples. Second Zombie King had not just left behind one inheritance, he had taken in 7 to 8 disciples in Fang Yuan's previous life. Ding Hao was only one of them. Later on, Second Zombie King joined Yi Tian Mountain and was besieged by the Righteous Path. The disciples of Second Zombie King commanded great zombie armies and showed off their talents, causing the Righteous Path allied army to retreat at one point. As Ding Hao listened to Fang Yuan, his heart was cleared of doubt. He looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. Eldest senior brother, you are amazing, you have 2 blue hair zombies. This junior brother is full of admiration. Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and showed an expression of feeling proud inwardly but intentionally suppressing it. To raise a blue hair zombie, if you say it is difficult, it is difficult. If you say it is easy, it is easy. I will explain it to you. You need to first find a rank 4 GU master's corpse, then the rest is up to your luck. It depends on whether this corpse had used a GU worm in his life to raise his strength. If he did, it will be at least a green hair. If you use fresh blood to nurture it for a year or 2, it will evolve into a blue hair. I see. Ding Hao knew Fang Yuan spoke the truth after he combined it to his own experiences. He gratefully said, "Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your pointers." Fang Yuan slightly nodded his head and carefully checked Ding Hao's expression, knowing the latter had complete trust in him now. Ding Hao had originally been a servant and then secretly cultivated for close to 10 years on Mu Bay Mountain. His honest character made him easy to deceive. In fact, even those who were very scheming would be moved by Fang Yuan's words and would at least believe most of it. No use in crying over spilled milk. Act with me, and if your performance is good, I will give you a pass from my side. Fang Yuan said. Ding Hao's eyes brightened and immediately replied, "Please speak, elder senior brother, I will definitely do my best to accomplish it." Fang Yuan gave detailed instructions before charging back to the camp. With Ding Hao's secret cooperation, Fang Yuan returned beside Xianxia without any mishaps. Seeing an expert like Fang Yuan returning to their sides, everyone in the caravan was surprised, happy and in awe. In their perspective, Fang Yuan could have already escaped, but he fought his way back to them. "I am burdening you, benefactor." Xianxia felt ashamed and guilty. "No matter, you are only one of the reasons, besides, Bai Yun is also here." Fang Yuan shook his hand and intentionally said this, making Xianxia and Xiao Dai feel even more moved. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan with doubt. Fang Yuan vaguely winked at her. She immediately realized he was up to no good. Chapter 257, A Spear from Behind. The zombie horde's attacks gradually slowed down and the situation came to a standstill. Time passed minutes by minutes. Occasionally, some GU masters heroically sacrificed themselves or zombies fell down. 2 hours later, Ding Hao followed Fang Yuan's instruction and steeply increased the attacks of the zombies, breaking the defensive line that was hanging by a thread. There were only 30 or so people in the caravan now. They had to break through. They were all of one mind on this, as every one of them could see that there was a chance at survival if they broke through, and if they insisted on defending their positions, their deaths were certain. To break through would also be a desperate struggle. Layers upon layers of white hair zombies had encircled them, and there were also black hair zombies obstructing them. "Give up on these mortals, they will only slow down our speed." Jia Long shouted. Xianxia and Xiao Dai became pale. "Don't worry, I am here." Fang Yuan defended them. All the remaining mortals were ruthlessly abandoned, only the 2 of them remained. Jia Long and other GU masters didn't dare to say anything since they had to rely on Fang and Bai's strength. They were progressing shakily through the siege, and just when it looked like they were about to break out, 2 green hair zombies appeared. "We will go back." Fang Yuan pulled Xianxia and Xiao Dai, and said in a soft voice. Bai Ningbing stopped. Weren't they entering into the encirclement again by going back? However, Fang Yuan was already retreating towards the back with Xianxia and Xiao Dai. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth as she looked at the empty field in front of her, but she still turned around and followed Fang Yuan. The other GU masters fell into a chaotic battle against the two green hair zombies. Green hair zombies were as strong as Thousand Beast King, and though there were many rank 3 GU masters, they were already exhausted. As their battle with the green hair zombies continued, the surrounding black and white hair zombies closed in on them. This instead caused the pressure on Fang and Bai to decrease greatly. Fang Yuan retreated dozens of steps before he started breaking through again. Numerous white hair zombies were blocking their way, but Fang Yuan just plunged and dashed. The power he displayed was extremely high, white hair zombies died everywhere he passed. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. Was this Fang Yuan's true strength? These white hair zombies are too weak. She immediately found something amiss when she attacked. The white hair zombies that were blocking them were many times weaker than before. They had dazed expressions and didn't even attack properly, they were more like punching targets. Did Fang Yuan discover this weakness and is using it now? Strange, these white hair zombies look the same. How in the world did he discover these weakness? Bai Ningbing was bothered and bewildered. Fang Yuan, however, was hurling curses inwardly right now. Before departing, he had reminded Ding how to make the zombies appear strong although actually weak, and make it realistic. So what horrible performance is this? Ding Hao was sweating profusely. He had never exerted so much concentration to control the zombie army. He was extremely nervous, feeling that he had destroyed eldest senior brother's secret mission. Guilt and worry made him cooperate with Fang Yuan's act with all his efforts. It was okay when he didn't know Fang Yuan's identity, but now that he knew Fang Yuan was his eldest senior brother, how could he dare to truly attack him? Amazing! Xiao Dai exclaimed in surprise. Xianxia's beautiful eyes also brightened. Fang Yuan was moving unhindered, like an unmatched general maneuvering on the battlefield, giving off a feeling of invincibility. Who does not love heroes? Which girl did not dream of a prince riding a white horse, a hero saving the beauty? Xiao Dai did, and so did Xianxia. Right now, as the master and servant looked at Fang Yuan's wide back, there were ripples in their hearts. Fang Yuan was ugly, but at this moment, this ugliness gave off a beautiful radiance to them. His bravery and spirit gave an indescribable sense of security to these two girls who were in this dangerous situation. They could not help but want to rely and depend on him. Such terrible acting, this coward. Fang Yuan really wanted to kick Ding Hao to death. His thoughts moved rapidly and he could make out Ding Hao's mental state. It seems I have no choice. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, then he resolutely deactivated Canopy GU and charged towards an attacking white hair zombie. His flesh was torn open. Fang Yuan got injured. Good, this is how it should be. Fang Yuan happily thought. This was the best chance to win Xianxia's trust. How could he let it go in vain? Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed and immediately rushed towards Fang Yuan, abandoning Xianxia. Fang Yuan had the Yang Jiu on him. That was the key to her reverting back to a man, and it could absolutely not be lost. Oh my heavens! Ding Hao's whole body shook when he saw Fang Yuan being injured. He was blaming himself. The worry and panic was clear on his face as he mumbled, "It wasn't intentional, it really wasn't intentional, eldest senior brother." Ah! Xianxia and Xiao Dai both cried out. Their hearts ached seeing Fang Yuan injured. What are you doing? Go back and protect them. Fang Yuan shouted in a soft voice when Bai Ningbing approached him. Bai Ningbing's blue pupils widened. She immediately realized Fang Yuan had intentionally received the attack. This bastard. Don't go overboard. Bai Ningbing's eyes twitched. She said these words and left. With Ding Hao's control, the white hair zombies made threatening gestures, but it was all show and little action. Bai Ningbing kicked a white hair zombie flying and hurried back towards Xianxia. How is He too? Xianxia grabbed Bai Ningbing's arm and asked. He is okay. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. Why are you not switching with him? He is injured. The gentle Xianxia's words carried a rarely seen grievance. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. She couldn't tell that Fang Yuan intentionally received the attack, right? So, she casually made up a reason. He has always been like this. He will never stop when he starts an assault, unless he falls. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered and slightly reddened. Xiao Dai covered her mouth. Her eyes were already moist. There were ripples in the master and servant's hearts again as they looked at Fang Yuan. What kind of man was this? In this horde of zombies, he moved around without fear, constantly pressing forward. No doubt he was a hero, a sorrowful hero. Seeing Fang Yuan injured, Ding Hao was shaking with fear and didn't dare to obstruct the path. Fang Yuan charged ahead for some distance and led Xianxia and the group out of the zombie encirclement. That's it, he smacked his lips with dissatisfaction and grudgingly looked at the only injury on his body. It was such a good opportunity to show off, but he only received a single injury. The act was really lacking. Despite only suffering a single injury, it already made Xianxia and Xiao Dai extremely worried. Hey Tu, are you okay? You are injured, the wound is so deep, all because of me. Xianxia's eyes were becoming moist with tears. So much black blood is flowing out, Lord Hey Tu, you have been poisoned. Xiao Dai said with deep concern. Fang Yuan puffed out his chest and said in a deep, fearless voice, this is just a small injury, the corpse poison is somewhat troublesome but I can detoxify it with clearing heat Gu. You don't no need to worry. Ha ha ha, he started laughing. The camp was in ruins, flames blazed everywhere. The remaining people in the caravan had set the camp aflame before leaving, it was to burn their bridges and also to have a source of lighting. Fang Yuan and the group charged out of the zombie encirclement and reached the outer perimeter of the light from the fire. The light shone on Fang Yuan's face, chest and his injury. He laughed, his appearance was ugly but it gave a different kind of heroic charm to the two girls. They had dreamt of dreams of hero saving the beauty, dreamt of handsome and unrestrained hero. Truthfully, the image of Fang Yuan and their image of heroes were as different as day and night. However, strangely, the two girls felt this was the true hero. He was unrestrained, fearless and had unmatched heroic spirit. Many years later, Xianxia would ask herself how Fang Yuan walked deep into her heart. Every time, she would involuntarily think of this night. Layers upon layers of zombies to his back, blazing flames shining upon his face, the burned scars on his face, his smile revealing his white teeth. His deep black pupils looked at herself, the normally cold and indifferent eyes, under the orange flames, revealed a hint of warmth. Save us! The caravan group were deeply encircled by the zombie horde and started shouting for help when they saw the situation in Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed but he didn't speak. Xianxia had already grabbed his arm. You are injured, don't go, let's leave. Do you remember what you said to me? Do only what you are able to. A peace of mind as long as one does what he can. Fang Yuan laughed and patted Xianxia's hand. Don't worry, I am not going, there is no kindness or hatred between them and me. Let's go. However, it wasn't so appropriate to leave like this. What if someone knew he killed Zhang Zhu and under desperation, shouted it, what would Xianxia think then? In truth, his worries were unnecessary. Chen Xin and Chen Shuangjin who knew about the matter had already died in battle. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light as he shouted loudly, continue to persevere, wait till I bring them to a safe place, then I will come help you. Brother He Tu is righteous. We hope Brother He Tu returns quickly. Brother He Tu, if you save me, I will give you a huge amount of money. The caravan people shouted one after another. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly and looked at the master and servant's puzzled gaze. I am giving them some hope so that they might create a miracle. Sigh, I can only do this much. Fang Yuan's image immediately rose to a much greater height in the two girls' hearts. Fang Yuan and the group ran along the mountain passage. Under the moonlight, the mountain passage looked like it was covered with snow. As per their previous discussion, Ding Hao arranged a batch of zombies around here to block the path. The four rushed to the arranged area. Fang Yuan signaled by Ning Bing with his eyes then stood at the spot. You guys leave first, I will stop these zombies and hurry back to you. The master and servant's steps immediately slowed down, but under Bai Ning Bing's persuasion, they continued to run along the path and soon left Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan laughed, he acted as if he was in a struggle with the zombies and finding an opportune timing, he activated jumping grass and jumped over the zombies, arriving beside Ding Hao. The battle with the caravan was still ongoing. There were only 3 remaining in the caravan side, but what amazed Fang Yuan was a green-hair zombie had actually perished. After asking Ding Hao, he realized a GU master had used a rare rank 3 detonation GU. Eldest senior brother. Ding Hao immediately bowed, his face was pale and his forehead filled with sweat. He had never tried splitting his thoughts to control the zombies with such intensity. The main thing was he had to act according to Fang Yuan's directions, making him more exhausted. Previously he would just command the zombies to attack or retreat. How could he have commanded them to only make threatening gestures and attack empty air? And he still had to control these zombies to keep still when attacked by Fang Yuan. Eldest senior brother, how is your injury? It really wasn't intentional. I have a healing GU here. Ding Hao started to explain hurriedly. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. You are good, you have put in a lot of effort. No need to worry about my injury, I suffered it intentionally. Now, you just have to use more strength and eradicate these people. Yes. Ding Hao immediately let out a breath of relief. With his spirits raised, he started maneuvering countless zombies forward. The surviving 3 knew their deaths were certain. One closed his eyes and sighed, another cried out Fang Yuan's name, and another was crying loudly. Under the threat of death, their natural instincts were fully revealed. The zombie horde submerged the 3. Fang Yuan satisfiedly nodded. Was there anyone who escaped? No, absolutely none. I did what eldest senior brother instructed and arranged a large amount of zombies in the perimeter. Ding Hao quickly answered. Good, well done. Clean up the battlefield, remember to not leave behind any tracks. Yes, eldest senior brother. Ding Hao had never exposed himself when he attacked the caravans, which showed he had certain level of accomplishment in clearing the tracks. He cleaned up the battlefield with ease and disguised the traces as ordinary zombie horde attacking the caravan. Fang Yuan secretly nodded his head in approval. However, although he was older than Fang Yuan, his experience couldn't compare to the veteran Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pointed out some areas that were overlooked, causing Ding Hao to admire him. For instance, the primeval stones couldn't be entirely taken, they had to leave some behind, after all the zombies wouldn't collect them. Another point would be not all the corpses should be changed to zombies, the corpse poison could be deep or shallow and they didn't have 100% chance to turn corpses into zombies. Eldest senior brother, please take these primeval stones. About 5 minutes later, Ding Hao sensibly offered the primeval stones he collected. Fang Yuan glanced at it, there were approximately 13,000 primeval stones. He didn't hesitate to take it and put them in 2 seed of flour. How are your gains? Fang Yuan patted Ding Hao's shoulder and warmly asked. Ding Hao's pale face let out an excited light. The gains are huge this time. I obtained 5 complete bodies and they are all rank 3 GU masters. There are also dozen GU master corpses, they are all strength GU masters. I will get at least black hair zombies once they are turned into zombies. Ha ha ha, you have obtained a good harvest. Raise these black hair zombies properly and you will definitely have new green hair zombies. Ding Hao repeatedly nodded his head, his face filled with admiration. This is the first time I have devoured a whole caravan. It is all thanks to eldest senior brother for attracting beast groups along the way and constantly reducing their forces. All these gains I made is because of eldest senior brother. You are not too shabby either, your commanding ability is quite good. But looking at your face, you have used your brain too much, your mind is haggard and your soul is wounded. You need to recuperate for a while. Taking good care of our soul is very important to our lineage. If our soul is not strong, our mind will be weak and commanding the zombies will be more difficult. Fang Yuan smiled, speaking gently. Thank you eldest senior brother for your concern. Ding Hao had lived alone for close to 10 years, this was the first time someone showed concern for him, so he couldn't help being moved. This emotional spike immediately caused him to have an intense dizziness, his body shook and if not for Fang Yuan supporting him, he might have fallen head first into the ground. I am ashamed, my cultivation is still not enough, I am feeling dizzy and my mind is not working properly. Ding Hao was able to barely stand up. There is no need to worry, return to the cave and rest properly. Although you will still feel headaches tomorrow, your mind will have mostly recovered and can smoothly command these zombies. Fang Yuan smiled. Yes, I have experienced this before when I tried to control too many zombies, I almost fainted on the spot, ha ha ha. Ding Hao laughed. Okay, I need to leave now, I give you my approval. Rest properly and wait for me to come back, I will bring you to pay respects to master. Right, where is your cave? It is halfway up the mountain beside a dark pond. It is easy to find, that dark pond is very unique, it is shaped like a pentagram. Ding Hao was very happy and immediately answered, eldest senior brother, you really won't come visit my cave with me? I can't, time is pressing, I need to hand over the secret mission to master. Not good, someone actually feigned death, there is still someone who escaped. Where? Ding Hao's mind shook and immediately turned around to look. Next instant, a bone spear pierced his skull. Plop. Ding Hao collapsed on the ground, a thick spiral bone spear pierced through his skull, blood and brains slowly flowed out the spiral hole. His eyes were wide open, a look of utter disbelief. The smile on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, changing into an indifferent expression. He slowly bent down and grabbed Ding Hao's leg, dragging him towards the ruined camp. The flames were still blazing. The zombies, having lost their master, started hopping aimlessly. The corpses on the ground drew their attention, enticing them. They hopped towards the corpses, biting and tearing them. Fang Yuan dragged Ding Hao's corpse past the corpses-strewn battlefield. Sounds of zombies eating the corpses kept on reverberating in his ears. He threw Ding Hao towards the blazing fire and quietly looked on as the corpse slowly changed to ash. The GU worms on the corpse also mournfully wailed before gradually burning to death. Once Shang Xinxi was recognized by Shang clan leader, she would definitely be strictly investigated by the Shang clan. This battle was sure to be of utmost importance. If Ding Hao was captured by them and interrogated, Fang Yuan could be in danger. Despite Ding Hao being an honest person, easy to deceive and a very good chess piece, his worth could never match with Shang Xinxi. And if there were risks, it was better to abandon them. This including giving up the GU worms on his body. As long as Fang Yuan carried them on him, second zombie king could find him. Moreover, it was not convenient for Fang Yuan to feed zombie heart GU, and it might only leave behind traces which could be discovered in Shang clan's investigation. As for these zombies, they had turned back to being common zombie horde after losing their master. Once they finished eating these corpses, a part of them would stay here and another part would leave, wandering about Mubei Mountain and searching for food. Once they were done with this, the whole scene would become even more natural. Only after Ding Hao's corpse was burned to ashes did Fang Yuan slowly leave. The zombies were eating the corpses. These mindless things were of no threat now. Chapter 258, Separation is planned. The crescent moon hangs high in the night sky, as moonlight flowed down like water. Shang Xinxi stood on a boulder and gazed far away, her face filled with worry. Why has brother He Tu still not returned? Did something happen? Xiao Dai added, how could anything happen to him? Don't worry. Bai Ningbing leaned on a withered tree, wondering what Fang Yuan was up to again. Minutes and minutes passed, as Shang Xinxi's brows furrowed while her worry kept increasing. Bai Ningbing also started feeling something amiss. Almost 8 minutes had passed. Did something really happen to Fang Yuan? She didn't care about Fang Yuan's death. What she cared about was the Yang Jiyu on Fang Yuan. Anxiety grew in her heart. Half of this was because of Fang Yuan's disappearance, the other half was because of her own helplessness. As Fang Yuan's cultivation continued to advance, she found it incredibly difficult to deal with him and get the Yang Jiyu. This meant that if Fang Yuan reneged on his promise, she had no way to deal with him. Bai Ningbing knew what kind of personality Fang Yuan had after traveling with him for so long. Fang Yuan's cultivation was nearing rank 3, the promised time was coming and her heart was becoming increasingly fretful. The three discussed, and just when they decided to return to assist Fang Yuan, he appeared in their sights on the mountain passage. Shang Xinxi let out a breath of relief, but her heart pounded again when Fang Yuan walked in front of them. Brother He Tu, you are injured again. Fang Yuan had intentionally made some more injuries on his body. He drew in a breath of cold air. When you guys had just left, a green hair zombie appeared. Fortunately, I ran quickly. We should leave immediately, it might still be chasing me. The three naturally didn't dare to stay any longer when they heard that and hastened their journey that very night. So far, Fang Yuan's objectives were achieved and he behaved appropriately along the way. After crossing Mubei Mountain, they arrived at Shuangjiang Mountain. This mountain had two peaks separated by a deep ravine. The peaks were similar to each other and gave off a majestic aura. The four no longer had the caravan's protection now, so it seemed to take a lot more effort when they moved through the mountain. Fortunately, after crossing Shuangjiang Mountain, it was Shuilei Mountain. Shuilei Mountain had Zhao clan and could not be considered to be a wild area since there were human inhabitants on it. The most dangerous part of the trade route was already over, so the danger had greatly decreased. Fang and Bai were wanted by Bai clan, so they didn't go to Zhao clan. The four moved on relentlessly. After passing through Shuilei Mountain, they continued to cross Qianku Mountain, Zhuren Mountain, Luzhao Mountain, crossing over 6 great mountains. During this time, Fang Yuan's cultivation advanced from rank 2 middle stage to peak stage. On the whole journey, they only stopped by some remote hamlets to replenish their supplies. As they neared Shangliang Mountain, the mountain path became wider and there were more people moving through the path. And finally, on this day, Shangliang Mountain finally appeared in their sights. Puff, that is Shangliang Mountain. Xianxia put her hand on her forehead to shield her from the sunlight and looked at the horizon before letting out a breath of turbid air. Missy, we are almost there. Xiao Dai laughed happily, and excitedly shook Xianxia's arm. Bai Ningbing only looked and did not speak. We will go our separate ways when we arrive at Shangliang Mountain. Lady Zhang, I have paid your favor. Fang Yuan suddenly said. What? Xiao Dai gasped, not having expected Fang Yuan to say that. She stood on the spot at a loss. Xianxia's expression changed, her eyelashes slightly trembled as she looked at Fang Yuan. These days, while Fang Yuan remained silent, he had already become a pillar of support for her. Now that he is leaving, Xianxia immediately felt a sense of emptiness and loss. All things must come to an end. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. True, Xianxia pursed up her lips, her breathing was becoming heavy. After being in contact with Fang Yuan all the time these days, she knew his character. He was a someone acts upon his decisions, a resolute man. Let's go, it isn't quite safe yet, we will part our ways when we reach the city gate. Fang Yuan started walking in front. The atmosphere of the group had decreased to a freezing point, even the incessantly chattering Xiao Dai was silent. The closer they were to Shang Clan City, the nearer their parting. Shang Clan City unconsciously slowed down Xianxia's steps. Shang Clan City was her destination for this trip and she should have been happy as she neared her target, but right now, she didn't want to reach Shang Clan City. However, the path was after all limited. They eventually arrived at the foot of Shangliang Mountain. Shang Clan City's huge gate was right in front of their eyes. It was time to part ways. Fang Yuan gazed deeply at Xianxia and nodded his head, only saying two words. Take care. It was simply two words, but it made Xianxia's beautiful body tremble. Fang Yuan turned around and left. Wait, Xianxia summoned her courage and suddenly spoke. It was a sea of buzz and commotions around the city gate with people moving to and fro. Xianxia's beautiful pupils gazed at Fang Yuan as the crowds moved rapidly around them. We will meet again someday. Benefactor, you might have repaid my favor in your heart, but you have saved me over and over again. This favor you have given to me is as deep as the sea and as heavy as the mountain. Benefactor, you said a drop received in need will be repaid with whole river. I will definitely repay you. The young girl's tone was firm and revealed her resolute heart. Fang Yuan smiled towards her, then turned around and left, gradually disappearing within the crowd. Xianxia stood on the spot for a long while. Miss, they are really heartless, leaving just like that. Xiao Dai walked over and held her hand. They do not want to implicate us, their demonic path identity cannot be exposed even on Shangliang Mountain. Xianxia's nature was kind, always thinking of people positively. Oh, it was like that. Xiao Dai realized. They might be demonic GU masters but they are good people. I have decided, I will make it big on Shang Clan City. There is definitely a place for my talent. I might just be a mortal who can't cultivate, but I can hire GU masters to work for me. I will definitely repay their favor in future. Yes, I believe in you, Missy. Strange, you have protected Xianxia all the way. Why are you intentionally parting ways now that we reached Shangliang Mountain? I have to remind you that there is a huge flow of people in Shang Clan City and you don't have an investigative GU. If you are just playing hard to get, make sure you don't lose track of her. If not, you will just be shooting yourself in the foot. It would really be a great joke. Bai Ningbing coldly reminded Fang Yuan from the side. Fang Yuan ignored her. His gaze followed Xianxia and Xiao Dai till they walked through the city gate and only then did he retrieve his gaze. As per his previous life's memories, Shang Clan leader should detect his bloodline in Xianxia once she entered Shang Clan City. However, for confirmation, the tyrannical Shang Clan leader would round up all the people of the caravan, which Xianxia joined at that time, and keep them in house arrest as he interrogated and investigated them. When the truth was cleared up and Xianxia's identity was confirmed, Shang Clan leader generously compensated all the caravan members by twice the amount of their goods. Xianxia directly jumped from being a mortal girl to being Shang Clan leader's beloved daughter. This event caused a sensation and became a popular conversation topic. This is why Fang Yuan needed to part ways with Xianxia. Fang Yuan had many GU in his aperture which could never be exposed to others, especially the spring-autumn cicada. If he was investigated and his aperture searched, it would become a huge trouble. If it was an ordinary clan, Fang Yuan would have no worries because the clan leaders who usually had the highest cultivation would only be at rank 4 stage in such clans. However, Shang clan leader had rank 5 cultivation, and that wasn't even the highest cultivation here. There were supreme elders in the Shang clan possessing rank 6 cultivation. If they were to search Fang Yuan's aperture, the spring-autumn cicada would be discovered even if it hid deep within. Saying his farewell had another advantage: he would appear to have no desire or need anything from Xianxia. This would deepen the impression of only repaying favor in her heart. Later, when he meets Xianxia, he would definitely obtain her trust. Actually, the quickest way to form an inseparable relation to Xianxia is through sexual relation. Fang Yuan could sense Xianxia had good feelings towards him. If he took her chastity, the future Shang clan leader would fall deeply in love with him. Fang Yuan might appear ugly, but the charisma he released already moved Xianxia's heart. He knew Xianxia would not refuse him if he wanted it. But this way absolutely could not be carried out. If he did it, he would become Shang clan's son-in-law and would be bound to the chariot called Shang clan. Then Fang Yuan would no longer be able to do things his own way. His every movement would be watched by others, his hands and feet bound, even his cultivation would have to be purposely suppressed. As his cultivation increased rapidly, it would expose bone-flesh unity GU, which was sure to cause an upheaval and attract all kinds of attention. Fang Yuan understood how much bone-flesh unity GU was worth. Even Shang clan could not keep it for themselves. And if spring-autumn cicada was revealed on top of that, those reclusive rank 6 GU masters, even rank 7 GU masters would jump out one after another. After reaching rank 6, the GU master would experience a qualitative change in their strength, each of them able to contend against the strength of a whole clan. Once he had sexual relations with Xianxia, after Xianxia confirmed his identity, even if she was Shang clan leader, they would all come looking for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was moreover a demonic GU master with unknown origins. It was unavoidable for him to be investigated and interrogated. If he escaped, he would have to face Shang clan's pursuit and arrest warrant. This was a completely different concept from Bai clan's arrest warrant. Bai clan was in dire straits and didn't have enough strength, but Shang clan was one of the overlords of southern border. Fang Yuan would only have one way out if that happened, that was to escape from the southern border. Shang Yanfei was sitting cross-legged in the air, his whole body bathing in flames. The flames were scarlet like blood and were burning silently in the dark void. As the leader of Shang clan, he is occupied with clan affairs every day and does not have much time to cultivate. Even so, with his domineering aptitude and comprehension, he was able to cultivate to rank 5 upper stage and was only a step away from peak stage. Today's cultivation was about to end. The scarlet flames slowly dispersed and shrunk, finally changing back to long crimson hair on Shang Yanfei's head. Without the illumination from fire, darkness spread, becoming the sole master of the area. Suddenly, Shang Yanfei opened his eyes, his pupils were dyed color of blood and his gaze shone like lightning as it pierced through the darkness. A new bloodline that originates from mine, how did this appear out of nowhere? Chapter 259, Reunion of Father and Daughter. Shang Yanfei's thoughts stirred and immediately disappeared from within the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already at the outer area of Shang Clan City. All kinds of noise entered his ears. There were various stalls located on both sides of the street. The people in the surrounding only saw a flash of bloody flame, then a black-robed, crimson-haired handsome man appeared in their midst. Whoa, scared the soul out of me. Who is this man? He actually dares to use his GU in Shang Clan City. Many people cast bewildered gazes, only few recognized Shang Yanfei but they were not sure. Shang Yanfei ignored these gazes and followed the bloodline reaction, his sharp senses landed on Xianxia. Two girls stopped in front of a stall. Missy, this hairpin is really beautiful. Xiao Dai picked up a jade hairpin from the stall and matched it with Xianxia's beautiful hair. Xianxia forced out a smile, her mood had been down since parting with Fang Yuan. Xiao Dai was instead lively, fascinated by the flourishing scene in the city. Suddenly, Xianxia felt something in her heart and turned around. Her gaze immediately landed on Shang Yanfei. The black-robed, crimson-haired Shang Yanfei was very conspicuous in the crowd, like a crane in a flock of chickens. However, what attracted Xianxia was not his appearance but rather a mysterious familial connection and calling from her bloodline. Without any word being said, the moment Xianxia saw Shang Yanfei, she knew this middle-aged man's identity. He was her father. Father, to Xianxia, this word was mysterious and distant, containing sorrow and sadness. Since young, she had asked her mother countless times about her father, but her mother always remained silent. And now, she finally met her father. So this was the reason mother told me to go to Shang Clan's city before her death. Realization dawned upon her and tears uncontrollably fell down her eyes. The moment Shang Yanfei saw Shang Xinxi, he connected it to her mother and realized her identity. Similar, they were really similar. This child's gentle appearance was no different from hers. Shang Yanfei suddenly felt pain in his heart, he was vaguely able to see her again. In that distant afternoon when spring rain was drizzling down, when willow trees were carefreely swaying beside the lotus pool, under a shabby hut, Shang Clan's young master Shang Yanfei met the young lady of Zhang Clan who was running from rain. A meeting of a scholar and beauty. It was love at first sight, they poured their hearts out to each other and pledged to be married. However, one could only be helpless in the affairs of the world. Power and beauty was just like fish and bear paw, who could have both? The young Shang Yanfei was someone with blazing fire in his heart. This fire was the natural ambition of men towards power and influence. Ambition or love, duty or freedom, oppressing his enemies or his promise to the beauty, Shang Yanfei chose the former in the end and abandoned the latter. He later defeated his brothers and sisters, ascended to the position of Shang Clan leader and sat on the glorious throne. He became a rank 5 GU master, married countless beauties and now had many sons and daughters. And because Zhang Clan and Shang Clan had been enemies for generations, he could no longer look for her. One cannot control everything in the world. Clan leader's identity became his symbol of success but also the shackles that binds him. The king's every movement could bring about upheavals and was closely watched by everyone. As the clan leader of Shang Clan, how could he let his love affair affect the clan? All these years, he tried hard to convince himself and hide his guilt and worries deep within by using the reasons of righteousness and duty. He thought he had forgotten it all, but now when he saw Shang Xinxi, those warm memories hidden deep within him instantly enveloped his soul like the sound of spring rain. Right now, waves were surging in his heart. The blood of kinship that is thicker than water had turned into a river. Now, his guilt overflowed into this river and became a sea, instantly submerging him. He took a light step and disappeared, reappearing in front of Shang Xinxi the next moment. Xiao Dai gasped, the surrounding people all looked astonished and shocked. But the two people involved did not sense anything. "You, what is your name?" Shang Yanfei opened his mouth with great effort, his voice carried a magnetic quality and was filled with strong warmth. Shang Xinxi did not reply. Tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes. She took a step back and tightly pursed her lips, she then firmly looked at Shang Yanfei, her gaze carrying stubbornness. It was this man who hurt her mother's heart. It was this man who caused her to suffer discrimination and bullying since young. It was this man who enchanted her mother, making her think about him even at death. It was this man and yet he is, my father. Her mood surged and raged, countless feelings mixed together to form a berserk whirlpool, threatening to swallow her mind. She fainted. Missy, Xiao Dai who had been absorbed in Shang Yanfei's aura, regained her senses and screamed. However, Shang Yanfei was a step faster and held Shang Xinxi on his hands. Who dares to openly violate the city rules and use GU? Do you want to end up in prison? A group of city guards sensed the abnormal change and came over, swearing. "Ah, Lord Clan Leader." Their expressions instantly changed the moment they saw Shang Yanfei, and all of them kneeled down. The whole street was in commotion. You are Shang Clan's," Xiao Dai stammered, and was speechless. Shang Yanfei grabbed Xiao Dai's arm, a blood-colored flame burst forth and the three disappeared. "Line up in a queue, enter one by one. Everyone needs to pay 10 primeval stones as the toll to enter the city. Once you enter the city, you are not allowed to misuse your GU. The violators will be sent to prison for at least 7 days." The guards at the city gate shouted loudly. There were many arrest warrants posted on the city walls. Some had already yellowed from age and was covered by other warrants, revealing only a corner of them, and some were completely new posted carelessly on the walls. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved with the queue and slowly neared the city gate. Sure enough, they saw an arrest warrant for them from Bai Clan. Bai Clan, Fang Yuan inwardly snorted. "Two sirs, please stop." The gate guards approached Fang and Bai. The two were wearing common clothing and looked just like ordinary people. Bai Ningbing lowered her straw hat further down. "Here is 20 primeval stones." Fang Yuan was not nervous. He simply handed over a bag. The guards confirmed the amount, and immediately let them pass. Despite there being arrest warrants packed all over the city walls beside him which he could easily look at, he didn't give them a single glance from start to end. These arrest warrants were nothing more than superficial show. Shang clan prioritized profits. As long as one handed over primeval stones, they could enter the city. Every day, numerous demonic GU masters passed under the eyes of these guards. Both sides had reached a tacit mutual understanding. Demonic GU masters would sell their loots in Shang clan city, and they would also need to replenish any lacking GU worms. Shang clan city was the best option for them. One could even say, one of the huge pillars for Shang clan city's development was the demonic GU masters. Of course, the demonic GU masters couldn't enter the city too brazenly and aggressively. After all, Shang clan city represented righteous path and they would also need to consider some consequences of their actions. A wide street appeared in front of the two after they walked through the city gates. There were people moving to and fro on the street. Large tall trees were planted on both sides of the street and under its shade were all kinds of stalls. Some sold food like sesame breads, soft bean curd, meat and vegetable dishes, while others sold jewelry and all kinds of other stuff. The two walked past the stalls, then they saw buildings, tall bamboo buildings, mud buildings and white-gray tiled houses. Shops, hotels, inns, smithies and so on appeared one after another. "This brother, do you need a room? Our price is very cheap, just half a primeval stone for a night." A middle-aged woman approached Fang Yanbai with a smile on her face. Fang Yuan glared at her and left without saying a word. His appearance was really terrifying and gave the middle-aged woman a great shock. She did not dare to bother him anymore, instead changing her target to Bai Ningbing who was behind him. "This brother, being away from home is not easy. Our inn is quite good, there will even be a pretty girl at night. It won't be cheap for you to visit the red light street. Mortals like us who travel outside to sell goods are using our lives to earn money, yet spending our hard-earned money on those places would not even cause a ripple. Our inn's girls are still the best, extremely cheap too. We have mature girls and even fresh, cute and adorable ones. What is your pick, brother?" the middle-aged woman said in a soft voice, with a vague expression. She misunderstood Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing as mortals from their clothings. A dark frown appeared on Bai Ningbing's face. "Get lost," she coldly snorted, her tone bone-chilling. The middle-aged woman's face rapidly changed, her whole body stiffened as she remained stunned on the spot. So she was a female. "Ha ha ha, big sister Zhang, you made an error this time." The nearby workers who were of the same profession and were soliciting customers, roared with laughter and ridiculed the middle-aged woman. Along the way, Bai Ningbing had made great progress in disguising as a man, so even the experienced brokers made an error. Four Seasons Restaurant. 1 hour later, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a 5-story tall building. The building was made of white-black tiles, with vermilion gate and huge pillars. There was an aroma of wine and fragrance of dishes floating around the place. It was a famous restaurant in Shang Clan City. "Sirs, please come in." A smart waiter saw Fang Yanbai, and quickly came out to invite them. The two had walked for a long while and the journey had been tough. They were also hungry, so they stepped into the restaurant. "Sirs, please take a seat. Here." The waiter showed the way. Fang Yuan slightly frowned. "This hall is too noisy, we will go upstairs." The waiter immediately revealed an awkward expression. "I won't keep it from sirs, we indeed have private rooms upstairs, but they are only open to GU masters." Fang Yuan snorted and revealed a portion of snow-silver primeval essence. The waiter quickly bent down. "I had failed to recognize Mount Tai, please come upstairs." When they reached the stairs, the waiter stopped. A young and sweet-looking girl walked over and spoke softly. "Lords, could I ask which floor you want to go? Four Seasons Restaurant has 5 floors. First floor hall is for mortals. Second floor provides for rank 1 GU masters. Third floor provides for rank 2 GU masters. There is a 20% discount for them. Fourth floor provides for rank 3 GU masters and has 50% discount. Fifth floor provides for rank 4 GU masters and the services are free of charge." Fang Yuan laughed. "Fourth floor then." The girl's expression immediately became a bit more respectful. She bowed in greeting. "Please demonstrate your primeval essence." Chapter 260. Each with their own schemes. Steamed lamb, braised duck, steamed 8 treasure pork, glutinous rice stuffed duck, stir-fried carp, assorted stuffed intestines, spicy oil crispy roll, honey yam, sliced fresh peach, 8 treasure ding, steamed bamboo shoots, ape lips, camel humps, antlers, bear paws, 3 fresh osmanthus soup, beeswax pork trotters, fresh shark's fin soup. A moment later, Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing sat at elegant seats on the 4th floor, as a spread of delicacies were presented before them, each possessing visual appeal, fragrant smell, and flavor. Fang Yuan picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and casually ate a few mouthfuls. He first tried the steamed bamboo shoots, they tasted refreshing, raising one's concentration. He next took a piece of the fresh peach, its sweetness was perfection. Next he took the bear paw, it was plump and tender, just like the steamed lamb, tasting divine with just a bit of flavoring. Bai Ning Bing drank a mouthful of the 3 fresh osmanthus soup, flavor spreading in her mouth as fragrance remained on her lips and teeth, causing her appetite to awaken. After spending so much time with you, this is the first time you are so generous. As she ate, she did not forget her sarcastic comments to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed, not giving a reply. He knew Bai Ning Bing's suspicion and impatience. He got closer to Xianxia, using all his effort to protect her laboriously. And yet at their destination, he purposely split away from them. This action was something Bai Ning Bing could not comprehend. Fang Yuan was now rank 2 peak stage, only a step away from rank 3. The agreement he set with Bai Ning Bing back then regarding rank 3, was approaching its end too. But Fang Yuan would definitely not keep his word. In his eyes, such a thing like integrity, was only a compromise made out of necessity, or a beautiful cover-up, like a convincing mask. Fang Yuan knew this, so did Bai Ning Bing. Thus, she was starting to feel hasty. Because she had already sensed that Fang Yuan would break his word. Yet, there was nothing she could do to Fang Yuan. The Yangji Yu was in his possession, her hands were tied. Right now, without Bai clans hunting, and without beast hordes, Fang and Bai ate at the same table, giving off a sense of amiability, but their relationship was extremely tense. If they progressed one more step, they would fall apart and turn against one another. In this step, is Fang Yuan advancing to rank 3. Once he advances, he and Bai Ning Bing would no longer had any hopes of reconciling, the two would have to face each other directly. How to deal with Bai Ning Bing? Throughout the meal, Fang Yuan considered this. His cultivation could not stay stagnant. One day, the conflict will escalate. The situation now was very delicate. Fang Yuan had the upper hand because he controlled the Yangji Yu, but in fact, Bai Ning Bing also held Fang Yuan's handle. She traveled along with Fang Yuan, experiencing Bai Ji Yu Mountain's inheritance herself, while also saw how Fang Yuan attracted all those beast hordes to attack the caravan. She knew too much. Compared to the potential threat Ding Hao was, Bai Ning Bing's threat towards Fang Yuan was far greater. If I finish off Bai Ning Bing, I will not have to worry about Xianxia, but because my cultivation is insufficient, I missed the best chance to kill off Bai Ning Bing during the caravan journey. Back then I needed her strength to ensure my survival. Moreover, with Xianxia nearby, I could not strike easily. This Bai Ning Bing had always been wary of me secretly, and she has the ice muscles jade bones to defend her. I cannot finish her in one hit. Furthermore, her battle instinct is outstanding. With her recently gained experience, she is even harder to deal with now. Fang Yuan considered all possibilities as his thoughts flowed, but at the same time Bai Ning Bing was also deeply considering her situation. Since leaving Qingmao Mountain, there's finally a time to rest and recover. I have to take back the Yangji Yu and regain my male body. I have little chance of succeeding if I directly snatch it, unless I can kill Fang Yuan in an instant. But this scoundrel, even though he is rank 2, his fighting strength is much greater than that, such a weirdo, with extremely experienced fighting techniques. Together with that scheming devious mind of his, capable of committing all heinous crimes, no morals can restrain him. He is somebody who can truly commit any sin. Most importantly, I have not discovered his true trump card yet. But I have my advantages. His current cultivation is still dependent on me, and I know too many secrets. Maybe I can use these things to force him to compromise. Using the poison vow Gu, and make an agreement with him that cannot be broken. Other than that, I can use plunder Gu, seize Gu, petty thief Gu and others to steal the Yangji Yu. Bai Ning Bing was not stupid. She had been observing along the way, and considering her options. As the two ate on the same table, not even 3 steps away from each other, they looked like good friends, but were scheming against each other in their minds. The disappearance of external pressure caused their internal conflicts to surface. In this relatively safe environment in Shangclan City, they had the time to consider such problems. But the more they thought about it, the more troublesome they felt the other party was. Fang Yuan did things without restraints, but Bai Ningbing was just the same. In her ideology, as long as life is exciting, anything goes. Morals and principles, what are that? They were very similar, looking at the world with disdain, and were strong-willed individuals, with an extremely thirst for power, only trusting themselves. From others' perspectives, they were accursed demons, scum that harmed society, their death would benefit the world. But because they were so similar, the two could feel each other's danger. The most difficult enemy to deal with was often oneself. Most importantly, they held each other's weaknesses. If they could not win in one strike, and allowed the other party to escape and recover, then both of them would go down in flames. The two got a headache the more they thought about it. This Bai Ningbing is not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he had too little resources to manipulate. This Fang Yuan has almost no weaknesses. Bai Ningbing squinted, her eyes shining with cold light. The two could not think of anything, thus looking up at the same time, staring at each other. Their gaze met for an instant, before turning away. The delicacy before them, although delicious, had barely any flavor to the two who were deep in thoughts. Even though there was a 50% discount, Fang Yuan still paid 15 primeval stones. Shang Clan City indeed, commodities were expensive here. The two filled their stomachs, and left the restaurant. On the streets, Fang Yuan heard people discussing. Do you know, at the southern gate, Shang Clan leader appeared. How is this possible? It's true, he came and left like a flash, the entire street was thrown into chaos. Bullshit. What kind of person is the Shang Clan leader? Why would he appear on the streets for no reason? Rumors spread as some claimed it was Shang Yanfei, while others denied it. Fang Yuan chose to enter from the eastern gate, while Shang Xinxi came in from the south. By the time the rumors got to the eastern gate, the truth had already been distorted beyond recognition. Bai Ningbing heard this, and thought of it as just a passing rumor, not paying attention to it. Soon, people started a new conversation. But to Fang Yuan, it was a clear indication of events. He laughed secretly. It seems that Shang Xinxi's situation did not exceed what he had expected from his memories. Next, he would wait for the fruits to mature, and land on himself. Quickly look, it's the flying blue whale, Yi Clan's caravan is here. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky, shouting in shock. At once, people on the streets stopped, and looked up in the sky. A giant shadow engulfed everyone. In the sky, a giant blue whale slowly emerged. Well, compared to flying, one might as well say they are swimming. Flying blue whale was a huge beast capable of moving freely in the air. They lived above the 9 heavens of the eastern seas, having a peaceful and mild temperament. Often GU masters used the whale enslavement GU to control them and use them in the caravan. Flying blue whale was huge, like a small mountain, and the entire caravan hid within its body, as it flew in the sky. Compared to the caravan moving through the forests, the danger was much less and the speed was much faster. But the flying blue whale consumed up to 500 kilograms of food a day, only a large-sized clan could afford to feed them. In the entire southern border, only Yi Clan owned flying blue whales. Yi Clan is one of the overlords of the southern border, almost the same status as Shang Clan, and had a close relationship with the forces in the eastern seas. What a grand sight! Bai Ningbing sighed. She thought about the former Bai Clan village. This blue whale just had to land on Bai Clan village, and the entire village would be in ruins. The huge figure moved towards Shangliang Mountain, as the flying blue whale gradually landed on one of the mountain peak. Fang Yuan could see from afar. It opened its huge mouth and a large number of black dots emerged from its mouth. These dots were the Yi Clan caravan members, but because of the distance, they could not be seen clearly. Yi Clan caravan is here, the market is going to fluctuate again. I heard Yi Clan brought a rank 5 GU this time to auction on Shangliang Mountain. Yi Clan and the eastern seas have a deep connection, they definitely brought many specialties from the eastern seas this time, there is value in purchasing them. The topic quickly shifted to the Yi Clan caravan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing walked up the path together. Gu Clan village was only a portion of Qing Mao Mountain, but Shang Clan City covered the entire Shangliang Mountain. In the southern borders, even the number 1 clan Wu Clan did not have such a massive mountain city. The entire Shang Clan City had all sorts of buildings, bamboo buildings, dried mud houses, brick houses, shacks, tree houses, and even mushroom houses, caves, towers, castles, and much more. These structures blended together, covering Xiangliang Mountain in a beautiful garb with assorted colors. As the trading hub of the entire southern border, Xiangclan City occupied the most space among all forces. But if one thinks this is all Xiangclan City has to offer, then they cannot be more wrong. This is only the outer city of Xiangclan City. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to a huge cave. Would both guests like to enter the inner city? It will be 100 primeval stones per person. The guarding GU master requested. Just entering requires 100. Bai Ningbing expressed her shock. The inner city has a smaller space. This is to prevent irrelevant people from entering, and also to maintain social order. The GU master replied respectfully. Xiangliang Mountain had been modeled by Shang clan for thousands of years. Not only did they use up the surface of the mountain, but even deeper into the mountain's interior, they built an inner city. Chapter 261, Shang Clan Inner City. Fang Yuan paid 200 primeval stones, and entered the inner city with Bai Ningbing. Inner city, although built in the mountain, had wide walking paths that could accommodate 10 horse carts traveling in a line. Once they entered, the crowds became much smaller, less than half of the outer city. But GU masters became littered everywhere. Rank 1s were all over the place, rank 2 mixed in among them, and occasionally 1 or 2 rank 3s. There were few to no mortals. After all, 100 primeval stones were needed to enter. Most GU master had servants to attend to them, but did not want to waste their money like this. The illumination of the inner city was through a type of charcoal. The charcoal stone could burn for a long time, and did not produce smoke. Every 100 steps, Fang and Bai would see a hole dug in the walls, as a bunch of charcoal stones burnt within. Even though the charcoal stone did not emit much heat, with so many of them burning at once, it still caused the inner city's temperature to be higher than outside, and the air to be much drier. Unlike outer city, which had all sorts of buildings, being a complete mix, the buildings here were all of one structure, and looked the same, made through a heat-resistant red lava stone. All sorts of paths extended out from the main street. At the same time, every 500 steps, a huge round pillar would appear. There was a spiral stone stairs on the surface of the pillar, as it extended upwards, with railings along the stone stairs. Through the stone pillars, people could go up 1 floor, or get to the street 1 floor lower. The inner city was not flat, but was more spherical. From up to down, numerous paths and buildings existed, linking together and allowing one to travel anywhere they wanted easily. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved towards the deeper part of the mountain. This was still not their destination. At a certain location, a sentry appeared. The GU master at work had higher cultivation, as the security of the place was heightened. Do both of you have a token? The guard stopped Fang and Bai. Shang clan gave tokens of varied authority to people of different statuses. This is our first visit. Fang Yuan said. Obviously, he had no such thing. In that case, it will be 200 primeval stones per person. The guard said. Fang Yuan paid the primeval stones, and the guard let them through. The two arrived at the 4th inner city as a result. Xiangliang Mountain had been through a few thousand years of development by Shang clan. The entire mountain was remodeled by Shang clan, digging paths and constructing new buildings, classifying the place into regions. Thus, the inner city was huge. From inner to outer, there was 5 regions. The first inner city was called the Central Inner City, the political heart of Shang clan, and also their military base. The second inner city was also known as the Clan City. Only Shang clansmen could stay here. The third inner city had an elegant environment, with clean and fresh air. It was the high-class zone. Fourth inner city was the middle-class zone. Fifth inner city was the low-class zone. Any further and we get to the outer city, having high traffic flow, and all sorts of goods transportation. Compared to the inner city, it was much more chaotic. This construction structure was somewhat like a termite hill on Earth. Termite hills were 4 to 10 meters long, with the termites living within, in small interconnected tunnels, complex and exquisite. Once the two entered the 4th inner city, they could feel more moisture in the air as the temperature dropped slightly. Compared to 5th inner city, 4th inner city was a grade higher. Not only was the entrance fee twice as high, it also had much better facilities. Firstly, light was not provided by charcoal, but by a large number of a specific rank 1 grass GU. The name is Moonlight Crawling Mountain Tiger. This was a type of vine, growing on the walls of both sides of the street. As it spread out, it could be seen everywhere. The roots were deep blue, and the leaves were wide and large, emitting a small blue moonlight. Just one segment of the path had thousands of leaves, as the gentle blue light merged into one. Because of the large numbers of leaves, the air is more humid and water vapor filled the air. Near the ground, there was mist from the condensed vapor. The moonlight refracted in the mist, turning into an aurora. As one walked on the streets, they had a feeling of walking in a spiritual realm. The buildings here were mostly full of carvings and decorations. Some residents created grass fields, and placed flower vats, while others made artificial mountains, and pavilions. There was even less people on the streets here. Rank 2 GU masters were now the common group. After all, 200 primeval stones was a huge sum to rank 1 GU masters. Most evidently, the streets were still noisy in 5th Inner City, but here, it was much more quiet. The two continued deeper, and got to the city gate. Without a token, to enter the 3rd Inner City, both of you would need to pay 600 primeval stones. The guard's cultivation was already rank 3. Fang Yuan gave the primeval stones, and arrived at the 3rd area. This place was different from 4th Inner City yet again. All infrastructure were made using star stones. This type of rock was a widely used material in GU refinement, able to emit starlight in the darkness. The entire 3rd Inner City used star stones. Not only buildings, but even the walking paths were made of star stones. At one glance, starlight filled the air as vision is clear, without any mist as obstruction. The air was fresh and clear. Looking around, there were pavilions, red walls and green bricks, and even transplanted bamboo forests, famous trees, making an artificial mountain, with spring water flowing as well. The streets had little people, quiet and serene, like a star palace. Truly rich and extravagant, Bai Ning being slightly assessed, just the cost of the buildings she could see, was an astronomical figure. As the most wealthy clan in the southern border, even Shang clan's leg hair was thicker than normal people's waists. Although an exaggeration, the rumors were not baseless. Shang clan's wealth was like a mountain. In fact, the entire Shang clan city was a literal mountain. Shang clan mainly traded, and that involved the entire southern border. Shang clan's true wealth and asset, no one could make clear of it. But Fang Yuan knew, just this 3rd Inner City's construction could match with tens of GUU clans' total wealth. At this place, even rank 2 GU masters became rare. Once in a while, they saw GU masters, but there were almost all rank 3. This was Fang Yuan's destination. Any deeper, and it is the 2nd Inner City. But to enter, it is no longer a problem of primeval stones. Shang clan city's token is required. And this token's authority has to reach a certain level. Tong O shop. Fang Yuan looked at the plaque before walking in. This was a shop that sold GU worms. 2 esteemed guests, please enter. The attendant was a young girl, walking over and spoke in a soft volume. Her aura was not concealed, showing off her rank 1 GU master cultivation. Although Fang and Bai wore mortal clothing, one was ugly while the other was down and out, this GU master girl still showed a respectful attitude, displaying her superior service attitude. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were brought into an elegant room. This is a private room, with wooden tables and chairs, with sculptures and paintings hanging on the white walls. The brush strokes resembled dragons and phoenixes dancing as the strokes were written with precise strength. Through the window lattice, the garden could be seen, green trees and red flowers along with the chirping of birds. The GU master young girl brought over 2 cups of fragrant tea and left. Just as she left, an elderly man entered. May I inquire if our 2 esteemed guests are here to buy or sell? The elderly was a rank 2 GU master, smiling as he cupped his fists and asked. Both buying, and also selling. Fang Yuan raised his cup as he answered. The elderly laughed, and 2 flashes of light flew out of his body, floating in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. It was 2 bookworms. Bookworm was a rank 1 GU worm, but was precious, as rare as the liquor worm. Once one appears on the market, it would be sold instantly. There was often demand but no supply for it. It was like a silkworm, although it had a head, body and stomach, 3 distinct parts. Its body looked like a cocoon overall, round and cute. Its body was white, but the surface had a layer of enamel, giving off an oily glow. Holding it in one's hand, it was round and smooth, like a high-grade porcelain vase. The bookworm was a storage-type GU, similar to the two-seed flower. The difference was, two-seed flower stored physical items, while bookworm stored knowledge and information. Even if it was destroyed, it would only explode into a flash of harmless white light. Please browse through, the elderly GU master said. The two bookworms were refined by him, thus he could easily lend them to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang and Bai both used a trace of snow-silver primeval essence, and injected it into the bookworm. The bookworms turned into a flash of white light, entering the two's forehead, in between their eyebrows. Suddenly, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing gained a wave of information in their heads. The information was like content they memorized, deeply entrenched in their minds. Bai Ningbing bit her tongue secretly. Tong'o shop sold almost tens of thousands of GU worms. GU worms of all kinds, causing one to get dizzy from observing the selection alone. Among them, there was bookworm, liquor worm, all sorts of precious GU worms. From low to high, rank 1 to 5. Of course, there was definitely no rank 6 GU. Each GU worm had their specialized introduction to state their uses. There was even accurate prices, some were priced highly, while rare and precious GU worms even had all sorts of token requirements. This means, only GU masters with specific Shang clan tokens had the qualifications to buy these GU worms. Fang Yuan needed to purchase large numbers of GU worms. After browsing through casually, he came back to reality and returned the bookworm to the elderly. Although he had over 10,000 primeval stones now, to purchase all the GU worms he needed, there was still some way to go. Money was not the problem, because some of the GU worms had token requirements. Esteemed guest, what are you interested in? If you purchase in bulk, we can give an appropriate discount. The elderly smiled and said. Seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's snow-silver primeval essence, his tone became even more respectful. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No rush, I have GU worms to sell. Saying so, he summoned a bone spear GU. The elderly was not surprised. There was many who came to Tong'o's shop to buy, but also many who came to sell. He held the bone spear GU, took a look, and showed a trace of surprise on his face. He had never seen the bone spear GU. Of course he has not. This was a special GU worms made by Grey Bone Scholar, it had never entered the market. Please enlighten me, esteemed guest. The elderly showed a solemn expression as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan nodded, drinking some tea, of course. This is the bone spear GU, a specific lineage of GU worms. I'll lend it to you now, you'll know when you try it. The elderly wielded it at once, remarking, this GU, although rank 1, is not easy to raise. But its attack power is high and is rather unique, it is worth this price. The elderly stretched out his palm, showing a number. Chapter 262, Unable to Sell. 310, seeing the amount shown by the elderly, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Liquor worm's price was 580, bookworm was slightly higher, at 600. Black and white boar GU were also 600, but all these GU worms were rank 1 rare GU, with little numbers, thus their price was steep. Ordinary rank 1 GU were around 250 primeval stones. One-time expenditure GU like vitality grass were priced at 50 apiece. Setting the bone spear GU at 310 was already quite good. This elderly working at Tong'o's shop did not suppress the price purposely. But even so, Fang Yuan tried to raise the prices as much as he could. Bargaining was already mastered by him to the limits in his previous life. In just a few sentences, the elderly had no choice but to raise the price by 10 primeval stones. One bone spear GU, 320 primeval stones. Alright, we shall deal at this price. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and a wave of light flew out of his aperture. 56 bone spear GU, floated in front of the elderly, causing him to jump from shock. So many, he instantly regretted it. Each raised by 10 primeval stones, this is nearly a 600 primeval stone increment. The truth is, Fang Yuan took almost 200 bone spear GU from Bai GU Mountain. But as he traded along the way, without sufficient food, most of them had died already, only so little remain. 56 GU, that is 17,920 primeval stones. I will ask the servants to bring over the primeval stones over now. The elderly kept the bone spear GU into his aperture. No rush, look at this. Fang Yuan smiled, taking out a spiral bone spear GU. This rank 2 GU resembles the bone spear GU, the elderly showed. Astonishment on his face. Indeed, successfully refining the bone spear GU will create this spiral bone spear GU. It has a spiral force, thus its penetration ability is very strong. Fang Yuan explained at an appropriate timing. The elderly tested, and verified what Fang Yuan had mentioned, giving a price of 780 primeval stones. After a few rounds of bargaining, Fang Yuan raised the price to 800 per GU. These spiral bone spear GU were well kept by him, there were 20 in his aperture. This way, he sold them all for 16,000 primeval stones. Now look at this GU, 7,000 primeval stones. Fang Yuan gave a price, and took out the bone spike GU, introducing once again. The elderly held the bone spike GU, but did not dare to test it, laughing bitterly. This GU is rank 3, but it hurts both enemies and user. The pain of bone spikes penetrating the skin must hurt greatly. To use it, a healing GU has to be used as well. This price is too high, I will consider 6,500, it is just the right price. Let's not bargain anymore, I'll give in a little, 6,700. Fang Yuan said. After 2 rounds, the elderly found Fang Yuan extremely hard to deal with. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and gritted his teeth. Deal. Then that is 40,620 primeval stones in total. Fang Yuan's eyeballs moved as he gave an accurate amount. The elderly suddenly bowed, paying respects to Fang Yuan. Esteemed guest, these GU worms that you are selling, I have never seen them in my years of dealing in business. They are all interconnected, with a clear advancement path, they seem to be of one family tree. May I ask you, are these GU from the same inheritance? Fang Yuan nodded. Any intelligent person can tell, indeed, this was obtained through a lucky opportunity, and I inherited an inheritance, getting these GU worms. The elderly was joyful. In that case, you must have the relevant GU refinement recipe. Esteemed guest's luck truly is amazing, even an outsider would be envious. Is it possible to sell these recipes together to my shop? Goods were expensive when rare. Bone spear GU, spiral bone spear GU, bone spike GU, not only he possessed them, Bai clan had them too. No issue if he sold them. But the complete refinement recipe, he obtained it from the flesh sack secret room, there was only one in the world. Such a thing could not be easily sold. Anything that is below rank 6, both GU and recipes, can have a price. But, how much primeval stones can you offer? Fang Yuan thought, and asked. As long as the price is appropriate, this recipe could be sold. He needed money. After selling the bone spear GU and others, the 40,000 primeval stones was insufficient for his plans. The elderly raised 2 fingers, 200,000. After selling so many GU worms, he only got 40,000. But the formless recipe could gain him 200,000. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. The method to catching fish far surpasses the value of the fish itself. Because the method implies a continuous source of fish. To Tong O's shop, with a recipe, it means they can produce bone spear GU and the others themselves, endlessly. That means a long-term transaction item, only sold at a single place, thus the white bone recipe is definitely priced much more highly. But Fang Yuan smirked. 200,000. You dare report this price? The elderly's face turned red. This price was low indeed. He quickly said, 300,000. Fang Yuan did not speak, but turned to leave. The elderly gritted his teeth. 500,000. This price is, finally looking bearable, I'll sell it for 680,000. Fang Yuan sipped his tea. The elderly's face was bitter. 500,000 is the limit of my authority. Esteemed guest, you sold so many bone spear GU, we can hire a recipe master to reverse engineer your recipe. It is really not bad to sell it for 500,000 already. Fang Yuan shook his head, his attitude firm. The recipe in my hands is unique to this world, there is only one in the entire world. At least 650,000, otherwise I will not sell it. Within this Shang clan city, I'm sure there are other shops, right? You do not know this, esteemed guest. Shang clan city has many shops, but most are under the control of my clan's young master. If you cannot sell it here, no other places would buy it either. If you do not sell the recipe, I'm afraid you won't be able to sell these GU worms too. The elderly cupped his fist, his words being both firm and compromising, with a hint of threat. Oh, then we'll see about that. Fang Yuan kept all these GU worms, and left. Esteemed guests, I am sincerely advising you, please stay and sell it. The elderly gave his last attempt. Fang Yuan did not pay him any attention, walking out of the room immediately. Bai Ningbing could only follow closely behind. Esteemed guest, You will come here again. The elderly laughed coldly, sending the two off with his gaze. After Fang and Bai left, the elderly came to the secret room, and activated his primeval essence, summoning a GU. This GU turned into a flash of light and entered a bronze mirror. Ripples appeared on the mirror surface, as a young man's face showed up. This subordinate greets young master. Seeing the young GU master, the elderly quickly kneeled on the floor. What business do you have? This young man was one of the young masters of Shang clan, called Xianxia. He was only 18, at the peak of his life, but he was an alcoholic, causing his face to be skinny, and his skin to be pale, and giving off a dazed expression. The elderly spoke about Fang Yuan's matter. In Xianxia's eyes, a devious but excited light shone. He shouted loudly, "Excellent! Heaven really leaves a path for the desperate. I was worrying about how to keep my young master position, and now heaven sends me this gift. I have to obtain this inheritance. With this deal, I would be able to pass the evaluation this year. This subordinate will do his best, but I am only in charge of Tong'o shop. As for the others, I will arrange it. HMPH, these two wants to sell GU worms, they can only bow to me." Xianxia snorted in disdain. "Ba bao shop. Sorry guests, there are instructions from the higher-ups, if the two of you wants to sell GU, you should go to Tong'o shop. Yuan Fang 1 building, so it is the two esteemed guests, if you sell the recipe, all can be discussed. Bu Dao store, you two are esteemed guests, I am a businesswoman, why would I chase you away, but I am left with no choice either." After 3 shops, Fang Yuan did not manage to sell his GU worms. "Haha, to think you would have this day." The old man was not wrong, this is indeed their territory. Bai Ningbing struck a blow to Fang Yuan relentlessly. After several rejections, Fang Yuan's face was still calm. Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei has many children, but there is only one position for young clan leader, and 10 young masters. Every year there would be an evaluation to choose the young clan leader, and remove the worst performing young master to make room for his other children. A bright light flashed across Bai Ningbing's brain. So that's it, that means this Shang clan young master is either vying for the young clan leader position, or to defend his young master title, otherwise, he would not create such a commotion. Fang Yuan laughed as he clapped his hands together. This is Shang clan's 3rd inner city, no fighting is allowed. Even if Bai clan came here, they cannot do anything here. For the Shang clan young masters, their restrictions is even greater. With the impending evaluation, every movement from them will be strictly observed. We are in no hurry, let's find a place to sit down first. At Shang clan, there is no worry about lack of food. Let's just stall it out, and wait a few more days with these bone spear GU, let's see who outlasts the other. At the same time, in the 1st inner city, did you investigate clearly? Shang Yanfei stood at the window, staring at the garden. This lady is indeed your flesh and blood, clan leader. Moreover, her soul is intact, her body had not been taken over by another person. I've already contacted Zhang clan, and clarified her identity. But there is something strange, she was part of a caravan heading towards Shangliang Mountain, but we cannot find anyone who traveled with her in the caravan. The external clan elder Wei Yong lowered his head and reported. Shang Yanfei listened quietly, sighing in his heart, "Oh heavens, thank you for giving me a chance to make amendments. I have already let down a girl, I cannot disappoint this daughter of mine anymore." Shang Xinxi sat before the table, seeing the hot steam rise from her tea, her eyes were out of focus. From Xiao Dai's words, she knew of Shang Yanfei's identity. She did not expect her father to be the Shang clan leader, a man with immense authority, whose every action can impact the entire southern border. Then why did he not find her mother? Shang Xinxi was intelligent after all, quickly understanding the reason why Shang Yanfei abandoned her mother. But even on her deathbed, her mother missed him greatly. Shang Xinxi felt pain in her heart, but also hatred, but mostly emptiness. She did not know how to face this father who appeared all of a sudden. But running away was impossible. Outside the door there was knocking. "Seer 2, can I come in?" Xiao Dai instantly became nervous. It was Shang Yanfei. Chapter 263, Meeting. Shang Yanfei showed a sincere smile as he walked into the house. Xiao Dai hurriedly paid respects, while Shang Xinxi sat beside the table, motionless as she continued to stare at the same spot. Shang Yanfei also sat beside the table, speaking in an extremely gentle voice. "Seer, how do you feel now?" Xianxia had good upbringing after all. She stood up, took a few steps back and bowed. Lord Shang clan leader does not have to worry. I only fainted because my emotions were too intense. I have recovered now. I can hear and see well. There is no problem. Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand. He, as long as you are fine, sir, come sit down and talk. Xianxia only addressed him as Shang clan leader, purposely using such a distant term. It caused his heart to ache. Xianxia sat down once again, as Xiao Dai finally reacted and poured tea for Shang Yanfei. Tell me, how were your past few years? Shang Yanfei looked at Xianxia gently. It was rather all right, Xianxia answered curtly, not wishing to converse deeply into it. But Xiao Dai started to grumble. From young, Missy has been isolated by the clansmen. After Madame passed away, they got even harsher and wanted to snatch our family fortune. They are too evil, sir, you have to help Missy. Xiao Dai, pour your tea. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai instantly shut up, not speaking anymore. Facing this, Shang Yanfei did not get anxious, instead the pity and pain in his heart grew. He laughed. Right, how did you get here? Coming here from Zhang clan, it is a huge distance away. Sir, you almost failed to see Missy. We barely made it out alive in this journey. The entire caravan of 1,000 was reduced to us 4. Luckily we met Lord He Tu and Bai Yun and gained their assistance. If not, Xiao Dai could not control herself and blabbered. Xiao Dai. Xianxia glared at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai had to shut up once again. Shang Yanfei memorized the 2 names, He Tu and Bai Yun, as he smiled. From now on, you 2 will stay here. It is extremely safe. When you are bored you can take a walk in the garden, or go outside for shopping. You have just arrived here, and are not familiar with the estate yet. It is easy to get lost. I will send a servant over to you. She is familiar with the environment. I shall leave first. Take a good rest for now. Shang Yanfei could tell Xianxia still needed time to adjust her mindset. At this point, he needed to give her time and space to adapt. Master is such a good person. Although he is the Shang clan leader, he is so amiable. Missy, he is your birth father after all. Seeing Shang Yanfei leave, Xiao Dai urged. I know, I understood mother's intentions when I first saw him. Sigh, she instructed me to come to Shangliang Mountain before she died, yet not telling me the reason. That is because she was not certain if he would acknowledge me as his daughter. Although he has accepted me, I do not feel good about it. This is all too sudden. Missy, no matter what, no matter where you go, I will stay by your side. Xiao Dai stood before the table, grabbing Xianxia's hand and encouraging. Xianxia was moved and nodded, placing her palm on top of Xiao Dai's. Of course, if Missy can stay here, that would be the best. You know, this is Shang clan. Oh God, glory and wealth are all within arm's reach. Zhang clan can't even hold a candle to Shang clan, Missy. Xiao Dai made a wry face as she said. Oh you. Xianxia laughing speechlessly, feeling helpless against Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai snickered. As her laughter infected Xianxia, it resolved the remaining grudge in her heart. Shang Yanfei walked out of the room, and his smile vanished completely. He wore a black robe and had blood-colored hair, a handsome face with eyes shining with cold light. He habitually tightened his lips together, showing off his determined and decisive personality. He is Shang Yanfei, this generation's Shang clan leader. He was cruel and ruthless. For the clan leader position, he forced 2 brothers and a sister to commit suicide. He was resolute in killing. When he first got into power, a faraway clan village thought that they were at a safe distance and attacked Shang clan's caravan. He ignored all objections and expended much resources to murder every single person in that village. He murdered all those who surrendered, and their skulls piled into a mountain, in front of those elders who first objected his decision to retaliate. He held an iron rule. Since he got into power, he consolidated his political strength, and practiced nepotism, suppressing his competition. Quickly adding over a dozen external clan elders, he used only 3 years to transform the entire Shang clan higher up into his personal voice. He had great vision, and talent for business. During his years in power, Shang clan's caravan grew 3 times in size. Up to 100 clans became Shang clan's subordinates, and formed into a great hidden force. He appointed people based on merits, even for his own children. There was 15 Shang clan young master positions originally, but after his rule, he reduced it to 10. What's more rare, is his talent, having a great aptitude, at the same time as he ruled the clan, his cultivation also rose as quickly, ahead of his peers, causing many to admire, hate and be jealous of him. This is Shang Yanfei, the man standing on top of the southern border's mortal realm. This subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader. A young female GU master bowed and paid respects. Tian Lan, from today onwards, you will take care of Missy Seer to the best of your efforts. Shang Yanfei said coldly. This subordinate understands. The young girl nodded. When you are near her, pay great attention, and find out some information. Missy Seer might not like to speak, but her servant speaks without thinking. She is your easiest breakthrough point. I want you to find out how exactly did they manage to come to Shangliang Mountain. Yes, this subordinate understands. Go now. This subordinate takes her leave. Tian Lan was an orphan adopted by Shang Yanfei. She was loyal and could be trusted to use. Her ability to perform was great too. In just 3 days, she completed her mission. Hey Tu Bai Yun, demonic GU masters. Shang Yanfei rubbed his chin. If this is real, I have to thank the two of them well. But to prevent other possibilities, I have to investigate them more clearly. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei summoned Wei Yong. Go find these two, one is called Hey Tu, the other Bai Yun, one male and one female, both demonic GU masters, their facial features are as such. Ellipsis 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 dot. In third inner city, it has already been 3 days, have those two stayed in Nanchu Garden the entire time? Yes young master, from that day on, they stayed deep within. The most they did was to come out and buy some milk. This subordinate thinks those milk are for feeding the GU worms. Damn it, Shang Yazi gritted his teeth, his gaze was like a dagger that wanted to cut those two people into pieces. The assessment was impending. Among the 10 young masters, he was at last place. If he does not get any business done, he would definitely be eliminated. Shang Yanfei had many children, but there are only 10 young master positions. Comparing ordinary children and young masters, their treatment were a world apart from each other. Young masters gathered attention, and could control one of Shang clan's business, with unlimited glamour and fortune awaiting. Young clan leader was even more outstanding. But if it were just ordinary children, then their treatment was no different than other clansmen. Shang Yazi had already experienced the authority of a young master. Asking him to go back to the ordinary lifestyle of the clansman is akin to asking him to die. Thus, he needed that inheritance. Not just obtaining it, but also getting it at a low price. Only when the price is low, will his profit be high. But these two, Fang and Bai, were as stubborn as rocks, refusing to bow to him. If this was the 4th or 5th inner city, he could use some extreme methods, and force them to submit. But now that they stayed in 3rd inner city, Shang Yazi would not even dare to think of using force here. This cannot go on, they have time to waste, but I do not. It seems I have to go myself, HMPH. Shang Yazi could not take it anymore, bringing his subordinates and arriving at Nanchu Garden. Nanchu Garden was a residential area for esteemed guests to stay in. In 3rd inner city, there was no inns, only these small-sized gardens. Staying here for a day requires 30 primeval stones, that is, 300 for 10 days, and nearly 1,000 a month. Nanchu Garden's price was still cheap among 3rd inner city estates. Some large-sized gardens require 100 primeval stones a day. For some special grade gardens, you cannot stay with just primeval stones, you needed the Shang clan token. In Shang clan city, every acre of land is as valuable as gold, especially in 3rd inner city where commodity prices are sky high. Shang Yazi brought his people over to visit, as Fang and Bai were playing chess beside the lotus pond. Shang Yazi snorted, saying in a taunting tone, "You two sure have great interests, why didn't you go to other shops to ask these days? What's there to ask? Those who want to buy, will find their way here, am I right?" Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Shang Yazi flew into a rage. Fang Yuan's attitude was angering him. He gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing his emotions, raising his head and saying arrogantly, "I'm looking at the fact that you have it tough, I'll make it 500,000, are you happy now? 500,000 primeval stones? No deal, at least 650. Fang Yuan glanced at Shang Yazi before turning back to the chessboard. Shang Yazi's eyes squinted into a thin line as he took a few steps towards Fang Yuan and threatened, "You two demonic GU masters, how dare you pretend? I've checked up on your backgrounds, you snatched this inheritance from Bai clan right? I heard you even killed Bai clan's 2 young masters. You had better take the chance now and sell it quickly. I'll tell you, these few days, a Tai clan group has already reached Shangliang Mountain, and are looking for your traces. What do you think will happen if I expose your information to them? Oh, go tell them then. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You, Xianxia Zi pointed at Fang Yuan, unable to endure it anymore. I'll tell you, 500,000 is my greatest sincerity. Other than selling it to me, what other choices do you have? None. This is my terrority, you had better understand your circumstances. At this time, a light descended from the sky, and turned into a GU master. This GU master looked around, before bowing slightly, saying towards Fang and Bai, Sir He Tu and Lady Bai Yun, I am Wei Yong, as with clan leader's orders, I am inviting both of you to the second inner city for a talk. What? Father wants to meet these two personally. Xianxia Zi felt lightning strike him as his eyes stared widely, expressing his utter fear. This is really bad. Chapter 264, Absolutely Terrible. Xianxia Zi turned pale with fright. His action of suppressing the price was against the rules. He would receive severe punishment were it to be discovered. This was an organization. Once you were in a high position, you needed to comply with the rules. The rules of a system was to ensure the benefits of the higher-ups. Despite many of the organization's advertising they represented the benefits of the majority, it was, for the most part, just a joke. So the higher your position is, the more you needed to comply with the rules. On the contrary, there was more corruption in the low mid-level positions. After you reached a higher position, individual benefits had already become inseparably linked with the benefits of the organization. Often, the benefits the organization received would represent your own benefits. Xianxia Zi could only be said to be a temporary higher-up. Many paid attention to him as one of the young masters of Shang clan, but his real authority came from his father. He was just like rootless weed. This also signified his punishment would be more harsh when he violated the rules because many people were watching him. This is not possible. I have already carefully investigated before I came. I even spent a large amount of primeval stones to buy information on these two from Fengyu Manor. These two are clearly demonic GU masters and are also listed as wanted. They are stray dogs. Why would Lord Father invite them? Xianxia Zi felt this situation was incredibly unbelievable. It was like the case of a rich person making things difficult for two beggars, when suddenly an imperial edict comes declaring that the emperor wanted to see these two beggars. Xianxia Zi was pressuring Fang Yuan because they were lone forces. Oppressing them and finishing this affair in secrecy should have been absolutely safe and no one would know. Naturally, there was bound to be some risks, but Xianxia Zi could only take that risk to protect his position as a young master. How could they have any relation to father when they don't have any background? Damn it, has the world gone crazy? What do I do? If they disclose this matter, my young master position is finished. Should I kill them? No, this is just courting my own death. I don't have any chance of doing anything in this third inner city, especially now that they have received father's attention. The main thing is these two bastards, they are at rank 3 peak stage. How am I supposed to do anything in this situation? In a split second, thoughts processed like lightning in Xianxia Zi's mind, trying to think of countermeasures. His eyes kept on moving about, and sweat was already starting to seep out of his forehead. He had played with fire this time. Damn it, what do I do? What else is there? He was roaring with worry in his mind. Shang clan leader wants to see us. What for? Fang Yuan timely showed his doubt. Bai Ningbing was even more puzzled. She suspected this was Fang Yuan's trick at first, and so glanced at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan also showed a puzzled expression which baffled her. She couldn't help but think, I have been with him all the time, he shouldn't be able to conceal anything from me if he was up to something. Moreover, what kind of person was Shang clan leader? He was high and above, standing at the peak of the mortals. No matter how proud Bai Ningbing was, even she acknowledged Shang Yanfei's authority and power. Then why do I feel something amiss, as if I neglected something? Wei Yong laughed. Rest assured, if Shang clan wanted to harm you guys, why would we make it so complicated? This is a friendly invitation. Lord clan leader is very interested in you too. It is our honor to be able to receive the clan leader's invitation. We will immediately go see him then. Fang Yuan threw the chess piece on his hand and stood up. Xianxia Zi felt even more worried and promptly said, 650,000 primeval stones, let's complete the deal. Fang Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Sorry, I don't intend to sell the secret recipe. Xianxia Zi's face turned deathly pale, his mouth felt parched and his gaze towards Fang Yuan even contained some vague imploring. I was anxious and behaved rudely, please don't take it to heart, esteemed guests. The price can be discussed, we can properly discuss it after you are back. Fang Yuan gave a shallow smile. He didn't reply, who would discuss with you? But temporarily stabilizing this man could prevent him from taking desperate actions and reduce some trouble. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan nodded, if young master is sincere, then I will look forward to it. Xianxia Zi's expression immediately relaxed and showed a grateful expression. It was like a person that was about to fall from a cliff suddenly found a tree to grab onto. Okay, I will wait for you, he promptly said. Esteemed guests, please. Wei Yong showed the way. Lead the way. Following Wei Yong, Fang and Bai entered second inner city. Bai Ningbing had been anticipating the extravagant second inner city, but when she reached there, she was astonished and disappointed. In the second inner city, buildings were made of stones and were very simple, even the fourth inner city was better than this. But her expression soon turned grave as she realized the reason. It is easy for the frugal to become extravagant, but very difficult for the extravagant to become frugal. Shang clan's riches were as high as a mountain, but they scrupulously abided by living in a simple way. This was not because they were miserly, but to maintain the vigor of the clan. Wei Yong led Fang and Bai to a private residence. Esteemed guests, you can have some fruits while you wait. Lord Clan Leader has just recently come out of closed-door cultivation and is handling some matters. He will come here soon. This is Clan Leader's private residence, please stay here and don't casually move outside. I will take my leave now. There was no one else in the house, Fang and Bai were left alone after Wei Yang's departure. The two waited for a whole 6 hours but did not see even a shadow. Wei Yong said they could eat fruits, but where were the fruits? Not even tea could be found. During the first 2 hours, Fang Yuan calmly sat on a wide-backed wooden chair. During the next 2 hours, he could no longer sit calmly and started mumbling to himself, revealing his impatience. By the 6th hour, he clearly revealed impatience and unease as he began to move to and fro in the house. HMPH, what the hell is this Shang clan leader doing? He wants us to wait for him, but where is he? He is too arrogant. Fang Yuan's tone was angry as he paced around. Can you just sit down? My eyes are getting dizzy. Why not just cultivate peacefully? Bai Ningbing slightly frowned. This was not like Fang Yuan's usual behavior. There is something fishy here. Do you think it was really Shang clan leader who invited us? Fang Yuan's brows were tightly knitted together. How would I know? I was going to ask you that. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes and puzzledly said, did you do something wrong and offended Shang clan? Fang Yuan snorted. You have been with me all the time and you still can't understand me. There is no one in this private residence, I am not able to be at ease here. Let's go out and take a look at the situation. Bai Ningbing thought for a little while and stood up, all right. Fang and Bai walked out of the house. The courtyard wasn't big and there was also nothing strange. At the same time, in first inner city, inside a study, colorful smoke curled up and rose in front of Shang Yanfei, showing the real-time view of Fang and Bai. Wei Yong, what do you think of these two? Shang Yanfei asked his trusted aide. Wei Yong mumbled. The way I see it, these two are indeed demonic GU masters. From the information we collected, they are young but have rank 3 peak stage cultivation, their innate talents should be extraordinary. Among those two, He Tu is rather frank and is kind of rash, Bai Yun seems to have deep thoughts and should be very shrewd. He Tu, Bai Yun, these names should be fake. Your analysis isn't bad. In that case, you will be in charge of interacting with them for these few days. Test their abilities and closely follow them. Shang Yanfei finished speaking and put away the colorful smoke. He was only worried about Shang Xinxi and showed little interest towards Fang and Bai. The small test just now gave him a basic understanding towards the temperament of these two. And combining it with the intelligence he received, he more or less had a general impression. Not all demonic GU masters were demented people. These two guys could be considered decent, and maybe it was because they were young, he could clearly sense their lofty character. People who had principles were often lofty and unyielding. First impression was important. Shang Yanfei honestly felt Fang and Bai were quite good. But he was a prudent person, anyone who could sit stably at a position like his were all prudent. He was waiting for the people he sent to investigate the truth to come back and confirm everything, then he could rest easy. All right, handle this properly, you can leave now. Shang Yanfei waved his hands, then he took out the top document from the tall pile of documents in the study. He had only been in closed cultivation for half a month, and the work had piled up so much already. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing made a round in the private residence. There really was no one else. The two were hesitating whether to go out to check the situation when Wei Yong appeared before them. Two esteemed guests, Lord Clan Leader is very busy with work and is not able to leave right now. We can only cancel this meeting. He looked like he was sincerely apologizing. What, we come and leave according to your whims? Fang Yuan was indignant. Bai Ningbing was silent and expressionless. Wei Yong smiled. You two are our esteemed guests, why would Shang Clan chase away their esteemed guests? Lord Clan Leader especially had asked me to attend to you as an apology. I have already arranged for a banquet in Shitian restaurant, please give me the honor of hosting. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other, then Fang Yuan said, just in time, we are also hungry, let's go fill our stomachs first. Shitian restaurant was one of the best restaurants in Shang Clan City and occupied a great amount of space in the third inner city. The decorations were elegant, and its dishes sumptuous. Its chefs were specialized GU masters who used special GU worms to help in cooking delicacies that couldn't be matched by ordinary methods. A typical meal here would last over 4 hours and more. There were over 100 types of dishes, each with their own characteristics. Their top quality wine also left a rich aftertaste. Bai Ningbing didn't eat much and kept on worrying about Shang Clan Leader's invitation. She tried to get answers from Wei Yong indirectly at the banquet, but Wei Yong was a cautious guy too and kept his mouth closed. On the contrary, Fang Yuan ate with gusto, with oil marks around his mouth. He also drank heavily and began to kick up a racket. His resentment and indignance from just before seemed to have completely disappeared. Wei Yong looked at Fang Yuan who was drinking directly from the wine jar and then looked at Bai Ningbing who was only drinking water. He instantly felt Fang Yuan, this ugly guy, was much more adorable. After the banquet was over, Wei Yong dropped the two off at Nanchu Garden. Wei Yong left his parting words, take a good rest tonight, I will come look for you tomorrow and take you sightseeing around the Shang Clan City. Chapter 265, Broadsword of Light vs. Bone Spear. On the second day, as expected, Wei Yong came to Nanchu Garden and brought Fang and Bai to tour Shang Clan City. Our Shang Clan City is number 1 in the southern border in terms of size. Shang Clan has operated here for thousands of years, transforming the entire Shangliang Mountain. Here, there are over 10,000 shops, and hundreds of thousands of people. Both of you have not eaten yet, I'll bring you to a famous breakfast shop, please follow me. Fang and Bai followed Wei Yong, along the stone pillar and descended. After 3 layers, they came to a shop, called Early Spring. 1,000-layer agate cake, crab roe bun, golden field pancake, snow porridge. Shang Clan City, from inner to outer, has first, second, third, fourth, fifth and outer city. If they were classified even more clearly, there are many zones as well, food zone, gambling rocks zone, caretaking zone, red light zone and others. Wei Yong introduced, this is the culinary zone, with many restaurants mostly owned by GU master chefs. The delicacies are endless. This is the caretaking zone, most GU masters have excessive GU worms, so they place them here for caretaking. The price is determined by situations, but ordinarily, a rank 1 GU costs 80 primeval stones a month. This is the GU fighting zone, this place is solely for GU fights, GU masters cannot interfere, and can only control their GU. If you two have appropriate GU worms, you can give it a try. This is the red light zone, having the most number of brothels in the entire Shang Clan City. Many GU masters come here to relax. You two have come here through the caravan, you must know the immense pressure during the journey. Here you can find women, men, and even GU masters. Are the two of you interested? As Wei Yong brought them around, Bai Ningbing gained much insight to this world. Shang Clan City is bustling and flourishing, causing many to have lingering memories even after they leave. A day's time is too short, while Shang Clan City is too huge. Even if the 3 used horse carriages to travel, they cannot even cover 1% of the entire city. On the 3rd day, Wei Yong came over again to attend to Fang and Bai. This is the substitute refinement zone. You are both GU masters, you naturally understand the difficulties in refining GU. To us, what we fear most is encountering a strong-willed wild GU worm during refinement, or a GU that an expert had left behind. The higher the rank of the GU, the harder it is to refine. Back in the day, Empress Wu Ji spent 11 years just to refine a rank 5 dragon strength GU. Thus, substitute refinement is a necessity, and has always been in the market. This is the auction zone. Every day there will be a small-scale auction held here, every 2 weeks there will be a mid-scale auction, and at the end of every month, there will be a large-scale auction. Most items that appear on the auction are rare and coveted. This is the battle zone, with over 80 battle stages. This place is always the most popular. There are single battle stages, for GU masters to experiment and practice using their GU worms. There are dual battle stages for GU masters to exchange pointers, and even multi-battle stages, to experience multiple enemies at once. Just as Wei Yong had said, the battle stages were the most popular place in Shangclan City. The place was chaotic and noisy, as human traffic stayed high, rank 3 GU masters could be seen everywhere. "Big brother Wei, why are you here?" From among the crowd, a young man saw Wei Yong and immediately called out, walking briskly towards him. This man was about 27 or 8 years old, having a common face but gave off a strong aura. "Little Xiao, I heard you fought your way into 3rd Inner City. Good job." Wei Yong patted the young man's shoulders, encouraging. "Yes, I recently advanced to rank 3 middle stage, and my fighting strength improved as well. Come to think of it, I have to thank you for all your guidance, or I would have never made it this far." The young man earnestly thanked. "You have good talent, lad, you could do it even without me. You are not 30 yet, but you have already reached rank 3 middle stage, that is much more impressive than me back then, haha." Wei Yong laughed and said. The young man gave Wei Yong an admiring gaze. "Big brother Wei Yong, how can I compare to you? You were only rank 3 middle stage back then, and already dominated the 3rd Inner City. At 25, you got the attention of the Lord Clan leader and was recruited. Now, you are already a clan elder. Just look at Shang Clan, how many external clan elders are there in total? As long as you work hard, you can do it too." Wei Yong encouraged the young man. Soon after, he turned around, and explained to Fang and Bai, the battle zone is one of the ways Shang Clan recruit outside talents. Back then, I fought my way from the 5th Inner City's battle zone all the way to 3rd Inner City, and stayed on the stage for 18 consecutive rounds before being recruited by Lord Clan leader. Back then, Shang Yanfei was still not the clan leader. After becoming his trusted aide, Wei Yong was also successfully promoted to an external clan elder after Shang Yanfei got into power. Bai Ningbing suddenly realized. No wonder the battle zone was so popular. Shang Clan's enterprise was huge, and they needed manpower in many areas. Just relying on their clansmen would be difficult to handle the entire situation. The many generations of Shang Clan young masters would definitely recruit a number of demonic GU masters for their own use. If the young master that supported these demonic GU masters became the clan leader, then the demonic GU masters under them would likely become an external clan elder, enjoying the treatment of a clan elder. GU masters' cultivation required lots of resources. Many demonic GU masters did not have a stable source of resources from their clans, and were often poor. Only by relying on a clan could they better survive. Wei Yong was a successful example. In Shang Clan City's battle zone, there are large numbers of demonic GU masters. In order to join the Shang Clan, and become part of the righteous path, to become someone like Wei Yong, they had to compete as they fought their way up to the top. Battle stage, this place is filled with memories. Guests, would you like to have a spar with me? Wei Yong suddenly suggested. Big brother Wei is going on the stage. Little Xiao suddenly became excited, his eyes gleaming. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other. Alright, then let me experience it. Fang Yuan had expected Shang Clan to probe into this, thus he went with the flow. Big brother Wei, you don't come here often, this place has been remodeled many times, let me lead the way. Little Xiao volunteered. Wei Yong nodded. Okay. Little Xiao asked. Brother Wei, what field do you want, forest, mountain, wilderness, or desert, lake? Wei Yong turned around, asking for Fang and Bai's opinion. Let our two esteemed guests choose. Some GU masters specialized in mountain battles, some specialized in desert battles. The battle environment was an important element in affecting battle results. We can choose different stages here. What fields do you have? Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Little Xiao heard Wei Yong address Fang and Bai as esteemed guests, and did not dare to drag on, quickly explaining to them. The battle stages in the 3rd Inner City had around tens of different environments, almost encompassing all kinds of terrain that one could possibly be in. After hearing so, Bai Ningbing could not help but have an urge to try. Then let's choose the flagstone stage. Flagstone stage, the most common battle stage, without any wind, snow, rain or sand as natural elements. The specialized black flagstone, covered over 100 meters of land. Quickly look, it seems to be Elder Wei Yong. It is Elder Wei Yong, that's him. Although he has B-grade aptitude, he was a successful story that left the battle stage. Back then, I even competed with him. Wei Yong seemed to be popular as his appearance on the battle stage attracted many people's attention. But Wei Yong kept a low profile, using his clan elder authority to seal this battle stage, preventing outsiders from watching. Only little Xiao was left. Wei Yong walked to the center of the stage. According to normal rules, both sides of the competitors have to announce their cultivation before assessing it fairly, but since we are just having a casual spar, we shall skip that. Please, have the first move. What he meant was he wanted to challenge both Fang and Bai single-handedly. Little Xiao stood outside the stage, gripping his fist in excitement. Big brother Wei won as the weaker side back then, using his rank 3 middle stage cultivation to dominate the stage, and guarding 18 rounds of battle. Almost every fight was a classic. Now that he is rank 3 peak stage, I have to observe this battle carefully. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing gave each other a look, before suddenly attacking, moving towards Wei Yong from the left and right respectively. Going for close combat, Wei Yong stood at the center, not moving as his body glowed in a golden light, forming a battle armor, protecting his entire body. QQQ. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing activated their spiral bone spear GU as they charged towards Wei Yong. Multiple bone spears spun as they penetrated the air, shooting towards Wei Yong. What GU is this? Wei Yong was confused in his mind. This was the first time he saw the bone spear GU. He did not dodge, intending to test out the power of the spiral bone spear GU, and took 3 hits. The light golden armor flickered, but managed to endure the hits. This GU is not bad, having a spiral force and is good at penetrating defenses. Wei Yong did not fluster, utilizing his primeval essence and causing the light armor to regain its toughness. My turn, he lightly shouted, grabbing the air with both hands, as 2 broadswords of light formed from this air, shining brilliantly. It appeared, Big Brother Wei's broadsword light GU. Little Xiao saw this, and spoke out in excitement. Wei Yong grabbed the 2 broadswords, sweeping his gaze and choosing to charge at Fang Yuan. Broadsword light GU and sword shadow GU are known as the strongest attacking GU among the rank 3 GU worms. Seeing Wei Yong approaching, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp flash. Even though the broadsword light GU was strong, he was not afraid. Jumping grass. 2 spring-like grass appeared on his feet. As he stepped on the ground and after gathering energy, Fang Yuan's speed increased drastically. Canopy GU, flying bone shield. Fang Yuan's body shone with a white armor, and 3 white bone shields surrounded his body, circling continuously around his front, left, back and right. Good timing, Wei Yong shouted, as he rushed to Fang Yuan, slamming both of his broadswords from above, intending to strike. Fang Yuan did not dodge or avoid, raising his right fist and smashing right at it. Wei Yang's eyes shone with surprise, not expecting Fang Yuan to fight so bravely. 2 broadswords of light slammed down, as the white bone shields automatically blocked it. The broadswords cut the white bone shields into halves, before landing on the white armor of the canopy GU, giving off a strong white light. At the same time, Fang Yuan's fist his Wei Yang's stomach. Although he did not break the light golden armor, the huge force sent Wei Yong flying. Bai Ningbing rushed up at the crucial moment, waving her hand as multiple spiral bone spear GU shot towards Wei Yong. The attack was ruthless and decisive, with the intention of sending Wei Yong to his grave. Ah, danger! Seeing this, little Xiao screamed out. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.